Welcome, Valorant fans, to the return of the Knightsarena Sakura Cup, where we finally get all the action that you miss when we don't have game changers in session. It's happening right here. It's happening right now. My name is Tanner Metro, and I'm joined, as always, by the lovely Becky. Becky, actually, I say as always, but Becky, we haven't worked together in so long. It's been way too long. I'm very happy to be sharing the desk with you today.
It has been a long time, and what better time to come back and work with Tanner once again than the Sakura Cup? I mean, I'm excited to be here. I have to imagine that you're excited to be here, and I'm excited to see some of these teams, some of these fun names that we don't always get to see and we maybe haven't seen for a little while, start to have a little bit of a space to compete once again.
Yeah, I guess if you don't know, there has been kind of added a rank limitation to the teams that you're creating for game changers. For this one, there isn't that. So anybody could get involved in the Sakura Cup. It doesn't matter what rank you are. So we should see some, I would imagine, new faces that are probably competing for their first time. We do have a 64-team bracketed single elimination all the way through. We were going to do some GSL stuff, but unfortunately that fell through. You know how plans go. Sometimes somebody got sick, somebody's dog needs to go to the vet, and then the hangout, it's just you by yourself at home, and you brought all the snacks. You brought all the snacks out, and it ends up just being you.
That's my worst nightmare. I literally have nightmares about setting everything up. All my friends are going to come over, and then all of a sudden, everyone's like, yeah, actually, I don't feel like that. And actually, that was me yesterday. I told all my friends, I was like, I don't actually feel like talking today. So,
you know, sometimes it'd be like that. Sometimes you just wake up with no social battery.
And actually,
it happens.
It was phenomenal. All my friends, very understanding. They were like, yeah, take some time, rest, make sure that you're in a good place. And I was like, oh, thank you. So, have good friends.
Have good friends. Don't call out. Fortunately, we do still have the action. It still continues. Just won't be in that GSL format. As we've got a lot of teams to look at, but most importantly, the two teams that we're going to be taking a look at here in the round of 64 is Team Brats versus the Tipsy Tieflings. We thought some fun names, some silly names to go with this one to get us started, and we have our pick bands for the series in this, so we can see where we're headed. Obviously, we have our two teams, but a lot of these players kind of popping up for me, at the very least, Becky, are new names to myself. The map pool is going to be the same as it always is for now. I believe Bind will be coming back here shortly, but we won't see it this time around as Lotus and Split, the two newest maps to the pool. We say goodbye to them. Haven and Pearl, we say hello. And then should we need it down the line, Becky, we're headed out to Ascent.
Yeah, this is a pretty, I mean, I would definitely figure that Haven and Ascent would be two pretty tandem picks. Normally, I would actually maybe expect them to be a little bit earlier, but you can pretty much reliably agree that Ascent or Haven is going to be one of those map 3 picks. And then you're just really waiting on what that zinger middle map is going to be. And in this case, we're kind of getting Pearl. And considering that, like, it feels like all the maps right now with how they're switching things up are kind of those crazy middle maps. They're really just trying to get people out of their comfort zone. And I think that Pearl is actually a really great map and has a ton of really different strategies for it. And so I'm interested to see how that one is going to go for our map number 2.
Yeah, it's a nice sandwich of kind of like relatively default solved map, and at the end of relatively default solved map, and then we have Pearl right in the middle, and that could be a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, that could be a ham sandwich, that could be a Philly cheesesteak, it could be really whatever. We've seen Viper Harbor, we've seen Viper Astra, we've seen One Controller, the Skies making kind of a resurgence, we've seen Sovas and KO, so there's a lot. Yeah, I think the Pearl is going to be a very fun map too. I'm glad we're ready, or I'm glad we're getting it map 2. I would hate to see it at the end and then we don't get there, but it does sound like our teams are ready. Haven gonna be our first pick of the day. Now, I said Haven is solved, Becky, but we have seen some changes. We've seen some teams bring in Sky. We've seen some teams rock the double duelist. I guess I won't ask you what you expect because we have no idea what to expect from these two teams specifically, but what do you enjoy? What are you an enjoyer of? Maybe even like as a player, but also as a watcher. Do you like when the Sky pops up? Do you like the neon on Haven?
I'm actually, so this is going to be an extremely hot take. I'm a Phoenix enjoyer, and I feel like the one map where Phoenix actually you could maybe argue is viable is Haven. Or like that's one of the places that I feel like I at least get to see Phoenix be played. And so that's something that I love to see. I think that the neon is always just like a treat to watch. Like there is no character that is as fun to watch as Neon. Like something about going so speedy and being a little Sonic the Hedgehog. It's just like, that's so fun to watch. And so I do like having Neon on there. Every time I try to play Neon, it goes horribly. I get like instantly taken out by anything the moment that I'm like running forward and it's just like, bonk, okay, it's over. And then I have to sit there like eating my chips for a minute and a half while the rest of the round finishes.
Right. Yeah, it's when you see somebody else play Neon, they're fast lane up, relay bolt out, sliding through with the frenzy, getting double kills, and then when I do it, I fast lane, somebody steps into it, and then headshots me immediately.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't quite work the same. It does look like, though, we might be blessed with the Neon. I can't imagine Habibti is watching the stream because of the delay that we have, but maybe ears were tingling and might lock this one in.
I mean, they do say that if somebody's talking about you, your ears start to ring, and who knows? Maybe they were like the Neon. That has to be it, and we're going for it. Who knows? We'll see. I think I'm pretty excited by this team composition that's being locked in for the side of Team Brats, and that Neon is going to be the pickup. I think that the Killjoy is kind of like a nice little default pick now a lot of the time. And it looks like we will be seeing pretty similar team compositions, save for the little bit of flex, as we've mentioned, between those initiator or that like second initiator role, as well as those duelist picks. Also, I love the name Slippery Seal.
Slippers. I know when I was writing that one down, I'm like, okay, all right, here we go. We're in for a good day. We've also got Roblox Pro on the other side.
Oh, I'm so in. I also like the letters that are in there, or the numbers, excuse me. That are in there. I don't know. I mean, again, we looked at all the names of the teams and we were like, it's round one of the day. Let's have some fun. This is Team Brats versus Tipsy Tieflings. Let's get this ball rolling. The people who are here are people who are trying to have fun. Let's go for it.
Let's absolutely go for it again. Single elimination, but best of three. A 64-team bracket in which we had, I believe, 13 teams awarded buys based off of their seeding. Teams like Complexity, Misfits Black, Solaire, Revival, Valaris, Moon Raccoons Black, a handful of teams that are going to be waiting and hanging out for this one. I'm going to take a peek back at the bracket real quick. So I would imagine Overkill Black will be paying close attention to this specific matchup because the winner of this one then moves on into that round of 32 to play Overkill Black, who had a pretty solid showing. I think finished top 16, I want to say, in Game Changers 1. So just a couple of series off of that main event. We saw a lot of unsigned free agent teams getting really close to the main event there. And now we get to see a lot of unsigned free agent players duking it out here. Haven, the first of the maps where we both have Killjoys. Now, I love Cypher on this map, Becky.
Yeah, I'm
we don't get
kind of in
Cypher
that too, actually. I'm a big fan of the Cypher, but I don't know. I feel like Killjoy is just like one of those characters that the like instant tilt factor that happens when you get targeted by the Killjoy turret is just like something that you can't ignore.
That is true. That is true. It sometimes does feel bad though, unless you're a team that just likes to slam sites. It looks like we're going to be fast out towards B here for the Tipsy Tieflings. It makes it hard with your Killjoy being a little tethered, right? You can't really lurk around this very large map that is Haven. So we'll see how it develops. We'll see how these two teams like to play, or how these Killjoys like to play, most importantly. But as I said, we are quick out towards mid, onto the B side already. Slippery Seal making quick work of that one, getting stunned up momentarily, but the site belongs to them for now.
Yeah, very nicely done, and a quick plant coming in as well. All that utility is out for the Jet, but that space is gathered. And the team has fully taken up this B site, but the pincer maneuvers that can come in from Team Brats could spell a little bit of disaster for the Tieflings here, as quite a few players going down. Gitstash, though, picking up 2 is Queen Esme, evening it up to a 3v3.
Yeah, back and forth we go here on the B site. The attackers kind of just locked in onto the site, as you said. The pincer, we get Hard Aimer finally making their way onto the site through Garage, through the C-Link. Unfortunately, it was just a moment too late, and the rest of the team was already gone as Team Brats will secure the pistol.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I like the very aggressive start coming out from Tipsy Tieflings, and I like kind of the strategy of just like get on site, get the bomb down, and see if we can set something up that's just really difficult to deal with. However, I feel like B site is just like so vulnerable and so skirmishy on those pistol rounds. I feel like I would normally like to save a play like that for the round where you're up on guns if you do win the first round. So I'm a little bit on the fence about starting off with something that's scrappy on a site that is already extremely scrappy, like the B site. And Team Brat's just able to come out on top there very nicely.
And I believe 5 Spectres coming into this one. So this anti-eco, I guess you can't rule out the Sheriffs. We do see Slippery Seal having one. Andrea just sitting on the Classic. So there is opportunities here for the attacking side, but this would take a huge blunder from Team Brats in the defense to flub this round.
And so far, so good. A lot of advancement up towards A long here, but it looks like we're gonna see if we can just get some attention over towards that A site and then go for a rotation. That Bird is gonna blind up the Sova, give a little bit of an audio cue over to that A side Team Brats team, but the rest of the attacking side moving over towards C site. Unfortunately, Heart Aimer falling to Roblox Pro, and a little bit of Killjoy on Killjoy action there.
Yeah, Roblox Pro finding both first blood in these 2 rounds. There's a second. Andrea falls. Looking to push through the smoke. No, not even getting that far. Roblox Pro already finding a third. That smoke is dissipated. And gets stashed, unfortunately, stuck in a tough situation. Planted out towards C long. A flawless round for Team Brats, but a 4K the Killjoy.
Wow, yeah, what a start, too. I mean, Roblox Pro's got to be a little bit like, hey, that could have been my ace, but it's all good. Still only 2 points away from that all-important lockdown. And some very nice Molly setups that we got to see there, too. We probably can't deploy those exactly the same in these rounds. Looks like we're going to go ahead and say, hey, it worked last time. We'll see if we can get it to work again. But you got to imagine that the Tipsy Tieflings will be wary of that kind of high-low setup from those Killjoy Mollies on that C site going forward.
And it's fast. It's an early lean out towards A once more. Last time we saw them cut noise and look to play elsewhere. This time it looks like they want to commit onto it. Lucia pushing through. BT though, and I mean, really, holding down the site, no problems here. Both players pushed onto the site, already taken down. A BT going to push aggressively, will be dealt with. So 1 kill found back to the Tipsy Tieflings.
Yeah, that's a little bit rough, pushing up on that smoke and immediately just getting smoked for it. I mean, all we can say for the Tipsy Tieflings is, hey, we're down a player. Let's see if we can maybe get one more lucky pickup. Let's see if maybe one of these players gets a little bit too frisky. Unfortunately, though, the person being frisky is Roblox Pro, who has proven that this Killjoy can pick up a ton of kills and isn't stopping anytime soon there.
Yeah, not stopping anytime soon. Not only a huge pickup in this round alone, but for Roblox Pro to continue to find these kills, a 4K in the last one, a 3K in this round, lockdown's online, right? So by the time that Tipsy Tieflings, they go through this round, the lighter by Sheriffs and Stingers, you're not expecting the most. Round 5, you're going to have rifles again. But you're going to have to worry about a huge ultimate. I guess 2 huge ultimates on the side of Team Brats.
Yeah, as you mentioned, 2 huge ultimates. BP also has that Neon ult ready to go. We'll be living in a Star Wars world with Palpatine on the board here in just a moment. If we decide that we need a little bit of extra time coming in, and there it is coming out. We'll see if we can get those zappy fingers going, but Lucia getting 2 picked up does even the score, so not looking too bad, but that electricity is shocking and takes out 2 players of the Tipsy Tieflings. But hey, in a 2v2 situation, Heart Aimer is trying to hold it down, but Kyrian is a little bit too strong with that Vandal, making it a little bit too difficult, and Team Brats continue to hold on their 4-0.
And you know what? That round actually went a lot better than I expected for the Tipsy Tieflings. Even kind of in the defeat, you brought Stingers into it. You found 3 kills to hurt the economy. You see the economy for Team Brats is still fine, but for some of the players, they're a little bit lower than you'd like. Roblox Pro is money in the bank, no problems. But you got both of those ultimates. That's like a nice little motivation, a good little boost of morale going into this 5th round.
And speaking of a boost of morale, looks like Tipsy Tieflings liked how good they did in that last round and are just choosing to go over towards this A site once again, and it's quickly given up by Team Brats, so we will be able to get this bomb down and at least get some of those extra credits. And honestly, if you're able to get a strong setup, this could be a round where Tipsy Tieflings take things back a little bit towards their side here.
Yeah, I mean, uncharacteristic of Team Brats to just give up this site and look to play retake. 10 players still alive. Paranoia to slow things down. Darkness used for just a second. Queen Esme and Kyrian, though, get back into the fight as Valusia picks up 2 of their own. Raylia, no way. Valusia for 3. Finally dealt with. And it's all up to get stashed here. It comes down to the 1v2. A tap onto the spike. Low HP. Queen Esme just looking to stick this one. Recon bolt goes out. Spam needs to be perfect, and it is. It finds a diffuser. Australia hops on spike halfway. Comes off for just a moment. Tipsy Tieflings able to find their first with a get stashed clutch.
Very nicely done. You mentioned it. The clutch coming out there. Very nicely done. Just kind of holding into that smoke that was meant to deny a lot of the vision for Gitstash to be able to play that well. And weirdly enough, it actually kind of worked in Gitstash's favor. We got to just kind of hide in the smoke. Nobody is really able to tell where Gitstash is, but Gitstash gets to just spam where the spike was planted. So weirdly enough, maybe in the future we change where those smokes are coming out so that we're not making it difficult for us to find the player that we are trying to take down. But hey, Tipsy Tieflings, morale gotta be getting higher and higher as we get into these rounds. Looks like they're thinking about trying to push on to D once again. It didn't go so well for them in the first round, but hey, maybe they've been able to learn a little bit more, and with some better gun power to their names this time around, it'll go better for them.
Roblox Pro doing it again. 2 kills. Scooped up, but they're traded right back. Unfortunately, Tipsy Tieflings, they just can't get their feet under them. Get stashed, able to get one back. Valusia, 2 kills on the round. Needs another 3K and can play around the spike with an Aftershock available, but only 11 HP. This becomes so incredibly difficult. To tap on the spike could buy out the Aftershock. No, instead, Valusia wants to take the fight and they'll win it.
Wow, beautifully done, Valusia. Honestly, being a huge player in these rounds, even the rounds that Tipsy Tieflings have lost, Valusia has been somebody who's continued to kind of rack up some multi-kills and has done so pretty reliably in every single one of these rounds. And I think it says a lot that even towards the end of that round, had that Aftershock available, as you mentioned, so was really holding on to some key pieces of utility to really go for these potent fights back and forth. Unfortunately, though, Slippery Seal towards the bottom of the board there. Looks like it's just holding onto a classic, and with 1 pip away from that Blade Storm, is just going to try and grab this ultimate orb and rock with the blades for this round.
Blades online. A 4-round deficit cut in half in the last 2 for Tipsy Tieflings. Good Aftershock used here. And of course, BP off the angle. Slippery Seal go hunting inside the garage. Recon bolts for extra information, but I mean, they're headed into a very scary site just because, sure, the Killjoy is scary, but Roblox Pro on the Killjoy is scary.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be shaking in your boots a little bit knowing how many kills have been picked up by that Killjoy, and a little bit of information gathered over that dog, able to gather that the Sova is hanging out towards mid B, so a lot of attention really being kind of lingered over towards this B site. The rotation is able to get picked up on, and once again, Team Bratz not looking to give up this A site this time around. Ooh. Lockdown coming out. Ooh.
They want to fight for it. Slippery Seal is on, though. Makes this one a little less than desirable to try and hold as the lockdown does come through. Kyrian sneaks away, but not before finding a kill onto Andrea. And sure, a player detained, but nobody's going hunting for that one. So that should subside. The spike will be planted with a Hunter's Fury available. A lot of post-plant still available here for Tipsy Tiefling.
Yeah, and this is rough. Team Bratz, they have the Seekers, so they could use it to gather a little bit of information about where some players are hiding for Tipsy Tieflings, but also on the A side, it's got to be pretty predictable where everyone is hanging out. Low HPs on a few player is going to make things pretty difficult, though, and a 50 not messing around at all. Gitstash brings out the Hunter's Fury, but it gets shot down immediately. If it wasn't for Valusia, honestly, that round could have looked a whole lot better for Team Bratz, but Valusia at least going to add to that KDA on that loss.
Yeah, that's tough. It's just sticking to defuse. Raylia able to get that one. This Hunter's Fury,
this is like...
that's the wildest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. That is crazy.
Oh, yeah.
It almost tops Habibti's crosshair, which is just the black line down the... I'm thinking, what am I looking at here? And then I see the Hunter's Fury and I'm thinking, oh no, actually, what am I looking at here? That was very bold.
I think that's one of those places you just like had the Hunter's Fury queued up, ready to like take out the person defusing the spike, and then all of a sudden your whole team is screaming in their microphones like, the neon's here, and you're just like, oh, and you're not able to move out of the Hunter's Fury in enough time. So just an unfortunate situation, and that ultimate down the drain is Habibti trying to come in onto that site with those shocky fingers and not quite able to make that happen. As defensive side, Hunter's Fury now for Aurelia able to get 2 kills. Huge, unfortunately, does give away that location for Gitstash.
And now Queen Esme left on their lonesome. A little bit of util to work with. Unfortunately, gives up too much to Gitstash, who will find their second kill on the round. And I guess Tipsy Tieflings, they're probably sad about losing the round previous, but all is right in the world once more. They get back in that win column.
Yeah, and honestly, considering that we did see Volusia take down as many players as they did in that round prior, we're seeing this damage the economy as a result of the amount of takedowns that got garnered. So I actually think that even though, yeah, you had that loss, like, it's giving you this situation now where you're actually at a much higher advantage than you normally would be off of a loss into a win. Ooh, we're getting aggressive on this defensive side. We're not messing around here.
Strength in numbers on both sides, though. Sometimes those frenzies, they can be a little wily. They can be a little crazy. So we'll see if Team Brats can scoop anything up here. Only one player just on the outside of that smoke. So we'll be hanging out for just a moment as Andrea swiftly deals with VP here on the flank. More players looking to work their way through. Make it 3 as, well, now just 1. Kyrian, not long for this world. Another 3K, another multi-kill for Volusia, and a flawless round for Tipsy Tiefling.
Just like that, Tipsy Tieflings looking a little bit rough when we started off with a 4-0 for Team Brats, but now have found themselves 4 of their own, and their only loss since then was a really close round. So Tipsy Tieflings looking strong, coming back into it. Honestly, I wouldn't be too surprised if they managed to clutch up the last 3 and get themselves to a 7-5 before we go to the swap. That being said, some ultimates ready for both sides from the shadows from both of these omens, as well as the Seekers and that Rolling Thunder. So some things to play with going into these rounds, and we'll see who's able to manage those pieces well enough to cause a little bit of a checkmate.
Similar flash, similar alarm bot, but a different position there for a VP playing inside the garage. Picks up an early kill on the Slippery Seal. Backs away. Play hand in hand with Roblox Pro here, but all of the defense is in the area. And Queen Esme, some chip damage out towards the side. A kill inside the garage. Now Andrea put in a tough spot after finding a kill of their own. Looking pretty good for Team Brats as they look to work their way back through, and they do so perfectly. A great retake before the site could even be taken by the Tipsy Tieflings, and Team Brats will find 6.
All right, I feel a little bit bad. I feel like I just jinxed Tipsy Tieflings a little bit. Honestly, I would have normally expected a Tiefling to have a spell to be able to do that, but all said and done, Team Brats coming in strong, wearing those flare pants like it's nobody's business, and styling on the Tipsy Tieflings. Now, we'll see if their adaptations on the defensive side are going to continue to be enough to hold them strong here. Lockdown ready. Once again, Roblox Pro on that Killjoy, not budging off of this C site. And I don't think we've seen a move off of that C site in this entire game.
It's been locked down, the solo anchor. Fortunately, the last couple of rounds, which have been really good reads by Team Brats, there have been some defenders in the area, so that way it doesn't all just fall on the shoulders of Roblox Pro, who's been doing well, but, you know, that pressure starts to mount, especially when you're solo holding C and Tipsy Tieflings start to piece some rounds together. You're thinking, okay, this is not going to be as easy as it once was.
Slow round this time around. Things they've typically been aggressive, but it looks like their plan this time around is be a little bit slow, see if they can find anyone peeking out, see if they can just take away some of this default utility that's in place. And now it's going to be the time to go strong and go forth with that Rolling Thunder. Allows for Slippery Seal to get a quick pick as well as Gitstash. advantage now for the Tipsy Tieflings as we see Gitstash go to that reliable back of B site play. Those smokes in place, allowing for a lot of space to just be denied to Team Brats.
And Rayleigh was trying to deny for a moment, but took a lot of spam damage through that dark cover. Ooh, lockdown being invested here, though, from Roblox Pro. Spike, I mean, not planted for mids. If the players look to escape this way, they won't have any angles on it. Hard Aimer gonna have the first angle. Can't quite win it out. It's Roblox Pro on top. Oh, but was not expecting anybody else here on the site. Gitstash, not only a huge trade to get this started on that B-side take, but 3 kills on the round, securing another for Tipsy Tieflings, and a 4-0 start, Becky, that could quite possibly end in a 6-6 half.
Yeah, that's going to be kind of, I mean, we were talking about how morale was being boosted for the Tipsy Tieflings. They've got a Bard on their team for sure, but Team Brats, I mean, maybe their morale is kind of falling a little bit. They've lost enough in a row, back and forth, getting a little more difficult as guns have become more even, and now they're at a point where they're not even on weaponry, and they've got quite a few players on their team just scrounging together what they can pull up. And now Tipsy Tieflings able to tell that that Killjoy is always on the other side of the map, so we're not even going to mess with it. We're going to try and go a quick drop back from everyone, save for a Beepty who just gets taken down by Velucia. Is a rough place to be as Tipsy Tieflings control over this A site, and Team Brats are going to have to come in strong here.
And the hold person unfortunately finds nobody, but it did its job. It kept the defense away. Queen Esme gonna get into the back lines with the From the Shadows. Will stick this one here. Running out of time. You have to make a play. You're a player down, and that spike is continuing to take us. Technically the 6th player here. Good kill from Queen Esme, but look at the kill feed flooded. A carnival of death. And it's the Tipsy Tieflings pushing the buttons. 4 kills there at the end. A near flawless to tie us up at the half.
The Tipsy Tieflings and the Slippery Seal just doing some hops into the smoke. Little bop with knife. As you mentioned, 6-6. Not how I would have expected that to go when we started this match off, but I've got to give props to the Tipsy Tieflings for bringing that one back. They've really had this strong anchor in Velucia, who's just been able to be extremely reliable in all of these rounds, and maybe that could spell a little bit of disaster on the defensive side if Team Brats are able to correctly identify how to avoid that extremely strong player until they have a numbers advantage. But we'll see if they're going to be able to do exactly that.
Hello.
Yeah, we saw a good defense from Roblox Pro. We saw good defense from Habibti. Now we get to see it on the attack, right? What does this Neon look like on the attack? And it seems that Sky Utility going to be tossed out. Habibti will be just behind it. They quickly deal with some of that Killjoy Util. Pesky Killjoy Util. Trailblazer finds stun on Andrea. Habibti right behind it. And the rest of the team here for Tipsy Tieflings, they're forced completely off the site.
Yeah, very nice recon bolt that actually gave over a lot of information despite those smokes that came out and allowed for just a clean chase off of the site. Now the Tipsy Tieflings forced to kind of retake back onto this slowly but surely, and it's really difficult for them to even make space there. Low HP on a few players, and Team Brats looking extremely strong in their post-plant situation and setup, as well as HP bars as BP finds 3. Aurelia getting on that feed as well as Queen Esme just shoring that one up. And once again, the pistol round going the way of Team Brats. And, you know, maybe Tipsy Tieflings, maybe it's really hard to shoot pistols if you're tipsy. I don't know.
yeah, that doesn't make it any easier. It definitely doesn't make it any easier. Unless it's like the, what is the, like, drunken boxing?
Ooh,
and then you have to pull the
fist.
knife out for that one, though. Yeah, the drunken fist. You have to pull the knife out for that one, though.
That's true. That's true. I mean, and it has to specifically be the new fist that's in the...
Yes, exactly. Yeah. We're telling you to invest right now, buy the new bundle, upgrade it all the way so you can get that.
Not simping for Riot at all here. Ooh, Bird to start things out. Nothing getting blinded up just there, though. Oh, we're able to get a little bit of information, and that it's a clear sight. Bomb going down quick and easy for Team Brats. And, I mean, we were talking about pincer maneuvers on B. How about the pincer maneuver on A with players coming from the attacking and defending side spawns here on the Tipsy side?
Yeah, And they found a couple of kills for it. They were ready for the players on the flank, but pick up 2 kills. Eventually, they'll be dealt with. It's Dash the next to go. So both players that remain here from Tieflings are going to be coming from the Link area. Velucia doing their darndest with a Thaumaturgy spell to create the tremors, but it just was not enough. A flash right behind it, but a round that belongs to Team Brett.
We're like Warfallen showing full nerd here.
Yeah, we are.
Making all the D&D references, commentating Valorant, and we're all over the place. And speaking of being all over the place, some of these gun buys, honestly, for both of these teams, 2 sheriffs for Roblox Pro and Raylia. You would normally expect that from the team that is saving into this one. Somehow, Tipsy Tieflings not able to fully buy up. You got a Bulldog, some light armors, a Spectre. So honestly, maybe those 2 sheriffs should be able to do just enough for Team Brats to continue to hold on to this lead. And we might be having a little bit of a deja vu situation from that first half.
Yeah, I think what makes this bonus round scary, though, for the Tieflings is Habibti buying the Vandal into that last round in their anti-eco, which means they bring it into this one. So there is a bit of firepower outside of just those sheriffs, since Nano Swarm's already used inside Garage, still an alarm bot and a turret. Kind of doubling up on the util there. They've also got a player on top of it. So I feel like Team Brat's really winning the, not necessarily like the information game, but having a player here. Hard Aimer could be almost anywhere on the map, could be here on this B site, but instead it's playing right behind that utility, and it just allows for this kind of take to happen for Team Brats because there's only 1 defender close.
Very nicely done. A ton of stuns coming out for both of these teams. Kyrian able to find that first blood onto Heart Aimer. Slippery Seal, nice peek at the same time as that blind, and Habibti stands no chance as we continue to prowl forward, trying to get to where that bomb is to go for that defuse, but a ton of utility is just keeping the defensive side off of this as Slippery Seal says, you know what, I don't have to go for the defuse. I can just go for a bunch of takedowns here. Finds 4 to make that an easy pickup for Tipsy Tieflings.
Very nice. I'm very impressed by the way that Slippery Seal and Velucia have been playing with one another. The Breach and the Jet, that's what you want to see, right? As an initiator duelist combo, that's exactly what needs to happen. Every time that Slippery Seal is trying to get into something, a lot of the times on attack, it was into Garage, it was into this A site. Now we see it on this retake where it's a flashpoint and Slippery Seal is right behind it, almost perfectly, in collecting kills, or if not collecting kills, creating chaos. So I am pleasantly surprised at what the Tieflings are bringing and showing up here early. They are still around down, but the ideas are there.
Yeah, and considering that they were able to be behind in the first half and still manage to get them even towards the end of that first half, I'm a believer in the Tipsy Tieflings. I think that they could bring it back, especially now. We saw Slippery Seal kind of asleep at the start of the game, maybe struggling a little bit, but now has really just done a great, well, all right. I'm going to stop jinxing all these players. I feel like every time I start to throw praise somewhere, it immediately gets shut down. Luckily for Slippery Seal, we only invested the Bladestorm into that round, so, you know, it could certainly be worse as Team Brats, with the agent advantage, pushed onto the site and bombed down. Extra credits into their pocket.
Extra credits here. Unfortunately, it gets dashed. Not having the weapon that they probably would have hoped to have had in this situation. That Spectre just doesn't quite do the trick. And I mean, with already 6 to 8 seconds off the clock, now they're going to look to force this lockdown. Andrea trying to tuck away, though. Will be safe in this position. Do they know that this has happened? Queen Esme. Oh, my goodness. The awareness from Queen Esme.
Wow. Yeah, I was like, you know what? I heard those Omen footsteps. I know what those sound like, and just tracked it strong. I feel like the headshot still, came out, which is a little unfortunate, but Velucia, now the only player remaining for the Tipsy Tieflings, and it's really hard to get onto that A site in any situation where you are down on players, so it's just going to hold on to this Phantom, save into this one, and Team Brats slowly pulling themselves ahead, and some strong attacking side strategies coming forward.
Keeping that lead. They don't want to give up too much here. We've already seen what that looks like in even half. in the first, and they want to try to avoid that here in the second. Is the Tieflings will dance around their economy, see what they can buy up, what they can afford to go into the next. And seems Hart will be the only one to buy all the way down. The rest of the team buying for next. See if they can muster anything up. I think the worst part about, you know, a 6-6 half now, 9-7, we're a little bit deeper into it, is the ultimates just haven't been there for the Tieflings. They have not been able, outside of the Blade Storm that we saw used, right? I would imagine they're close to these ultimates, but just as we saw in that last round, that lockdown, stuff like that will swing these rounds that you shouldn't win in your favor. They need to start working towards those if possible.
And a push over towards the C site. Lone Omen defending this. Relay bolts coming out. And this is the type of thing. That's me. That's me as Neon. I didn't really want to say it because I was like, I'm gonna jinx somebody again. But then, yeah, all the utility coming out, gets on site, immediately gets headshot down. And just like that, with Valusia getting enough time to get onto this site, finds a bunch of pickups and makes it into a 1v1 situation despite how quick Team Brats were able to get on that site.
I got this spot.
Flashes around. It looks like a flash on the opposite side for Valusia, and just aiming down long. Valusia does it again.
Wow. I mean, beautiful. And once again, Valusia just so good at managing the utility on this breach. We get pretty deep into these rounds, and it's not like Valusia is sitting there like with Slippery Seal early in these rounds. You're not seeing a lot of the like kind of aggressive Neon plays that you see on defensive side. We're really seeing just kind of like waiting for information to come to them instead of getting really aggressive and trying to get the better of somebody where you don't exactly know where they are. And so it's honestly proving very strong and allowing for Valusia to clutch up a lot of situations that we wouldn't normally be able to see get clutched up.
The Zappy hands are back online. Static shot for Habibti. Oh, Slippery Seal just not able to reel in the shot. So 70 HP is where Habibti lands. Is able to pick up a weapon as well. Dash also in a tough spot here, but the Tipsy Tieflings down a player early in this. And with that kill, both Team Brats look to head elsewhere.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Zappy Fingers are going to be going away, running out of time on those. You are quite limited now as the quick run from, honestly, everyone and the Neon across the map means that the C site is wide open, and we're going to see if we can catch some players on this rotation.
A good flash, but a better stun allows Valusia and gets Dash to hang on to their lives there. Carrion not able to collect. Wants to go back for some more. And another awkward buy. Dash is dealt with. Andrea gonna hop on down. Carrion finds a second on the round. Next up is Valusia. I mean, Carrion already gonna mark on their territory here. A headshot through the wall into Valusia brings him down to 57 HP. Hart not feeling much better. This retake just got that much more difficult. One player left, and Valusia cannot collect the kill on the way out. So a 10th is picked up. It's double digits for Brad.
Ooh, a rough place to be, but Tieflings are kind of keeping this back and forth as tight as they can. Unfortunately, part of this back and forth is really relying on them being able to buy up, scrounge together some credits, and this is just a round where they're not going to be able to. So this is looking a little bit rough. We might be breaking this back and forth now that Team Brats all buys ready to go for them. The thing that Tipsy Tieflings do have to offer themselves is a set of ultimates. They've got the Hunter's Fury, the Rolling Thunder, and the From the Shadows. So if they're able to use those in a pretty cheeky way, we could take advantage of the fact that we are lower on weaponry. It might take some creative thinking from this team.
And I'm gonna say finally, right? Finally, we have these ults online. I would love to see them, if possible, layered in a way that they don't have to expend everything. It is a lesser buy, so they might just have to. Unfortunately, Hunter's Fury won't be used in this one. I mean, there's just nothing left here on the A site. The two that remain have just been revealed by the alarm bot. And Team Brats should be able to head back. It is the dynamic duo, though, of Valusia and Slippery Seal, but Roadblock cuts the duo in half. We'll find the next, and this round is flawless for Team Brats.
Yeah, that's a rough place. You said it, the dynamic duo. Unfortunately, you can be really dynamic, but sometimes you're still not looking in the right direction. It happens to the best of us. And hopefully now Tipsy Tieflings with the save from the last round, able to equalize here, buy up to be at an even playing field with Team Brats. And on top of that, you said it. Finally, we have the ultimates. Finally, we have the buy up. This is the round that Tipsy Tieflings need to get back into their favor now that Team Brats are on 11.
Oh, Slippery Seal. Slippery Seal with the radar crosshair here. Holy.
I mean, I don't know. After that shot, I might be trying it after this.
Yeah, it worked. Found it. Beepsy, one of the priority targets that you want to be dismantling for Team Brats. So, taking down the Neon. Ooh, and Stash is going to hear all of this. Stash is going to hear all of this. Do they clear here? No, they don't. That's the spike down. So much information out garnered for this squad. Is Roblox Pro going to be the next one up, but gets Stash. Takes them with the shock dart and looks to back away.
Ooh, Tyrion nicely watching the flank and does make sure the Slippery Seal isn't able to slip into the back lines of Team Brats. So nice watches there and is expecting somebody else to come through here. Maybe isn't expecting just how close Heart Aimer is, but Roblox Pro was expecting it.
Let's go!
Very aware. But Valucia hears the footsteps, tosses out the Rolling Thunder, and deals with them. And next up is Tyrion. This time they'll win out the duel against Valucia.
The heartbreak around Valucia single-handedly just trying to make that go into the Tipsy Tieflings' favor. Just narrowly not able to do it in that final 1v1. Kyrian just a little bit further than Valucia was expecting. And now, I mean, 3 ultimates still ready for Tipsy Tieflings, but the buys are rough. You really just are digging deep to try and make anything work now that Team Brats are on this match point. And on top of that, Team Brats, they finally have an ultimate ready as well. They have that Seekers. They can give away a bit of space and just allow for those jellyfish to do a lot of the finding for them.
Paranoia out. The drone does reveal. Andrea's tagged out. Doesn't get spammed just yet. Shrouded step up atop the box and is dealt with. A Slippery Seal drops down. A beam team makes quick work. Both the Jet and the Sova here on this side. Now lockdown comes through, but it might just be too late. Hunter's Fury to make it null and void. No Valucia there for the punish. The lockdown still online, and do players get out of range in this in time? No.
Whoa.
The players out towards short, they all get tagged up, but Habibti does not, however. Relay bolt comes out. Stuns are on. The spike is being stuck. I believe it got to halfway, and it's all up to Valucia. There's so much to worry about. Too much to worry about as Team Brats close us out 13-8 here in map 1.
Wow, I mean, that was so close. We really did see the Tipsy Tieflings really clawing their way back into that match. And I feel like I'm used to seeing Tieflings with some horns and a tail, but sometimes I'm not expecting the claws to come out. And considering that the next map is going to be the Tipsy Tieflings pick, maybe those claws are going to be a little more visible. Maybe we'll make use of some of the other things the Tieflings have to offer. But that first match ended up being a whole lot closer once again than I thought it was going to be after how we started off. But I feel like once Team Brats just really had the resolve and the decision making that was extremely swift, once they started really using, as you mentioned multiple times, the ultimate economy in their favor, along with just these awkward buys that kept going back and forth, things just really just solidified into their favor.
Yeah, they look good. They the attacking side as well, right? We expected Habibti showing a strong kind of individual performance alongside Roblox Pro on defense. You think, okay, well, now the Neon just gets to run at you. That's just what happens. I also thought for Team Brats, their ult economy on defense wasn't as great as it was on the attacking side. They had some buy rounds where they were using the lockdown against, an eco round for Tieflings, or they were using the overdrive, the zappy fingers, when Habibti also had a buy in that round, so then you don't have it for your eco. So I think there was some things to shore up on the defensive side for Team Brats, but as soon as they swap sides, they close it out pretty easily.
Well, there won't be a lot of room to shore up because our next map, we are going right under the sea to Pearl after we take this quick break.
Welcome back, Valorant fans, to the continuation of our first series here in the round of 64. You guys are probably wondering, what do you mean a Sakura Cup? Yes, it's back, and we're already jumping into the action. Today, we've got a handful of best of threes for you. We're getting started right here, right now. We already have one map by the wayside, Becky. That was Haven, and it went the way of Team Brat. Now, we know that we're setting our eyes on Pearl. We know that Tipsy Tieflings, they are down a map, and they really need this win. I do want to hype up a little bit of what was working for them, and I said it during the game, but Velucia, as an individual, pop-off performance. But then Velucia with Slippery Seal, I mean, that Breach Jet combo was really strong on Haven, so I'm excited to see what they bring out on Pearl.
Yeah, and considering that this is going to be Tipsy Tiefling's map pick, that kind of just makes it all the more strong in my eyes. I feel like we've already seen this like nice dynamic duo, and now going into a dynamic duo on a pretty kind of intricate map.
Yeah.
It has a ton of little areas where if you've played it a lot, you're gonna know exactly how you want to approach it and how you want to attack it. I'm very excited. This is a map that I'm always excited to see people play because it just feels so.
No way.
There's so many different things you can do. Okay, you've asked what I would be excited to see on the last map, but this would also really excite me to see if this Yoru actually gets picked in. I have to feel like it's a troll because I've been baited a few too many times by players, but I think this would be really sick.
You know, the only thing, and you might be right, it could still be a troll because Slippery Seal hasn't quite locked it in. The only thing that makes me think that it's not a troll is because we had seen game plan already from the Tieflings, I could see this pick being locked in, this Yoru being locked in, and then having, you know, actual set plays to making this work between Velucia and Slippery Seal. So I think there is a world where it could get locked in. I'm excited to see the Sky. This time it's Velucia rocking the Sky. Previously it was Kyrian, 14 Brats. We're also starting on the defense here. Kyrian now going to be rocking that KO, but Habibti goes back to... Oh, okay. We actually have a little bit of a mix-up. We have similar agents making their way on through. Wow, and the Yoru does get locked in.
I'm so excited. I mean, I've already been excited. I don't know. Okay, I don't know if you know this about me. We've commentated together a few times, but this probably hasn't come up. Seals are my favorite animal. I know my name is Becky Bear, but seals hold a special place in my heart. And my name in games used to be Lazy Harp Seal. So to see a fellow seal on the board has warmed my heart. And now to see the Slippery Seal playing Yoru on the attacking side start, I'm hyped up. I'm raring to go.
Okay, well, before we get into the action, I'm gonna see where your love of seals, where the line ends. Okay.
Okay.
Your favorite Pokemon. Is your favorite Pokemon seal? Or
I feel like this is
seal,
unfair. Have you seen the room that I'm in?
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm just saying. It does not extend to Pokemon. Your love for seals does not extend to Pokemon.
Okay, seal is in my top 5.
Okay.
Actually, okay, seal is in my top 10. Sfeel is in my top 5.
Okay, yeah, Sfeel
is top tier.
Yeah. I agree with that. Okay, so although the agents change here for Slippery Seal, the crosshair does not. We've got this radar crosshair.
I'm such a fan of this crosshair. I actually cannot kid you how big of a fan I am of it. Unfortunately, though, it does not help Slippery Seal find the head of Habibti. The wall does come down. We are taking a little bit of heat from that turret, but all is well as Andrea is able to get vengeance onto Habibti. That wall starts to get knocked down. Even 4v4. The Tieflings are back and set up to try and take down players as they go for this defuse.
Yeah, Heat utility tossed out of this, though. It's going to be hard to get that defused. Rayleigh going to hop back on it. Roblox Pro collecting a couple of kills. Kyrian gets one through the smoke. I mean, the grape is there, but it just doesn't matter. They're shooting right through it. Velucia, just a consolation prize at the end of the round. It's Team Brats secure the pistol.
And Team Brats, I believe, are 3 for 3 on pistol rounds so far in the matches that we have watched. So each one of these games, it seems like Team Brats just rolling higher initiative than the Tieflings. And it's a rough place to be, but it's how the chips have fallen, if you will.
I'm a little interested because we saw the idea. I like the Sage Wall, get the plant on the pistol round, makes a lot of sense. What didn't make sense is that Slippery Seal very dry in the teleport back site. There was nothing kind of lined up with that with the Yoru TP, which is a little frightening because it ended up in, you know, Slippery Seal dying. Look at this beautiful fragment, though. Wow. That's going to split the team. And, well, Queen Esme, because of that, able to collect the lone. Andrea, and the rest of the squad here for the Tieflings are just going to try and march their way on. They'll adventure out towards this A site. Classic in hand, but they can't even get past Art.
Yeah, rough place to be. And now that C is just holding the Tipsy Tieflings in place. The enchantments are strong for Team Brats. And they find themselves a flawless next round. Perfect conversion on holding on to all of that weaponry going into this one. I have to call you out a little bit for the dry teleport joke on Slippery Seal. It's gotta be really hard to be slippery if you're dry. Like, okay, yeah. Never mind. I'm cutting it off there before it gets a little bit, you know. But that being said, this Yoru hasn't really had a chance to shine, and I'm hoping Tipsy Tieflings have 1 kill to their name going into round number 3, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to see that turn around here, as that haunt does sound off, but does not reveal too much here.
Yeah, unfortunately, on a different plane, that haunt does not exist in this world any longer. I don't know where that was.
Ooh, the quick rotation using that teleport to just join up with the second half of the team over towards this B site now that they've been able to distract Team Brats over towards that A site. So this is not the strategy that I was expecting to see from something like the Yoru pick, but hey, it's working so far. That B site free to take, and that bomb is ticking, and a ton of time is being eaten up on Team Brats' clock.
A ton of time off the clock because of that rotation taking so long to get over. And I mean, the setup is good. Slippery Seal gonna find the first Rayleigh falls. Roblox Pro gonna look to get aggressive, but Lucia there on the trade. The cross being held, back sight now being pressured. As Carrion toss out a flash of their own. The turret also to go. Tieflings player ahead. Flashes out on both sides. Carrion gonna try for the fight, unfortunately does not win it, and at the end of the day there would have been no time. The Tieflings are on the board here after round 3.
Yeah, very nice little high-low situation to end that one up between Andrea and Volusia. So a very nice end for them. A great rotation that we got to see. Unfortunately, though, that's one of those strategies that you use early on, and now I feel like Team Brats are going to be like once bitten, twice shy, and they're not going to fall for something like that quite as easily again. And now you've just got to really imagine that somebody is going to be just hard anchoring some of these areas, and Team Brats going to see if they can make a little bit of a rebuttal here with an even 4th round.
BT gets the info that there's a handful this way. I guess if you're just seeing the Yoru, you can't put too much stock into it because of those quick teleports, but it is going to be this hit. Now, what's behind this? Decoy out. Looks like a flash behind it. Okay, the decoy going to be taken care of. BT still gets one, but Andrea there alongside the Yoru to find the trade. As Carrion gets one back, and Tieflings, they can't even really get on the site. The defense are all here.
Yeah, that was a very fast rotation. Team Brats actually not kind of playing off of the information that we got from the round before, just continuing to say, hey, we've got legs, let's use them. There's no stamina in this game. Let's just run back and forth. If we have to make the rotations, we've got to do it. And this time, it at least goes in their way because of a harder commit from the Tieflings. And this time around, the legs and the movement are actually happen to be on the Tiefling side. Nice wall is allowing for Gitstash to get into this dugout area. Holds it down as that bomb gets planted. Flash comes out, and a very nice tag team there. Volusia able to even us up to 3v3.
Yeah, and fighting deep into the spawn here. Still playing the trade. Roblox Pro gets traded out with Volusia. Gitstash still alive. Hardaimer here on the stage. Has a resurrection available. Gitstash gone. Hardaimer now. In a 1v1. Spike tapped once more. Halfway as Carrion hops back on the backstab. No way. The timing on this is just awful for Carrion, but swings back and wins the duel with plenty of time left on the clock to defuse. And the round belongs to Team Brat.
That one's so close for us to see, too. We mentioned that it was an even round, and going the way of Team Bratz, a little bit of a heartbreak for the Tipsy Tieflings, especially considering that we're now seeing Art Aimer has that ultimate at the ready. So a nice collection of those orbs, along with how these rounds have gone, have meant that maybe the Tipsy Tieflings will have a different kind of utility to work with going into this round.
Yeah, I was wondering if it's just tough for Hart there in that situation when you know a player is defusing the spike. If you go for the resurrection, they know that you're not close. They can just stick that defuse. So no real way to get that ult online to put numbers back in favor of the Tieflings and win that round. So hopefully, as you mentioned, this is the round that we do see it. We also have the Seekers there for Volusia, so we know that a nice way to entry the site behind the flashes is tossing out those jellyfishes and let your duelist get involved. Meanwhile, the duelist is out towards this B site. They've sold this fig fairly well thus far.
I mean, we're seeing it. It's the name of the game for the Tipsy Tieflings on this attacking side. It's go for these fake outs. They've been able to succeed with it in the one round that they took home, but they might succeed with it once again here. Gitstash trying to make it to safety, trying to make it to a place where that plant is going to be easy enough, and Slippery Seal just opening up the field as much as possible. Unfortunately, a Beepty with the Bulldog able to shut down a lot that was happening, and that bomb never actually got planted and now is in the clutches of Team Bratz.
Yeah, the spike wanted to help fight through this link area, but Habibti cut down both players onto the spike at their feet. They could just hang out for the rest of the round, force the Tieflings to make the play, and unfortunately, it does not go their way. So Team Bratz, a 4-1 lead, almost just as dominant as it looked on Haven, but we saw how that half ended, so we'll see with this timeout if the Tieflings can get back into it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that Tieflings are likely going to be talking about is, since they have that resurrection, they have the Cosmic Divide, as well as the Yoru ultimate to work with going into this one. They've got a lot of moving pieces to kind of articulate with one another and see how they can make those work now that they're going to be in an even gun round with Team Bratz once again. But to be said as well, Team Bratz have a lot to work with as well. They've got the lockdown, the KO ult. We got a lot of moving pieces that we have to not only figure out how to make work for the Tipsy Tieflings and also account for on the opposing side for the Tipsy Tieflings. And also just maybe taking a little bit of a cooldown moment after that last round. It seemed like they got a little bit aggressive. They were like, oh, we don't need to plant the bomb right now. We can go and catch some people on rotations. And unfortunately, they just didn't win those gunfights. So even just taking a moment of time out for some little bit of deep breathing exercises, I can never fault people for that, because honestly, people don't give enough credit to how important breathing and keeping an even mindset is.
Yes, as humans, we do need to breathe. We do need that oxygen, but no, I definitely get what you mean. Just taking a second and kind of just getting back to being in the moment versus being stuck in the chaos that has been some of these rounds. Dimensional drift out towards the safe site for Slippery Seal. Lots of info, and in a situation like this, fortunately, everybody backs away. Drelia is eventually dealt with. Roblox Pro gets one before they make their exit. Slippery Seal wants some more. And inside the smoke, player waits. It's a BT. And a BT just does the BT things. 2 kills on the round. Hardhammer gets the resurrection online, finds a kill of their own. Brings numbers back in favor of the Tieflings. That spike is yet to be planted on this site. Hart will find another, and it's all Queen Esme, who picks up 1 of 3. Make it 2 now in the 1v1 with the lockdown. A nano swarm, but 5 HP. Esme needs to be perfect here in this one. Needs to also not walk into their own nano swarm.
Yeah.
It's planted. Andrea stuck the wall in her face. Queen Esme. Oh, I mean, such an awkward spot. Only having 5 HP. It's not going to take much, and Andrea will eventually get it done.
A stressful end to that round, but the Tipsy Tieflings, off of the back of those 2 ultimates from the Sage and the Yoru, able to make that one go into their favor. I also have to call out the fact that Habibti just, like, has shut down Slippery Seal so many times that it's just, like, it's kind of heartbreaking, because Slippery Seal's trying to do some slippery things on this Yoru, and it just gets immediately shut down. We come out of this teleport, and Habibti's like, nope. We come out of a smoke, nope. It's like, we're not able to have any fun on this Yoru, but you know, there's also a reason that people aren't popularly picking Yoru, I suppose.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do. I would like to see Slippery Seal start to kind of fake some of these and have a play set up around the fake from this teleport back home. But similar play, blasts are out, teleports there. Slippery Seal just behind it, but nobody's home. It's a lighter buy, but the Zappy hands are online for Team Brat. Likely Planet and everybody coming from the back side here.
Yeah, unfortunately, the full runaround from Team Bratz, just doing a big circle around the map with Tieflings, as we're now just trying to shut down all of the defensive players collapsing onto this site. Thankfully, the two remaining do not have to worry too much about this wall that has been placed by that barrier, or just have to worry about getting through this menagerie of smokes put on by the Astra and the Viper.
And lots of util tossed out this way. No way, Habibti, not like this. Habibti runs out of ammunition, but makes this winnable for Kyrian just on the other side of the Nebula smoke. Bulldog it in, Kyrian with the headshot, and Team Bratz find a way to win the round.
Holy smokes. I mean, we say it every time teams are on saves. We're like, don't count out the sheriffs. Sometimes you just hit the nasty headshots and it all just kind of falls into your favor. And that's a place where you just can't count it out. And they only used 1 out of 5 ultimates in that round where they had mostly sheriffs. So that's kind of a back-breaking one for Team Bratz to have brought home.
And that really hurts the morale of the Tieflings when everything is going your way. Even the one thing that you really had to worry about was the overdrive. By the time that they'd gotten on the site, that had already subsided. But as you mentioned, the Sheriffs just too strong. The Tieflings couldn't quite figure out how to hold that B site. Now their bye looks much like Team Bratz did a round ago.
Yeah, will be the first to get blinded there. Given over to Team Bratz. BP trying to be the head of the spear once again, trying to shut down this Yoru before he even gets onto site. But just even that presence is going to be enough for the Tieflings to go for a rotation. Unfortunately, meeting up with Andrea may not be in the cards, as that was also shut down. So no Cosmic Divide going to be available into this round. Tieflings saying, hey, maybe we'll be able to collect some weaponry. Maybe we'll be able to pick up the gaps in some of these places where our fallen ally has been. But Queen Esme has not left the scene too far. And with a bunch of flashes and a bunch of toxic walls, things are looking rough.
Yeah, what can you expect? Just another tough round. Again, I would imagine they could use another second to breathe. After losing that Thrifty, obviously that round, it goes the way that it does. Just an eco round for them, but it never feels great, especially when you can barely get out of your spawn, right? When you can barely get out of mid and you're just kind of getting run down. Now we go back to the full buys. Ult economy for both teams. Team Bratz 1 ult ahead, and I think a major one in having that lockdown available. That could be, again, another huge tool in keeping the momentum away from the Tieflings, I should say.
Time to jump.
A lot of momentum can certainly be stopped by these two smokes that have immediately been popped up. Flashes coming out. Smokes deployed to try and allow for the Tipsy Tieflings to push onto site. And Slippery Seal getting vengeance for all of those previous rounds, taking out Habibti. Roblox Pro trying to get a little bit extra for the defensive side. Not able to do too much as that trade back and forth. A very nice fragment grenade from Kyrian, who has just been stellar with those nades time and time again. Unfortunately, a lot of smokes just mean that you can't capitalize there. And unfortunately, not able to take out Kyrian's shoulder means that Slippery Seal will fall as well.
Yeah, I think too many times we've seen the Tieflings walk up to this B site and never feel comfortable enough to plant. And now they're rotating back to the A site. And it's working. Nobody's here. They're going to have a good opportunity to play the post plant with the Cosmic Divide and this Viper's Pit. But it has just felt awkward. You can tell that there's some instability in kind of their confidence to taking and holding that B site.
I've got your trail.
Feeling a little bit awkward at the start, but so far able to get bombed down over towards this A site now. Off the back of the Seekers, able to gather a little bit of information, as well as that Viper's Pit. Defensive side locked down. I almost said locked away. Whoa. Lockdown coming out, trying to push as many players out of that Viper's Pit as possible. Give a little bit of extra information to Team Brats. Cosmic Divide is really just trying to push them as far back as possible, but the snake bites are doing a lot of work. But speaking of doing a lot of work, Raylia with the shots. Skidstash is going to try and line it up, but Raylia with the 3 kills, that nice Cosmic Divide. The only thing that doesn't go into their favor is the timing of that bomb.
Yeah, the defuse. It was good. I think played as good as possible for the Tieflings too. Gitstash having the snake bites there at the end, buying so much time. Nobody felt comfortable to hop onto the defuse. And then at that point in a 1v2, you don't have to be perfect. You just have to kill the diffuser. That's all Gitstash had to do. The diffuser at that point was Esme, very low in health, and eventually gets the job done. So, a round picked up by the Tieflings. They're starting this momentum moving forward, but it did take a lot from both of those teams to get to where round number 9 ended. This time, a resurrection, Cosmic Divide available. The ultimate economy is in favor of the Tieflings. We'll see how they use it.
Yeah, this was how they were able to spell themselves a W last time off the back of the Dimensional Drift and the Resurrection. So far, one would suggest that things are in their favor. A nice little spot out of that. Dimensional Drift does allow for, once again, Slippery Seal to get the better of Habibti. Things are starting to turn in the tides here for those 2 players. And the Seal gonna follow up with a blind once again, prowling, trying to see if we can find this last little bit of penguin prey in the form of Raylia. Aurelia might just be trying to figure out how we can save this Vandal and just get some exit frags here. 1v4, I mean, this is already way more aggressive than I would normally expect for a situation like this.
I feel like Raylia is in a situation of, this can't really go great for me, so I'm going to see what I can do. We also know that the economy's been a little shaky on both sides, the way that the rounds have been playing out, so I don't hate the call to try and do some extra damage. Unfortunately for Team Brats, that's all it was. I believe Gitstash was playing for that trade onto Heart, and I mean, this game, close again in way of where we're kind of creeping towards the half. But also, we're not having the same pop-off performance from individual players, right? Everybody is starting to do their part. Andrea has pulled a little bit ahead of the pack for Tieflings, but it's not the, 2 players at the top who are dropping 15 to 20 kills before the half ends to keep their team in it, right? Everybody is really stepping up on Pearl for both teams.
Can't use that.
We'll see. If Tieflings are able to continue to step up, as you mentioned, they've got to step up at least 2 more rounds. They're going to be able to bring us to an even 6-6 as they did the last time. Nice start once again as Slippery Seal. I didn't just jinx Tipsy Tieflings players, because now I've also jinxed Habibti by starting to point out that Habibti took out Slippery Seal at the start of every single round. However, Team Brats, some nice rebuttals there, able to take out 2 players. Now the bomb is going to be able to go down on the opposite side, but the agent advantage is in the form of Team Brats, but they are going to have a rough time getting in for this post-plant setup.
And that kill, huge, into the spawn. Numbers even, now no longer favoring either team. Gitstash getting a little crazy there with those snake bites. The defense absent pushed past them. Good knife to reveal all 3 back sight. The Nightfall also to confirm that information. Heart taking this fight. It's a scary one. A scary duel to have as Roblox Pro steps up immediately. Decapitated. Hard Aimer says, I don't need to hear. It does not matter. We'll take the 2 kills to find the round. Tipsy Tieflings looking to claw their way back in, fighting for a 6-6 half.
Yeah, that was a little bit awkward to see from Roblox Pro and Raylia at the end there. Once we were able to use that Nightfall, and we did have all of that information that Kyrian was also able to gather, we just saw Roblox Pro be the only one to go for that peek into 3 players that we knew were all there, and Raylia was just straggling behind. And I felt like the communication wasn't quite there from those 2 players at the end, but Team Brats looking still pretty strong, at least have secured themselves an even half, and considering how the first game went, they must not feel too poorly about that. Tipsy Tieflings got to be really holding on to the fact that they have this resurrection, they've got this cosmic side already deployed. They're looking strong to try and even things up on their end as well.
I mean, still delayed in this plant, though. They run up towards this B site, and they never feel great about doing this. No way, that Prowler so deceiving. Not expecting Slippery Seal, but still finding the kill. Andrea gets one back, but carrying there on the trade. It's 2 for Roblox Pro. And it's Tipsy Tieflings. Players down. Make it 2 players down as Valusia plays just on the outside. Hasn't quite given up their position just yet. 0 point will stop the guiding light. Habibti will hop onto the spike, and 3 players can look to defend this one. Pushing through as Valusia will find the first frag, get Stash. Now going to try their hand at it, but the spike is already halfway, and the defuse is there. The round and the half belong to Team Brat.
Yeah, and that's going back to just all the things that you said. I mean, the ult economy mattering so much, using them up until that last point. We saw just how Heart Aimer held on to that resurrection, and in the end, didn't even get to use it. We held on to it for a little bit too long. Now with Team Brats, this time an edge to their sword going into the second half.
A 4-1 start, though, that still ends relatively close. Better than I think Tipsy Tieflings could have hoped. I guess worse than Team Brats were hoping after being up a couple of rounds. Again, we're seeing everybody really do their part for Team Brats. We're seeing it on the other side as well for Tipsy Tieflings. Now, how do they pilot Shioro? It's Slippery Seal and Valusia working hand in hand, but before that flash even goes out, Slippery Seal's already gone.
Yeah, that's kind of the downside to those birds. You can pop them pretty quick, but sometimes they're also a little bit more difficult to time, especially when you're trying to work with another player as well. Lucia can go down to the aggression from Roblox Pro, as he also just making sure that anyone who's trying to pop out of these smokes will be punished. And a team ace and a flawless round for Team Brats. Really just racking up the score on this 4-0 pistol that they have for themselves.
It's interesting that the team ace outweighs the flawless.
I was just thinking the same thing, actually.
Like, sure, everybody getting a kill is cool, but everybody staying alive, that's great.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, on a pistol round, everybody getting a kill, I think is, I don't know. Because I feel like there are some rounds where I feel like the flawless would have taken priority. I don't know. I'm interested. I want to know. If you're right, Dev, and you can tell me why that was, my DMs are open. I don't know. I want to know.
Yeah, I guess I could see it. If it was this round and it ended flawlessly, then you're thinking, well, that's great for Team Brats because, you know, their bonus is everything they brought. They don't have to reinvest. It's very cool. Pistol round, I could see that it's, you know, yeah, sure, everybody stayed alive, but does that really mean anything to the economy? Like, eh.
Nice start once again. Roblox Pro able to take out Slippery Seal. I just love seeing all the usernames that are really long and like very reminiscent of the early 2000s.
Yeah.
Where it's like 2 words, 4 to 5 letters.
Yeah.
Numbers.
Bring us
Again,
back.
I keep calling numbers letters. Excuse me.
Numbers, letters, it's all the same thing.
Big jumble.
They all mean the same as this round is going as expected. Anti-eco for Tipsy Tieflings, and they have a harder time holding the site. Classic shots will only find some damage. Heart Aimer does make this one less than flawless, but it is still Team Brats continuing to grow that lead.
Yeah, and it was looking pretty good for them when they ended at 7-5, and those quick first 2 shored up into their favor, pushed them into a pretty comfy 4-round lead, but it's not over yet for the Tipsy Tieflings. Are going to have full guns into this round, but the light armor does make it a little bit easier to kind of just spray and pray with things like those Spectres and those Bulldogs, so we could still be looking at a situation where Team Brats are able to come out on top, but the Tipsy Tieflings, a little bit of an edge going into this one.
Viper Wall used a little late here, but is up nonetheless. Unfortunately for Tipsy Tieflings, Team Brats are already past this. They're ready for it, though. Beautiful flash. Seal collects the first, goes down, and Valusia there on the trades. The dynamic duo able to get something done this time around. Meanwhile, Team Brats looking to find some way into this A site, maybe through dealing with Valusia, but won't be the case for Roblox Pro. Raylia will be the one to do it, but with 10 HP, it's been a phantom moment, unfortunately. And at the end of the day, the Tipsy Tieflings, they take their rightful round.
Yeah, that's got to feel good for the Tipsy Tieflings, getting a point back into their favor and kind of changing the tide here. Unfortunately, 3 players going down in the economy where it sits. We're going to be looking at some interesting buy-ups from these players as a result. Kind of Guardian light armor. It feels a little bit, maybe not what you want to be doing on the Yoru, but thankfully the rest of the team able to kind of hold down the fort as well, pool some of those funds together. And as long as they're able to kind of play this round in a creative fashion, and defensive side should certainly help with that as well. And they should be looking to hold on and keep their economy in not too big of shambles, as that's a really detrimental point to get hit by that 0 point and stop that barrier orb from coming off.
Yeah, and I mean, not being able to slow things down means Team Brat just quickly not only sees the site, but the numbers advantage as well. Speaking of C's, the bungee gum goes out, brings both players to a halt here inside B-Link. Valusia's been good, but 1v5 good, that's just too tall of an ask.
Yeah, extremely tall. And hey, you know, the Brats were always the tallest of the dolls that I grew up with, so I feel like that just makes sense. As we see Tipsy Tieflings taking their time out here, they have the Seekers at the ready and are likely put back onto a save round here, so trying to decide how they're navigating with lighter buys, either just trying to scrounge up with the 2 players who did have 2K at the end of the last round and then sheriffs on the rest of everybody else, or if we are going for that full save, especially now Team Brats have breached that double digits point, so trying to decide how these next few rounds are falling and how Tipsy Tieflings are going to figure out this math situation here for getting themselves some rounds and trying to even the score up a little bit.
Need to find a way to deal with the fast style as well. It's tough with 0 points, and then right behind that being Prowlers, Habib T, and the rest of the team, really. Team Brat, the util dump that comes into the sites. And I think one of those struggles of playing the Astra Viper is it's great to have on a big map like this, because your Viper utility, you just chuck it and kind of forget it, right? You set it and forget it. That's the best way to say it. And then that leaves your Astra Stars, your Astra Smokes that have less to cover and still remain flexible. But if you're Team Brats and you're just disrespecting the Viper util every single time, you know, the Tieflings don't have much behind it. There's a player behind this Nebula. Okay, a couple of right clicks, and Andrea walks away 1-for-1.
Yeah, not too bad for a 1-for-1. Would have really liked to have gotten that pickup and then immediately walk away with that weaponry. But hey, beggars can't be choosers, or at least so I have heard. Is a nice snap from Raylia. Not even going to allow Hard Aimer to stay on the board for very long.
Yeah, and there's that util again, just no way into the site. This obviously a lesser buy, but we'd hope to have been able to get a bit more for the Tieflings before having to try and run down Queen Esme, who is not giving up this spot on the spike. Finally gives up the angle for just a moment. Slippery Seal trying to make it hurt, looking to punish for that play, but a 1v3 again. Valusia, 1v5 in the last round, 1v3 in this next. Finds the first, out of ammo for the next, and I saw the vision. Unfortunately, there weren't enough bullets in the magazine.
Oh, that's such a heartbreak, too, because, that seemed like it was so close. But it was so many things just, like, stacked against Valusia there, too. Like, the Haunt is already, like, one of those things that you have to kind of take out the moment that it falls onto the board. But it was paired with a blind as well. So there was not really even a way that you could shoot out the Haunt. It was like gonna reveal you any which way. So the fact that we even saw Valusia pick up 1 after that little bit of utility duo is honestly still impressive to me.
Yeah, Valusia has been a lot of things this series, and impressive is definitely at the top of the list. Unfortunately, just hasn't been enough really to Oh, the Tieflings find their way back into this one. Need maybe a shove from a mage hand to get them back into this one. And speaking of Valusia, we said their name too many times, Becky, and bad things happen. Now, aggressive and Slippery Seal said, hey, half my duo is gone. I'm going to be the next. Was hoping to get something on the way out, but finds absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I got maybe a little bit too aggressive there and peeking out into all 5 players of Team Bratz as the Cosmic Divide comes out, trying to create a little bit of a cross action here between where that Viper wall stands in parity with the attacking side. Sees to try and stop anyone from bridging this gap in that link area as the bomb goes down. Team Bratz setting up here.
Toxin screen down.
2 players low. One of them doubled up with the healthy Raylia. Roblox Pro just around the corner, gonna back away. Turret dealt with. Alarm bot, Nanoswarm right at the feet of Hard Aimer. It's not easy by any means. Queen Esme up on the first peak and doesn't give enough for a trade. Gets stashed, kind of left reeling in the moment with the spikes ticking just in front of them. A haunt to deal with. 3 players still to worry about. We'll find the first, can't quite find the next. And again, time would have been a factor at the end of it all. So Team Bratz pushed this one all the way to match and series point.
Yeah, this is a spooky place to be. The Tieflings, half of the points of Team Bratz, but they do have a Cosmic Divide ready. We've been seeing them be pretty aggressive, even on the defensive side. We've been seeing Slippery Seal get into some pretty aggressive places. So it'll be interesting to see if they continue to try and play that way, or if now with a Stinger, Sheriff, and a Spectre in hand, they simply hold back a little bit and just try and gather what they can, what falls into their lap. If they deploy this Cosmic Divide early on, or simply wait to use it as a retake. Not messing around, not wasting any time. Fast lane goes in, dug out, area secured. But Valusia securing a kill with that Stinger. Andrea as well. The nice buy-up on one of those players, actually able to do quite a bit of work here. Quickly able to toss over that gun to another player as well. Slippery Seal. We mentioned aggression, and that aggression is not stopping. Unfortunately, maybe the aggression should have stopped, but thankfully this bomb is being held down, and it is forcing Queen Esme to go right into the clutches of Hard Aim.
Yeah, and the Tieflings kind of demanding some respect there, saying it's not going to be easy to just walk onto this A site like you have before. Valusia gets it started with a Stinger kill, and then Andrea comes up huge. Great timing to catch, I believe, a player trying to leave the A site and also winning the first duel against another. So there's life yet in this Tiefling squad. It's only been 2 rounds of life on this defense, but that right there is showing us at backs against the wall, they're starting to get this Team Bratz team figured out.
Better late than never. Figuring it out is going to have to be pretty important as they have no wiggle room. The Zappy fingers are out and ready to play. The footsteps, those staticky footsteps, a little bit more difficult to hear as Art was infiltrated, and now the spawn is infiltrated. Thankfully, though, Heart Aimer shuts that shocking sort of play down before it gets too much more out of hand. The Tipsy Tieflings, 3 remain, 3 ultimates ready for each of them. Well, 1 ultimate ready for each of the 3 that remain. They don't have 3 ultimates. That would be quite good.
This is quite dire here for the Tieflings. Nano Swarms are down. Tap on the spike. Both of those should be used. No, it's a Gravity Well first. Now the Nano Swarm starts to come through. Gets dashed, walks away with 1 HP. Andrea still doing damage, though.
Oh my.
Finds the 2v1. Andrea wants to go aggressive for some more. Raylia does some extra damage. And is there time? It sounds like there is. What a round from Andrea, who does it again. 2 in the last, 4 in the next, and the Tieflings hang on.
And they're hanging on, but they're hanging on, honestly, on the back of Andrea's coattails. You said it yourself. And going into this one, we do see that Andrea on that Astra, as well as Heart Aimer, have those 2 ultimates ready to go. The Resurrection and the Cosmic Divide going to be extremely potent, especially against a team with no ultimates ready. Sure, they're on match point, And sure, they're calling this timeout, but they're calling this timeout because they're trying to figure out how to close this door. They don't want the Tipsy Tieflings to get another point, and they've got to be prepared for how they're dealing with those two ultimates that the Tipsy Tieflings have in their back pocket.
Yeah, I think most important for the Tieflings in this timeout, you're also talking about ways to make sure this resurrection can get utilized. It doesn't have to be in this round, but if things go sideways, you can't have players dying deep inside A main, right? You can't have players dying deep inside Art, making it very hard for Hard Aimer to get that resurrection online. So it's been one that I think we've seen this team struggle with actually being able to find good use out of. And I think some of the conversation of this timeout taken by Team Brat is, for the Tieflings, resurrection. Hey, this is going to be huge. And look at that. The gap, Andrea, a little bit ahead of the team earlier in the game, now starting to really increase the level of play that they're bringing to this Pearl defense for the Tieflings.
Yeah, doing an extremely great job at holding down the fort, and we'll see if that's going to be able to continue to get them closer to evening this score up. A Slippery Seal, nice little peek out alongside that clone, allows for 2 picks to come solidly onto the side of Tipsy Tieflings. A 5v3 now as Team Brat's lower on that weaponry, just trying to use their utility to figure out where these few players remain, but things looking a little bit difficult. The Slippery Seal picks up 3. The Stinger able to get back at it, but Roblox Pro now the only player remaining. Phantom in hand, though, and a Seize and a Haunt in the back pocket.
Healthy as well, but gets timing by Andrea. I love the call at the start of this round. Go aggressive. We know that they have a lesser buy. Slippery Seal is somehow allowed both kills being completely flashed up. There was a thought to go back for more, but Velucia and Slippery Seal, they reel it back in and say, hey, let's just play our numbers now, right? Let's not give them anything for free. We would be dying very extended out towards mid, and there would be weapons picked up by this Team Brat squad. So they back away after they kind of claim their spoils of the kills out towards mid, and they show some resolve in helping the team secure the rest of this round. And both of those ultimates are still online with the Dimensional Drift available behind it.
And that's going to be extremely instrumental. I mean, we were talking about it a lot on Haven. We continue to talk about it a lot on Pearl. Having more ultimates that you're able to just use to push your side over the edge is just proving to be the piece that the Tipsy Tieflings were missing for a lot of these other rounds. And now that they have them kind of fallen into place, I feel like they're playing with a lot more precision than we were kind of feeling, especially when they were on the attacking side, and it felt like they were, for lack of a better term, playing a little scared. And now I feel like they have a level of confidence, and they're having a level of level-headedness that is proving to do wonders for them.
That ultimate got so much info for the Tieflings, but also bought out some of that utility, right? It's going to be hard to take this B site with no fast lane. So a lot done there by Slippery Seal.
Find you.
Haunt popped up and trying to help push onto site. But they do have this Viper wall, and trying to push onto an area where you have no vision of is extremely difficult. But with 30 seconds left, your options are relatively limited. It's a nice push coming through. Some shots really just dismantling the attacking side here. It's Tipsy Tieflings still not messing around. Still with 2 ultimates in their pocket. Still none for the side of Team Brats, though a lot of players only 1 piece off. And with Sheriffs in hand, we might be going to some overtime action if they don't secure all these ultimates into this round and then just use them to completely take apart the Tipsy Tieflings on the next one.
Yeah, that's actually terrifying. And I think if you're Team Brats, you're looking at this, and as we have a tech pause, we're going to hop away from it as the players get things situated. But 6 of 8, 6 of 7, 7 of 8, 7 of 8, 2 of 7. So you're a little ways away from the Zappy Fingers. The Overdrive aren't going to be online. But with the lesser buy, with Stingers and Sheriffs for Team Brat, as enticing as it can be, finding a couple of kills, I don't think means send your ultimates in this round, right? Collect your ultimates in this round in way of kills, in way of deaths, whatever it is, then come into the next one with a full buy have those ults online, behind you a full buy, and then you can look to close it out in a game that I don't think anybody was expecting the Tieflings to be able to battle back to this. As we've got things shored up and situated. We'll see how this round does play out. As you said, Becky, ults are just around the corner.
Yeah, we in that little bit of an extended break between these rounds. I think that has to kind of be the game plan for
Fake
Team Rats. They've
teleport.
got to just be like, if we're able to get pretty much all of our ultimates, save for the Neon, we should just be able to kind of 1, 2, 3, 4 in the next round. And hopefully, if that doesn't do it, I don't know what does. So, Abibti getting a little bit aggressive into this one, just trying to get a little bit of some cheeky shots, but they're not able to come to fruition into all too much, as Velusia of that pick is able to gather the Seekers as well. So a lot of pieces at the ready, and 4 picks for Slippery Seal and a flawless for Tipsy Tieflings, as
Don't
we're
stop
getting down to the
fighting.
nitty
You
gritty
must keep
between
going,
these two.
even if you're the only one.
Yeah, the nitty gritty, and we mentioned it either in way of kills, deaths, orbs, whatever it is. The ults are online. So now if you're Team Rats, you can slow things down for a little bit. But on the opposite end, it was just, what, 2 rounds ago that the Dimensional Drift was online for Slippery Seal, and it's already back in play.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that Dimensional Drift is... I mean, I guess there's a lot of ultimates that are kind of really difficult to rack up the points for, but, I mean, considering the Slippery Seal got 4 kills in that last round, like, speaking of coming alive, waking up in a round, and is wasting no time on gathering that information. Roblox Pro also wasting no time. The Nightfall able to gather quite a bit. We're sending out those Prowlers to try and gather as much directional information as possible. Slippery Seal takes out Kyrian. Unfortunately, trades 2 for 1, and Kyrian just gets to come back off of that ultimate as well.
Yeah, that doesn't feel great. A beautiful timed null command there means that Kyrian gets picked back up, and I mean, it's just what we were expecting. Resurrection still available. Cosmic Divide will be used. Hardinger working her way back through. 2 kills make it 3. And this one now looking winnable for the squad as the wall goes up. Queen Esme gets one back, and Velusia cuts it down to a 1v1 with Queen Esme on the back line. But it's up to Velusia to make a play.
What a place to be. Unfortunately for Velusia, too, that bomb is down. It is ticking. And we're just having to wait and see if we can at least try and figure out where Queen Esme is. That bomb is starting to tick a little bit faster. And unfortunately, the Pika round from Queen Esme is too much for Velusia. A hard-fought battle from the Tipsy Tieflings. They were down 6 points, and they almost brought us into overtime with some crazy plays. And ultimately, it just seems like ult economy was the name of the game between these matches.
Yeah, ult economy, absolutely huge. That's so tough. So many rounds the Tieflings did so well in kind of dealing with that chaos. But as you mentioned, the ult economy, it wasn't just chaos in that last round. It was chaos with Slippery Seal coming out of the Dimensional Drift with 3 players around, finding arguably the worst kill that you could have found because of the resurrection available on the null command KO. The lockdown available as well. There was so much thrown in there. And again, Velusia has been good. Velusia has been impactful. We talked about how good that player was, but too many situations where they had to do it all, and unfortunately just couldn't do it there at the end.
Yeah, it's a rough place to be for the Tipsy Tieflings, but hopefully they'll be able to make some saving throws and eventually come back for the next Sakura Cup. And that is going to be it for the first round of our best of 3s here. Tanner and I will be right back with the next round in just a bit after we take a little bit of a break. Get your snacks, get your drinks. We will be back with you momentarily.
And we're back once more. Knightsarena Sakura Cup continues, this time into the round of 32, where we see a couple of new faces, but same faces here. I'm still Tanner Metro. I'm still joined by Becky. Unfortunately, I mean, I guess we still could make the D&D references, but it's a little less appropriate now that we won't be dealing with the Tieflings. Instead, we have Genji Black and having fun ahead of us. A couple of teams that kind of, I guess, having fun, really created some waves. They've got some really familiar faces, and Genji Black making some changes after GC1, coming into this one, looking strong with an early 2-0 victory. Both maps going 13-6. So I'm excited for this round of 32, Becky.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm excited about some of the names on Having Fun. I think when you see them, you'll probably recognize some of them as well. And of course, Genji Black, big name that you definitely know of. And you might know some of these names as well. There's certainly some people who are not new to the scene by any means. So I'm quite excited to see how this is going to go. I'm excited to see what some potential. Tanner did a bad thing. Tanner looked at some of the agents that have been previously picked by Genji and saw that Gecko was a pickup, and now I'm sitting here like on the edge of my seat, just like, can we get a Gecko? Can we get a Gecko? I kind of doubt it, but I'm still gonna sit here crossing my fingers as we take a look at picks and bans and at least get through that level of edge of seatness.
Yeah, we can see if it's possible, right? We've seen it. I think the idea of Gecko flirted with on Pearl. We won't get Fracture or Icebox, which Icebox, another map where the Gecko could slide through a lot of those easy plant spots. Ascent will be our second map. Lotus and Split are gone. And then should we need it, we're going to be headed out to Haven. So same map pool, different order. Pearl to get us started here. So we're kind of picking up right where we left off. This is the pick of Genji Black. So I am very excited to see what they show us, because as we mentioned before, Pearl is kind of that middle of the sandwich that can be anything. It's one team running peanut butter and jelly, the other team is running ham and Swiss cheese. I don't know cheeses, so ham and Swiss. I don't know if that's a sandwich. Either way, we're getting ready to get into the meat of it all. We'll see what they do lock in, and if we are blessed with maybe another funky Yoru pick, or if Gecko does find their way through.
Maybe the most exciting thing we'll get is this harbor, but it looks like a lot of lock-ins coming through. And it's going to be no Gecko, which makes me sad, but it's all fine. I will just play Gecko in my own games later tonight and not hold a grudge against any of these teams.
Yeah, and interesting, the harbor is a pick that has been kind of finding a home on more of the maps as I throw my pen. Hopefully you guys didn't hear that. But typically on this map, I feel like it's coupled alongside Harbor Viper. Right now we're going to get Harbor Astra, it seems like. Should Rose lock that one on in. Hide on Smoke rocking the Jet, so going head-to-head against Heisen. This Genji roster is a roster that has, I believe, 7 players. So in this one, we see Isanina making their way on through. We also see Kazi playing. I believe both of these players sat out in the last best of 3 that they played in that round of 64. So round of 32, we get some new faces and a different look at the composition.
It'll be pretty interesting. And talking about even the differences that we're seeing on Pearl between these teams and the last teams that we watched, these are already some radically different team compositions. I mean, obviously we're not seeing the Yoru, but we are seeing both teams go ahead and lock in that Astra, which was also something that we saw both teams use in the round before as well. So a popular pick for both of these teams. And then, really just relying on the good old Jet. We're not trying to mess with Neons. We're not trying to mess with Yorus. Let's just go ahead and continue to rock with Old Faithful, Little Miss Jet.
Yeah, nothing tricky there. Sky is making more and more of an appearance. This is an agent that has been picked up by Kazler and played for the majority of the maps, 2 of which Kazler played both Haven and Split on that Sky. So proficiency, and I think most importantly, comfortability for Kazler's kind of name of the game. We'll see how they pilot that pick. Here on the defense is Genji Black. That is where they are starting, having fun on the other side. I'm pretty sure Hide on Smoke is Bungie, I believe.
I would agree based on looking at rosters.
Yeah, so we know formerly of TSM, playing with that squad when it was a squad, and now kind of making waves with this having a fun team. And I would imagine they are doing a whole lot of fun having when you have a roster that is as star-studded as this.
I was gonna say, also with the name Hide on Smoke, it feels like a callback to the Hide on Bush player names. Yep. So I'm kind of a fan. I'm a fan of the very prolific, kind of just making fun and parody on all of the different names through time. And I also am notorious for, because you can change your name every 30 days in Valorant. I change my name almost every 30 days because I'm like, why wouldn't I just have a different name every single time?
Sure. Yeah. 100%. And mix it up as we get a different look from Series 1 to Series 2, having fun a lot slower, a lot more measured in their approach. Some noise out towards mid, and now that fight about to be met. It's Julia here on the other side of two players. Kazler goes down. Heist stays alive, however, and is now on the hunt, whereas the rest of the squad for having fun is stomping, stampeding onto this B site.
Yeah, going very quick, and it looks like we are actually going to see that Killjoy turn back around and be very prepared for this lurk that is coming through from Heist. Has that Sheriff at the ready, but with only 4 HP, Julia's just hopefully going to be able to gather over that information or get a little bit lucky, and it looks like information is going to have to be the call here.
Only info found, and with that kill, Heist can go all the way around the world. Oh no. Actually just fainting that for a second, making some noise. Bungie gets a kill back onto Rose. Nina there for the trades, and we continue to go back and forth. Health bars are low. Heist is now finally looking to make good on this flank as Kazzy dies on the site. Heist dies off of it, and the pistol round belongs to having fun.
Very nicely done, and gotta give the little props over to Baby Soap. I'm a little bit of a fan, and I'm gonna leave it at that because I don't want to be too biased. That's the word. Oh my goodness.
Biased, yes. It's okay to have a little bit of fun with it. You could shout out Baby Soap. I've heard great things out of Baby Soap. My partner, who's a competitor, always talks highly of Baby Soap. So this is my first look actually at Baby Soap as a player, and it has a solid start.
Baby Soap, big player, dub person. Shout outs, Baby Soap. Gen G players moving along are going to find Julia as their first point of contact once again. Unfortunately, the spray from that Spectre able to take down 2 members of Gen G Black while the rest of having fun. Just able to kind of worm their way all over on these sites. Continue to pick up some kills off of the strong gun power as we peek right into all 4 players of having fun in a quick 2 rounds to start this game off.
Yeah, full buyout from Gen G Black. Couple of players. Rocking Phantoms here in this one. I mean, this is kind of as strong as the Vandal is. We are deep in a Phantom meta where you bring out the util from the Harbor, the util from the Astra, and then you just spam your way on through it. So we'll see if any of those skills do come to fruition as the 0 point out towards mid looks to deal with one. I believe it did find the hit onto that Killjoy, so that utility will be down for now. Meanwhile, that Killjoy util doesn't even matter. Fast through arc, crunching out towards the safe side. Deep inside A main, though, Rose able to find maybe something more here. Nope, unfortunately not. Dealt with as the players wrap all the way from Arch through the site to clear out A main, having fun, making sure that their players have backup in every single fight they take.
Oh, but a nice peek out from Kazzy and Isanina, able to take out 2 as they try to collapse back onto the site. The bomb is still in the hands of that Sova, so having fun, not in too dire of a situation here as they are blocked off by that Harbor wave. Lunafox is going to try and gather a little bit of extra information with this recon bolt. Looks like having fun strategy is try to make Gen G think that they're going over towards the B site when really they're just trying to play time here.
Black is staying here on the site is the right call. Unfortunately, it does not go their way. And I mean, they had the sixth sense, they had the intuition that they should stay here and that having fun would re-hit this A site. Unfortunately, they just lose the duels, which means they lose the round. That of which was the bonus for having fun.
Yeah, that's going to feel pretty bad for Gen G Black, but they're pretty strong still, nonetheless. Close to a lot of those ultimates, and we got to see just how important all of the ultimates from these teams mattered in that last round that we saw. And if these players are trying to play on any of the similar axes, they should also end up having a lot of impact here as well, especially with this Harbor. That's a pretty potent ultimate. It certainly locks down certain areas. I mean, sure, you're giving up like a little bit of creativity with something like the Jet ultimates for both of these teams, but you're kind of adding to it by having something like that Harbor available to you as well.
A site completely free. It's open. Rooms available. Having fun. Looking to claim that room. Smokes are down. They do the due diligence to take this one. And Genji Black, unlike last round, they unfortunately gamble the wrong site to play.
Yeah, it's a rough place to be, and with that plant, Lunafox has that Hunter's Fury ready to go, trying to gather a little bit of information past this smoke with that Owl drone. But the first person to gather information is going to be Hide on Smoke, who takes a lot of heat from that Spectre, but Baby Soap with peaks coming through collects two. Oh, whoa, okay, I say two. Again, I'm bad with numbers. Make it 4. Let's pick up 4 kills for Baby Soap. Have that ultimate ready going into the next round, and Lunafox still holding on to that Hunter's Fury as well.
Yeah, you know, Lunafox, report Lunafox. I think Baby Soap could have had the ace there. Luna getting a little too aggressive, taking that one away. Very funny that we saw a lot of that from the perspective of Artstar, who was seemingly overwhelmed, but Baby Soap just over her shoulder, making sure to secure the kills and the damage that Artstar was getting done. And then, yeah, 4 kills later, we've got that Hunter's Fury still online. Cosmic Divide available, so site take galore here for the util that's available. We're having fun.
Oh, nice little block off of all of these angles to peek through these doors by this harbor. I actually quite like this wave a lot. And I'm not sure if it's stopping the Killjoy turret from being able to see as well. Be interested to know. But regardless, that Killjoy turret not going to be able to see anybody peeking out from inside of Genji Black. Instead, it's slowed a lot of attention. Hide on Smoke going to be very scared away by the rest of the robotic army of Killjoy there from Genji Black.
Great fragment there, but it doesn't matter. Kazler backs away from it, finds one, make it 2. Julia also falls just behind her teammate in Luna Fox. And Genji Black, they finally get rifles back in their hands, and they're looking to make this one hurt. Kazi walks up, dealt with by Artstar. Cosmic Divide comes down. The B site, seemingly a moment of respite for the 2 players of having fun that are here, but Artstar, who was trying to link up with them, falls inside link.
Bomb is down alongside with that Cosmic Divide that is about to fall. Baby Soap trying to get a little bit aggressive here and is able to take out Izanina as a result of it, continuing to just be aggressive, pushing up in ways that Genji Black just is not expecting. And on top of Hide on Smoke with the blades, I mean, it's just racking up points for having fun.
10-1. Baby Soap is the raid boss right now, the player that you need to not have alive in the 1v, 2v, 3vx situation for having fun. If you're Genji Black, you need to find a way to deal with that player, because this is a player that, on top of it all, as a player, you just want to stay alive and get kills. That is super cool. Yes, we love that. But Baby Soap as the controller, having this much impact, this much fragging power, but also staying alive to continue to supplement the team with the util, it's everything that you could ask for from your controller player.
Honestly, from what I've seen from Baby Soap, able to do it on, I mean, save for Harbor, pretty much every controller agent. And I don't know, maybe Baby Soap is also just like a cracked Harbor. I just personally have never seen the Harbor from Baby Soap, but we'll speak highly of the Brimstone and the Omen from Baby Soap as well. So kind of just a triple threat.
Having fun, understand the situation, especially the way that Genji Black played the last one, right? Eco round, stack a site, and unfortunately for Genji Black, they just gambled the wrong site once more. They do have some great retake tools, though, right? Lockdown to force players off the site, Reckoning to then pressure those players who are pushed off site to have to fight forward. It might not be the round that we get these ultimates, that we get these ultimates to come through, but there is possibility for a strong retake here soon for Genji Black.
2 quick headshots coming out. 2 players down for Genji. And that's 2 ultimates down as well. Not feeling too bad to lose the Bladestorm, but not having that lockdown for a retake is extremely hurting. Not quite hurting as much as just the sheriff's in hand for Genji Black. They're trying to make it work, throwing out that water orb from this harbor, and just gonna stand in spot of this bomb. make sure that they're able to tie up into the next one, give over the 6th round in a row to having fun.
6 breaks, the first of which that the spike floating, spike going boom is the reason that they win. So Ford gonna get into the mix, call a timeout here, and I would imagine trying to figure out how to juggle some of these ultimates. Bladestorm online could mean good things for Heist, but also could be something that they hang on to for the next eco round. But as I said previously, the lockdown and the reckoning, 2 huge tools for a retake, which having fun have had a pretty simple time, right? They haven't been contested too much in taking these sites. I think we still see that same kind of loose defensive style from Genji Black. Give up that site and then look to quickly retake it with that reckoning, with that lockdown, and punish having fun before they can get set up in their post.
Yeah, and if they start being worried about kind of one of these slow starts that having fun have every once in a while, where they're really just playing to wait out pieces of utility that Genji Black deploy early, they do have something like the Seekers to kind of at least figure out what direction having fun are leaning. Unfortunately, though, for them, having fun also have quite a few pieces of utility in their hands as well. They have the lockdown, they have Hunter's Fury, and we also have the null command to come out from Artstar too. And we saw how back-breaking that KO ultimate can be when you just push onto site. You're able to get one pick before you go down as the attacking side pushes on. And then the resurrection just comes through at the end, and it feels like everything that you did was for naught as Heist, aggressive alongside that bird, takes out Baby Soap. You mentioned it, the raid boss, and the raid boss is down for having fun, and so they're scurrying away with their tails between their legs and going a different direction, far away from that operator.
Yeah, so this is an unfortunate round to find that kill on Baby Soap, because typically that means good things. There's only one controller for having fun. That controller is gone, so smoking and taking a site, a little bit harder. But because there is a lockdown readily available, that could be the tool used to make sure there's nobody on these angles to catch having fun push into this side here.
You should run.
Slow check a lot of these corners, and there it is, as you mentioned, lockdown to come out. We are going to see a wave cut off a lot of these visual angles for the attacking side of having fun, but with some cloud bursts to make up for the lack of controller and that KO ultimate. Those 2 players are going to be clearing a lot of these angles. Ooh, a recon bolt almost taking the nice ping out of these 2 players, but unfortunately not going to be able to make it so. It's a nice little trade back and forth, an aggressive forward plant for CT side as Hunter's Fury is going to try and gather information, a little bit of damage. The Genji players try to get onto the bomb here, and it's not going to be enough. The Kaz team of Kazi and Kazler take everyone down, and Genji Black, very nicely done, but a lot of ultimates used to get themselves 1 point in this game.
And finally on the board, I believe we'll take a look back at how things started in this round with Heist just pushing up and catching the smallest bit of Baby Soap.
Just
but
a little elbow.
yeah, that's all it takes sometimes for these players. So Heist doubling their kills in that round and finding arguably the most important, even with the lockdown, a very expensive round for both of these teams, but it did go to show, right? Take down Baby Soap and you take away a lot of that fighting power from having fun.
We'll see if they can get themselves into a position to be able to do that once again. Same level of aggression in the same direction for Genji, this time without the operator, just a Vandal. Hide on Smoke is able to get rid of a lot of that Killjoy utility, holding out into that link. Hide on Smoke, slow moves back into the area where we got rid of that Killjoy utility. This is kind of an interesting decision. You have to understand that if a utility gets shot down, they know that you're in that area, but nobody really dedicated themselves there. Now they're just gonna go ahead, move somewhere completely different as the blind comes out, but Baby Soap, cheeky location movement. Try and beat out Kazler there. And Julia across the map also picking up 2. It's just the Julia and Baby Soap show. Artstar getting on there as well. And those slow starts for having fun are just slowly dismantling Genji Black.
Yeah, Baby Soap just having the best position, the best timing there. You talked about that flash from Kazler, and it was so deceiving. It did blind the players inside link. It also blinded Baby Soap, but because of how that nebulous smoke was set up and where Baby Soap was tucked away, they thought that they were going to fight the flash players pushing inside their spawn. Instead, Baby Soap made quick work of that. And it's also nice to see, even with Julia, when we caught the kills from Julia, it's not the shaky, super cracked zoomer aim. It's the very sturdy, consistent, you know, just cracking over to the heads of each of these players. It's very clean from having fun, the way that they're finding these kills. And the way that, again, just watching their crosshair, very slow, methodical, allowing for this. And we talked about these two players, and they're about to work hand in hand. No one's dead. Hide on Smoke will find first. The trade is there for Rose and Cassie, though. Aggressive push comes through, and that cascade was not there soon enough. Rose is punished on the other side of it.
Yeah, actually a lot of players end up being taken out of having fun, and Hide on Smoke tries to go for the relocation to attack this from a different angle, and unfortunately, players of Genji Black are watching. They're able to see that, taking the bomb over towards this A site, but the footsteps from all of these players, we're all just watching this area. We know each of these team members are here on both sides. Trying to see if that owl drone can give over any extra pieces of information, but that is going to be good for the bomb to go down for the side of having fun.
Defuse the spike.
Reckoning still available. Kazi hasn't quite found a good time to use this one here. It was a Sheriff and a Spectre that quickly become nothing on the side of Genji Black, having fun to punch their 8th on the board.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate place to be. You have that Reckoning, but you're also sitting there with a Sheriff, and you're like, is it worth using this piece of utility when we're down players, when we're down weaponry? It's a hard place to be. You're kind of throwing the numbers around in your head, and sometimes it just doesn't all start to add up. Same way that having fun is adding up all of these rounds into their score.
Julia falling asleep there for a little bit. Wakes up and turrets down as intended out towards mid. Really high tide to try and slow things down. Push here on the B site it's an inevitable one. Having fun just around the corner. Toss out their utility. No command still available to deal with what could be the util coming back into this, but Reckoning that starts to scramble. This having fun team is going to force him into the back hall. They want to try and dodge out on this one. Kazler, a good couple of kills, but Hide on Smoke battles back for 2 more of their own. But when the dust settles here on the B site, the spike is out of reach, and Genji are a player ahead.
Scary place to be, especially the bomb not in their possession, pretty far away as well. This is a utility that they have to work with. Don't exactly help them cover a lot of these areas. Try to go for that swing onto Artstar, but a very nice 2 set of shots from Julia. Wow, holy smokes.
Yeah, the second one did not look possible.
Yeah. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought that. I was like, yeah. I don't...
That was otherworldly from Julia to find that second one there, and there's still opportunity in this round. Does not know where Rose is playing, but Julia can get this spike planted, has that turret for information, has 2 nanoswarms and a lockdown to play with here. Rose has to push the pace, and Rose will do just that. The turret reveals Julia was not ready for the push-up top, and Genji Black will find a second.
Very nicely done from Genji Black, and good patience from Rose, because especially when you have a situation where Julia kind of gets those 2 shots and one of them, I mean, Genji also has to think like, holy smokes, how did that second shot even how did that even happen? And then all of a sudden you're like, okay, I'm in a 1v1. And you also have to understand that the lockdown is available. So just waiting patiently until that exact moment that is the right one to push that amount of time. Props to Rose, and a good one to lock up for Genji.
Yep. Couple more available for Genji Black. 8-4 is all that they can hope for, but love to have it. Julia gonna get flashed up. 2 players on the swing, and it's Heist awarded the kill. That was just a lurker out towards mid, though, much like last round, having fun quick onto the speed site this time. A little less resistance in the defense. It means they'll get this spike planted with ease.
And setting up that post plant, getting ready to deploy that owl drone and gather information. That owl drone will be able to see how many players of Gen G are coming in from this long B section, as that little dog trying to gather information but just runs into that cosmic wall. A lot of pieces of utility really just denying vision as well as stopping aggression, but the slow push out from all of these visual angles means that Gen G finds themselves a 3rd round with some beautiful shots to just dismantle the post-plant setup.
Yeah, dismantle is a good word for it there. Heist, 3 big kills in that round. The cosmic divide really creating, well, a divide makes it hard to play the map as you normally would. And because of the push out from mid from Gen G, Black having fun didn't feel comfortable planting in your usual spots, which at that point, you know, when you plant for long, you know where you can play. When you're forced to kind of plant for this spawn area, it gets a little more difficult and for the angles that you can hold or where you're comfortable playing for this team. So uncomfortability seems to be the reason having fun get dismantled by Gen G. Black, they take full advantage of it. Then they creep closer now to an 8-4 half.
Julia back to holding that mid angle alongside that trusty turret, and it looks like they're holding down the spike there as well for some rotations. The long players also not able to find too much, and the stack set up from Gen G Black is very A site heavy. Pieces of utility going out to try and gather information. Looks like Baby Soap and that KO likely able to hear that dog coming out as well, and it allows for the push out. Find Heist there.
Get out of my way.
Really just trying to decide how much attention we're putting onto this area, as Baby Soap able to get the better of Rose, but Rose coming out on top in that 2v2 there. The only one who's going to walk away from it. And Hide on Smoke said, hold up. We gotta make sure that I have vengeance for my squad. Pulls out the blades, finds the shots. Yeah.
That's the second time we've seen that too, where they push through Art and they're on the site and their team is still getting pressured inside the spawn, and they're like, okay, hold on, yeah, we've got a situation, we have to take care of this, and they do so successfully. A player ahead now having fun, have this A site. This Nina, Kazi, a tough spot. You still plenty. Now things are even. Still a Blade Storm to worry about, and the Nano Swarms are down on the spike.
A lot of utility blocking off a lot of vision, and that just seems to be such a huge part of this map across multiple compositions that we've seen in multiple games. It's just a flurry of utility that is just denying so much vision. Tight on Smoke goes in, a blast the blades, and Isadina just isn't able to track the shots onto Julia. Brings that one home to a 9-3 in favor of having fun.
So incredibly close there, too. You couldn't have played it much better from Isadina outside of being able to get that the track down on Julia. The shots, unfortunately, they just don't find their target. That one hurt. So the 8-4 escapes them. 9-3 is where we land. There's no 8-4 curse, though. I will say that. There's only mention of a 9-3 curse. So there is a chance for Gen G Black to get back into this one. A lot of it, though, comes from this pistol round, right? To get things started right here, right now would feel great for this team on the attack.
We've been able to see just how potent they could be. They took down that first pistol round and were able to string together quite a few afterwards. So we'll see if they're going to be able to do it again. Gen G putting a lot of attention towards this middle side of the map in a similar way that we saw Having Fun do it. I hate when it's so tense and the only thing you can hear is the like little
Yep. It's all so quiet, and then just the turret ticking back and forth.
That's how it feels. All teams going very slow. Trying to see if they can find any amount of information. The first bit of contact is towards this A site, and that's enough to just blast in. Tons of smokes between the Jet and the Astra, as well as that cascade coming through from Harbor. Just like that, Kazler and Kazi able to find 2 here. Hide on Smoke is prowling.
And just trying to run Izanina down all the way out towards mid. Does eventually find that kill. A good shock dart from Lunafox as well, who's struggling now to make it out of the spawn. I say struggling, but Lunafox is just preying here on the players. Nice and Kazi do some good damage to fight back into this one, leaving it all up to Julia. And just before she can hop off the spike, Kazi collects their 3rd kill on the round in the pistol. And his comeback gets started here for Gen G Black.
Yeah, that was a tense bit of timing there, but you said it. A narrow come around the corner from Kazi there. Brings it all home. Easy peasy. A pickup for Gen G Black that should allow them to bring home this next one now that we've got Kazi with the Bulldog squad with Spectres. Ton of armor to their names. Should be able to kind of just run through these scrappy pieces of the map. Do a bit of damage to the side of having fun, especially with the score that they've been able to rack up.
Receiving 0 points. Julia will take that space. Artstar sends that one from B-Link.
Waiting for those pieces of water to come back to the waterbender that is Harbor.
Oh.
Ouch! Oh, we've all been there.
Yeah, that definitely hurts. I don't know if there are many ways back into this round for having fun, but that's a good start for it. As the dash from Heist allows them to collect a 2nd kill, going aggressive into the spawn. This spike planted on the backside, understanding that players will be coming from the flank. And looks like Sheriffs and the Spectres that having fun has to work with. A couple of low HP members, but numbers still favor Gen G Black.
And Julia going to be front here with this pick up. And Hide on Smoke nicely going to be able to even it up and dash away as well. Headshot from the Sheriff. Hide on Smoke continuing to just find the shots with the Sheriff. There are even body shots at the end that end up with having fun coming out on top. Barely any HP, but it doesn't matter. A dub is a dub.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we expect, right, from Hide on Smoke or Bungie. That really hurts for Gen G Black. That's a round that they wish that they could have back. Unfortunately, Rose falling asleep a little bit, getting caught by Julia, and that just really opens things up.
Yeah, that's a rough place to be in. Having fun. Going back to kind of this default setup. Gonna just have our players 2-1-2. Really having that Killjoy just lock down this middle side of the map, as well as that turret to really watch Art as well. And it looks like Gen G Black is going to try and full send down E long. Try to make something like that work now that they're the ones who are forced to save. And a nice start here is Kazi also showing up very nicely with that Sheriff and takes out the new raid boss that was Hide on Smoke.
Yeah, a weapon down, but because of that, the high tide, you could see Heist didn't feel comfortable in looking to go pick that one up. So I believe it is still Sheriff for the majority of these members. One weapon picked up. Reckoning, though, going to force some of these angles. Backing away is Julia, eventually caught by Heist. Does not need that weapon upgrade. Continue to frag, and it's the Sheriffs that start to come online for Gen G Black, much as they did for having fun on the round previous. So they're just desserts, a taste of their own medicine, is having fun with Vandals in hand to say we don't want to give anything up more than we already have, and they're looking back away from this.
Wow. A ton of respect to the squad of Gen G Black and what they've been able to make happen with those Sheriffs, as you mentioned. And yeah, backing off, saving for the next one. And all things considered, I'm just impressed that we didn't actually go into the amount of utility that was really holding things down for Gen G Black in their post.
post plant will be name of the game, right? For this composition, especially now that you've got rifles in hand, you're going to be able to toss down all that Viper utility. You're going to be able to play the spam through the smokes, through the sucks, nano swarms. There's a lot working in favor of Genji Black, and all they have to do is continue to take the site like they have been. Heist just on the outside of B-Link. I mean, buying out a lot of utility here already. Nano Swarm, gravity well used. Flash just around the corner. Here comes the Nova Pulse, and I don't know how many more stars you've got to play with now if you're having fun. Your smokes are basically gone.
It's got to be a stressful place to be in, and Hide on Smoke just continuing to watch this area that thankfully Genji are just walking right into, relocates. See if we decide to continue to hold out through the wall of water, and we do, but aren't able to collect that kill onto Heist. Now, just trying to hold these angles on this A site, still just make things a little bit more difficult for Genji Black to push on and find success. I don't smoke. I mean, we were able to find somebody's elbow with an operator from Genji Black in the first round, and this time around, Having Fun says, you know what? I also like shooting elbows, and that's more than enough for me to collect.
Yeah, and also the very last one found, so that one goes through, and then the one that followed was the one where Heist ran Bungie down, but Bungie found a kill over the shoulder of Heist in finding a third before eventually going down. So yeah, we talked about Baby Soap and the raid boss being earlier. You mentioned Hide on Smoke being now the raid boss that Genji Black have to worry about. 21 kills, and continuing forward as Heist goes up top. Both updraft used, but nobody home.
You know, that'd be a really cool one to actually hit, though.
Yes.
I kind of like those double updraft areas that you can sometimes get to with the knives. I think that those are really cool. I want more jets to do that.
Especially when it's just a sliver, which it would have been. No, wait, knives for knives, right-click miss. Oh, and Bungie.
No.
Bungie will punish Heist for that. Meanwhile, they're trying to help Heist out the rest of the team. That is Genji Black, and Lunafox was picking them apart, dismantled one by one. Zanina all on her lonesome, only a ghost in hand, and it's a flawless round for Having Fun.
I reeled back in my seat as the duel of the jets with the blades and the cloud burst. Oh, people always talk about the anime battle, and that was normally I when people are like jet anime battle, I'm like, oh, they're both in the air and they're like, but they were both just in a smoke, just walking in and out of it, you first, no, you first. Oh yeah, can we see the jet battle again? Oh my gosh, production has my back. Hit me with that replay. I want to see. Ice. Follows up on that flash. Unfortunate right click, and I think Hide on Smoke just immediately hit him with the right click as well.
Yeah, that's, the right click is...
You live and die by the right click.
Yes, you live and die by the right click. A blessing and a curse, sometimes it giveth, oftentimes it taketh, and this time for Heist, unfortunately, there was no room for giving for their right click.
And just like that, Genji Black staring down the match point squad of Having Fun. Hide on Smoke with an operator in hand. 2 KDA. Oof. That's gotta be a little spooky, the attacking side of Genji, and they're gonna see if they can weave through some of the pieces and traps that Having Fun have laid on their defensive side.
Yeah, this one's quick. Looking to deal with that utility. Doing so successfully as Heist, but the operators here. Luna Fox on her hip as well as Bungie finds the first kill. Luna grabs one with that Hunter. Shuri pushing deep inside of A main as Rose collects kill into Art Star. Baby Soap there for the trade. And Genji Black still find themselves a couple of players down.
Dazzler, bomb in hand, spotted out by that turret and the recon bolt from the Owl drone. It's just an unfortunate set of pieces falling into place. Genji Black in shambles in that last round and having fun. Looked like they were having fun for most of that game, and certainly towards the end there, getting to do some fun little jet back and forths for us and kind of showing up very nicely.
Yeah, a very strong start. I think we get a closer game if Baby Soap doesn't start as strong as they did. Because at that point, it took a little bit for the rest of having fun to kind of wake up. But once they did, it was Luna Fox, it was Bungie, right? The rest of the squad really started to do their part. Julia finding frags, multi-frags at that. So difficult for Gen G Black. I believe this was their map pick as well. So it's kind of tough. Obviously, the best place to, I guess, they say that losing is improving. But when you are a new team and you are still kind of working through and ironing out some of the wrinkles, playing these games against strong teams in officials versus being able to play them in scrims, there's a lot more to really take away from it all. So we saw glimpses of really strong performances. Unfortunately, they were just glimpses, right? It was 5 rounds of strong performance from Gen G Black, but there is more game, obviously, to go. We still do have a couple of matches.
Oh, yeah. And the next one that we're going to be going to, I believe, is Ascent. So we will be going to a new map for Tanner and I, but certainly not a new map to these players. And that might lead to some very exact game plans, some very by-the-book plays, or might lead to some extremely spicy gameplay. We'll find out after this quick break.
Jumping back into the action, having a fun, and Gen G Black. 1 map down, quite possibly 2 to go here for the Knightsarena Sakura Cup. The return of which, by the way, we're getting started once more. My name is still Tanner Metro. I'm still joined by Becky. And Becky, we saw a map pick of Gen G Black that unfortunately did not go their way. But we do know that Pearl is an ever-evolving map. Now we head out somewhere that's a bit more structured, a bit more solved. I think we see a little less wonky, silly, and a bit more hammered out strategy, I guess. Ascent is not a mystery map for anybody by this point.
Yeah, and it at the very least, like, it's one of those maps that because it has been around for so long, everyone knows like pretty much every like nook and cranny of it. Like every once in a while, the thing that like kind of throws it off is going to be like a new agent coming out, or somebody just found like a new awesome 3 bounce lineup with a Sova dart. And
Right.
like sometimes we'll see those things, but for the most part, we're seeing a lot of the same thing, the very solved things. Like it took a long time for people to even decide that Fade could be used in replacement of Sova on something like Ascent. So it's interesting to me to see how people decide to take those little bit of changes. And then it's also great to see some people just going with what they're comfortable with, as Jet is immediately clicked on by Heist and Hide on Smoke.
Yeah, you know, we have, okay, hold on. Immediately clicked on, but Bungie maybe getting a little silly here. We'll see. No, okay, so you know what? The last time Gen G played, I guess not the most recent time. No, they didn't play it earlier. They played Split Haven. We have seen the Gecko on Ascent from Gen G. We don't get that. Artstar flirted with the idea of
Artstar is hurting me.
Yeah, maybe playing the Gecko. Instead, we'll just bring out the standard comp. The Sky for this one, though, is, again, it's that surefire pick for Kazler. It's a comfort pick for Kazler. It's not one that we see a whole lot of on this map of Ascent specifically.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick, but I certainly am... I'm an agreeer. I think that if somebody is very comfortable on an agent, picking it over something that is kind of like the quote-unquote tried and true has its strengths, because in the moments where like it really comes down to it, like playing a character that you are so used to that it's very intuitive for you to play is going to allow you to play clutch situations a whole lot better than if we did move Kazler over to something like the KO.
And Gen G Black, a map down. So backs against the wall here for this one. It is a best of 3 single elimination bracket. We are here in the round of 32, whereas having fun, we're one of our 13 teams who were given a bye to get us started on the day. Gen G Black win their first series 13-6 on both maps of Split and Haven. We get 2 different looks here in series number 2 as Having Fun are all 5 stacked up here inside A main, and Luna Fox to play the high ground here. Good flash out, went over the top, heist to dash away to safety. Kazler wants to try and assist the Jet, but when the dust settles, it's only been a damage traded back and forth.
Luna Fox looking a little bit worse for wear, but Hide on Smoke still going to be at the front of the party here. And is going to be the first one to get right-clicked by Kazler straight into the dust. Kazler and Rose doing a ton of work. And Luna Fox, who took a little bit of heat early in the round, is also going to be a little bit far off. Take this ultimate orb as a little bit of a consolation prize. And maybe see if we can take some shots to boost the KDA a little bit as soon as this recon bolt comes out.
Oh, good reveal. You know, at least 3 of 4 are here. Shock Dart will keep Luna Fox at bay. Turret will also help aid in that endeavor. And yeah, this is not the most winnable of situations, especially when the spike is just out of reach. Luna Fox flirts with the turret just a bit, finally takes down that piece of util, but this round surely
I really appreciate this, honestly. I do appreciate the, like, you know what, if I play this really slow and don't get crossed by all 4 remaining members, there's a chance. And I appreciate the, like, not giving up mentality. I like the respect that's coming in from Having Fun as well, where they're at the map. They don't have as much to worry about as Gen G, and still being like, you know what, things could still go wrong for me. And that being said as well, like we were talking about comfort picks for somebody like Kazler, who's very comfortable on the sky. That's kind of, to me, how Luna Fox and Sova feel.
True. Yeah, a very, very comfortable pick for Luna Fox, an agent that we know this player kind of as a Sova. I don't want to say one trick, but
I'm gonna say like a Sova main.
Yeah, Sova main, proficient on the Sova. You're not necessarily going to see Having Fun wanting to kind of step out of the comfort zone of playing the Fade on this map, like you mentioned earlier. That is a pick that we do see, especially because, you know, Luna Fox is just so comfortable on that Sova, where it looks a little uncomfortable to start this round, kind of playing around the map for Having Fun, maybe looking to grab the ult orbs where they can. And for Gen G Black, and a lot of respect given, right? They're not taking any of these early fights. They know that these sheriffs can still be deadly weapons.
Yeah, and once again, the respect that both of these teams have for each other across a bunch of rounds is something that I really admire. They're not getting too aggressive. They're not playing in a way that's allowing for them to fall prey to some unfortunate situations. At least not yet, as some utility does come out, and the respect, I mean, it certainly needed to be there as we see Hide on Smoke start things off with a very clean headshot onto Heist.
And still alive, survives a headshot of their own. Now a Bulldog in hand, and you said it, right? You can see why the respect was given because of how deadly this team can be. It's just a classic for Artstar, but a frag nonetheless. Shock Dart try and get something extra. Artstar goes out again. Now Isanina, I mean, just has no way out of this round. A thrifty pickup from Having Fun.
I can't believe that Artstar just got 3 kills with the classic.
Yeah.
Holy
yeah, that's pretty outrageous.
Smokes. Artstar, give Artstar a raise. I don't know. Holy smokes. And Having Fun picking up that round, picked up some weapons as well, and are forcing Gen G to take a step back now after they started off with a nice win on pistol that they weren't able to get when we were on Pearl. And things are looking a little bit rough as, once again, Having Fun going to start off very slow, keep Gen G Black guessing, and just really trying to play time as much as possible.
Scanning ahead.
I don't know. Maybe that dart was supposed to go there just to clear things out there from Luna Fox, make sure that nobody's in that angle. And a lot of urgency from this Having Fun squad and making sure, hey, if you're going to give us this space, we're going to collect all of these orbs, right? Ult economy was big in the first series, and now we're seeing Having Fun put a lot of investment into making sure that they can get ults where they can.
Smoke's coming out as well as that flash drive. That does mean that Hide on Smoke is dashed onto site, corralling for some shots, but side of Gen G Black is not too close. The bird does blind hide on smoke. Thankfully, though, those cloud bursts able to keep us safe. Artstar finds one before falling. Not quite as much coming to fruition as it did with that classic. And Rose now the only one remaining left for Luna Fox, who right place, right time. Give me that Vandal. I'm going into the next round with 2 points for having fun.
Yeah, right place, right time. That's the best way to put it. Also, in awkward situation, Genji Black made the best out of what they had after getting thrifted, after winning the pistol. It wasn't great, but they do some good damage. They make sure that this economy isn't going to be bolstering too much for having fun. And then in that situation, 80 health, no shields. Rose is kind of just stuck on an island, and Luna Fox able to collect that last frag. So a big pickup there, but now we finally get away from the awkward economy and how things went on the back and forth, and we have full rifles. Unfortunately for Heist, they're going to be waiting another round to use that rifle.
Adam Smoke once again prowling through mid, is going to get blinded, but not going to be able to find too much as the smokes come through from Baby Soap that allow for players to cross safely over towards this A side should they decide to. Gather a little bit of information and having fun. Honestly, very spread out here for where and how far the bomb is pushed forward. And with that pick onto Baby Soap, you can see Artstar making a quick change of pace over towards the B side of the map.
Placing swarm grenade.
Revealing area.
And it is open for business. The front door wide open, having fun. Waltz their way onto it. Artstar going to toss over that spike to make sure. Again, ult economy is important for these players. It's a null command to make this retake that much harder. 0 point for some information, but nobody found inside market. We'll see if they're ready for the players to push their way through the spawn. A turret down, a nano swarm. Slow this push. Julia playing crouch to high, low. Luna Fox back to sight. Rose will deal with the first. Kazi unfortunately cannot reel it in for the next. And Bungie, 3 kills on the round, make it 3 rounds for having fun.
I have survived more than they have ever
Having
seen.
fun and having ultimates. I mean, some things are going very right for Luna Fox, who has been able to pick up a ton of ultimate orbs, despite only having 3 kills and 1 death. Has that Hunter's Fury at the ready here, alongside Baby Soap and Hide on Smoke. So just a ton of pieces ready to be used for this team, especially with Artstar having used that KO ultimate last round as well. They're just off to the races. They've really, as you mentioned, put a lot of effort into keeping these ultimate orbs in their favor. And that is something that is going quite well for them, as Baby Soap quickly deploys that paranoia to catch some of those running players, not trying to let them come as far onto the safety of their own site as they might like.
Yeah, I like the idea. Unfortunately, it just doesn't pay off. That is one of those good initiative, a bad judgment situations where, you know, you do what you can, you play the strength in numbers. Doesn't quite work out the way that you were hoping, but Genji showing us that they're going to be putting up a fight. And an issue that we've seen is allowing having fun to take these sites with relative ease. We saw it on Pearl. We've seen it a couple of times here on Ascent. So continue to fight for these forward angles. They've got an operator do it this time. Flash, good information off of this as well from Kazler.
Like that, Luna Fox didn't even turn away from that flash. Luna Fox just stayed staring. And I think Baby Soap was just like, if I tell you to shoot, you shoot. Your crosshairs in the right place. Don't move. And honestly, like, kind of goals, honestly.
Kind of goals. You heard it here first, folks. They've got each other's back. That is the epitome of having fun for these players. Julia, unfortunately, won't be having fun in this round. Kazler, however, makes a fun little game out of it. 2 kills found here on the site. Seekers online, and Luna Fox gives up their position, taking down the Seekers there. Hunter's Fury also to follow through, but it's only a tag. But at the end of the day, 2 players left for having fun. They're a player down, but the health bar's chipped away after Genji Black.
A lot of attention actually went over towards this wine area as a result of that Hunter's Fury. So now Baby Soap is
30
kind
seconds
of
left.
just trying to see if we can wrap around onto this A site. Has the ultimate at the ready as well as some teleports. Is kind of just playing in these smokes.
Last player standing.
Oh, unfortunately though,
Spike down
the
A.
glass there gives away a little bit of information, and now it is all
10 seconds
just
left.
up to Luna Fox. And once again, all of the players remaining for Genji Black are just holding all of those angles, and Luna Fox has no way to go.
Good pickup there. Rifles back in the hands means good things for Genji Black. Still have the operator too. Not losing that one. We saw what damage Heist could get done. We saw what damage both jets could get done with the operator. This time though, for Heist, it's posted up in what is seemingly the correct angle at the start of this round.
And once again, ultimates ready from both sides this time. And that Cosmic Divide certainly a little bit more impactful than that from the Shadows on that difference in controller for both of these teams.
You should run.
As Having Fun continues to just play slow. Continue to try to get Genji running around the maps as much as possible where they can.
And they've done a good job, but this operator here, I mean, spots the play. They know that that's just a fake out towards the A site, but they will still have to worry about those players on their backside. Luna Fox still deep, postured up here. Ult into the backside to try and help out. Baby Soap just sticks that ult. They weren't ready for that one at all. That would also have been the spike, but Heist gets taken down, and the site once more belongs to Having Fun.
Baby Soap is a mad lad. I don't know. Holy Luna Fox. Nice shots going out completely across the map as Hide on Smoke solidifies that one. But I'm still just jaw on the floor from this ultimate that was stuck by Baby Soap.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, that's crazy business. I had seen Heist was back site, and then I saw the spike was also there, and I was thinking, no way, right? There's no, and then Baby So ends up just sticking it and finding the kill. It's one of those plays where, you know, you say, at the end of the day, you tell your team, you say, hey, just because it worked doesn't mean it was the right play, right? That is not the right play by any means. It worked, and we're grateful for that, but that could have been scary.
Yeah, it kind of makes me wonder, because we know that Hide on Smoke was also, like, rowling onto the B side. So I have to wonder if Hide on Smoke was just, like, making a ton of noise as well. And Heist just didn't think that they could turn around and stop looking at where they thought Hide on Smoke was to even say anything about Baby Smoke teleporting onto the site. I have a few questions that, like, I feel like I could not even, I was so gobsmacked in the moment that I, like, now feel like I need to go watch the full replay of the round and be like, okay, what did I miss? What just happened?
Right.
And how do I get to do this in a game?
Yeah, that was interesting to say the least. It also is enough to buy out the timeout for Genji Black, who are going to be struggling to muster up a buy. It's not the worst. They're not just going to be sitting on pistols. Rose, who's been having a pretty stellar performance thus far, will have the Soul Bulldog, and you see from Having Fun, right? A timeout called. Both teams get a chance to talk with one another, bring the coaches into the mix, but also, you know, hey, they cooked something, so let's go ahead and let it breathe for a little bit and see exactly if we can smell what they've cooked.
Let it cook.
Take flight.
Having Fun just, like, is also loving keeping me just, like, edge of my seat at the start of these rounds. Just like, all right, what's it gonna be? Like, I feel like the bomb always starts off on one side of the map, and then, like, 50% of the time it moves. 50% of the time I'm just like, are you mad? I can't believe that you are really just completely going for it on the same side that you've stayed on. And also just, like, have to go ahead and say that Having Fun are so good at just, like, baiting situations that make Genji feel like they can go out and get a little bit aggressive, put themselves into those areas, but Having Fun is never all in the same place at the same time.
Yeah, also, to that same point, kind of lulling them into that false sense of security. And on top of that, right, they feel comfortable to take some of these positions, but then they also have to because they have no information. So, you know, if your drone doesn't get anything, your dart doesn't get anything, the only other way for you to really spot things out is by, you know, peeking your head out and seeing what's going on. So they do that out towards mid. They immediately get punished for it. They have a nice little skirmish there at the end of the round. They do some good damage, but at the end of the day, it doesn't yield the reward that they were hoping for. So they go back to the buy. Another op for Heist, which I would say at this point, right, this is the third round we've seen this op in the hands of Heist, and you would hope that there's going to be some good value out of it.
Yeah, so far we've seen a kind of unfortunate round for Heist with that operator, but we did get to see some great operator plays on Pearl from both Heist and Hide on Smoke. So I would be interested in seeing if that can come forward once again as name of the game. Get the ult orbs, stack up those ult points, and Lunafox has it ready once again with that Hunter's Fury. Granted, we are facing down a Hunter's Fury, a lockdown, and a Cosmic Divide from Gen G Black, who I'm hoping will be able to string those together in a way that really benefits them going through this round. Because now that Having Fun have solidified themselves at least an even half, Gen G really just have to start digging their heels in.
Take flight.
It's going to be an interesting tug of war with that lockdown available for Gen G Black to see when Lunafox decides to use the Hunter's Fury. Baby Soap takes with a Hunter's Fury from Gen G Black, but a kill traded back, and Baby Soap also receiving a bit of damage in taking those fights. So not the healthiest omen on the side of Having Fun, but still alive. Available to fight here as all four players from Gen G Black are stacked up, pushing through this angle and walk right into the crosshair. Bungie takes down two. Rose there for the trade, but the damage has been done at this point. Julia will find another make it to play in the long con as she wraps around and secures the 7th for Having Fun.
I mean, once again, Having Fun is never all in the same place at the same time. The bomb might be down, but somebody is still lurking around A. Somebody is lurking around mid. Like, even with something like this Killjoy that earlier we'd even talked about liking something like a Cypher because it allows for you to lurk a lot more easily. You're not tethered to a lot of your pieces of utility. And Julia says, don't care. You know, I'm still going to be able to just go wherever I want on this map. And now, with Having Fun surely in the lead at the end of this first half, Hide on Smoke, operator in hand. We'll see if we're going to be able to find any early picks with this long-range weapon.
Crossfire's there. Unfortunately, the attack is not. Ooh, but...
Oh, unless?
Yeah, they might be headed back that way.
Seems dubious. Julia's gonna try, and it's like such an insane crossfire. It's a 3-player crossfire that's just being held at the entry to this B site. And if Having Fun ends up walking into this, I'm nervous for him.
There's a chance.
Ooh,
No command.
Bolt.
To be expended. Good paranoia, but a better headshot there from Heist. Cassie also gets one. Make it 2. The kills are finally starting to be traded back as Rose brings a weapon into this one. And with that, Lunafox left all on their lonesome and is headed for the hills.
Lunafox is like, I don't know, I got the bomb. I'm not worrying about even helping Artstar. Sorry, Artstar, I'm closing this door. The shoes are strapped on, and I'm trying to just get a few extra credits, maybe get a little lucky. We got the Hunter's Fury ready. We might be able to catch people on this rotation. Start to swing things back into Lunafox's favor, but this is a rough place to be in, a rough time to peek into all 3 of them.
Yeah, you definitely have to go aggressive to try and take something away from Gen G Black. Unfortunately, something that Lunafox was hoping for was actually nothing.
Yeah, rough place to be, but a good rebuttal there for Gen G Black and another round to go into their way, and a thrifty round at that. So, I mean, honestly, maybe just the strategy of holding an angle extremely strong, because the last time they had a save, we saw them all run through mid and just get kind of caught in a like cross map crossfire from having fun. So they kind of learned. They were like, you know what? All right, we're just gonna hold strong in this one spot, and you know, if they come here, cool. If they decide to go to a different site, they go to a different site. But it worked out in their favor, and they were able to very solidly kind of capitalize on it.
Ooh. I wonder if that was her. The timing from the flash popping to the shrouded step. Maybe so. Might be undetected. Top in this smoke. Control being secured here by having fun. It's only a nanoswarm to try and slow this down. I believe that's going to be off of Kazi playing the jump peek. Now the drone comes out, but that nanoswarm's been dealt with.
And a bit of area gathered by having fun here. Ooh, okay. Going up high and catches Heist with the flash too. Holy. Okay, we're talking about dynamic duos. We're talking about initiator and duelist combos. That.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of that from Bungie, and I believe it was Artstar on Pearl who's playing those flashes, tossing them out, you know, backside on A, looking to play off of those. We get another one here.
Enemy remaining.
I mean, now Bungie is just on a solo mission. Oh my goodness, make it 4. Gonna round out the half with as many
Last
possible
round in the
kills
half.
available to them. 16-7 right now.
Wow. I mean, at one point in the last game, I called out that Hide on Smoke had a 2 KDA because it was like 22-11, and I was like, easy maths. I'm not really a numbers person. I've been calling them letters most of the day, but I can figure that one out. And now we're exceeding that at this point, and it's kind of just like, yeah, raid bossing it up. You've got the Omen to support with the paranoias and the smokes. You've got the KO to kind of do the same thing that we just saw in that last round, where you can't hide anywhere. If one of these players knows where you are, they're gonna deploy anywhere from 3 to 4 pieces of utility to make sure that you get taken down. And hey, when it works, and it's working well enough that having fun, they're at 8 points.
You should run.
Okay, another 9-3. Still possible. Lockdown used. The Hunter Shuri just out of reach for Genji Black. So Kazi gonna hang on to that one. Meanwhile, is Nina gonna try and hang on to her life? There it is. Dynamic duo again. Artstar with the flash over the top. Bungie to push in. Find the kill onto Isanina. And that was the lockdown that was supposed to be available for Genji Black. It's been erased.
Spike planted.
Nowhere to run.
Speaking of Heist, still watching that middle side of the map. We've talked about it so much, how having fun never in the same place at the same time, and you know, now they're actually all still on this B site. So unfortunately, Heist watching that middle of the map with that operator is just time wasted, as that Hunter's Fury came out, found 2 kills, and now Julia to just solidify those last 2 as well. Having fun. 9-3. We talked about a 9-3 curse in the game before, but it was not enough to stop having fun from having a ball and bringing home some dubs.
That is a tough half again for Genji Black, but they move to the attacking side. We'll see what they can get done. Kazler and Heist going to be the 2 that I'm looking at work hand in hand with one another. It seems like Rose and Isanina also working hand in hand as the lurkers across the map. It sounds like we are technically going to pause the game. Technically, we are pausing.
Technically, it's a pause. You could call it just like maybe a pause, but technically, it's
Technically, we find ourselves paused as you know how things go.
It's a hard life. Sometimes I wish I could pause in a game when I accidentally spill my water all over my desk. You know, you gotta help them out and make sure that everybody same even playing field. Especially like, so there is something that like I wanted to note kind of early on, but I'm fairly certain that a lot of the Genji players, or at least like the few that I know of, are playing from Los Angeles, and we are playing on an Illinois server. So there is like a little bit that could be difficult for them as far as ping is concerned. But they also did great in their first game, so it's hard to say. It does seem like that could maybe be something that starts to throw you off,
Mhm.
but certainly something to consider with how they are handling certain places on the map.
Yeah, definitely something to consider. And that's kind of just the nature, right, of us being in a world of online tournaments, which is kind of a blessing and a curse. The way that esports has kind of been laid out for the last couple of years. A lot of people found out that hey, like doing online broadcasts and being able to do stuff from home is very cool. As cool as it would be to have the players on LAN, sometimes just not always possible. So it sounds like technically things have been shored up. And we will be jumping back into game. Our second pistol underway. Gen G desperately needing this one, much as they did on Pearl. And they're fast out towards mid. Stepping on the catwalk, but nobody really biting on this just yet. Meanwhile, having fun. Ooh, they're taking the duel here. Both players now spot as the star goes down. Luna Fox, a nice shot start to find the kill onto one. Heaps of damage onto another. And, I mean, much like we saw from having fun, it's Gen G Black trying to bail their teammates out, but they just can't do it. We talked about Artstar and Bungie, but how about Luna Fox and Bungie?
Can we get a replay of that? Hold up. Okay, because we see the Adler go ahead and throw out the bird into garage to try and get the better of Hide on Smoke and Luna Fox. And then movement, I guess. It's hard to hit moving targets. And now I saw Heist just like hover the shorty for a half a moment and being like, you know what? If I can't hit with the ghost, maybe I'm just going to bring a shotgun into this. I don't know. Because that would maybe be my thought process after that round, where it's just like, oh no. Things are not how we want them to be. The smoke's coming out, the shock dart's going high over that roof. Unfortunately, really focused on one enemy and not ready for Baby Soap to be there as well. Hide on Smoke with the Marshall shots, just trying to tear and dismantle everything down. And honestly, sometimes just being a distraction for Baby Soap.
I mean, ouch. Ouch. Baby Soap, a really solid paranoia. Out and over the top. Luna Fox had some util out, and it was just great timing to make sure that Heist could not find it. At the very least, one kill for the players on the site. And you see, having fun, they're ready to end this one here, right? Bungie, Hide on Smoke, who had a Marshall in that last round, says, I'm not bonusing here. I'm going to reinvest, buy the Vandal into this next one, and it is a strong bonus round for this defense.
That could be some interesting economy advice. Maybe we'll find out if we should be listening or not. And a quick aggression over towards mid. I mean, I feel like we saw having fun play so slowly when they were on attack, and now all of a sudden they're on defense, and we see Baby Soap and Hide on Smoke. They're like, all right, we'll hold this crossfire in mid. Unfortunately, it doesn't go Baby Soap's way, but hey, if it doesn't go one player's way, it allows for Hide on Smoke to just collect the shots.
One enemy remaining.
Why would we reload? Why would we reload?
Yeah, just pull the blades out. Why not? Just have some fun with it. Oh, robbed of the ace. Rose gonna make sure that no highlights are hit today, but now needs to hit a highlight of their own and only has 25 health.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if the highlight can go in the other direction. Has the bomb in hand. Has some stars still available as well. Unfortunately, with how aggressive we saw having fun being at the start of this round, you can see that Rose is still considering that maybe they're still being aggressive, but Luna Fox with enough time to move over towards this B site. We're just slowly, with 20 seconds left, maybe deciding to just save and see if somebody is going to go into our crosshairs and not really concern ourselves with planting this bomb.
10 seconds left.
I don't know. I feel like 10 seconds was not enough time, and instead, into the clutches, into the shock of the dart from Luna Fox.
Yeah, that was great timing. And the more that I see Hide on Smoke, the more that the name makes more sense as a Jet player, because you just throw Cloudburst down and hide inside of it.
Yeah.
It's such a great name.
And honestly, we've also seen Hide on Smoke just go and hide in the Baby Soap smokes. Hide in, like, it's all over the place. Like, everyone is doing such a great job on the side of having fun, of supporting the menace that is Bungie.
That's a fun name. Okay, that's a really fun name. I'm now completely
We're a big
on
fan.
board. What?
Dog? What dog? We didn't see a dog there.
We didn't even see Heist.
No. Not even concerned by the dog, the distraction, and honestly now is looking for more. And unfortunately the spray, not there, goes for the reload, and Rose able to find that shot. So Raid boss down, and now maybe Genji Black can collect this bomb and get on with their lives in this round.
I have the spike.
Yeah, having to toss a lot out to get the spike here, though. A smoke goes down. They fight for a little bit longer. Fortunately, in that time, Kazi now has that recon bolt available, but 4 players still alive means a 2-2 split for having fun. The defense still in a postured up, a good spot here. Ooh, Rose, okay, I like this. Nebula can use that to try and sneak on through with the paranoia.
What?
Put him down as Baby Soap, and now Kazi sure had the recon dart moments ago. Sends that one out, now has an upgrade. Tap onto the spike, but this player just behind him here. It's Luna Fox to get it done. And it's having fun closing this series out in 2-0 fashion.
2-0 fashion, and a strong 2-0 fashion at that. I mean, we were talking about kind of the star-studded aspect of this team before we were even coming into it. But we knew that they were going up against a Genji Black. Like, that is a big name, a big team. They have a full roster. They have strategies going into a lot of these areas. And this is kind of bits and pieces from all over the place. Sure, they've been playing together recently, but there can still be some places where you can kind of poke holes into that. And it just did not seem like there was a world where you were, aside from, like, maybe very quickly taking down Bungie, like, it just seemed like it was really difficult to dismantle that team. And even the times where you did manage to take down Bungie in an early round, like, honestly, then Baby Soap would step up, or Luna Fox, or honestly, I've got high hopes for that team in the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. One of our 13 teams that received a bye because of the seeding, and you can see why. Definitely a strong competitor here in this one. And coming off of that bye, their first series played, it's a relatively quick one. They made quick work of Genji Black, who we do have to say goodbye to. Unfortunately, this is just a single elimination tournament, but still best of 3s throughout the rest of the week. And there's obviously a lot of action still to go, and having fun is going to be one of those teams, one of many teams to definitely keep our eyes on.
Yep, and unfortunately, Tanner and I will be stepping away from the microphones and handing it over to Tenrek and Epitomes, who will be taking you through the rest of the day, and then there will be even more Sakura Cup action tomorrow. So don't go anywhere, and be sure to check back in tomorrow to see, will Having Fun continue to have fun and take some dubs, or will we be watching some new teams rise to the top? I've had a great day casting alongside Tanner, and we hope that you all have a great day as well, but remain to watch as we go into this break.
Welcome back, everybody. After a very quick break, we are back with the round of 16 of Sakura Cup. I am Epitomes here with Henrik, and we are so excited to bring you this matchup. But first up, Henrik, how are we feeling about what we're about to see?
It's great to be here thus far, Epitomes, and yet we still have so much tournament to go. A lot of great teams showing up today. I'm really happy to see the GC scene having expanded to such a degree this time around, especially since those previous brackets. Really exciting stuff. Hopefully we haven't overlapped with too many Premier games. I know we've had some issues with that before, though. But coming in on this match, Moon Raccoons Black versus Revival, 2 titans when it comes to Sakura Cup. A bunch of players not new to this whatsoever. I'm excited to see them run it down.
Yeah, and Moon Raccoons Black versus Revival. Revival coming off a pretty long best of 3 just now, and they went all the way to map 3, while Moon Raccoons are nice and rested. So while Revival do have that little bit of advantage of being really warmed up and ready to go, they might also be having a little bit of an issue with longevity, while Moon Raccoons Black may be a little bit colder, but also they are well rested. But looking at the map picks and bans going on, we are going to see what is going to be our first map. So as you can see, Lotus, Fracture, probably favorites for the ban in NA scene, but Ascent, first map.
Yeah, based off what we saw, this is honestly pretty expected for the most part. Moon Raccoons dominated on Ascent. Their previous match in this tournament, they did absolutely incredible. I think 3 of their players had 200 damage a round in that game. Absolutely ridiculous stuff. Meanwhile, Revival was just barely able to win out their best of 3 series. They took it to Pearl as that third map, and they also did extremely well. 71 and 50 total for that KD. Haven being the decider is a little bit of a slippery slope for me, but I don't know if either of these teams would have done any better on Split or Icebox, so we'll see if it comes to that.
Yeah, I definitely feel like Ascent is just one of those staple maps, especially for North American, but it also feels a little bit stale with the way that it's being played. It feels like the team comps are pretty locked in with the double initiator, KO, and Sova, and you also have Jet as the main duelist, and then for Smokes, usually it's the Omen, and then of course Killjoy, her best map on Ascent. So I want to see some innovation coming out of these teams for sure, but if we are just going to see what's tried and true, I guess it's who's going to be playing that meta better.
I want to see a team jump the gun and go for double controller on Ascent. I want to see it happen. I've seen the Viper Harbor work just about everywhere else. I want to see it work on Ascent. I think it can be done. I think if your timing is good enough, you will be able to lock down a site so quickly, especially if you have that KJ. And even if you're going against it, I feel like having that Harbor fill or Viper fill instead of that KO could provide a great off-meta pick, keep your opponents guessing, and also make rotations maybe a little less committal, because throw down a Cove, throw down one High Tide, and then book it back after making some extra noise. You could pack a lot more punch.
Yeah, it definitely feels like controllers are especially good in double controller comps when you are looking to go for a few more fake plays, trying to outbrain the enemy team with these fakes, so you have a lot more utility just at your disposal. But at the same time, Harbor just now coming into the meta after being out for quite a while. He is a very technical controller, and if you do miss a smoke, you can be punished very, very heavily in a way that you probably cannot be if you're playing Omen or Brim.
Yeah, it's really true. There are those locked picks that Ascent tends to boast, and I mean, that's what makes us so excited to see someone stray from the status quo. You know, as much as people are trying to still experiment since the recent KJ changes is, you know, minimal as they were, the debate between Fade Sova, the debate between Omen Astra, and now to an extent, the debate between KO and Sky, who we've been seeing take more of a common ground, as well as Cypher, who has re-entered the conversation as that Sentinel pick as opposed to Sage on Ascent if you decide to spread yourself that thin comp-wise. So there are a couple branches that we can reach, but here on Ascent, like you said, it's still kind of condensed, and with teams at a high caliber like this, it's unlikely they'll stray from the path.
Yeah, we should be getting into Agent Select very soon, but our second guaranteed map of Pearl, that's where the double controller, it really tends to shine. You love to see that Viper and Harbor, but I'm not sure if Game Changers has quite picked up on the Harbor as much as they have in, for example, the Challengers scene.
We have Revival starting on defense for both of these opening 2 maps, one by choice, that being Ascent, where we'll start. We'll see how they pick reactively because of that, and then heading over to Pearl, being Revival's pick. It was chosen by Moon Raccoon's Black that they would be starting on attack. Another understandable decision. As we head into Agent Select, nothing too out of the ordinary. In fact, we look to be on the cusp of a mirror pick, as it looks like both teams will be settling on the Omen, settling on the Sova, and settling on that KO.
And on the side of Revival, we do see an emergency sub coming in Power Pixel, and a lot of people know Power Pixel for being a really strong fragger, and usually does play a bit of controller, but on the initiator can definitely bring so much power to your pushes and retakes as well. So seeing them on that KO can definitely be a little bit of a frightening sight if you are Moon Raccoon's Black. So we'll have to see how Revival adapts around having this sub.
Yeah, definitely a little scary. Shout out to Power Pixel for stepping in so abruptly and quickly. Really appreciate them for that. Can't wait to watch them work here with Revival. No doubt that comms, while maybe not as concrete as they would be if Revival had their core 5, Pixel, I feel, will slot right in, especially playing that KO. Being able to seesaw off of someone as practiced as this is pretty reliable. So I imagine Revival will still have no trouble getting these swings, at least for these retakes to start, which is where we're gonna be. As with this composition, it's not like they'll be able to challenge sites abruptly and immediately every single time. There will come times where they have to back, and in those ebbs and flows, we got to make sure that there are no stragglers. There is no one who is behind on the message.
getting into this map now. Starting on the attack, I'm interested to see if there is going to be a more quicker play style with the fact that you have the double initiators, or if they're going to look for something more default, because Ascent tends to be a very default map. You want to get that early mid control and the information on both of the sites. However, I feel like they could succeed with a very with a stronger push if they are able to gamble correctly with kill.
Well, looks like their gamble will pay off, at least to begin, as MRB looks to set their sights on A, but that's how the stack works. You'll have more conflict with those pistols here on the front lines, which is also a risk you have to intake. Weighing those options, and looks like Moon Raccoons are going to at least start out with the former. The knife will not catch anybody. Revival going to slowly take some more space up A main as MRB begins the push.
Take flight.
Oh, well, Revival looking for something aggressive here. They're spotted out by the drone, but still such a good ding from Animal, but goes down first. However, the trades do come through with some flashes being thrown on either side, and with all the players in A main being dismantled, Moon Raccoons Black have found them a free A site.
Big part of that being no one watching through tree. There were 3 stacked down A main, and a simple sandwich on that gateway. Now a 4v2 for the retake. Astrodoodle heading up that front line. On Shock Dart to start things out. Both defenders coming from heaven, and a lot to clear out, a lot of LOSs to deal with, and perhaps not enough bullets in the chamber to handle it. As Astrodoodle trades 1 for 1. It's just down to May. He cannot do much, as just this alarm bot is gonna let it fly, drop down, find one. But MRB will indeed come out victorious here in this first round. Some quick stability found, but also a quick error that can easily be shut down from Revival as long as they get this patchwork going. Especially going to be easier with better guns, more util, which they will find as this game matures.
On my mark.
On to the second round now. It's looking like a bit more of a default play, looking for that early mid control instead, with longer range weapons, even a Vandal being picked up by Unstable, previously securing the 3 picks for themselves in the last round. But this time, Revival, they've stacked that B site, so they've got a pretty good read on where Moon Raccoons Black intend to go. Power Patrol, the sole player over on A, looking to anchor things and maybe be able to bait out the players of Moon Raccoons into thinking that it is more strongly held.
Here.
Great patience displayed by both sides at the moment. Revival choosing not to force this will make Moon Raccoons have to overstep. That's exactly how you want to handle this, especially when you're holding so many cards on this defense. But when you put all of your eggs in this B-site basket, there's going to be a crack in the door, and that crack this time is Market. 3-man push through said site. Nathan will be the first to strike off of it. B-site will become monopolized. How much falls along the way? 1 on site, 1 in Boathouse. It's Astrodoodle who gets away with a shorty kill onto Lily, but that's all that Revival will walk away with for this pre-plant. AO Eclipse early to the party, but Unstable can't finish the shots. And so 1 more will be found, but that is all that will be. MRB increase their lead up to 2. Couple little hiccups along the way, but they were once again very able to quickly, concisely take this site and find the right place that had minimal conflict.
They do lose 2 players in the process. They're going to be stuck on the Sheriffs for this round, but definitely a very slow early round from Moon Raccoons, trying to bait out a little bit of utility, hoping that Revival might get a bit fancy and shoot a lot of that utility, like the 0 point, like the Recon Dart, so that they won't have it for that free take. This time, once again, looking a bit more default with the spike down top catwalk, and Revival looking to get a bit more aggressive in mid. Power Pixel sitting inside a smoke, and they're about to walk into their trap. Power Pixel, a spam through, is able to find 1, but gets a little bit too antsy with the bullets and running out. Now a 1-for-1 trade make it into a 1-for-2 as Nora finds 1 of her own.
And MRB still trying to make their way up A-side here. Seabuoy, and she gives herself away early on. AO Eclipse, another shutdown as Animal We'll get this spike down at the very least. Farm those creds up while you can. Lily still with this off angle, but Eclipse doing a great job of dodging that other LOS until the perfect moment. Revival, a very clean bonus round. Again, exactly how you needed to handle it. Their methodical play finally gets to get cashed out. But they're gonna need to start speeding it up, especially now that Moon Raccoons is gonna be on that same caliber gun and util-wise.
Yeah, last round, Moon Raccoons, they did have those 2 players on the Sheriffs, like we mentioned before, but it's looking like we are going to be in a short tech pause off the back of that last round, so we can dissect just a little bit more. I mean, Revival, they had the full guns in that round. They had all the tools in the toolkit they needed to bring themselves that round win. However, Moon Raccoons, now that we are in an even gun buy, do you think that they are going to be able to pull something off that is going to swing that momentum back to their side?
Yeah, but it has to open up really perfectly, Epitomes. They have to do so much setup in order to make sure that they don't scrape by onto that site. Because that's how they've been playing these first 3 rounds. They've been playing very slowly. They've been playing very step-by-step to make sure that they don't lose any collateral on the way to that site. Because the post-plant fight is supposed to be that hard part of this comp at this point. That's how it's supposed to work. You're supposed to negate and minimize fights when you go through that front line. You're supposed to make sure that getting this spike down is quick, it's painless, it's easy the second you pull that trigger, and then you can turn around, you can take your advantageous position, you can blossom a bit back towards spawn. That's the bar that MRB is trying to hit. If Revival can stopgap that or just completely block it, which is kind of difficult to do, to be an unstoppable force to that immovable object. But either way, it might get stale, it might change up, but Revival has to continue playing that defense for these 9 rounds. They have to continue making sure that you have to scrape by with what you work with if you're Moon Raccoons on this attacking side. You have to burn a smoke. You have to burn a flash. You have to burn one of these opening members, one of these initiators, in order to make a point or get some space or get a kill or trade for something. Just always make it worth.
Yeah, I definitely do feel like Revival have a pretty good read. They're stacking the correct sites, but that very first round, a little oopsie in a main that led to the second round be done away as well. Revival could very well swing this game back into their favor and get an advantage. Unstable now entering onto that A site very quick, few seconds after the round timer has gone through, and they're trying to get the spike down, but so much utility being thrown on site. There's just not a safe way to do it. Power Pixel clearing the corner though, Sabui falling, Animal having to stand right under Heaven and getting tagged by the Owl Pro.
Oh, great stuff from Astrodoodle, but can't find the angle to. Luckily, there's enough presence from the rest of the squad to make this pretty easy. Enough in tree, the 2-2, unstable. Can take 2 along with them as well, but again, it's overwhelming coming from Revival this time, and that's just how you need to do this. Squelch those opportunities once Moon Raccoons thinks they've found them, and then outmatch when you take that higher plane. They'll do it again, and it will force Moon Raccoons to question this cycle. Ult-wise and eco-wise now, is Revival going to continue to try and skate on by, and Nora's actually going to go for an op.
Yeah, Nora on the defense. I mean, this entire team has been doing their jobs really well. Last round, we even saw that the Killjoy had switched her setup over towards that A site. So May, once again, a good read onto this team. And Moon Raccoons Black, that was the round that they decided that they wanted to go fast. And they weren't actually scouting whether or not the Killjoy was on the site. So a lot of chip damage was done in that way. Unstable, using the Blade Storm now to get onto site right over the boathouse. And they're not expecting it. I don't think May knows that someone is there, but they're swiftly taken down by Nathan and allows them to get that door closed and run their way onto site.
That's the one opening you need, and then these smokes coming from Animal to just shut the rest of this entire site down. But it's temporary. It is up until now, and thus comes the lockdown to apply that extra pressure. Nora, instant swing, instant connection to 4v4 as Pixel will also round one out real quick over on main and pay the price for it by getting detained, as will Eclipse. But Moon Raccoons, they can't challenge that. Really, they just have a little bit of stall to work with this Spooey. And take down Astrodoodle, and now comes the rest of Revival. Nora out of blades, now having to swing back with this operator, and with half health, it should be easy to deal with with the rest. MRB climb back in round number 5 and somehow keep 3 members alive.
And I feel that Power Pixel, or not Power Pixel, it was Sabui who did a lot of work in that round with allowing Mei to be completely nullified by the 0 point. So she wasn't able to activate any of that utility. But once again, Mei, such good reads over and over. That last round, once again, moving the setup to the right location. But they had expended 2 ultimates in order to get there with both the lockdown as well as the Blade Storm on Moon Raccoon's Black side. Unfortunately, Revival also using Nora's Blade Storm to try and close that gap when it came to not having enough mobility with the operator, and it just didn't work out. So Revival, obviously another mistake made as well, being detained from 2 players, so there wasn't enough backup at that time to get the pinch out onto the front side.
Yeah, the rhythm got completely disrupted by that lockdown, and I think that Revival may have underestimated how much of a journey they would have to take. By the time half their team was detained, the rhythm of the fight was kind of already established, and so Nora was forced to peek back out to keep that pressure going, because otherwise MRB could just reset and make that fight even easier. So definitely from an unfavorable brink position, but luckily it's one that Revival could be quick to bounce back from, as they have a lockdown of their own now and will indeed go for this force with the shields, with the rifles, see if they can manage it. Nora's gonna enter early and find a 1-for-1. We'll see if that's value.
Yeah, I believe Power
the
Pixel
flank!
was
Flank
also
TP!
trying to go further. Oh my gosh. I think Power Pixel was trying to support with the flash drive from Pizza as well, and it didn't quite connect here. But this is a good flank. They've taken complete control of that area outside of the main, and they can no longer turn back on it. Nathan might have some whiff, but there are 2 players here. But while fighting, oh my gosh, AO Eclipse unable to connect the shots. It's still a 1-for-1 trade, but Moon Raccoon Black once again coming out on top as Lily finds second, and now the A site completely open, the Killjoy neutralized.
It's just a shame that MRB were so quick on that attack, because otherwise you could find so much more than a double swing from that TP. But Nathan, great game sense to understand that potential into the shadows back into spawn, and guarded as such. A couple unfortunate whiffs letting them get away with that trade. That keeps Moon Raccoons at a 3v2 deficit, with this spike continuing to tick away. Losing this round would be a big setback for Revival on that defensive end, which is what they chose to be on first. Despite this being Moon Raccoons' pick of a map, it is certainly not one that is unusual to this squad. They can handle this. The question is how. Astrodoodle says, unstable first. Now Lily can't get it done. Power Pixel, double swung. And Moon Raccoons make it 4-2.
Moon Raccoons on a roll now. Revival should not have enough to buy full, so they're going to be relegated to those pistols. They do have those 2 ultimates that you spoke about. Last round, we saw the From the Shadows being used, but this time it's a Hunter's Fury to come up and replace it. And now with the lockdown ready and them being on an eco, it's unlikely that we're going to see that Killjoy use it for this round. However, last round was probably one of the only rounds where there wasn't that read onto where Moon Raccoon's Black was playing. Revival 5-stack this time over onto the A site. Once again, good reads from this team.
Yeah, Revival definitely knows a lot of the plans that MRB is entering with, but when it comes down to actionability, MRB have outmatched for the most part. And I say for the most part because Revival look electric once they have that advantage. It's just been so tough for them to get it. Unstable is going to disregard this early hold from Nora, but Nora will be forced to drop down actually from that cloud burst thrown up, and MRB are going to try and make this as clean a sweep as possible. A couple slight invasions, including from Eclipse, and Revival actually gets away with quite a bit there. Perhaps a bit brash for Moon Raccoons to lose that much along the way, but luckily they still have a lot in the tank anyway, so hopefully a drop in the bucket as long as they keep this party going.
Yeah, Moon Raccoons, it feels like when they know that their enemy is not going to be on a great buy, they tend to go for those fast pushes. And they had the knowledge in that last round that Revival likely wouldn't be able to buy full. Now Nora, once again, picking up the operator and hoping to see a little bit more value come out of this. It's all about the reads when it comes to this gun, since you don't want to be in a retake situation with such an immobile sniper. But now using the null command to try and hold cells and get themselves into that.
Gotta go quick with it. Out comes the flash, and these two smokes actually help Revival to an extent, but they may not be prepared for Unstable, who has once again taken that W key approach that has worked for the team in the end. Perhaps not for the KD, and Unstable overwhelmed by angles. Spooey, null command gone, ducking into B site, alone with the spike for that matter. See how much Sabui holds it down. Has this spike still, will drop it, so the TP cancel from Animal can come through, and we plant on A site instead. Epitomes, I love this plan.
That was such a strategy from Sabui.
I was so scared that Animal didn't have their ultimate for a second, but luckily they did, and Sabui's job is luckily done.
Yeah, and it also makes May a little bit later to this rotation. Even though it is a 3v3 situation, the Killjoy does come in a little bit further back. Nathan's able to secure a trade. Now a 2v2 with May low from the gunfight with Sabui over on B.
Last player standing.
Yeah, so much time already gone too. But Eclipse has narrowed it to a 1v, checks Hell first, and this swing from Animal is close, but done. Moon Raccoons evade the full buy once more. Revival dragged back to square one. The clock is ticking at this point here on map 1. They need to get something going now because this momentum will carry very quickly into map 2.
Yeah, Moon Raccoons Black. I'm not sure if attack would be their preferred side. Revival, they definitely seem to prefer the defense, but they're not getting much here. So if they switch over to attack, will this be a lot more overwhelming when Moon Raccoons Black are on the defense and Revival are on a side that is more uncomfortable for them? A little bit of a whiff on that dart gives a bit of information over to Revival, though, when they're trying to bait out some sort of peek over on that A side. Moon Raccoons Black, they're not biting.
They really just don't relent. They hold back, they play that waiting game, and they force you to challenge. But Unstable is starting to get better at it now that Revival has been forcing it so much. And with Unstable, always this opening act, you would expect them to put on quite the show. And they invade to the back. At least momentarily, as the rest of Revival will fall quite quickly this time. It is a save round. How much can you get? Jack squat this time. MRB lose nothing but some shrapnel. And Revival continue at 2. The streak increases. Moon Raccoons on the verge of having a maxed out card.
Yeah, and flawless, first flawless of the game. Revival, they're starting to fall into the pattern of being able to buy and then having to go on a save, and they just can't seem to break through. Now they once again have those 2 ultimates ready, and I feel like none of them have had a big impact. We almost see the Killjoy lockdown from May. I mean, we've had it for quite a few rounds now, and May just hasn't found a good time to use it. This time they have the full buy once again, and Revival are trying something different with a pinch over here in the Unstable, dashing behind the house. Just avoid all of the shots.
It's a good gamble from Revival once more. Foot to the gas at the exact right moment and luckily guessing correctly so that they can get that pinch. A 5v3 to open this round. Revival have so much to gain to turn this into still quite the close first map. Revival are entering this the 5 seed. Moon Raccoons the 12th. A lot of high hopes for this squad despite being taken to 3. Power Pixel, unfortunately choking against Animal. The better swings. And it is a 4v3 now as there's still 45 seconds to play with. Tree room poked into here by Unstable. All this KJ util is sitting pretty here. It is going to be a long attack if they commit to A, but it looks like they have to at this stage.
Yeah, 30 seconds left over, but they spot
30
out the
seconds
utility.
left.
The alarm bot isn't going to get any of that free vulnerability onto these players. They don't know that Mei is so close by, though. Going to instead go ahead and use that dark cover to try and help themselves out, but being pinged out by the recon bolt once again. Lots of information for Revival, and Bladestorm activated from Nora as well. Both lockdowns coming out, as the Killjoy lockdown from the defenders is going to be the first to activate.
Where was this attacking lockdown from? I wonder. Oh, okay, Astrodoodle gonna get caught by Unstable on the way back down. And now we all re-enter. Nora with the Bladestorm, trying to be the clutch master in the 2v2. She's found her first. Has to circle back here, though, as hell is now cleared. It's got to be this gateway. They know that, because Tree was cleared beforehand. So they only have to look down this one barrel, both of them together. But Nora and Mei cannot put it together. Animal holds it down. Ends the round with a 3K and keeps the streak.
Now 2 rounds away from the end of the half. Moon Raccoons Black every single round, even from a disadvantage right at the very beginning. Revival finding 2 and putting themselves in a 5v3 situation. Still couldn't secure it, and that was with 2 ultimates expended once again. Revival now having AO Eclipses from the shadows ready, and last time it was used for a very convincing flank, but unfortunately during that round Moon Raccoons immediately went for the fast take. So it seems that Moon Raccoons have some sort of read on Revival as well. Revival, while they seem to have some grasp on Moon Raccoons playbook, they just don't execute it as well.
But I think Eclipse can reopen that playbook here, no? I mean, for retakes, not early in this round. Don't play against those strengths that Revival clearly has. Mei will lose out on the opening, but Eclipse is still doing heavy-duty work over from Tree. And Revival is starting to see through the cracks. Pixel somehow gets Animal over on Cat. And Moon Raccoons are coming out with nothing except this B push. And this might not even be the perfect time to use the Into the Shadows, even if you want to go back to B main, because you can just walk there yourself. There isn't enough coverage from MRB at this stage. So, while we may not get an Omen ult, we may get a Revival round here as the spike will get planted. Astrodoodle, one more. It's just Lily left. Has this Vandal, though. Can't get it all done in the 1v4. The drought is over. It's a 3-8 game.
Now last round in the half with 2 ultimates available for Revival on the side of Moon Raccoons Black. It's just going to be Lily with that Hunter's Fury that can try and contest. I lied. Unstable also has the Bladestorm available and in their grasp. So now looking at this, both sides available to buy full, 2 ultimates on either side, and the streak just broken for Moon Raccoons Black. And it was hard loss as well. Lily almost pulled out some heroics right at the very end, but was unable to get it done. So now Moon Raccoons Black headed over to that A site once again, with only Nathan positioned on the other side.
Bladestorm at the gate here. I'm curious to see how early this Hunter's Fury comes through. No lockdown to counter, so you could just point it on Spike if you really wanted to. But Revival does have this null command to enter, so it'll have to be a later play if you want to make it work. Unstable's Bladestorm is going to act now, though. There's one, and the rest of MRB makes their way onto Tree. No more null command for Revival this time as Unstable continues this attempted rampage while Animal gets this spike down.
And it's once again that open plant spot under Heaven, and they are able to back off in really nice positions, especially the fact they have that Hunter's Fury, while Nathan frags out over on the site. Unstable finally shut down, though. Animal is the only one who's anchoring on the site and finds 2. She is just a demon at these clutch plays in the post plant.
A cursed scoreline to end our half. Revival making a couple waves in that 11th round. Very well done. A lot of early shutdowns, very uncharacteristic from what we saw the rest of the game. And quite honestly, I wasn't expecting it to work as well as it did. Because I saw their plan up until that point of playing slower, playing farther back. You have this sub, as goated as Pixel is, you have this sub in. You take a step back. You play for those retakes, you play for those 5v5s, you play for those death balls that you can work with, and you can outmatch on util, you can outmatch on time. I saw where Revival was coming from. MRB just overwhelmed, so Revival chose to overwhelm right back. They have the capacity to do so, but now do they have the time? MRB is 4 rounds away from taking this first map, and if they win this pistol, they'll probably only be 2.
They've got their Killjoy set up over on A while Revival are playing around with the idea of getting that fight. Astrodoodle very far back, starting that owl drone, and does only spot out the turret and not any players, but through the smoke, Yaga, Nora gets tagged up quite a bit.
Bro, and the Swarm Grenade getting them down to 11. Oh, poor Nora. She will be the first to fall for this push, and now Revival, the single file line, but Power Pixel, a line leader for the ages. 2 for their worth. To that extent, Revival's only down by 1 at this stage and unstable in a bit of a precarious position. For that, Animal decides to swing. They all decide to swing, and May denies them all. Revival, out of nowhere, are born again. And they have 4 on the board.
May just completely demolished in tree, holding it down, and down the Killjoy has immediately found herself top frag of the team, and with a Bulldog to show for it. Now with the buy up, once again, that cursed scoreline you were talking about might be turning things around for this squad as they head on to their second pistol.
I'll tell you what, a 9-5, even a 10-5 has got to feel good for Revival at this point. So let's get there. In comes Nora, out goes Animal, trying to challenge with that quad swing behind you. May cover and flank, unstable, too many corners to watch. And there is just not enough here for the defense once more. They don't know what to do. But they've got to re-enter, they've got to hop down and try to challenge this. There is literally no reason not to. Spooey has the off angle from Tree. How much revealing can they do? How much can they do with this knife as well? May catching Nathan, and nothing will come of any of these from MRB. Nothing is ever expected to, for the most part, either. Putting up a good fight, but Revival coming out of that round so painlessly. A precedent now set once more. The work is never done.
Moon Raccoons Black have the buy up now. Unstable is going to have to go ahead and buy into the Guardian instead of a Phantom or a Vandal, and there are going to be some light shields across the board, contesting with Bulldogs and Spectres. This time it's an A hit from Revival, while Moon Raccoons Black, they've got 3 players stacked up in tree and site unstable. This is such an aggressive position to be playing. I'm not sure if Nora even saw unstable in this corner, and they're going to be able to dash out, able to hide once again though, as the fragment nade just soars past, and Moon Raccoons Black light up that kill feed. Revival leaving May on her own. She has done it before. She's done a 1v3, a 1v5. Definitely a much harder ask, especially without the spike in her possession. This is a bonus for her, though. Just any economic damage that can be done can be counted as a win. It'll be just a small one towards Revival.
Swarm grenade out.
Just find what you can here. Unfortunately, it will be nothing. But again, not necessarily in panic mode if we're Revival. We may enter that if this round goes awry, but not necessarily a gigantic chance of that happening. Thinking about how much Revival has going for them right now, how much they've been able to push freely, and even encountering the same mistakes that Moon Raccoons did in not checking all your corners and not being prepared for these off angles, these second swings that these teams are forced to go against. I see this new fire in Revival, willing to challenge those more often, willing to take those risks. And it really excites me because it makes me think that their attack is also going to be filled with so much personality and be so wonky that Moon Raccoons are going to be forced to play even slower than Revival will some rounds. And we saw how that went for Revival. I definitely see this not going to 13-5, at the very least. I could see Revival getting this to double digits, if not more than that. They've got to put it together consistently. We don't know if they can do that yet. But those pistol rounds looked great. That attack on A site in this third round was a little bit scrappy, a little bit unfortunate. But we'll see what they can do now that they're fully prepped, fully kitted. Here, now, is the time to act if you want to go for this break point.
They've left that spike all the way in their spawn, and they're going to go ahead and use a paranoia very early while Unstable aggresses all the way up catwalk, staring straight into tiles, and finds one player of a power pixel, will trade. Now, with a 1-for-1, Moon Raccoons Black is doing very close by, but Power Pixel expects it once again. Moon Raccoons Black, they are down a player. As Revival, they still have 4 up and have retrieved the spike as well, looking to hit.
This is so perfect. Learning the hard way that you're going to have to play at the same tempo that Revival does, and that is slow as can be until they decide when it's not. B-side has been completely abandoned by Moon Raccoons Black in preparation for what they expected to be a rotation off of that kill onto Spooey, which, granted, not a bad guess. But it's left a site open, it's left a site free, and it's let a spike go down once more.
Big hit onto Lily as they try and get the early info onto the site, but there's just no one pinged out by the recon. They have to go in completely blind. They're not sure if there's going to be a player contesting front site in the main, so they're just going to go ahead and find the site. But Lily, last player standing, as Nora and Astrodoodle find both of theirs, and the timing for Lily is so bad. AO Eclipse just swings at right time and finds the pick as well.
Overwhelming control by Revival that round. Exactly what I wanted to see. And in that 11th round, we saw them enter the same format. Again, they had more to work with this time around. They had more space. They had all that util. They had the ability to play back out. I mean, that is just the beauty of attacking here. Especially on that B site, which both these teams are very well aware of. Now, I wonder how much that will alter how MRB plays, as they once again do have these rifles. So, still posing quite the threat. But God's Bleed too. Revival trying to fell this and become the favorite once more that we really expected them to be in this tournament. But once more, so much work still to be done, and at least one more map still to be played even after this one. Courtyard going to be the first bit of precedence set by Revival. Minimal challenging here to begin. Minimal challenging at all from MRB. These cubbies are occupied, though, both on A and B main. So they're very willing to have a split hold up until the post plant, which is very risky in itself. Because they want to go for that one-person play that can clear the board and make it that much easier for the rest of MRB to do the work.
Well, doesn't spot anything either, but now with the turret being destroyed, Nathan knows that somebody has to be here, and they're just going to back off, let themselves be detected by the 0 point.
30
Otherwise,
seconds left.
safe.
In we go, and Nathan can shut down most of it at the beginning. Lily, the rest of it. And wow, that was quite the lockdown from Moon Raccoons. Man, they didn't even need the rest of that team over on B site to do the job for them. They just, they had those sight lines, and they used them very well. Awesome round by Moon Raccoons. I mean, that's stability found immediately again. That is everything recouped. The only thing you're behind on at this point is the ult cycle, which, I mean, Nora's pressured to use these blades now, so it's not like it's going to be for long.
Yeah, Nora having to match the firepower of the rest of the squad, but I can definitely feel that Revival might just be looking to throw a lot of ultimates at this round to try and get some numbers onto this board. But they're going to aggress mid first. Once again, they were able to take a lot of space in that previous round. I'm assuming they're going to want to do the same here, but unfortunately, without the Blade Storm, Nora at the tip of the spear has to sit pretty for just a few more seconds before going to refresh.
But is that bait for Moon Raccoons now? And is it bait that they are willing to bite for? 1-for-1 trade on A main, and that's the go signal for the rest of Revival. In they swing through tree, and Nora's gonna do the rest of the clearing down main. Sabui getting caught for it now. A 2v4 for the retake all of a sudden. Moon Raccoons, very handicapped. And it was also quiet too. Revival made it really seem like there was no edge that entire round, when in reality, they were holding all the cards. Lily might just lurk here in all honesty at this stage. And I completely empathize with that. Let that 7-11 fly and make it back on this cycle that you weren't really able, to be frank, to burn away. I mean, I expected, or at least would have loved to see Moon Raccoons be able to bait out this lockdown or null command, but Revival had it so under control that they will be able to take this round, not have to spend much in the process, and put a big old question mark back on top of this game.
And it's funny that Moon Raccoons lose that round by making the exact same mistake that Revival made when it came to their very first pistol round on Ascent on the defense. Moon Raccoons bringing 2 players into A main, leaving Tree Room completely unguarded, allowing themselves to be pinched from both sides. And even though there was a 1-for-1 trade initially with Unstable going down and Sabui trading out, it still means that there's no one left to defend any other entryway of the site, and their defenders are split as soon as that starts. So Moon Raccoons Black, even though they lose that last round, they do bring a lot of ultimates up and online for them to use into this next one. Revival didn't have to invest much into the last round though, so they still have a lot of utility going into this one.
Yeah, they'll have so much to still work with once this spike comes down, which will take a second. They want to hand it to Doodle so that they can find this Hunter's Fury. Even more now on the table, and reactively, in comes both suppression ultimates. The Hunter's Fury is gonna look for one of them. This is Lily taking down the attacking lockdown, so it is Revival that is sent away. Nathan quickly finding AO Eclipse, and so now it's just this main hold that Unstable is looking to invade. 1, 2 kills with the Blade Storm, and do you really need one more? Perhaps, as Pixel is trying to counter, but the spike stuck the whole way through. Instead, Pixel can simply escape with that operator potentially. We'll see if they pick it up. No, doesn't look like they did. So Revival now sitting against 5 game points. They do have the rifles and still this Into the Shadows that AO Eclipse can use for another perhaps cheeky play. I'd love to see one of those again. But definitely backs up against the wall here, despite Moon Raccoons also being a little worse for wear. I mean, they had to use 4 ultimates that round.
Yeah, I mean, 4 ultimates definitely is a huge number to win a round, but at the same time, they almost burned every single one of Revival's ultimates as well. And they were trying to get that Hunter Fury for a good post plan and just didn't work. But whoa, that recon dart gave them so much info to work with. Moon Raccoons knows exactly where these play.
One more updraft to confirm, and hey, why not a little quick little jump to get some other sightlines? Moon Raccoons trying to hammer in that psychological. But Revival instead choosing to spread themselves out a little bit more. Because of it, understanding that, you know, if Moon Raccoons are going to play with us like that, then let's take those angles. Let's watch them. Let's make sure that, you know, it's tough, it's risky, it's punishable. Let's keep them condensed. Unstable, found on the dry swing. Spooey up against a storm. Can get away with 4! Are you kidding me, Spooey? Moon Raccoons Black! Painting that round black. My goodness. What discipline from Spooey to end that map.
That is just insane way to end the map. I'm flabbergasted because it's not even as if they were giving Sabui ones. Well, I mean, to be fair, they double swung, but one of them was reloading. But at the same time, the spray control, the pure mechanics out of that last play. And Moon Raccoons Black, they close out on their own map. And it was their own map, so that is what you want to see. and Revival, hopefully they will have a better time on their own map pick. But Moon Raccoons, if you even look at the scoreboard, even though the kills weren't as evenly distributed, they had so many assists on each and every one of their players. You can just definitely tell that there's a lot of coordination that is going on, and it's a lot of good practice that happens in between.
The very same could be said for Revival. Even with this sub and Power Pixel, the chemistry between all 5 of these players is so electric. I love seeing the communication come through. And on the rounds that Revival did win, their communication looked incredibly strong. It came down to solo players having really good holds and then springboarding off of that. And while you can't get away with that every time, the prowess that comes from that, I believe, can be used for a much better cause going into these next 2 maps. But it needs to be here. Epitomes, we are up against that match point. Revival's days are once again numbered. This is the 2nd consecutive match out of the 2 that they've played this tournament, by the way, where they have to reverse sweep in order to continue.
And Revival has already reverse swept 1 time. They've gone to map 3. They've made it to this matchup. Once again, it's that question of, have they been playing for too long? Is it going to get tiring? Or are they just going to keep that energy going and, you know, per se, have it revived as they continue to go through these maps? But we will see after a very short break. We'll come back to Pearl and bring you guys that next map. See you then. Hello everyone, welcome back. We are on map 2 of Revival versus Moon Raccoons Black. Coming off of a big win, Moon Raccoons Black on their own map of Ascent. We are now headed to Pearl, which is Revival's map pick. I am Epitomes. I am joined once again by Tenric. And how are we feeling going into map 2?
Super excited, Epitomes, because we saw so much in the works there for Revival. I feel like if they maybe had another 5 or 6 rounds, we could have seen so much more there on Ascent. But moving here to Pearl, I hope to see their playstyle evolve here on map 2, because their players are so mechanically gifted, and as a team, they work so well together, but their tempo switches were not as up to par as MRB's was. They have to be able to keep up with that pace at all times and be more aware of when Moon Raccoons decides to pull that trigger. Otherwise, they're going to be a little bit behind, they're going to not be able to have that advantage, and they're not going to be able to swing off of it. In basically every round where they've been at a deficit personnel-wise, they have lost. There have been very few clutches coming from this team, and for that matter, there have been very few clutches coming from MRB as well. There's been a huge seesaw coming from this early round, which is why you saw these teams take their time on this attack and defense. On Pearl, it may not be so simple.
Yeah, Pearl is definitely a lot more of a complicated map, and the meta isn't as set in stone as Ascent feels right now. And you definitely might see that double controller come out. Sometimes it's the Astra and the Viper, sometimes it's Viper and Harbor, and sometimes they just go for a single controller and might instead go for a double initiator, double duelist. Some teams tend to not even play a Sentinel on the map of Pearl, and it might have to do with the fact that Sentinels can be a little weak, but it seems like that is not the case for this squad. They are going to go ahead, lock in the Killjoy on the side of Moon Raccoons Black and on the side of Revival.
Yeah, once again, starting on the same sides we started on Ascent. This time it was Moon Raccoons that picked their side, and they picked to start on this attack. Looks like it's affected their composition a little bit. The Harbor tends to be a little stronger of a controller on that attacking side. Some really great high tide spots. Some really great places to stick that cascade and have a long-lasting site control with minimal supportive util. But that double controller commitment coming from them means miles compared to this, interestingly, over-standard comp, almost, from Revival, who, by the way, does have Gil back. For context, Gil was who Power Pixel subbed in for. Gil was about to play in this match, and then threw up. And now here, 1 map after throwing up, potentially still throwing up, Gil is here to play for this Revival squad. On the duelist, no less. So I'm definitely pumped.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be interesting. It's the double controller versus the double initiator matchup that we see here. And, you know, vision denial is great for Moon Raccoons Black, but on the side of Revival, they basically have wall hacks in the Sova and also flashes to boot. So, starting over here on B, just gonna pick up an orb. after getting detected by at 0 point and back off over into mid.
We see Lily here on this Sky. I love how many initiators are viable on Pearl. It's so exciting to see. The pool runs so deep. And for that matter, we have 3 controllers on the field too. That is so awesome. I adore it. In comes the dog from Lily. We've seen the value that Sky finds, especially on Pearl, really bloom as of late. But everyone's already had those ideas for a while, so adopting Sky into your kit here shouldn't be too difficult for either of these teams. But entering is a different beast of its own. Spooey still entering through B main, though, is able to get this screen up, trade back for 1, and this spike will still get planted.
Spike planted.
Gil still in the back halls, though. They've yet to clear them out, and May, what a nice shot onto Lily as well. Nathan's going to be one to trade, but actually for 2. And Nora trying to find some value peeking out of heaven, but no stars in her arsenal. Flips, unfortunately, unable to find anything, and Nathan once again dragging out into this first pistol round. Moon Raccoon's Black first.
It's like pop-off roulette with these pistol rounds, I swear. It's just one player decides to just not get targeted enough and go on a spree. This time it was Nathan that was just completely undetectable. Down to 10 health by the time that round ended, but what a pickup for that entry. And it was close up until that point, too. Luckily, coverage, even in the most minimalist of rounds, will get MRB up to that opener. See how far they can take it. It's going to begin with this follow-up, which shouldn't be too difficult. They'll be able to play with distance, so they're going to openly peek this B long a little bit heavier, and actually Gil is going to take a good chunk for it, but trade back just as heavily. Unstables on scraps.
Moon Raccoon's Black. Oh, they have the Sky, though, and this is just such a huge benefit of the regrowth. Spooey also able to take down Gil, finish off Gil, and just open up the back walls and long plant for this squad. Still yet to clear that close right, but with back halls being cleared by the Trailblazer, it's going to be an easy cove plant from Animal right in the open. They're not limited to planting behind that orange box, and they're just able to back off into long. No one anchoring on site, though, does make me a little bit nervous.
Yeah, there's also no plaza presence. They only have one angle they need to worry about. The gun diff is there, but the share of shots, if landed well enough, can cause major damage. Unfortunately, only one of them will. 4 members of Moon Raccoons remaining alive. A standard MO here for the first 2 rounds. We'll now see if Revival can put it together for this bonus. Unfortunately, we do have to take a tech pause for a moment. It seems Gil has some connection issues, so hopefully take care of those soon. Really want to see them back in action. They're already one of the players performing really well for this Revival squad. Really great to see them back.
Yeah, and I mean, that last round, we were worried about the only one angle to watch, but it did turn out in their favor, especially since they do have the upgraded guns, especially Sabui having a rifle in her hands. But on the other side, if that was a gun round, it could have gone astray. But I do want to talk a little bit about this harbor because it makes it a lot easier for them to clear out so many of these angles. Specifically talking about the connector, you can walk up along with the cascade, and you can also clear out so many corners and just eliminate how many you have to clear with the fact that you can walk up behind the smoke and it moves forward with you. And the cove also allows for so many more versatile.
Yeah, Cove, in my opinion, has to be the highlight of Harbor's kit here on Pearl. Just being able to plant on any island you want and just kind of negate the idea of coverage for a pre-plant is a mind-bogglingly unique part of Harbor's kit, and it makes me really excited to see what Moon Raccoons is going to do with him going forward, because that extends far beyond just planting on the center of B site so you can set up for Viper pits. You can also get those corners on A site so you can plant minimally. Doing that with something like a Sage Wall is also something we tend to see. Unfortunately, MRB doesn't have that, so I'm wondering how much they're going to beeline for this B site alternatively, and how much they'll be able to make plaza runs, because these A main takes are never super decisive. With the Sky, it may be a little more possible, but a lot of their cards, they're laying out on the table really early. Their heart is on their sleeves, so they're going to have to get creative. They're going to have to be versatile in order to take this game.
I feel like we've seen a lot of the harbor, though, over on the B site, so I'm wondering if Viper is going to be really where that a site takes shines, allowing them to block off flowers and art and just get a nice safe plant right at the front of the generator. But once again, you need to have people anchoring on the site, especially as we get further into the game and the guns come out. It's so much harder to just anchor from only a main. And Pearl, it's really reliant on the fact that you can go for rotations through mid and even get access to their spawn through mid connectors. So that is going to be a really important aspect of post plant play, especially with the double control.
Yeah, and I could say the exact same for Revival, too. Get in, get out, and make sure that you're lethal about it. You know, that's what you're talking about when you're talking about the Jet. That's what you're talking about when you're talking about that double initiator. You want to risk as little as possible on the way in, and you want to come out as efficiently as possible. With their opening, they're able to do that, hopefully, for the retakes. I expect to see a lot more power on these attacking runs, despite the fact that mobility-wise, they may still have a little bit of trouble here. But regardless, again, slow play from Revival, despite them not having this sub anymore. I wouldn't be surprised if they, again, took a step back, played a little more contemplatively, and played for these 5v5s just as heavily as Moon Raccoon's Black is, because I think they both have the capacity to frag out enough to win out these rounds and at least keep it close.
Now, going back into the game, Gil has reconnected, and looking at the setup once again, Revival putting that Killjoy over here on B, which is exactly where Moon Raccoon's Black looked like they want to hit for the third time in a row, but this time with lesser guns. They still have those Spectres left over from last round, and here's a Sheriff in Animal's hands, but Revival, they've got so much long-range firepower, and Nathan, though, having a Vandal, is able to find a three-player push outside of A main, completely shut down by a singular Killjoy. No utility in their hands, just that Vandal.
All right, well, no retake, I guess. Dang. Pop off, Nathan. Oh, man, but AO Eclipse and Astrodoodle doing a little bit of legwork, and actually, if Astrodoodle acts fast, this flank from Nathan may not matter at all. Alas, it's the two controllers that were doing most of that work. As the Cove expires, the Toxic Screen expires, Astrodoodle has so much to clear, and it's just in time for Nathan to crack open a 4K. Moon Raccoon's Black, the opening three, a statement piece for sure over here on A main.
Lineup from May and Nora enabling that play from Nathan, but it is just incredibly wild to me. They had, was it May, Nora, and Gil were all over onto that site. They have a duelist, they have an initiator with flashes, and Nathan is still able to shut down that push, and it is just crazy to me. Nathan, once again, going to be on the lurk and looking for the flank. Spots something or hears them at the very least in art, and Moon Raccoon's Black are going to test out the waters over here on A.
I say, why not? This is the perfect time to get experimental when you have this much of a leg up. I mean, you've just won your bonus. Like, this is the ego trip of a lifetime for anybody. Like finding that needle in a haystack for the very first time. Position given away with the Owl Drone, and Sabui's caught by Gil, so it's got to be committed by Moon Raccoon's Black. This could be their undoing if this gun advantage isn't managed. The lockdown plus the cascade will force Revival to abandon all sight lines. Save for Nora, who is really trying to cheese it, but with another tide launched into the ether, that will not come of. Moon Raccoons, 4v5. Now 4v4 as Astrodoodle cannot find the swing onto Unstable. Gil is going to be the next one to try it, and it's simply not going to work. Revival, once again, unfortunately ill-equipped here. Trying to find the perfect corners, these Goldilocks spots, but these bears are eating good tonight. Unstable rounds out round number 4 with a 3K and a Blade Storm on deck.
And Revival, looking at the positions of their death, they had such a weak hold on that mid, especially since they only had the Sheriffs. But Moon Raccoon's Black, they were able to quickly seize control of art after their post plant instead of all funneling out through A. And the remaining 2 members of Revival were coming in on a flank and in CT. So it was very difficult for them to be able to help out their teammates when they were still trying to funnel their way into the sites. Now Revival with a full gun buy and a lockdown in their hands. Once again, B-site being tested by Moon Raccoon Black as that Killjoy sets up on the other side.
Unfortunate. I love that attempt from Gil to try and challenge on top of that Toxic Orb setup. It's a great way to try and capitalize on the things that MRB sets up. That's how you counter double controller to an extent, but unfortunately, too many angles that MRB is prepared to take. And once again, a chance to get this defensive half to be contestable, slipping away for Revival. Another Cove, another Spike, another setup for free. A 3v5 that Astrodoodle is going to attempt to start off with a flank, but Spooey is ready for it this time. Not ready enough. 4v3. Astrodoodle, the recon bolt to distract. Lily will enter early thanks to it. Now 2 on site. Ayo Eclipse, the only one there. It might just be a lurk because of it. I don't even know if Eclipse challenges this because of how far away Nora is right now.
Yeah, I don't even know if Nora has any utility left to potentially help AO Eclipse challenge this. And AO Eclipse able to find one unstable, getting a little bit hungry for blood. And even though it's a 2v3, the time is too low. There's nothing to be done. And they're just going to back off and save. Not a bad choice considering Revival. They're already 5 rounds down, and they're likely not going to have a lot of money in the bank to buy for this next one. So they're going to want those hero rifles on board.
Yeah, it's a tough option, but honestly, we're at the same place that we were on Ascent, where Revival built up so much by this point, even though they didn't really win many rounds, where I honestly respect the lurk play again. Like, Gil is going to have these blades back online. The ult cycle is once again way in favor of Revival, who have been a lot stingier with their ultimates too. This is about the time where this team comes alive, and they've done it with a Thrifty before. Round 6 might have to be it. Same setup, same B push. Gil is waiting behind these screens, though, on B main. Potentially bamboozle the opposition, but already burned down, potentially killed, 18 HP remaining, and finally, the bludgeoning stops just in time for the reckoning. Gil is given away, the blades fall, no connection, and MRB, what a disgusting clear.
Yeah, that felt a little bit targeted at Gil.
Yeah, let's
with
check
the
some
Blade
PCs,
Storm.
dude.
There was just nothing that could be done by the Jet. And now, even though there's a Cosmic Divide to come out, time already ticking down. Unstable, such a good position. Holding Heaven, cutting off that retake at its knees. As well, finding Eclipse and Nora able to shut it down, but Animal quick to trade. Moon Raccoon's Black, 6 in a row. Already up to a tied half at the very least. And they only had to use one ultimate to do it.
Yeah, and Nora threw a CD in there too. That's so tragic. I totally get where Nora's coming from too, to use that Cosmic Divide. I 100% empathize. In any world, including this one, that's a perfectly fine ultimate. But it might have been too little too late. Might have just been too much overwhelming pressure from MRB, which they will probably once again get to exhume. They are looking towards B main for the umpteenth time, and Revival, to be fair at this point, prepped for it, 4 stacking on the site. But can they find something off of it? They have some cheeky options, including a shotty or two. We'll see what they can do for it, as the Seekers will be let fly. Astrodoodle is given away because of that, and so perhaps has to engage early on. Will do so. Unstable gets away with it all, though. The 3K up the back line, and once again, hopes of a thrifty round out of their hands. It's AO Eclipse standing alone with a Sheriff on the prowl for potentially someone caught lacking, which Revival is privy to, but they unfortunately have not been able to make it much farther. They will not even make it that far this time. A flawless round 7 in what is so far a flawless counter pick from Moon Raccoon's Black.
Unstable just got away with murder there, and it's completely enabled
murders,
by
actually.
the fact that, well, yeah,
Triple
you know,
homicide.
maybe a serial killer. Unstable, and it's completely enabled too by the fact that they have so much utility, and Lily throwing in that flash. Since they're trying to hide around the corner, they can't really spot if something's going to be on the way. Just a spam through, and with the vulnerability status as well, helping out from the Viper and Snake Fight. Once again, it's a B-side push. Nora, already 1 HP. It's just disgusting from Moon Raccoons. They are getting away with so much on this side.
Dude, Unstable's playing point-and-click adventures at this point, bro. On some Monkey Island I Spy shenanigans. Moon Raccoons, though, still trading negatively as Gil will find 1 for 1. And Revival is up at the moment. Unstable going for the lurk up the back line on B side as the rest of MRB vacates over there. Oh, this is such a dirty idea if you can get away with it. And Astrodoodle gets Valo time. Nora's on 1 health. Unstable's cleared the B site. This is just another break for it from MRB.
And this map is just so huge. It is so difficult to defend here. And they have no idea if someone's going to be sneaking up, especially with this double controller. Like we mentioned before, even though we saw Sabui go down early, there's so much vision denial. Unstable.
Again.
Oh, once again in such a good spot.
It's just AO Eclipse at this point once more. We've seen this story all too many times. Lockdown not going to be viable at this stage. Unstable's just going to ego check. 4 kills for the round. 8 rounds for Moon Raccoons. Black, does the carnage ever cease from this squad? This is such a marvelous display.
And it feels like Revival just can't get a break. At this point, they might have at least gone for a timeout to try and figure out what they want done. But this next round is looking to be a save. So if there is going to be a timeout, it can't be fully executed because of the limitations of their money. They still have those 3 ultimates available, but since they've been so dismantled almost every single round, it's just isolated fights, or they're just taken down so quickly that you can't even blink and get a moment to recoup and use those ultimates and find some sort of strategy to string together.
Yeah, that's part of the other problem is Revival playing here on defense with, like you said, a map that's so big. It's so tough for them to block up and do what they did so well on Ascent. They usually have the time, and this time they actually might because of how much noise has been made over on B site. They're gonna have all 5 members over here on B, including Gil on that Sheriff that unfortunately is just not on the right. LOS. 5v4 for the entry, and Unstable once again just walks in dry. See how much they can get away with here. Find any kills to begin. AO Eclipse swings for 1 and immediately traded back. That might just be the tune we are singing for the rest of this round as well. 2 remaining. Animal tries to bait that spike plant, and each of the remaining defenders actually get a kill out of it. So Nora, in the 1v2, potentially able to clutch it with this Sheriff if you find the right shots. Spooey once again will plant. Toxic Screen comes up for that protection, but there is this back angle getting flanked upon that Nora has to watch out for. Early drop to avoid it. Here comes the swing. Spots Spooey, but Spooey spots back. MRB take it to 9. Escaping by the skin of their teeth this time, though.
Yeah, Nora did quite a bit of work with the help of the gravity well, putting the vulnerability status on those 2 players, and even with lesser guns, Revival are able to secure a few picks, and that just puts a bit of extra money into their bank so they can go for that full buy. May last round did use the null command, so it's another long crawl back up to those 8 ultimate points, and there's only 3 rounds left, so it's going to be a difficult climb for sure from Revival. While Moon Raccoons Black, their economy is so healthy, and so is their ultimate economy. Now Unstable going to go for the Blade Storm. Last time we saw them use this, it was just a bloodbath, and it's likely that it will happen again following the Trailblazer into Art. But Sabui isolated, now the Viper gone down.
Luckily, though, that's not where the push is. It's just AO Eclipse solo holding on A side, burning away a lot of that KJ util early on for this push. Dugout, the only spot they haven't checked, but do they know that Unstable with the swing, the right click, not all the damage done. They will get the finisher, but enough time has been handed over for this retake to come pretty quickly.
Yeah, but Nathan is lurking so far back, trying to stay close to their utility so they know if somebody is going to be coming in on the flank. And there is someone coming in, but what? Oh my god, Gil, what a shot there. And Reckoning now used to try and even things out, but now it's just Animal left over. This is the first time we've seen Moon Raccoons Black in a disadvantageous position, but now evening down to a 1v1. Reckoning already gone. A lot of utility for Astrodoodle with the Hunter Fury as well, but a clutch from Animal swinging out. Exactly what we expected from this controller player from the Harbor to bring them double digits. It's what we saw last map as well. Animal so good in the post plan. Even though you don't see her performing in the numbers, when it comes down to it, she's always able to pull out those clutch plays.
Yeah, that was great discipline for her, holding on to that shoulder, really out of options, and perfect timing on that swing. Had to clutch up She did. Revival is choked up on 4 ults right now, and they have had very few opportunities to use any of them. They now have 2 rounds to do so. We are waning here on Revival. Time is really ticking, and Gil knows it. Is gonna act now. A 2K traded back out in Plaza, but chaos is what Revival should be living for at the moment. Lily forced to hold up against a flash drive, punished for it. Nathan trying to play cleanup crew and does a pretty damn good job of it. A 1v1 with the spike in Plaza, but May has absolutely no idea where this is coming from.
Oh, well, she might have some idea. She's getting a whiff of it, or she's not.
May could flick this, because Spooey will not spot her immediately. There it is! Oh man! They do it again! This is ridiculous for Moon Raccoon's Black. It's not a ping diff or a team diff, because again, these players on Revival are insane. Look at Gil popping off right now, despite probably having like 3 full paper bags next to it. That sounded really gross. But they are sick out of their minds. This Revival squad is coming face off a best of 3. That was their first matchup that they had to reverse sweep. The pressure is so on for them up against a team and 5 players in it that know this tournament like the back of their hands. It is so tough for even this level of play to be rewarded at this state. You're in that top 16. We are 2 rounds away from one of these teams being in the 8.
Stable once again, going in dry, but this time getting pinged by the recon. Such good timing, and May is able to take down the tip of the spear, and that might be able to get them something. They're trying to bait out some shots with the sound, but Nathan, once again, such a good space maker over here on the flank, and using that lockdown is going to force Moon Raccoons to back off. I think this is the first lockdown we've seen this entire half, but they've guns traded back and forth. Nathan going to regroup with the team and is becoming the last player standing. Potentially the first round that Revival secures is going to be the last round in the half. And there it is, an 11-1 half for Moon Raccoon's Black. Revival finally finding some semblance of a victory.
And taking the pages out of that notebook from the previous round to do it. That chaos in Plaza. Revival knew that that's what they could thrive off of, is just decimating the opponent all at once. And that wide swing from, what, 3-4 members of the team? Before the lockdown even expired. Really great way to just throw Moon Raccoons off at the right moment. Trade just enough to crack 1 round. It is a long and winding road ahead, but now Revival gets to cross it on the attacking side. The one that we thought they could do better on. Let Gil cook. Let this double initiator comp cook. But if these pistol rounds don't work, then 13-1 loss potentially in their midst is Unstable is going to challenge early.
Oh, and there it is from Nay, able to find 2 with the help of a flash drive, but Lily is still here trying to contest Nora, just the queen of the wallbang kills with the pistols, and now looking to get themselves onto the A site. It has not been very well traversed given our last half from Moon Raccoon's Black.
Spike planted.
Might be onto something here. He was not onto something. Very good.
Yeah, this it looks like this round is going to be a wash for MRB. That was an amazing way to handle that A main push. A couple very glaring mistakes made by MRB. That Revival very easily punished. That's exactly how you need to manage this thing in the pistol round. Play it minimally. Play it to your strengths. Revival did that the whole way through. They made it look easy. And a couple very crucial mistakes made by that front line trying to challenge Unstable. Rocking the Ghost for that? I'm a little curious as to why they wanted to hold that block, especially after they hear the Owl drone. I imagine that, you know, they're just looking for anything at that stage. Maybe just trade like 2 for 1. Just try to do the math and make sure that MLB came out of it okay.
I once heard somebody say that if you pick up a ghost on Jet on pistol, you're an insecure player. Sure for nothing. Why are you buying a Cloudburst?
Oh my goodness. Shots fired from Epitomes here as Gil will open this round up once more with the Bulldog this time and find some purchase with it. Traded for the lion's share of their health though, so gonna head on back, reconsider just as MRB is catching wind of this push. So now they're questioning their counter rotation too. You can see the gears turning in their head. Let's see if they get the right idea by the time Revival heads over here. You know they still want to go for these counterplays. They're not necessarily force buying. They have this massive cushion after all, but to end the night ASAP before Revival gets anything going, I mean, you need to do this. You know how powerful this comp could be. You know how powerful this team has the potential to be. You want to wrap this up while you have this advantage.
Nothing found behind the generator, and Astrodoodle trying to get themselves into halls, but a perfectly timed push with that guiding light allows Nathan to get such a good pick. And oh no, Sabui leaving May on 1 HP after 2 shots from the shorty. Unstable going to trade it back, and Unstable once again finding another. Nora, last player alive, and the dash on through, the Thrifty coming through, poor Moon Raccoon's Black. Nathan with the 3K as well. This Killjoy, such a staple, such a backbone for this map of Pearl for Moon Raccoons. And now Revival, they are broke, while Moon Raccoons looking healthy in the economy. There is too early into the half for any ultimates to come into play, but I can assume that they have just got overflowing utility.
Now that round was the whole team's. You had 2 of Revival's players shredded down to 1 health. And then come the game sense from Nathan and Unstable, the 2 top fraggers for this team to do the rest of that legwork. They did it. They now have everything they need to finish this up quick, but Animal gives herself away quite quickly. And she is the only one on this A side at the moment. Moon Raccoons are instead going for a primarily Plaza push, but will now get punished as they will have to play for the retake on top of a null command.
Gil looking to aggress into Flowers here. Sabui going to be the tip of the spear. First point of contact, finds 2, finds a third. Sabui, what is happening in that room? AO Eclipse is going to frag back for 2 after 2 of the players are left 1 HP, but Animal ready for the swing out CT. And there was just the guiding light for the cherry on top, just for that little bit of extra insurance. Don't know what we expected here, but it certainly was not this. Revival on their own map pick fall 2-13, and Moon Raccoon's Black advanced in a convincing 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, convincing is right. Man, I am dumbfounded by that finish. That second map was such a trip, and Moon Raccoon's Black, they were just all over it. They seemed to know exactly what they were doing, and Revival just fell prey to so many solo interactions. There were all these, you know, people having to hold the front lines on mainly B side because, let's face it, most of what we saw was MRB attack. And they unfortunately just didn't get to find a lot of trades. They didn't get to find a lot of positivity in what they were able to interact for. You know, playing for stall, playing for picks. Moon Raccoons were able to rise above it all every single time. Revival only barely escaping with, you know, trying to bludgeon around out of your opponents by just, you know, getting in there quick and then getting out even faster. They were able to barely do that twice this time. But beyond that, MRB all over this, and they will be one of your first candidates in this top 8.
Yeah, and Revival in that defending half, because they have the double initiator, their strength was going to be playing aggressive. But after they just got bludgeoned in those first few rounds, like you mentioned, and Moon Raccoon's Black was able to win their bonus round, and they started playing a little bit scared, and that confidence only started coming back in the very last few rounds of the first half, and it felt like it was working. They were making it so close, but they just didn't have that time to really adjust back into their confidence. And now I think we do have a bracket ready to see who has made it into that quarterfinal just yet. Actually, a few more seconds, because I think I might be overworking our producer just a little bit by asking for this a little bit too quickly. But we should have a bracket ready for you very soon. But Revival, they had the tools. They just needed more time to steep. It felt like they were in a slow cooker, but really it was you needed to cook a bit faster.
Yeah, they needed to work a bit quicker. We said the exact same thing about Ascent. They just needed to get their feet off the ground, and Moon Raccoon's Black were so good at kind of shutting down a lot of these prospects before they could really get up. a really tough psychological battle for sure. Definitely getting in their heads. Again, shout out to Revival. Shout out to Gil for playing through that sickness over in map 2. One of the top performers from that team for that game. But again, even bigger congratulations to MRB. We will see them in the top 8 among with a couple other teams, which we will get to see now as the bracket is indeed complete. Yeah, and some, again, some very, very, very returning faces I see in this top 8 so far, Epitomes, and we haven't even filled in all those blanks.
Yeah, I feel like we did expect a few of these teams coming in, especially, you know, Misfits Black for sure. Definitely a staple here in the Sakura Cup. Complexity, you always expect them to perform. Valeris and Team Karma making their way up the rankings in Game Changers. So this is going to be a fun day, but that is all we have for day 1 of Sakura Cup. This is going to be our last broadcast, but we will be back tomorrow with more in the quarterfinals. I'm Epitomes. I am joined by Tenric, and we will see you all tomorrow. Have a good night. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Sakura Cup. It is day 2. I am Epitomes, joined by Tenric, and we are so excited to bring you the quarterfinals first match of the day. So how are you feeling today, Tenric?
I'm super pumped, Epitomes, for a well-rounded and nice long day of Sakura Cup antics. Starting things out with a banger matchup, too. Let's pull up this bracket that we were able to get to over the course of yesterday to our top 8. We'll be putting a microscope over only one of these matches. That's going to be Complexity and Valaris, but definitely a lot of other teams to pay attention to. Some new and old faces: Misfits Black, Moon Raccoons Black, Team Karma, Peepo, DJ Shake. A lot of great players here today.
Yeah, and I feel like there are also some unexpected names, like the matchup over here in the top right corner, Peepo, DJ Shake versus Having Fun. Definitely going to be a mouthful if anyone was ever going to cast over that match. But today we are looking at Complexity versus Valaris, and Valaris, free agent team, definitely made it very far in the Game Changer scene thus far, and we've been seeing a lot of good games out of this squad. But Complexity, on the other hand, they have been doing really well for Game Changers as well. So it's going to be an interesting matchup for sure.
Yeah, both these teams are coming off of really solid runs through GC previously. Complexity making a little bit farther than Valaris, but Valaris today and yesterday, they've actually been pulling from the upper echelon a little bit, bringing in Lori from Shopify Rebellion to take over on that 5th spot, and because of that, Valaris has swept almost as cleanly as Complexity has throughout this bracket so far. Both of these teams got buys in the first round. Both of these teams have only had to play 2 matches, and both these teams have only had to play 4 maps. This may be the first real challenge these teams encounter.
Yeah, and I definitely am looking at the map picks and bans as well, and I'm just wondering what we're going to see out in terms of team compositions from both of these. Ascent and Icebox being the first 2 banned, so finally we are not going to be seeing that Ascent in the final map pool, but it's actually Haven and Pearl that are the first 2.
Yeah, it's really, really funny. The 4 maps, or the 3 maps rather, that Complexity has gone to over the course of this bracket so far are Ascent, Haven, and Pearl. The 3 maps that Valaris has gone to this bracket are Icebox, Haven, and Pearl. So getting rid of those potentially strongest maps for these 2 teams and then bringing it back to these middle grounds that they both felt really strong, and for good reason. They both did really comfortably in the games that they were taken to for those. And I'm excited to see how they handle that. But Fracture being pulled out of nowhere as that decider map, I'm really excited if we end up going there.
Yeah, Fracture can definitely be really interesting and also has some maneuverability when it comes to the agent compositions as well. But speaking of Haven, for Complexity, they've recently been taking out the double controller composition that we saw a little bit of yesterday with the Viper and Haven, and they're actually Viper and Harbor on Pearl. So I think for both of these maps, we might actually watch Complexity be bringing out both the Harbor and the Viper on each.
Yeah, meanwhile, Valaris in the map of Haven that they have gone to so far today, they went with a more standard comp, actually keeping the Breach as opposed to the Sky, so a little more old school, opting for the Sova, the Astra, the KJ, and that Sky. So I expect to see that still standardized, but that double controller pick that you mentioned, I expect that to really throw Valaris off, despite that being their pick. Complexity has elected to start out on defense, Valaris electing to start out on offense on Pearl, so Complexity will be starting out on the defending side for actually all 3 of these maps. So no chance to really get that momentum popping through, and no chance to continue your kit usage for a straight 24. So these teams, they're going to have to play for adaptability and play for endurance, because both these teams being so comfortable before means they are going to play at 110% now.
And now Complexity GX3 starting on the defense as well with the double controller is definitely going to give them a lot of stall power as well. And usually we do see that they do play the double initiator on the side of Valaris with the Sova and the Breach. And I'm wondering if they're going to want to switch Sova for someone with a little bit more entry and forward power like the Fade instead.
Yeah, I'd love to see something off the cuff here for either of these teams. I think it's entirely possible considering how much of a trail they still have to go. Remember, the grand finals will still be tonight, and it is still BO3s the whole way through. These teams could be playing up to 9 maps today, so playing for that long haul, playing for that top of the podium, and both these teams really deserve to be at least at this spot. I would imagine this would have to be a semifinal match if I got to have it my way, but unfortunately having to eliminate one here, it's a bit tragic, but makes me so excited to see whoever wins this really try and take it all the way.
And for that map of Fracture, that decider, I'm thinking that maybe there's going to be some neon play, definitely the Breach being brought in, but maybe we even see the double controller being brought in on that map as well, because I definitely feel like Harbor and Viper already can be played very well and very consistently on Fracture, but Harbor giving her that extra bit of maneuverability, that consistency, and also just filling in the gaps of Viper's play.
Yeah, the controller conversation probably has to take over all 3 of these maps more than anything else, especially considering that we expect to see a double controller thrown into this first map on Haven. It's already enough of a talking point when it comes to Pearl and Fracture, with Harbor entering the conversation so cleanly. It's opened new doors. Honestly, just about every controller at this point is viable on Fracture, and to that point, honestly, I would say most controllers are pretty viable on Pearl too. I'm excited to see these 2 teams stretch the meta going into map number 1, though, which is what we'll be heading to first. Haven again. Both these teams have gone there this tournament. Complexity has gone there twice. Valaris has gone there once. For context's sake, I feel like I have to say this just because it is such a wild statistic. Complexity, out of the 4 maps that they've played so far this tournament, have let 7 rounds go by. Nothing more. That is a massive precedent to set, considering the fact that Valaris was taken to OT in their very first game this tournament. Beyond that, they've been doing much better, much more comfortably. Didn't let a team get past 9 since then. But it shows that Complexity has had a slightly easier road coming here, being that 1 seed. That's what we expect. But Valaris, they still have to put up one hell of a fight.
And speaking of this first map and the way that they are starting, once again, on Complexity on the defense, right? They actually do have a slightly better win rate statistically on the attacking sides, but Valaris have the better win rate on the defense. So both of these teams are starting on the side that is going to make them a little bit more uncomfortable when it comes to precedent of how well they win each.
I wonder how that'll affect comp, and also how it'll affect how they hold things, because too often we see a lot of these teams start out with 2-1-2 holds instead of like standard 3-2 splits. Even on that 3-site map, it feels customary to kind of, not put all your eggs in 3 separate baskets, especially when you're that low on resources. But with the double controller, or even with a KJ on the board, like we see so often now with Haven, it's a little more feasible, it's a little more possible, and heck, if you want to throw in that Cypher as an anti-meta choice, that's now viable too, even on Haven. There is such a deep pool to dig into for all of these players. Again, I think controller takes over that discussion more than anything else, and so I'm wondering, do we see a Brim come in for no reason? Do we see a Harbor decide to come in? How much have these teams been workshopping these off-meta picks? And how much are they willing to use them here and now in such a precarious place in a single elimination tournament with so much on the line at this stage?
Yeah, and you mentioned that Cypher as well. Killjoy being a really staple sentinel for almost every single map, except for perhaps Split and Icebox, where you do see the Sage being brought in occasionally, and Chamber is basically completely out of meta. But with Cypher, when you have the double controller, especially with the double wall controller, and being able to basically have wall hacks using the spy cam as well as the tripwires, it can be really powerful if you are going to bring it into that conversation. Whereas with Killjoy, you won't be able to actually see where anyone is. So it's just going to be food for thought when it comes to you want to bring in two controllers. And also at the same time, when you are bringing in two controllers, who's going to be your initiator? Would you rather have the flashes to deny vision, or would you rather have an info initiator like Sober or Fade so you can see those outlines and be able to play through them?
It's a tough call. I feel like Sky is your end-all be-all, but if you want to rest back on old habits, Breach still feels like a solid option, especially for the post plants, which is what both these teams are going to have to play for. Complexity, though, with the double controller comp, they're going to try and play a bit more premeditated, go for slowdown so that retakes are a lot more feasible, and they're quicker to it to the point where they can make fights happen before the spike even gets fully planted. Haven is still so reliant on these post-plant fights, and at this stage, because of that, it's become a little more attacker-sided as time has gone on once again, despite the fact that controllers are back. I'm wondering if Complexity is going to try and shift that narrative a little bit, and going forward, how much they can bring that into the following two maps, considering they will once again be starting on defense for all three of these maps.
Yeah, and it also does feel like Harbor can occasionally play a little bit as an initiator, especially the ultimate, the Reckoning, is really good at displacing players and forcing them to move out of their angles and then just forcing them into unfair fights, as well as the Cascade, once again, walking up with the wall and being able to methodically clear things instead of having to be exposed to all angles at once, which is, I guess, sort of an alternative to playing a flash.
I want to talk about duelists, actually, for a second. We've kind of let that fly out of the conversation because there isn't much of a conversation around it for the most part. Jet is kind of the auto lock. She's going to be it for Haven. I think we all know that at this point. She's probably going to be the lock for Pearl, too. I'd love to see someone try something different on Fracture. I'd love to see a Neon get dragged out, or maybe even a Yoru. We've seen that already in VCT a couple times, even recently over on Fracture. So I'd love to see a couple teams maybe pull that out. I don't know if it'll be either of these teams. I don't know if we'll even get to Fracture at this point, but we will hopefully be getting to Haven soon. We apologize for the slight delay, having a bit of a ping issue, so we're just attempting to resolve that at the moment. Hopefully we can get that done soon. Quick reminder, we have this Knightsarena stream also observer only. Watch another one of these matches up close, so if you want to go check that out, if you have a second tab or monitor or space open, please, we implore you, check out one of the other sides of this tournament. It is definitely exciting. You're not going to want to miss it. But yeah, so exciting to watch these two teams collide here in this bracket. Like we said, we have a couple returning faces. I'm excited to watch how these other matches turn out. Misfits Black versus Overkill. You and I were talking about that a lot in the green room about how excited we were to watch those results in particular as well. It's a very refreshing top 8, I think.
Yeah, I definitely feel like there are a lot of new names in terms of teams that we haven't seen before. Some free agents that are like rotating around and finding new different play styles and teammates. And I'm definitely excited to see if these players do get picked up and how far they are going to make it today in the Sakura Cup. And, you know, back to the conversation about the maps, the team compositions, the duelists that you were talking about. You wanted to see the Neon, you want to see the Yoru. I feel like the only alternative really that we might be seeing is the Raze, because she does have that amount of utility and is a pretty safe pick in general. Can definitely do a lot of damage, get some information for the squad as well, and make a lot of space really reliably and really quickly. And I definitely think that Jet is probably the easiest one to make space with, since you do have to just prime the dash, press one button, dash into your own cloudburst. But Raze is a little bit more technical when it comes to the flights with the double satchels, and Neon is definitely very difficult because it's not an instant space maker. You have to continuously weave in and out, go for the concussions with the relay bolts, run down the fast lane. It's definitely a lot less maneuverable than the meta.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So many more steps, and when you're probably not going to have that double initiator in your comp as well, to play it a bit slower than that is going to be so detrimental to your composition. So I 100% agree. If we do see a different duelist, it's probably going to be that Raze. Unfortunately, that's just the tail of the tape. But I do love watching me some Raze too, especially from these two teams. Love watching both these teams compete. We will hopefully get to do so soon. We're going to take a short break to hopefully get everything resolved. We'll be right back.
everyone. Welcome back. It was a very quick break, and now we are going to be heading right into Agent Select to get that game started for you guys. Once again, their first map is going to be Haven. It is Valaris versus Complexity GX3, and we are so excited to get everything.
Complexity going to be starting out on the defense here. We already spoke about what we thought both these teams would be going for. We've seen how they've adjusted in the tournament already. The double controller conversation going to be confirmed here is, I do believe we do have the Harbor Viper over here on Haven coming from COL. Oh, baby. There it is. I'm so pumped for this, dude.
Yep, the Harbor Viper, good old on Haven. And Haven is, I feel like, an unconventional pick to decide to play Harbor Viper, but with the 3 sites, and it works on Lotus as well, so it seems to make sense for the map design. And on the other side, it's looking like they're going to go ahead and play that Astra instead, and a double initiator composition with the 3 and the Soap.
To clarify, really quickly, in case you guys don't know, ARAM player 1 is Kara, and ARAM player 2 is Lace. And they
always do this.
They are still on the roles that they usually are. These are not subs. Don't worry. This is still Complexity's team. And it's one that looks stable. It's one that looks really, really chill. Last time they went up against up to Haven back in the last round they played in last night up against Snaily Clan. It was a 13-0 victory from Complexity on Haven. Jazzykins went 21-4. That is absolutely ridiculous. But Valaris looks strong here as well. These are 2 teams that were favorites the whole way through up until this point. And now the road really divides. Only one can make it up here. No second chances. Only second maps. We'll head to Haven first. 2 very different ideologies. 2 very different timelines for this map about to collide.
And in case you guys are wondering the success rate with this agent competition, they've played it 8 times total, and they've won 6 of those games. So it's doing pretty well for themselves. And honestly, Kara and Lacey always do this. The last time I saw them play, they were Wubba and Wubba Jr.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
Too silly for these tournaments, I swear.
When you don't have access to the tournament realm, so they just decide to make their names whatever they want.
Well, for this first hole, it looks like actually they're even more split than we thought they were going to be. But again, it works with the double controller. This Harbor can solo hold B, this Viper can solo hold C. This KJ can roam basically wherever she wants to, and then you have your Duelist Initiator comp on whatever set you have empty left. It's a good, solid wall to at least play for slowdown, and while your retakes are probably going to be more 5v4s than anything else, you will probably run them drier first of util. So you will walk in with some different advantages that Complexity may be willing to walk in with.
Spotting some of the players outside in a lobby, and just going to go ahead and bring that onto the map. But Valaris is actually looking to head towards that B side, and the rotations are coming through, putting a little bit more presence towards that B link and C.
Now backing out again. As Complexity has made the rotation over to C site. Valaris does not have to commit to this yet, but they have no reason not to stake this out first. A little bit of a risk, though. 35 seconds to go now. Time taken away faster than they realize, and now the noise will be made, the entrance will be made onto C site. They will not fully check, though. There is still this Viper behind them in range. Starbound turning around and finding that, though, and now comes Complexity encroaching before the spike even falls. Works pretty dang well for the most part. It's down to Lori. And Kara will finish the job there. Complexity able to suppress enough on site. They guessed correctly, and Valaris could not escape.
The ARAM players doing lots of work for Complexity in the first round, and it's going to enable them to go ahead and buy up into the Spectres and some full shield. On the other side, it's pretty much what you expect, a very standard first and second pistol, economy. But this time it's looking like it's going to be that B-side rush, leaving the Killjoy turret to watch flank or potentially push into the garage and mid area, while the rest of the players are just going to be running it down.
I'm curious as to how often Avery is going to be this off angle. Because, I mean, this is minimal coverage, but it's one that's very necessary to make sure that there's no flankers early on here. You want to make sure that you're punishing Complexity if they try to force. Good setup for the second round. Shows that Valaris squad trying to play disciplined. Heading up to B main. Big crowd over here. Here comes the recon bull. Jazzykins will not get found by it. I don't know how they can check this at this point. Starlight doesn't have this drone. They have no way to peek this. They just have the dry swing, but Jazzy will run out of bullets. Unfortunately, the Nano Swarm is the next line of defense, and that'll finish off Starbound and Starlight. Now comes the backline hold, and Valaris just cannot put any of it together. The gun diff too strong, the angles too held, and Complexity, it's too easy for them. Round 2 is theirs in a flawless fashion.
And that's lots of weapons to bring into the bonus as well. But Jazzykin's not going to save a weapon. Instead, going to go ahead and buy into that operator. I believe she was on who actually stuck with the Sheriff in the previous round. So has a powerful sidearm, has that sniper rifle, and is going to go ahead and push into a short. The presence from Complexity is fully towards this A side, or was occasionally before Claudia moved over. But there's still a presence of lots of util over on that B side.
An integral round, and Complexity will go back to the same setup they had in round 1, almost identical, and Jazzy will find connection for it. Doesn't even need Kara's help for it. Just a dry peek, and now there cannot be that cutoff man. Valaris will once again stake out B-side, a simple cascade. Clears all suspicion, and now Valaris has to be dry again. Jazzy, one more off angle. And Complexity are just getting away with it all at the moment. Valaris, they don't know how to approach this.
The repositioning from Jazzy is so good as well. Now Starlight looking to be the tip of the spear with the help of Princess Icy, maybe getting a fault line in there. But instead backing off once again. It is their gun round and they're already down 2 players. So they want to be as careful, as surgical as they can be. And they just spot Raze. Raze gets down to 1 HP, but they're not able to finish off the kill. So that Viper is still a threat.
Another hawk out from Kara, gonna be down to 1 once more. That clock's still ticking, and they will attempt to breach back to B-site. Raze gives themselves away, but Kara is still getting away with it all from the back line. Trade after trade, and Avery's got to be that saving grace, down to 41 HP. And this spike is dropped on the front door of B main. No reason to extra poke for this, especially if you're Raze, but why not just double swing it and let Jazzy crack open a 3K with that operator instead. Complexity, break down the bonus round, and with it, get this game crumbling early.
Jazzy definitely felt like a saving grace for that round, able to get the early pick on a short, reposition a long, and find another pick onto Lori. And that just makes all their takes so much harder without the help of that controller, and you don't really have a backup. So now Complexity, they've got lots of credits to work with, and they're repositioning as well. Jazzy with the operator over towards that B side, while they're leaving the sky along with Harbor over here on it.
It's our 2 ARAM players back again.
For more ARAM.
Oh man, this is gonna be a great VO3, isn't it? Calling out Kara and Lace, baby. Let's go. Lace is gonna find the first on Avery. This is a regular occurrence we're seeing at this point too, with the ARAM players really lining up this kill feed. Once more, Kara will give themselves away with this dog, but it matters not. Valaris just don't have any tools to approach them. There is too many cushions right now for CGX. 1 in sewer, 2 in main. Once more, it just feels so futile. I mean, if you can burn away a gun or 2 at least, throw Complexity off by a hair, force out just a little bit more, you could establish an angle, but it's going to be so procedural no matter what from this point. Unless Valaris can clutch this up here, which
30 seconds
doesn't seem possible. I mean, there's less than 30 seconds to go. This spike is still relatively stranded, although it could
And look
get
at
an easy
Claudia.
plant. Seaside's not occupied. Alarmbot can catch wind, but is that enough for this team to start rotating? No.
They're so split as well. Lori is still over there on the A side and has the long rotation to go. And even then, still only has that Sheriff in hand. Complexity having so many tools in their kit. Terra having the Seekers available as well for all of these three players. What a flick from Raze to take down Starlight. The Stinger does no work in Garage, and now it's only Long that they have left to watch. Starbound able to find one. ARAM player going to trade one back, and Jazzykins just spamming through the smoke with the Ghost is finding the last pick. Complexity up to 4, and another ultimate.
Yeah, good restraint coming from Complexity to not have to use those Seekers. The early kills really doing the work. And now you have to reconsider. You're going to be back up against this full buy here from Valaris. And the same hold on this A side with the double ARAM player strat's not going to work. So instead, how about you carry that entire crowd over to C site and just bring your top fragger and Jazzykins, who, by the way, hasn't died so far this game. Why don't you just do that instead?
Gave
Unfortunately,
the
this time...
operator to ARAM player 2.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Lace has the op now. Because, oh, yeah. Just because Jazzy wants to drag out the blades now. She wants to start cycling through her ultimates again. I don't blame her. She's just going to gun it down C long. And this occupation in this site that wasn't actually Valaris' intention may not even matter. Because this retake may be quite quick anyways, as the cabbages will also be let fly.
Starbound dashing right on in is able to find one in hell, but it's all that she's going to be able to get. Jazzy, however, refrags that one to make it an even 3 as the Seekers still trying to find the last 2 players. ARAM player 2, Lacey taking down Lori. Now no more smokes left and no controller in play from Valaris' side, while Complexity still has that Harbor to use the Cascade and block off the angles from Long. However, the delay is there from the fault line. Another Cloudburst to allow an entry from Jazzykins. Getting spammed through the wall means ARAM player 2 goes down, but Jazzykins trying to find one. It's all left up to Kara. She does it. She lands the flick. ARAM player 1 wins it out for Complexity GX3.
Alrighty. Close enough, I suppose. I really wasn't sure what Complexity was going to do there, too, because, again, Lace was given away with the high tide. If you were going to do anything, it needed to be done then. And there was no trip swing. Instead, our last 2 from Link came in after the fact. And it was sloppy. But Kara hit her shots. And that's all that matters in the end. Now Valaris back to square one once again. No real opportunity to use most of these ultimates. I imagine the Blade Storm will come out this time. Probably the Rolling Thunder, if not the Hunter's Fury. One of those two probably as well. And just to play some catch up and make sure that this first 6 rounds is not an entire waste. But what a stunning first performance here by COL.
And now Valaris, the question is, do they have the money to buy after this time out? Because they just had a gun round and they've already had quite a broken economy right before that. So if Valaris does decide to go with the Blade Storm and try to force into the rifles, will they be giving up utility in order to do it? And now Complexity GX3, once again, so healthy, and the Reckoning and Lockdown available. I feel those are 2 of probably the most powerful retake tools that they have on their team. While Valaris, they can use the Rolling Thunder to get themselves onto the site, but Complexity could likely be able to retake very easily with the help of that Killjoy.
Yeah, this Killjoy is what I'm looking at more than anything else. Claudia's Lockdown is such an integral part of this round that it feels like the Hunter's Fury has to come out for specifically that. It doesn't feel like there is any other use this ultimate can have. So, you know for a fact, Complexity are looking for a way to drag this thing out without having to put this Lockdown down. Here comes the entryway. Form Valaris. Starbound already spammed, and Claudia somehow finds them. Are you kidding me? The blades are gone. The opening for Valaris is gone, and Princess Icy has already lost all their util. Entering, blinded, stunned, everything under the sun. Complexity are just gonna get onto site now and completely decimate Valaris once more. A 6-0 quarter in favor of COL. Marvelous stuff. And now it's becoming a confidence game at this point, isn't it, Epitomes?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Complexity, they've got such a good rhythm going, and they're just swinging off of one another. That last round, Starlight was blind, for, I think, like 5 seconds straight. Could not see a single thing that was happening on this train, and Complexity was able to just run it in. Claudia was completely exposed out in the open, but wasn't getting shot at because of the flashes from Kara. They were just so good. And now Complexity, we're going to see what Valaris can do up against them after they're already hit 6. Guaranteed themselves a good half at the very least on the defense, no less, on a huge map. This is their gun round now, though, so they should have a more even playing field and didn't use any ultimates other than Blade Storm, so they have lots of utility.
Complexity has kept going back to the same early defensive hold every time Valaris is on equal footing as they are economically. They've had the Jet in the sky early on in sewers, which is where they still are. They've had Lace on call from B site over to A from Link. So now they're there already, and then the KJ and Viper can take over the other end. Oh! What a stunning Hawk coming from Kara. Not optimized connection, though. Only a 2-for-1 trade, so they'll have to double dip. And now that's becoming a bit riskier because the trades, the util is getting burned away. You still have to re-enter, though, if you're Valaris, and with the Cosmic Divide, it becomes a little easier. Starbound can take over Hell, and this spike will get planted, but it is still a 3v4. It is still so difficult, and now Lockdown comes to help boost that up. There is no Hunter's Fury this time. It is the perfect moment to use this ultimate. As Princess Icy attempts to go for the long haul, it will not work out. And Complexity's just going to try and stick this.
Jazzy gonna smoke herself off and just stick that spike. Current player 2 able to find the last 2 players right as that spike is diffused as well. Complexity GX3, another one in a row. Valaris only using the Cosmic Divide. I believe they are trying to cascade their ultimates instead of using them all at once. But with the brick wall that they're hitting themselves up against in these rounds, it's going to be really tough for them to crawl back without investing at least 2 of these ultimates at some point. And the Cosmic Divide is probably one of the less powerful ultimates when it comes to taking sites.
Yeah, this is a springboard opportunity, if there ever was one. But at this point, we gotta be spotting the silver lining on just about every round, don't we? Valaris, once again, dipping in early. Jazzykin's gonna get punished for going in the same way. Out comes Kara to try to refrag, and once again, it falls flat. Valaris locks down their own sightlines, and Complexity attempting to challenge themselves out in the courtyard falter because of it. It is down to Claudia for a 1v3 clutch to keep this sweep alive. Otherwise, Valaris have come alive this round.
Spike planted.
Yeah, Complexity definitely getting very overconfident as well. Jazzy just pushing all the way out to window without any utility coming from Kara, who has basically been her best buddy when it comes to getting these impact frags. Now Claudia in a 1v3. It's gonna be tough for sure. Has the turret in hand, but going to be able to isolate one of the 1v1s and spams out the corner, trying to anticipate a swing. There's the flash coming through, as well as the gravity well. Lots of utility being thrown at this spike. It's going to be a tough one. Claudia backing out of the Nebula as well, but it's not going to do much with all of the stuns and the pulls, and Claudia is just gonna have to sit on that spike, let it detonate. Doesn't count as a death at the very least, but Valaris do get their first round off the back of a huge mistake in the early round.
A productive ego check from Valaris this round that they profit from with a gun round and still their ultimates. They really didn't have to invest much for that round either. Complexity kind of came to them. A gift round with 4 to go this half. It is salvageable. This game too, as long as they continue playing off of that round. Complexity, they cannot flunk this. They don't want to let go of this lead. They're going to throw in a preemptive Viper's Pit over on C long to help dictate that.
Definitely don't want to challenge the Viper in their own territory. So once again, it's that slow walk up mid. Try and find some space, walk up to B potentially. But now with Owl Drone coming through, knows there's some Killjoy utility nearby, pinging it out with the drone. but still being spammed down through the door. And I think they have been dissuaded enough by the fact that Killjoy is present.
Toxic screen. Play for detriment. Starlight is just going to go for that turret. The dog gets a solid amount of information. Probably saw 3 from Valaris there. So knowing that the lion's share of the push is still undecided, which is why Complexity hasn't fully moved yet. That being said, they should be catching wind at this point, especially if Jazzy is looking for jump peaks. Yeah, oh, they're here, but Avery is no longer. A solid first op flick to at least make this a 5v4, but Complexity still making a run for it, and because of that, the Rolling Thunder thrown in. Unfortunately, a couple members of Valaris are caught along the way, so a little bit slowed down, so this retake will come quite quickly, actually.
Jazzy already taking the helm at Heaven, trying to pick directly into long. Now angles are isolated, trying to make it a little easier to different angles, but Starlight now spamming through. Jazzy can hop down and try to shorty that Sova, but now Claudia is going to be the next one into the site. Lori spamming down for 3, and now all left up to ARAM player 1. Unfortunately, Tara once again can't hit the shots, and now Valaris is up to 2. Complexity dismantled on the retake.
Beautiful round by Lori there, able to lock off Jazzykins real quick from Heaven, and then exiting from one of those walls. So brave, by the way. And Princess Icy has been so on point with a lot of these blinds and fault lines to make sure that whoever is left on Valaris has an easy time swinging essentially for free. I mean, we saw that in the previous round as well. Great control, great patience from this kit, as Complexity look to still try to run away with this and still be a very strong half for them, but so many signs of life from this attacking Valaris team, and they look as disciplined as ever, and they trek into Garage here. Good speed to it, too. Not sure how Raze is prepped for this, especially if the Owl Drone will catch them. They have to run away. No, they're going to try and challenge into Garage. Find at least one for it. Throw the snake bite back down, retreat back into window, and get away scot-free. How do they do that?
They just completely were able to get away with murder. Just throwing a snake bite down, waiting them from pushing on through both the poison orb and the vulnerability status potentially, but Avery shuts down Jazzy on the flank. But does Avery expect another one? They're looking back window. I think they know where Jazzy is. Sarah also should be. So there's some suspicion of it.
Yeah, Kara is still going to get caught by this turret anyway, so a bit stuck in all honesty. But that also means that Valaris can't duck back as far into Courtyard as they'd like to. They always have to watch their backs. Out comes Kara revealing themselves. Hey, yeah, I am back here. You're going to have to deal with me too. A lockdown thrown reactively because of it, and now a lot more sights can be set onto this sky. But in comes the Garage Invasion too. Starbound falls next. Trying to outline this lockdown, get out of it in time, but no, 3 players detained. Valaris need to go on a hunting spree now, but Kara is able to play gatekeeper to all of it. Princess Icy, an aftershock to try to goad them out, but all it does is give space to the rest of this Complexity team. The spike is still ticking down though. Is there enough stall time handed over? Avery will fall, and the spike will detonate. Valaris finds a third somehow, some way.
Yeah, that attacking lockdown was so huge in allowing Valaris enough time, and now the momentum is going for this squad. Complexity, on the other hand, they just about lost all the economy that they built up. Jazzy still going to force that operator with some light shields, a little bit of a glass cannon play, to try and swing that last 2 rounds back into their favor. No ultimates on the board now, all of them just extended in the last few rounds. And the closest one to being up once again.
Oh, Ray's here in the orb and dealing some good damage to Icy because of it. No healing here either, and Jazzy now gonna dry peek as well. The confidence still just dripping from the COL squad despite dropping these past 3 rounds. Quite impressive, and it's leading to some good connection. The reaction time is just so clean, and they will jump at every opportunity. Early hold here by Avery. Will catch a couple bullets on a Starbound as well. And this Valaris team is already half shredded walking into this A site.
Look like Claudia might get a little bit hungry for the blood of Princess Icy, but no, allowed to back off back into short. Still, the Killjoy utility here on A is going to make it an easier hold, and they're backing up just a bit, trying to play positions that are easier to get out of sight from, but instead it's going to be that B site. And now the guiding light comes through at just the perfect time to delay Starbound's push, and they're forced to push through the toxic screen as well and get that delay A status. Oh,
All right.
well, that was a blender for ARAM player 2 specifically. Just spam down 3.
To be fair, half of those were one shot, so
Yeah.
it wasn't as crazy as it seemed, but a good restabilization from Complexity for sure. Just taking bites out of this now more patient Valaris team. Exactly what they've needed to do this whole time. Play for that slowdown, play for that stoppage, and make sure that getting onto the site is the hard part instead of the post-plant game. That's how you play this defense so well. A little bit of a change up to this defensive composition. Now the Jet joining the Viper over on C site. And the Sky now joined by the KJ instead. A bit of a change up, but Raze still here on C is still going to find that early value. And Jazzy almost doing the same. My goodness, on the prowl here on round 12 to make it a cursed scoreline ASAP. Already a better deficit for it.
Now, once again, it's that mid workup from Valaris. They're trying to bring a few rounds back. Last round in the half, the only ultimate that they had online was that Rolling Thunder, and now Princess Icy already down, so they're going to have to work with that Sova to try to get themselves into the site instead. Starbound 1 away from that Blade Storm. Already having the Phantom in hand, spots the alarm bot, going to go ahead to take that one down. We're back.
I have the spike.
This is a temporary weak point for Complexity. Especially when Lace is so far back, trying to rotate from CT. Jazzy almost catching the garage push. That might be the go button for Valaris indeed. Starbound is going to go balls to the wall, try and invade this, and will succeed. Now attempting to clear out Link with the newly found operator as the spike will get planted. Blade Storm as well thrown out, but the flash from Kara. And the shots from Lace. Got to do it again. No, Avery can't find it. That's why Claudia's here now. But the last player back from Link, Lori not found, gets Kara, and Claudia's low. But Claudia's just going to stick this. How far can you go, Lori? Finds the shot. Valaris makes it 4-8.
Ooh, not completely tucked behind the generator, and that just allows Lori to bring it to 8-4. Only 4 rounds in between, and with a pistol round 1 and the buy-up as well, it's going to make it only 2. So not as big of a gap as we initially thought, with Complexity on that roll for 7 rounds in a row before Valaris finally put a stop to the bleeding. Now on the defensive side, Valaris' preferred side, if you remember from the pre-show, then this is going to be a lot tougher for Complexity. They didn't get as far ahead as they wanted to on that defense, but at the same time, attack is also Complexity's own preferred side.
Yeah, now you'll get to see both these squads at their true power. And that's what makes me so excited going forward for these other potentially 2 maps as well. Because we're going to be singing the exact same tune. These teams are only just getting started in these first 12 rounds. And now we do it all over again. Avery holding early on this window for Garage, but gets a sense that there may be too much presence to handle by themselves. Some noise to help bolster that idea. And now, Cascade, the Avery will make their way through. Can't land the shots though, but everyone else from Valaris can. Lori caught by Raze actually on the outside end, and Princess Icy has given themselves away. Claudia on the hunt. It's Raze that will find them too. A 2v2, and Starbound is known about. So is Starlight. Both these last defenders coming from C-Long.
Raze putting up that toxic screen as well. Now Starbound forced to try and venture through. Still lots of time to work, but Claudia is revealed. Tries to counter strike. Raze finds one. Finds the second. A 4K for Raze with only a ghost allows Complexity to win that first pistol, and with a buy-up that should bring them to double digits, they're once again sitting comfortably on the scoreline.
Ice in their veins. I'm telling you, Race is so crazy, dude. They always clutch up. It's ridiculous. Look at his 12 assists over the course of this game, and still top fragging outside of that too. What a spotlight game.
And the thing about Raze is that they used to be a duelist player as well. So the fact that they're being put on a more passive role and still able to frag out so convincingly is really impressive from Complexity's controller, or Viper, should I say, since they do have 2 controllers at this point in time.
Yeah, Race really pulling their own weight. Love to see that. Always a star player, whatever team they're on. And with this Complexity team, they have been given so much room to breathe. And you can tell they feel so in their element. We'll see if they can convert that into a 10-4 lead here as Complexity continues to stake things out. I'm telling you, this Sky Kid has been so integral to making sure Complexity stays on top of things intel-wise. The Sova is a great idea from Valaris, and the Recon Bolt got a little bit of intimidation in. The Owl Drone actually caught a couple members of Complexity off guard from time to time, but that Trailblazer and those Hawks are just so consistent. It is so easy for Kara to just throw out an animal and the entire team to just pick up off of it. With Valaris, you need the Sova and the Breach in order to do that. You need Icy to come along for the ride, and that is not as convenient. Kara and Raze make their voyage into Garage, and we'll find their first 2 Valaris on the way back from lane.
Yeah, and here's another Cascade that's going to block off CT, but Lori, with only a Frenzy, still able to find a pick. Still brought her down real low here, and ARAM player 1, Kara, with a 4K. Just 4K after 4K on these pistol rounds. This time, it's Kara's turn to shine, and Complexity GX3, they bring themselves up.
Complexity won this bonus round before. Now on the attacking side, can they do it again? No huge investment into any gigantic rifles, but Jazzy is still gonna go for this Phantom. And why not? Let her cook at this stage. I want to see what she's got in the tank, especially Complexity want to get this done early. Get to Pearl and have this series continue to be a golden run that Complexity really clearly wants this Sakura Cup. It's feasible for sure. If there's a team who can do it, it is certainly this one. Valaris, a lot to say about it here on the bonus. They may get to speak volumes. Already playing for some good slowdown, knocking out some noise, and the cabbage is thrown reactively.
Now the Seeker's out. Jazzy just sideways strafing and still able to find the headshots onto Avery. Completely insane from the Duelist, and immediately Spike goes down. Now Valaris on the retake with a lot of utility from Complexity, able to block them off. They still got that high tide from the harbor. They've got all that Viper utility with the snake bites. Now they're just prepared to use that Recon Bolt to try and initiate that takeover. There goes the Aftershock. Starlight trying to fight for the site while Starbound dashes right into the site, but after the trades go out and the kills come through, it's all left up to Starlight in a 1v3. Can't close this one out, and it's another round for Complexity GX3, the bonus in their hands.
There really is just no way in if you don't have this Breach alive. Like, Lori is doing all that they can right now, and it is quite a lot. These stars have been really well placed. The Gravity Wells have done great stalwart. The Nebulas good for blocking sight lines, but for retakes, it's just not been put together for the bonus. And now you're essentially guaranteeing a 12-4 unless you really act out here. Valaris gonna take that gamble on C long. I don't know how decisive Complexity are gonna be, but if they see an open site like B over here with those tiny connectors, they may be able to get this done quite quickly.
Ooh, this play from Valaris, though. This is just risky, but Raze with the spray down on the Phantom. Don't know what we expected, but I don't think we expected anything less from this Viper. Now C-site, they know there's a lot less presence there, but still, Lori retreating very quickly around the boxes. Not good enough. Can't get to the logs. That is promptly sprayed down. All left up to Avery now. I'm not sure how much they're going to be able to do with only that Sheriff.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll be able to do much here, but I gotta try. Turret will be back up, so they'll at least be able to negate one sightline, but with all 5 of these members of Complexity alive, it's not like that really matters. It's gonna get immediately shot down, and you'll still have the dry swing. In fact, Raze is gonna get this done early. Oh no! Oh, fun punishment. I'm a big fan of that. Complexity will still get their 12, but it is not another flawless round.
Well, Raze at least got this 3K. You know, evening out the KD. You gotta nerf them somehow. And now Complexity onto match point. They are at least on even gun buy here, though. Valaris has the credits in the bank, and they also do have this Cosmic Divide ready. And that might be their main stalling point when it comes to Complexity GX3 with the power of the Viper's Pit on their side as well. If they can get that down, then it's going to be a lot harder to traverse through the site.
This Viper's Pit is up for the retakes, but Complexity may be guessing wrong. Out come the Cabbages because of it, and Kara will actually get silenced directly after that. I don't know if they get launched in time. Jazzy's still gonna try and make it work. Indeed, everything seeking, everything working out. Still, so many LOSs just locked down. A brute force that Complexity has become absolutely unstoppable with. Another 1v3 with Avery once again trying to clutch it up. Will give themselves away by fragging Jazzy. But both these remaining players stuck on long, and Complexity knows exactly how this story is supposed to go. One peek, one stall, one bluff. Gotta do it one more time, and that's gonna do it. Lace will grab the credit. Complexity will grab the game and continue their indisputable godlike run. They have now allowed a total of 11 rounds over the course of 5 maps.
That is just an insane stat line for Complexity so far. And was that their own map pick, or was that Valaris's? It was Valaris' own map pick of Haven, wasn't it?
Yeah,
So-
Valaris picked Haven.
So Complexity, they've already beaten Valaris on their own map pick, and we knew that they had this type of power being the #1 seed in this tournament. We knew coming into this that they were going to be very aggressive, very competitive, but Valaris, we also thought on their own map pick that there would be a little bit more of that contention, but unfortunately, it just wasn't there. But on the next map of Pearl, it's going to be a little bit of a different play style, but once again, that double controller can definitely be brought in. We will see what happens on that second map if Complexity is able to keep their flawless record of no maps dropped thus far in Sakura Cup, or if Valaris is finally going to break it. See you after a very quick break. Hello everyone, welcome back for map 2 of Complexity versus Valaris. I almost said versus GX3, but it is Complexity GX3 versus Valaris. I am Epitomes and I am with Henrik, and we are joining you for Pearl.
So excited to be back here again, and Complexity, it really feels like they are in a battle with themselves, aren't they? At this point, it feels like a battle for the top of the leaderboard that these players are going for. Everybody getting a little bit of a moment to pop off on that first map on Haven and turning it into a very impressive 13-4 finish. Still, the farthest that a team has made against Complexity so far this tournament. No other team got more than 3 rounds against them so far. So progress has been made. But is it enough to make it through this BO3? Is it enough for Valaris to be able to climb back, especially considering we're now going to Complexity's pick of a map in Pearl?
Yeah, and Pearl, once again, we mentioned the double controller on the last map, and while I feel like both controllers were doing a lot of fragging, I didn't really see specifically the impact that the Viper Harbor was having. So I'm anticipating that we're going to see a lot more of that over here on Pearl. Princess Icy now switching over to that to the harbor role on that controller, hovering the harbor. Oh, hold on.
Okay. We're waiting. Hold on. I gotta see how this changes. Are we switching? Are teams switching comps? Real quick, is that what's going? Is that what's happening right now? Because now it's Kara going for the Huh? We're switching roles now? Why is Kara going Astra and Lace is going Sova?
I actually have an answer to this question. It's because Lace only knows how to play certain initiators and Kara only knows how to play certain initiators.
So wait, so
Kara
they both
plays
flex with each other?
Breach. Yeah. And Kara only knows how to play certain controllers as well. She can play the Astra, and I think that Lacey can play the Harbor. They like decided which ones they're gonna learn since they're both flex initiator players.
That's awesome, man. All right, well, this is the same comp from Complexity we saw in their game previous to this against Snaily Clan. That was a 13-3 victory. Race was the top fragger there, but it was actually Jazzy that did most of the damage again. 236 a round is ridiculous stuff. I believe Valaris have also played on this map twice, while Complexity has only played on it once. Yeah, both these times, I believe this is also the same comp that Valaris has been using, yes. The Harbor being that solitary, or going for that that Harbor Viper as well. For that double controller here. Icy swapping over to that. And they also did pretty well for themselves, too. The previous round against Teddy Tactics, they were able to win 13-9. The match before that, they played against 2005. That game 2 Pearl was a 13-2 victory. So both these teams feeling good here. Once again, Valaris walks into it with more experience, but Complexity walks into it, you know, being the ones that did the best on it and also picked this map. So we'll see how it all shakes out as Valaris once again starts on the attack. Complexity once again spreads themselves thin for the pistol round defense.
Is that rush up onto that B side. Many teams just seem to favor B over A when it comes to Pearl. And now going ahead and trying with Trailblazer to clear out the back site. Nothing is found. Starbound takes so much damage from those mollies. And now Avery also taking a few pot shots. Trust from the fact that they have to walk past the turret, but no worries, they have a Sky in hand, and the Overgrowth will come in handy to bring all these players back up to full health.
Yeah, this makes me curious as to how Jazzykins is going to be comparatively as that healer for the team. As Race, unfortunately, unable to re-enter here, so it's going to be a 4v3 for the retake. Lace is still up top here, and we do have a flank coming in now in form of Kara, who does spot Princess Icy, so it will be a 3v3. Every angle's been given away, though. Nobody looking down, though, at Lace. We'll find Starlight. Now comes the rest of the squad. Starbound has to hold it down for the 1v3. Makes it a 1v2 to start things out, but Kara's just going to stick this spike as Lace does with headshots from Starbound. Complexity escapes with round 1. Lace having some fun with it.
The ARAM players do it again for the pistol round. This is exactly the same scoreline that we saw in the last map.
Oh, yeah.
Both of the ARAM players get 2 kills each, and then they're just able to go crazy, go ham. And on the second round, they have the buy up. It's actually a Stinger preferred buy on this Pearl map, and ARAM player 1, Kara, going to go ahead and have that Marshall to hold on to the site. Already the toxic screen played down, so some conditioning done by Valaris in putting the toxic screen over to the B site, not knowing if it will be executed off of or not.
Race holding early in this plaza cubby. Lot of early util placed on these 2 corridors, including this KJ turret. The suck with the snake bite is going to force Starbound to tailwind out early and actually overextend here. Can Claudia and Lace compensate for it? Yes, Starbound will retreat back now with only 13 hit points, and Race will take a farther vantage that will get punished by Icy. Still a positive trade for Complexity, but they do have to take a slight step back as Valaris gains some more space, clear out the rest of this plaza swing, and attempt to take over B site. But no, now comes the rest of the invasion from that doorway that Starbound had a challenge beforehand. And now we have split back up into a 4v2 that favors COL.
Slowly walking towards that B site through connector. You still have Kara holding with the Marshall, though. I think they just missed each other. Avery didn't spot out the player
30 seconds
sitting
left.
in back halls. But now with the Nebula up, their only way to go is going to be towards this connector, and Jazzy is so close. Just the strafe again with the Stinger, finds both kills, and Valaris, they're down 0-2 with the buy-up now, though. A full rifle in their hand. We'll see if they can swing the momentum back this way, and it won't be a repeat of Haven.
Yeah, Complexity are 2 for 2 in bonus rounds so far this match. See if they can pick up another one. As Kara gonna go for this Marshall too. Hold that down from B long. Valaris is looking to actually not take Spike just yet. They might play for picks to start things out. Minimize that damage to their gun eco potentially. We'll see what they do after the fact. Okay, they'll pick the Spike up and head into Plaza to start clearing things out. But Complexity have taken a bit of a step back. They've let their util do the talking a lot closer to sight, and I think that's the right call to elongate these plays until you're in a more favorable spot. But now Claudia already found out by this dog. That's a problem.
Still, they're actually forcing themselves back a little bit further. Mid, largely uncontested by Valaris thus far. Instead, going to head towards that B site long once again, with two players holding close connector and Claudia ready to rotate, though. Kara's on an island for the moment, but how long will it remain that way?
Orb to start, and then we'll come to Toxic Screen after the Cascade. So many great ways that Valaris just get to make so much of this path through B main so easy, but Raze stops early with this frenzy and can find a first. Will be stopped by Starlight, but there are guns on the ground, and Kara has not been found out. Neither is Jazzy. Complexity is still on site. It has not been taken down, and the spike yet to be planted. Lori can refrag, though, and it's a 2v2 with Valaris still holding those better guns. It's not like they're accessible to the remainder of this defense. As the spike gets planted, Complexity goes for the re-entry. Lace will spot the turret and its user. Avery has been caught out, so Lori has to play for that coverage. She will, and she'll do it well. Claudia will fall, so will Lace, and Valaris scrape by with their first bonus of the match.
Lots of damage done by Complexity in that bonus round, but now they are on even footing, and Valaris winning their buy-up for the first time in this matchup. Now Pearl already shaping up to be a little bit better than Haven was. Now let's see, they've rotated the Killjoy over towards that B site and instead have placed Astra over in Art. So now we have a little bit of a position change, but still have that Viper trying to hold close in that B connector.
Once again, this sky feels good. Raze given away. Starbound punishes. And then Valaris gets out as easily as they got in. That's the kind of stuff that I love when they play for. Just those individual picks, those isolated scenarios that they've been able to take such great advantage of. It's how you clear this Pearl efficiently. Jazzy has an early ego hold, gets checked, and we'll back away back to A main. As Valaris rounding out this push, a lot of control over this territory that Jazzy is about to be sandwiched in between. There is a flank on the horizon potentially coming from Plaza. No, Complexity, they will recoup, regroup, and take a different angle.
Oh, they weren't expecting Jazzy, though. They didn't know that she would push out into A main, and that's an easy 2K for the stage. And now with the Hunter's Fury attempting to stop and Spike still goes down, but a kill secured by Lacey. Now all left up to Starbound, finds one, a 3K already for this Jet in the round. Needs to find two more and ace to win it. Blade Storm on line, and Spike picking down low. A dink onto Lacey, but now brought down to 3 HP after a spam from Claudia, having to look hard, wanting to fight the lower player first, but now wrapping around. The timing is so good for Starbound. She's playing this so well. But the tap on the spike, now forced to check if there's someone still on it, and Lacey swings at the perfect time. They have the time for the defuse, and Complexity, another round for them, nearly ripped away by Starbound.
Great early shutdown. Great early shutdown from Jazzy, sorry. To be able to make that way. Yeah, there was no way they expected her to come up main like that. They expected her to probably head back into dugout, or even back to shoulder. A great brash play that worked in her favor. How often will she be able to get away with that over the course of this game? I wonder how often she's even going to try. As we have our screens set back up over on B main, Valaris going to try and come back home with this hybrid buy. See how much damage they can do.
Another B push, early presence here in long. And this time with the Blade Storm to attempt to just close that gap between the firepower these two teams have. If Starbound doesn't spot anyone in halls, gotta wait for that toxic screen to potentially even try to take the site. Flash by the teammate inside the Cloudburst, but it seems they will be able to get the spike down with the help of the smoke.
Oh, no! Icy was so close, but Jazzy spammed it and got the right shots. It's got to take a little longer, enough time for Lace to find some shock dart damage and now finish off Avery too. Complexity can just walk right back in and do all the damage they need to. Lori has now been spotted. It's just going to be them and Starlight. Complexity, 4 people remain alive for that round 5. The lead continuously extended. Valaris will be back up to a stable position here, but this is looking good for COL so far.
And 2 ultimates now available for Complexity as well. They have the Cosmic Divide as well as the Resurrection. And on the other side, Valaris' main healer, that Lori, having Seekers ready as well. But now Resurrection being able to bring a second player into play. When Complexity, when it comes down to it, they are usually in either even or advantageous player positions at the very end of these rounds. So now Complexity, they're in a good spot. Valaris, on the other hand, they are still struggling a little bit to break through Complexity.
This is a benchmark opportunity for them to do so again. If they can't hear, then they may not be able to for the rest of this half. This is where the precedence is set for the remainder of potentially Valaris' run through this tournament. Some noise made over near Art. The Complexity not buckling. Claudia not even moving just yet. Can continue having this early hold. How much can they get away with? Nothing just yet. In comes the swing after the cascade. And Claudia escapes with Lori's death. Valaris already down a player and stuck here inside Plaza. No one really able to break any ground over on Art, so they will recoup. With 55 seconds to go, they got to try something else.
Now swinging on to Raze, but Raze, what in the world just happened? 1 by 1, giving the Viper 1s, and now with only a Guardian, has taken down 3 and narrowed down Valaris' numbers to only Starbound. And once again, it's a re-entry onto that Art position. Doesn't see anyone though. Claudia has backed very far up, all the way into the sewers, and Starbound just can't hit the flick. Complexity, another round for them. Valaris now with 3 ultimates available with the additions of the Viper's Pit, but no money left to buy. It's the full shields or half shield situation if they do end up forcing into it.
Yeah, this is still so precarious. I mean, really a tough spot for Valaris to be in. I'd love to see this Viper Pit get value. I'd love to see this lockdown get value, but I don't know how many rounds it's going to take for Valaris to find a place, a time in which they can use either of those. The Seekers can come out quickly. In fact, they may just come out this round to bolster Valaris' run if they see an opportunity to take this round out of nowhere, but they haven't found that yet. Jazzy trying to suppress that early on. Complexity catching wind very early this round that Valaris is looking at B-side, and so Viper's Pit will get thrown up by Race instead. A risky play, actually, but it's to help stall for the rest of this rotation to come through. Way to dodge that dog. In come the enemies from every angle, and Raze can still lock it down. This is marvelous stuff.
Raze doing so well in holding down this B-site time after time, and now forcing Valaris off of the site. They do have the Seekers, they do have the lockdown, but it's their save round, and they don't want to invest too much into this eco, and now they're sort of stuck. Look at the positioning of Farah as well. If they do head into mid, they're safe, but going through spawn could mean a potential 3-person spray down from the Astra. Seems like they're going to opt for the mid option, being a little bit safer, though they don't know it.
30 seconds left.
Which way will they head? They might want to re-challenge B still. Jazzy will spot who knows how many, actually. Gonna continue ego peeking. Claudia doing the same. And it's just hold after hold after hold. Avery puts a stop to one. 10 seconds to go, though. They may not have even time to plant this. If they do, it'll have to be... Ooh, yeah. That is going to do it. Okay, they'll get it down. Suck back out, though, and immediately trounced. Complexity make quick work here in round 7. Trying to run away with this map, too.
At least they get that little bit of extra economy from planting that spike. The Complexity already that 5.5 that they've guaranteed themselves for this first round on the defense of Pearl. Now Valaris looking at 4 ultimates in their back pocket, but they're going to go ahead and try to go for the timeout. They've got the buy round in the next and see what they can do to change it up and throw Complexity off the rhythm.
So tough to do that at this stage, though. Your psyche is getting trampled at this stage. Because you haven't really been allowed to act on the side that we know that Valaris is more capable on as well. Just haven't had much time to perform, but you have to here. And we saw that Sky work really well before for those pistol rounds, but these Hawks have not gained as much value, in my opinion, as the Sage has, really. Jazzy has been able to get a lot more for these slow orbs, even. I haven't even really seen the barrier orb used that often. These slow orbs alone have been doing God's work for Complexity's stall game in order to make sure that their retakes are secure, which they have been basically every time. Beyond that, I really appreciate the Sova actually getting dragged out now instead of that Sky 2 for the initiator pick, letting that go instead of your Harbor, you bring in the Astra too. The synergy that Complexity is going for is much more for deteriorating and handicapping. And they've shown that they can already do that to Valaris. If they just want to double down, twist that knife a little bit more, totally makes sense.
It also has something to be said, though. They're playing double controller, double defensive. So this is a very defensive side of the comp. It should not be easy for Valaris to be able to break through all of the utility that Complexity is throwing at them. But now they do have and they also have double controller. So it's not as if they have a lot of utility that can push them forward past the Sentinel defenses into the site. Now barrier orb going up, a lot of presence being shown just by having to break that. So they know that there are people that are posturing towards that ace site. And now the rotation comes in from Lacey, regrouping with Jazzykins here in Art, and just putting a little bit of a stronger chokehold on that ace site.
This lockdown is free for the retake. The Seekers will be flown out first. Create a trail for the A site. On top of this Reckoning, and the Viper's Pit for that matter, but Kara was never checked! A 3K to begin! Oh, an ace! Kara!
The barrel of the gun is
What just happened? Did no one look? Did no one check?
Kara, if you have a capture software running, please clip it and post it to Twitter. We want to know what happened.
right there.
It's just from shoulder the whole time, and they picked out twice and got an ace. How? What?
And it was on a gun round too, off the back of a timeout from Valaris.
This is gonna be like a 9-1 game off rip, dude. This is ridiculous. And now you have a Cosmic Divide. Actually, no, I think Kara already had a Cosmic Divide. If only she used it this round, because then she'd already be more than halfway to another one.
Well, now a lot of ultimates being invested in the last round and this one. So now this attacking lockdown to just try and get themselves onto the site, but because of the counter lockdown, there is just no ground gained at all for either. Basically no man's land, but with lesser guns from Valaris, it's definitely going to be a lot tougher to want to push through the stock screen. And ARAM player 2, Lacey able to just spam through the smoke again for a second. Now Lori falling. It's all up to Princess Icy and Starbound.
Last player standing.
I am aghast at this dude. This is a wild run by COL. Princess Icy can certainly try to get something done
30
here,
seconds
but
left.
not much to work with. And yeah, Complexity, they look fine. Once again, nothing really baited out this round in the eco. They only lost one player. They already have a really good bank. I mean, this is just kind of another gimme round. We're at that stage where if Valaris doesn't do a massive thing on a round like that, then it's basically just like free money.
The unfortunate part of that is they also used an ult in it, and Avery immediately got dismantled right after placing down the lockdown. So it's not even as if they could have executed off of it either, because Claudia was just ready for it. And that's an 8-point ultimate gone. And on the other side, you also had the Viper's kit being used on top of the Reckoning and the Seekers in the round before. The ultimate economy of Valaris is basically shot.
Recon Bolt catching the opening lineup for a mains push as Jazzykins will just force them to burn away at this barrier if they want to try pushing there again. Valaris trying to stretch their wings a little bit this round to see what they can find, but so far the answer has been nothing. Complexity not buckling and letting them get something easy on the front line like they got to a couple times over on Haven. They don't want to let that happen. They understand, like you said, how defensively sided this composition was and how truthfully hard outside of pistol rounds this other side is going to be. Starbound, a good swing, a good kill onto Raze that will be the opener for them to try and push this. They will know as well that they do have some occupation in this cubby off art swing, so instead they will choose to set their sights on B just a little bit heavier. Complexity getting that memo though. Looks like they're going to try and challenge this swing early, and as Valaris doesn't have somebody watching their six, this could be catastrophic as the Hunter's Fury pokes through into the plaza run anyway. That's one down for Lacey. That's Kara with the cutoff. The spike is down once more, and Complexity have a feeding frenzy once more.
Starbound, though, able to at least get a consolation kill here, and Starlight as well. Now a 1v1 situation after Starbound narrows it down, even with the hero plays from the ARAM players. It's still a 1v1 situation here. Valaris has made it close, and they just need to push them over the end line. Claudia having all the utility over on the B site and wants to stay close by, but it's the A site that's going to be Starbound's pick. And with the spike now down, Claudia has to go for the retake. Starbound could be anywhere. There is no knowledge, but now with the tailwind running out, it's a little bit less utility for the Jet player to work with. Bring around the Rosie now. Through CT. Starbound hopping on spot. Nope. I'm gonna go ahead, opt for the long way round, but it's planted front site. Claudia has no idea where this player is, and Starbound is just ready for it. The Hunter's Fury invested so many kills swinging Complexity's side, but Starlight and Starbound, the two stars of Valaris, and maybe their shining hope at this point, were able to whittle a round away.
Yeah, what a round by Starbound. That was a stellar performance by them to continue potential control from Plaza after everyone else got so choked up. Starbound the only one to make it through, the only one to make it out, and Claudia not ready for how far Starbound would go after the fact. What a traversal, what a journey they took for that post plan. Very well done to give Valaris their second round of the game. Jazzy is going to do a dry early swing and get punished for it actually quite quickly. The dog to suffice and Raze being that extra line to make sure that Jazzy is safe. They will get away with it, and Complexity walks away in the 5v4.
The hop from the Viper to try and escape that situation. It works out well enough for them, and they're able to get out with just a little bit of health taken off and a kill to boot. Now on to the B site once again is Starlight, but it's just the bait, trying to get some of that presence, trying to get a little bit of information, while most of the players are towards Connector. They're not going to want to go there. They've heard the operator, they've heard Jazzykins sing, they're done with that.
Recalling my bot.
They still have this presence down B main, but Starlight hasn't been able to actually break through onto site, and with the alarm bot catching him, now Claudia is going to be able to make that call for Jazzy to start rotating over along with the rest of this team. Starlight can't make too much of a move just yet, doesn't have this harbor util to let fly. They will now though. And so that high tide will make sure that Valaris take over the site. Starlight actually going to do some great extension here. Can you carry off of that into a spam kill? Yes! Claudia's found, and Jazzy has now played lockout from Plaza. Easy spike plant.
Now, there's a lot of delay that can come from the Harbor Viper combination,
Right.
especially in the post plant, and they're not playing for long. They're really attempting to go for the on-site contention, but oh my god, the blind resurrection from Jazzy and a shorty kill? That is insane. Avery, though, with a nice swing with the Guardian, able to find one, but can't get any more. Just a consolation kill as the round is handed over to Complexity GX3 once again.
And now you start panicking a little bit. I mean, you might have wanted to before. Now,
Round in the half.
we're running low on opportunities. Actually, yeah, Valaris does not have a great economy this round, so this is probably going to be a 10-2 half, and Complexity can kind of run off of that, especially if they win the pistol rounds again. This is looking pretty dire for Valaris' team at this point. And it's unfortunate because, again, I feel like the Viper Harbor comp could work wonders on this attack, despite the fact that Complexity have such a great, steady, stalwart defensive composition. But unfortunately, they just haven't been able to really test their strength.
We're on to the A side now, looking through art, trying to get themselves in. Valaris, there are no ultimates to be spoken of in this round. The only potential of coming up is going to be that reckoning on Princess Icy, but it doesn't look like they're going to be fighting for those orbs or trying to contest A main. Instead, backing off after meeting just a bit of resistance in the form of gravity wells. But they have no presence over on the B site. There were no anti-info plays, and now Raze is already all the way into Plaza, staring straight at Starlight, just like that. Viper player down, and now there's that other controller you gotta rely on. It's going to be Harbor. It's going to be the one doing the work, getting themselves.
And with the Reckoning, with the Cove, with everything available, it shouldn't be that difficult, but oh goodness. Lacey is going to challenge early, catch Lori first. Icy going to stick this spike down, but Valaris is already on such shoddy health. Starbound is going to reinvade over to Art's swing, and will spot Claudia's gun. This should be an easy kill, unless Starbound is blind! What? Huh? Hello? Wee-woo, there's a gun right there. Anyway, Complexity is going to win this 10-2. They will lead the half going into the swap.
Another shorty kill.
This is where we're at.
Switching sides.
I love how Jazzy's rocking that battle pass skin all the way from like episode 2 on the shorty. And now Complexity switching over to the sides onto the attack now. And I mean, is there an argument for if Pearl is more defender or attacker sided? Because I have seen many people say that the rotations through defender spawn are much shorter than through attackers, but at the same time, they're so spread apart and mid is so complicated that a coordinated attack can make it really easy to get those flanks on the defender.
Valaris are going to take a more standard approach to this hold. Actually keeping the double controller closer to Plaza first. I'll just have an Avery hold it down solo on A side. I empathize with this hold because they know that B long is going to be the early preference from COL here. We just look at their comp. They're going to be locking down these Nebulas really quickly and then just pushing on with the help of the Viper screens. Then drag out, let the guns do the talking. So if you suppress early here, it's going to be a much longer game. So Complexity catching wind of that is going to do a little snake over to A site now that 4 members of Valaris are keyed up on B. Not too much noise made, so I imagine this rotation should come in soon, but there's quite a bit of time that Complexity's getting here for free. They will have to make it through this KJ util, though, so make it a little bit easier for Avery to at least play this long game. But how much can he do along the way? Already spammed through the smoke, sticks down that nanostorm grenade. Race is just going to ego cleanse. Jazzy can find the spam kill. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, that barrier orb basically replicating the use of the cove from the harbor, so they're able to just get a really safe plant protected from Art. Didn't even have to worry or try to clear that at all. But once again, this is a little worrying. Just a complete A main hold from the defenders or the attackers thus far, but they're just being spammed straight through. And the rotation comes in from the stage as well as Sova into Art as well. They're about to get pinched from both sides. Starlight is the only one to secure a frag. Princess Icy quick to follow, but Claudia just follows it up with the pick of her own. Complexity up to 11, and there is just no sign of stopping this Complexity.
Prospective 12-2 lead for Complexity. Oh man, this is dangerous. Man, I mean, I really don't know what to say. This is such an impressive game from Complexity. This match in general has been so well managed. Great patience from a squad that has had a history with being kind of brutal on this front line, which is exactly what they're gonna do this round to get it done quick. They'll quickly duck away once they realize that they may have a couple other faces staring them down pretty quickly, and this might evolve into a chase down through T-spawn. Yeah, we got 3 members of Valaris trying to go on a wild goose chase down from T-spawn and Plaza now. It'll be for the post plant. Valaris, they don't lose anybody along the way, but Complexity did not have to spend much to get here.
Yeah, and Raze had kind of sort of a whiff that there was going to be someone coming in the flank and is watching it diligently. Now Jazzy going to be the one to secure the first blood for this round, and Starbound trying to just get rid of the recon bolt as lots of smokes are being thrown at the A main entrance, keeping this team at bay, but they have the advantage of lineup shock darts and automatic guns. So it's going to be an easy cleanup after the post plan for Complexity, bringing them up to match point. It's a bonus round win that could potentially bring them the 2-0 of this match.
And Valaris won't even get full heavies. Man, completely downsized. And Complexity, oh man, it looks like they're going to challenge on B. Complexity has to know that Valaris is going to have a couple more on B here. They have to know that they're willing to play this distance. And with no ultimates on the board, it's a good time for Valaris to once again get this bonus. They cracked it last time. Can they do it here to save the game for the first of what will have to be at least 10 rounds?
ARAM players not in a good position, but even with the flash, they can't secure the pick. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far, but Raze in a really good spot. Starlight comes through and just gets taken down by Guardian, no less. I feel like Raze has been playing with the Guardian on purpose. Challenge, because it's not like they don't have money. They're just doing it for fun.
Well, either way, they've picked up the Vandal now, and they'll flex a little bit harder. Lacey gonna toss out this Owl Drone. A good toxic screen to make it so Valaris doesn't have an easy entry in, but it actually reduces the value of the Owl Drone too. Starbound gets caught up by the recon bolt, gets fired upon. A 4v2, a 3v2 now if Lori can catch Raze and Kara here, but it's just down to Lori. Still has to pop off, can still do it with this Vandal. Make it 4-0! Lacey will wrap it up. Complexity have a 13-2 victory and keep this godlike run through the tournament going.
Yeah, Complexity haven't dropped a map so far in the Sakura Cup, and now what is the total amount of rounds that they have dropped so far? Because I can't do math.
It's 13, a full win's worth. 1 win's worth of rounds is how many rounds Complexity have lost this entire 2 days so far, and they're on top 4 now. That is a ridiculous run.
So you're telling me if all the teams that Complexity went against in the tournament joined forces, then they would have a map win.
Yeah,
total
1 map win.
Complexity.
1!
Yeah, that is an insane scoreline. And Complexity, just a huge congratulations to them. They showed that they are incredibly disciplined, incredibly organized, and very technical in some aspects when it comes to these takes, these retakes, and also the set plays that they have. Their comps are definitely evolving, and it seems like they are merging really well with both the meta and their own personal play styles. And it was just really delightful to watch them on this.
Yeah. Great meshing. It was great to watch. Great to be able to cast one more match here for the Sakura Cup today. Epitomes, you and I may be done, but we still have so much more action, do we not?
Yes, we do. We still have 2 more best of 3s coming up here on the Knights mainstream. That is going to be it for us today, but still stay tuned for the semifinals and the grand finals right here on the Knights channel for Sakura Cup. That's all for us today. We are signing out, but be sure to watch the rest of this exciting tournament to see which teams make it all the way to the end. Good night.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Sakura Cup. It's been a lot of amazing games today, but of course, all things do have to come to an end soon. Luckily, though, we're not quite there just yet, but we're getting close to the end. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by Gompers here. And at the semifinals, we have 4 teams left. We're here to make a splash in the Sakura Cup scene and maybe even going forwards in the Game Changers too. I gotta say, Gompers, I'm very excited.
Yeah, I'm excited too. And honestly, it was awesome to see, honestly, turnouts that I felt like we weren't expecting, which obviously we'll get to that soon with the matchups that we have coming up. But overall, I think with Sakura Cup coming back, we finally get to see a bit more of the game changer scene. And it's been a while, right? Ever since
has been.
Series 1. So I've been craving a bit of game changers. I know that there's been like the Americas League and challengers and whatnot, but there's a different vibe with this.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, Sakura Cup, it's a lot more raw, less refined at times. And that doesn't mean necessarily the strats or the gameplay in of itself, but it's really the cauldron in that brewing pot of where talent starts to begin. And where we could see these players become, a really good, say, amateur or signed player, really evolve to become a superstar player. And through the pipeline of Sakura Cup and, of course, other game changers related events that have been happening over the last few years, we're seeing more and more of those players just become superstars on the main stage.
Yeah, and not only superstars, but also improving all the while and also finding their teams. There's been a lot of reworks within the rosters, a lot of things going on. Obviously, aiming back towards, again, the beginning of the season. So, they're still kind of developing. It doesn't take a month or 2 or even maybe 5. It really does take a long time, yeah, to solidify something like that.
We should probably tell that to the Americas leagues for some of the roster swaps we've been seeing recently. But enough about the fiery hot takes, though. Who are we going to be covering today? How did we get here? Where are we? Who am I? Where are we at right now?
Who are you? You're Keg. You're Mr. Keg.
Oh, God.
And
Can I reroll? Oh, no.
All right. You're sideshow. No, I'm kidding. Anyways, Misfits. We're going Misfits Black and having fun. Which is pretty much the matchup that we are seeing today. We're heading over towards that bracket to be able to see, the possibilities of who could actually make it towards that grand final spot. So it's Complexity versus Mr. Black, Misfits Black versus having fun. Mr. Black and Misfits Black. Is there like an origin story there?
Can I throw some really nerdy trivia at you? When I think of Mr.
Please.
Black, I'm thinking of that one-time character from like season 4 of The Simpsons. But something tells me deep down in my heart, that's not what Mr. Black stands for. It's Moon Raccoon's Black. But I gotta say, both of them kind of banger characters there. I do love the logo for Moon Raccoons.
Yeah. Moon Raccoons, honestly, it's been a while since I've heard that name too. I feel like I haven't seen them in so long, actually, leading back to Moon Raccoons Black. Again, names that we've known, with Slays being on that roster as well. So there are some familiar names coming up to this or competitioning, if that's a word, for this grand final spot, but we do have the teams ready. And I'm more so interested in, the map picks and bans, Keg. Where are we going?
This might be the first time ever that the players are ready before us, but here we are.
Right?
Our bans are coming out. Yeah, it's super quick. But I gotta say, Haven and Split ending things off on Pearl, though. Very different from what I was expecting going into the semis. I was expecting between Having Fun and Misfits to be a lot more Haven, Ascent, and maybe, I don't know, any other map, I suppose, maybe Icebox centric, but instead we're actually going to some fairly challenging and more niche maps in the pool. I mean, Haven, everyone and their mother knows how to play that map, but that second and third map there, Split and Pearl, those are the most interesting ones I think we could see in this series. And I gotta say, that's where the really big development of going from a normal player to a superstar shines through on more complex maps that require more team-wide synergy. But dialing it back though, Gompers, going to Haven, both these teams have had a fairly rocky hill when it comes to their win rate percentages on these maps in recent times, but they've also been training up a lot.
No, they really have. Haven, again, right? This has been in the map pool ever since the beginning, so it hasn't gone out. It's not in the position of Icebox. Poor Icebox, by the way, one of my favorite maps, so RIP. But yeah, I feel like Split is probably going to be the more riskier type of maps to really bring into the pool, especially with it being gone for so long.
Yeah, I completely agree. And because of the ways we've been seeing a lot of teams, like, say, in the Americas play it too, there's a lot of big differences. But again, we'll go back to Haven and see what kind of core differences we can be seeing here as we get into game number 1. Now, I mentioned core differences because while we're not covering them in this series, Gompers, we did have Complexity earlier today in the quarterfinals bring out a really interesting team comp on this map. We saw the Viper and the Harbor comp, and I was like, oh, they're bringing out Loud's comp. Okay, interesting. But then they went on to like 13-4 Valaris. So I'm really hoping we get to see other teams kind of follow through in those footsteps and take more of the wackier compositions that you and I were not normally used to seeing and kind of translate it down into this era of Valorant to see, how can we trip up a team?
Yeah, tripping up a team on Haven really does kind of, I guess, more aim around the Sentinel that you want to play. Like, we're seeing the Cypher come out, and I feel like on Haven, right, the Cypher really bringing that new perspective into what Haven could have. I feel like Julia's trolling me, so I'm not even going to say anything about Julia. And if not, we might have a banger on our hands.
Yeah, if Julia does lock in the Yoru, that's a really good hard counter to Vernita's Cypher. That gate crash can just go completely past any sort of utility that Vernita would be hoping for to be that stalling power starting off on the defense. But Julia, 5 seconds left. Come on. Please lock in the Yoru. I'm begging you. No! The Killjoy. Oh, no. That's okay. Honestly, if I had to choose between the two, I still think I'd personally prefer the Cypher over the Killjoy, just because this is a map that requires a lot of heavy rotations, and depending, if you are starting on the defense like Misfits are, it's really good to take that opportunity to scale up when you know there's no one around you. So someone like Vernina, having that mobility difference of not being tethered to your utility by like a certain meter radius, you can just flank every single round if you really want to, but there's just a lot more flexibility.
Yeah, I do feel like that is one of the biggest things with Haven too, is obviously you say the flexibility, and that in itself, we'll be able to see how much flexibility that can be. But as we start to head into the map of Haven, we're already looking at the positioning here, and it seems like we are going for that heavy C push with a bit of that diversion down towards Garage.
Yeah, looking like, at least right away, possibly a split push going to C site. No Cypher util though on A site whatsoever. It's going to require more bodies, maybe a bit of a floating presence from Slandy to head back over to C immediately, but 4 seconds left. We'll have to see how this plays out. But no utility. This is going to be a lot of contact plays from Misfits right away.
Enemy mark.
Already getting a stun up as well. The drone to come in from Luna. And you see that tag. Like, there's a lot of information coming out of both of the Sovas here. Although Hide on Smoke is going to get the entry. KDO a bit better here in terms of what that contact is looking like. And you see that divert all the way back towards CT side.
I love this call from Misfits. Get the opening pick, dial it back, play fully for the retake, and Vernina's there for that flank that we mentioned. 3 left alive now for having fun. They're down 2 bodies.
Ooh, yeah, it's going to be a difficult time here. KDO is just killing it already. Not having to do much here. Yeah, they're down, but Julia trying to save things up. I'm not so sure how easy that's going to be. Honestly, one more hit, and I would have been scared. 2 players left, though, so there's a lot more insurance standing there. Yeah, Misfits, again, coming into this very, very strong. And the biggest factor there being KDO.
Yeah, Katie was so great. Again, the game sense of knowing that, okay, I just took down the main source of entry. Bungie falls. I back out and wait with the rest of the team because Katie and the rest of Misfits did not want to give 1v1s to having fun. They had the advantage. They didn't want to get rid of it whatsoever. But Julia, also MVP for the round, I would say, too. Really good still in that late post plan. Isolating 1v1s and ensuring, maybe we can't win the round, but a lot of eco presence was found for us. But no changes have been made from Misfits' defense. Going to maintain what they had before, especially now Vernina locking down that utility much quicker. It's a default play from having fun now. They know Misfits have the better weapons here. They're waiting to see whether or not it's going to be an aggressive push from the defense. If they're anticipating having fun to barrel down one particular lane themselves. It looks like they're all melding together now. Gompers, they're going to be heading towards lobby.
Yeah, the best bet for them right now, especially with the saves that we are seeing come out of having fun. They need to hit these close radiuses, but Misfits, they're kind of playing like rats here. You have 2 players surrounding themselves down in short. Ready the trip, actually, as well. So that's going to catch out some information. No updraft for Hide on Smoke. So the moment they actually pass by from this, they're going to get hit with it pretty heavy here. They see it, they hear it, although caught on. You get a stun, but I don't think it's enough.
Surrounding the site now, Vernina's hiding.
Spike planted.
Tons of players already coming down on it. Misfits Black there with the shots, and yeah, I mean, they have the Spectres. There's nothing much that you can really account for here. It's the easiest round they could have won with the Spectres alongside those classics from the other side of having fun, but as long as you're having fun, right?
Yeah, true. Very much having fun. Having so much fun, they had to make it their name. But I love that trap style play that we saw Misfits employ. And again, they did have better weapons, but we had seen that tripwire set up A-long, and in case the rest of the team hadn't gone A-long, there were some contingency plans inside of sewers. Big props to Slandy there. As soon as that tripwire was tripped, fault line comes down, the rest of Misfits completely smother out having fun there. Unbelievable to see. And now we're starting to see some adjustments. Not so much the default from having fun anymore, but instead Misfits now swapping Cypher Util all the way over to B site. It's a great fake smoke in the beginning. It forces out that fault line and almost emerging into a default here. I'm curious to see where the enemy or where having fun's going to end up going. All signs are pointing towards B, but a little bit of playing around in garage never hurt anybody.
And with that being said, are they going to play in garage? Feels like there's a, the bait right there. Okay, now the cam dropped. So it does get a bit risky. The chances of getting out of this alive are a bit slim, but the smoke to come up to actually stop and deny any source of information. A spray down from Vernina. That's actually beautiful transfer.
Beautiful opening pick, and still Misfits. They're hiding on C site. They're playing off of each other once again. They're flooding around. The rest of Misfits over on A site, rotating over towards the back. They know where having fun is. We haven't seen any big rotates just yet. Good for Slandy though on 2, but look at this collapse again. Misfits, they take down everybody at once, and Carly, the last one, a near flawless round again. Having fun. They have not been able to get a single opening pick in this series, let alone be able to safely get onto a site.
Yeah, there has been a lot of struggle from having fun. To lose out on a bonus round as well, Keg is, I mean, the equivalent of losing out on 5 rounds in particular. Like, that is impossible, and that should not happen. Especially, you see Ultraviolet now picking up the operator. Like, that just adds on to the wound.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we should probably describe Ultraviolet, formerly Edith, just recently rebranded. I love the name Ultraviolet, though.
Yeah, the name is beautiful. Is there a reason? I like the name because it sounds edgy.
Yeah, it does sound edgy. It's like kind of like the Hot Topic type beat. It's also one of those colors that you can't see unless you're like a butterfly. They ever teach you that
I
in school?
actually love Hot Topic. Now you're making me want to go shopping. Thanks, Keg.
I got you. I am pro consumerism. Oh. I wonder if Baby Soap is going to consume that tripwire. They miss it with the stinger. And now Vernina's aware. The dark cover on top, isolating out Baby Soap, does get the opening pick. The first one having fun's had the whole series. And again, this is a thrifty round from having fun. They do have the lockdown, but I don't know if you'd want to invest it even if you're down 3 rounds. This is still a game that having fun could quite take back. So using the ult this quickly might do more harm than good, but they're safely on A site. Oh, and they use it. Oh, okay.
That's a valiant effort. Oh, Carly's feeling it edgy right now. Never mind. Backing off. I was a bit afraid there for what was going to happen, but having fun, they took out one. They have the site. This is so good in terms of what they can manage now. I mean, this round looking like a safe round, looking like a round that having fun might have lost out on.
Oh, Baby Soap.
Now there is a possibility with the flank coming along for Baby Soap. The 2K down. Now you leave Kadia left alone. I mean, we've seen Kadia with a 4K before, but I'm not so sure that it is plausible coming into this particular second, especially right now. And so, I mean, time is ticking. Gonna have to save the op as well. I'm not even sure how, all of this really went down. Having fun, they just ran onto the site and hope for the best. Not checking behind, though. Well, getting down, so worthless.
Yeah, and that's the big issue about having a Cypher, a Sentinel that's not Cypher, I'm sorry, not Killjoy on this map, right? Because if Cypher dies, like we saw Baby Soap take them down as the opening pick, then you have all of B site completely open. And in the chaos of just rushing through to A and trying to go for the retake, there was no opening and no one was watching B main. So Baby Soap, playing off the patience of Misfits, was able to just lurk up so slowly and cut a 3K, at least ending the round with that stinger. That was impressive with the lurk play. But now Vernina needs to play a lot slower, knowing now that there could be a heavy lurk presence almost every round. That means we probably won't be seeing as many harsh rotates anymore.
Right here.
Yeah, and that's a good thing, not wanting to have any of that down in your pockets, but overall, giving themselves all the way back over towards that A side. I mean, the Spike's still standing around near spawn.
Ooh. Those on A side for Misfits, they heard that owl drone. And instead of backing away and giving up A side, they're pushing up. Having fun though, they've already rotated over towards garage.
Okay, well.
Oh. Hiding the op.
In these particular moments, you really want to hit your shots here. Ultraviolet reinvesting into the operator. It's now or never, but you see so many players already surrounding themselves here. Hide on smoke, luckily getting in away just because of that smoke. So, I mean, the chances are slim though. Ultraviolet wide swinging that now. Everybody contesting onto the point. As it seems, the site completely left alone for the taking. And it's going to be difficult. Having fun. They take it back with the operator there in the hands of Baby Soap.
Man, what a strong round from Having Fun there. They all played together so well. They even gave up spike control inside of B main, and they just baited it out for Misfits to push up and still got the Shrikes down. And Misfits, they looked so strong in those first 3 rounds, and now suddenly they're on a thrifty of their own. And for Having Fun, this should be a slam dunk to tie up the game. We'll have to wait and see how it goes out. Yup. Originally, the shot from Bungie did not connect and had to throw it over to Baby Soap. That coordination is something we all look for. I do want to mention, though, Harley did pick up the Bulldog right before the round started. So maybe we could see at least a little bit more aggressive pressure here. Misfits Black, they're already rotating around. Double tripwires placed fairly early on in A long. I think Misfits Black are looking to deathball maybe as soon as they make any kind of contact.
Yeah, again, this is where your difficulties start to lie. They've lost 2 rounds in a row despite having the op. So, economy's looking slimmer and slimmer by the second for Misfits. They're now waiting around towards A. They have nobody watching around down at C. So you leave KDO by themselves, having to wait around. Nobody's there.
It's such a slow round, too. Having Fun have been so liberal with their ultimates thus far. Already having used the lockdown and the Cosmic Divide. Now a Rolling Thunder. Maybe not so much for the eco round, but if Bungie's not able to connect their shots, they could go for the Blade Storm again, too. But it's a 3-stack outside A.
There's so much going on right now. Hide on smoke again, right? The operator's looking better in the hands of the attacking side. So, I mean, that in itself really says a lot. Already really forcing Having Fun to use the operator as well because of the pressure that they had put back into Having Fun previous times again.
10 seconds left.
Standing ahead.
Last player standing.
That goes down. Carly now the last one alive. A simple strafe isn't quite enough, though. Julia, good to mark down everybody. Talked about those ultimate usages, and no one even used them on Having Fun. But now it's 3-3. And I do want to mention the mid-round adjustment that we had from Having Fun. They could have just easily pushed A as much as they had wanted. But even on a thrifty round, they didn't want to let go of the advantage they had by having it be a 5v3. They chose to, okay, we know Cypher's here. All good. We may have taken them down. We're going to rotate the B anyways. And take that smaller, more condensed area. And I feel like for most teams, even opting to go to C for the rotate might be better. But Having Fun, they just trusted in themselves. And they're so good about just taking down Misfits as they push the connectors from both sides that they haven't been able to find a response yet. And so the timeout's been called here with 30 seconds left. 4 ultimates to work with here for Misfits Black. They've been stocking up on that ultimate economy for the longest time. And they might just be able to go all out here, considering this should be a buy-up round from them.
Yeah, especially with the given times that we've seen Misfits Black try to get the retake in. Again, Having Fun, having the op, it makes it so much harder. I feel like in these cases and in these circumstances, they have the op on the attacking side. It is super hard to get onto the site with a condition like that if you keep those smokes very, very linear. You're very consistent with the amount of pressure you're putting towards. So I feel like that's the only way they're going to try to counter Baby Soap in their extension towards the site. Although again, it's super difficult to understand where this team is actually aiming for. Just, I mean, based off what we're seeing now, the spike heading over towards that C side, but you got 3 players going to make noise over towards A.
Yeah, this is looking like it should be a fake. Those over on C are looking to maybe take out a possible counter flanker. One big thing to consider, though, for having fun is that they don't really rely on their entry utility that much. Not a whole lot of dashing since round one's happened from Bungie. Ultraviolet, though, forced to back off. The Owl Drone to mark away again where this Opera should be. But no one wants to contest the Op on defense. It just allows a safe passage over towards A-Long, but they don't know what the Sova's presence just yet. They're hiding over in short, using that smoke to get away, but Carly caught off on timing. It's Artstar to take A-Site.
Again, we talk about the difficulties facing this Op. Now that they have the site, right, the retake was one of the biggest worries that we've had, especially on Haven. It's not easy with the very, very small executions and entries that we can see from here, especially with Artstar playing into the breach. You're able to see some of the util be utilized right now for that back off. It's getting more and more difficult. Vernina getting some information as to where Hide on Smoke could be, but already bounced off towards the side. And CT side, even more difficult to fight. Luna assisting getting the refrag through. Now you got 2 players left alone for Misfits, and they're struggling to bring anything back.
Yeah, and the call here for Misfits is the save. They played a little bit more aggressive outside of mid. That must have been the adjustment off of that timeout from the coach. But Grego couldn't help him this last round. Having fun, now flawless, since Misfits have lost their first round 4-3 now, taking the lead. And honestly, again, a lot of it's coming down to just playing slow and playing for those opening picks. They're not looking for entry potential. They're looking for those slow crawls up onto Haven sites, whichever one that might be. And Misfits Black, they just have not had a response other than winning that opening pick. And so far, these last 4 rounds, they've been struggling at that the most. Even their Cypher util's not enough to slow them down.
Yeah, which is surprising because I thought the Cypher would actually be such a big, you know, factor of what Misfits Black can put into this game. Like, I really thought Vernina was going to bring the heat there with the utility, but it feels like the reads haven't necessarily been the best. And even ranging around down in Garage, right? The trips have been so predictable that it just leaves having fun, having a very big understanding as to what's going on. And there have been those occasions where Vernina could get those picks, could get some very, very valuable information. But, I mean, what happens after that, I mean, really is why the game hasn't been salvaged.
Ultraviolet positioned right outside sewers, looking for that smoke to dissipate. You put a lot of pressure on Vernina now. We'll have to see if Vernina can pull it off. The camera's the only thing protecting their life right now. Ultraviolet up top. With these double tripwires for both B and C, 2 different members looking to play off of those if they do come up. But again, having fun for the mid round, they play slow yet again. Looking for the prime entry point. Luckily, maybe the opening pick too. With 2 right outside A main, prime to maybe swing. Everybody else in having fun, they rotate back over towards C side, assuming that it might be safer. But the majority of Misfits Black, especially those with ultimates, are hiding around the corners of the back site. The C hemisphere of the map.
Yeah, but now getting a smoke to clear things through. With at least the Hunter Suri to come down, trying to assist Hide on Smoke with some space here. You see Luna Fox getting another one off of Carly. And again, this is big. Like, they know how to entry. They know what to do. The stun to come through, but it doesn't really matter at this point. It's just utility wasted from Slandy.
And I wonder now if the call will be for Ultraviolet to save that op. By themselves, Luna Fox is there to shut them down. They've lost the op.
Yeah, and all the while still trying to fight this as well. Kane, that might just have been lost. 5 health left. I mean, if you can get a 3K here, the miracle is there, but there isn't one. You got Hide on Smoke getting the 3K there with the op. And the moment the op was handed over towards having fun, I felt like that was the demise of Misfits.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I think maybe the case of just using that operator a little bit more aggressive would have been a very helpful thing, especially because, again, we're seeing a big, heavy Sentinel presence. We had Ultraviolet positioned right outside outside sewers for the majority of the round, but again, there just wasn't that factor of going for that opening pick and playing aggressive off of it. Misfits Black, they keep gambling on the factor that they might be able to catch off having fun on their entry. But when they are entryed against, it's usually accompanied with an ultimate, especially that fast. But look at this adjustment here from Misfits. Nina and Slandy, right outside C long. I'm sorry, Katie, right outside C. They are going to be stopped by KJ Util and Baby Soap's ready.
You know, taking baby steps, though. Because right now, having fun. They're having a good roll. Right? 1 second lost. 1 person lost. Again, really leads into that disadvantage because there's so much util here that is valuable. It seems like the A site might be the pick. AB Soap, luckily enough, standing very still and silent, able to take out for Nina.
Yeah, look at this now. Star. Good for almost A side control. Everyone on Misfits completely disenfranchised and separated out.
Yeah, because of the pick off for Nina, they know the Cypher isn't here. And they're very, very confident in just executing onto the site, not having any worries at all. The spike being planted, again, leads them to that post plant. We talk about the post plant. It's the strongest thing that having fun is capable of. Especially with 2 players going in a 2v5 situation. Artstar still waiting to use some of that util here. It's not going to be easy. Waiting for the fault line to come through. KDO, though, throwing at least some of that dark cover. And actually just some stall through.
Although util, all for what? Candy only has a simple classic to work with, and Ultraviolet could save the Vandal. But they're in too deep, up to 3.
Unbelievable. The whiff in the last second. They were doing amazing so far. Yeah, the time is running thin. But they were there.
We can talk about how much ego damage was brought out from Ultraviolet there. But again, when you've won the last 6 rounds in a row, your economy's pretty good no matter how many bodies you lose in a round. And so again, you're right. Misfits Black right now, they're having a hard time finding the proper positioning of having fun, detecting where they're going to go in the early round. And a lot of that promotes Misfits to push up. And while they have oftentimes teammates to accompany them, I'm still seeing so many 1v1s that Misfits are losing. And so once again, early flash comes down. No response from Misfits to row. At least not yet. The dark cover's out. Majority of the team have over on C. And there is that aggressive push-up from Ultra yet again outside C, though. But Nina's playing so far dialed back.
Yeah, shots again. Right on Smoke, getting the first pick. This has happened time and time again. It feels like having fun. I mean, it's almost impossible to play against them in these moments. Ultraviolet, though, fighting back.
Both controllers are now gone. For the post plant, this will be increasingly more difficult as time goes on for having fun.
Cage triggered. Erased.
Yeah, nice shots. Okay, Flash. Come out already. Double the Jet, Smoke, and Carly. They were the first touch. And they're playing together. They're playing that system, knowing that, okay, the 2v2, definitely better. The sandwich in to come down. But unfortunately, taking the 1v1s now alongside Slandy. Too preoccupied with their util. And a moment that they could have saved here. Finally, it just goes to blur.
And A-side's one of the hardest sites in the entire game to retake, right? So imagine trying to retake it without any sort of smoke util for either team. You can't even play off your enemy team smokes if you're Misfits trying to retread that same ground and go for a retake. It's not possible. And now, on the 2 rounds left of this first half, having fun are already well and good to go into their own attacking, for their own defending side. And Misfits Black, again, they have to change up that tempo. They're not finding enough pressure against having fun. Hotline comes down. Ultraviolet with the Blade Storm should be good for the setup here.
Oh. I don't know if this fight is actually worth it right now. Too many players, and they still try to fight that. Ultraviolet a bit too confident in these moments. Though the flash to come through, they lost the last round. So all they're looking for right now is some sort of first pick to get themselves along. Although Misfits losing out on the only capable player here, especially with a Blade Storm to come down. Now they have to try to play with the Sheriffs. It's impossible. Hide on Smoke just standing around the back, but the flank, unaware of it, so was there.
Hide Smoke saw something. Owl Jones going to confirm it. There is a flanker. Separate out yet again. Another great round. A flawless one from having fun. And I gotta say, the coordination that we had seen from Misfits at the beginning of the series was really, really well done, especially for retakes. But ever since... Sorry, I'm very burpy today. But ever since we've seen Misfits start to lose rounds, that coordination completely disappeared. It feels like to me now, either Misfits are playing in pockets of 2 different groups of 2 plus 1, or they're just playing for themselves, looking to find that opening pick. They care so much about numbers, looking to go from a 4v5 to a 4v4. And in the process, they keep losing numbers themselves. And I really hope when we swap sides, we can have a reset for Misfits here. Great stack up here. 2 groups of 2 and 1 solo, like I mentioned now. All outside A. And B's looking appetizing with only a single tripwire stopping having fun from taking sight.
Yeah, again, not trying to face any consequences already because Misfits Black losing out on 1 player each and every time. Right now, Vernina, nice.
Great
Jiggle
info.
peek. Yeah, they know where the op is now.
I don't know about Ultraviolet, though. On top of C-Box. Just barely outside the range of that lockdown.
Actually, just sitting around the back. Even now, they have an understanding. There is a little bit of space there that the Sova needs to try to take care of, although still missing out so much utility to try to push back. The Sova working in cohesion with the breach. And that was honestly everything that Having Fun needed to continue their stride into that victory spot.
Look at the Ansco marching 1 by 1 down C long. They're all lined up and funneled together. Cosmic Divide, great. Anyone pushing through like Nina right now cannot have any info. They need the camera to rely on. Anything to push.
At this point, and the only thing they can do is try to swing the smoke for Nina. I mean, I don't know how the shot really connected in the way that it did, but it's the jiggle peaks left and right. A nice shot, but Julia, you were right with the ace from Having Fun. We're switching sides, though. I'm hoping to see something different. It feels like that defense from Misfits, it was lacking just a bit, but I don't know. Maybe we'll be able to see Ultraviolet really thrive in that attacking condition.
Yeah, I mean, I think swapping sides will be a great time for Misfits to go for a reset. They had that great coordination in the beginning, and then it fell apart once they weren't able to find those adjustments to convert more rounds against Having Fun. I do want to give major props to Katie, though. No matter what the dire straits looked like for the round for Misfits, always Katie had on point, stellar smokes to help out their teammates to make sure, okay, look, I can at least accompany you from across the map. I might not be there to trade your kills, or if you die, at least you have a smoke to come around and help you. So I'm hoping that same energy transcends going to the other side too. Katie should have a little bit more of an aggressive appearance here with those smokes as they execute onto a site. But just like the initial pistol round, we're seeing the same exact split push into C.
I'm trying to provide some information at this point. Ultraviolet already looking a bit more comfortable on the attacking side, although unfortunately the flash to come through. And it's Julia. Still left alone down inside of Garage, trying to fight their way, but the reinforcements coming in a bit too late. You get a right click there from Vernina, just due to the fact that your teammates aren't there.
This adjustment, other than holding side, going for a crunch is so smart. Last 2 up top, or 2 out of 3, now all 3 in Garage.
Last player standing.
Yeah, again, it's harder and harder by the second with KDO. Already getting stunned up just a bit. Artstar getting a surprise here, but it's not too much of a surprise as it is Having Fun. They take these double digits 10-3, by the way, and that just feels very absurdly far.
Yeah, it's a bit of a wide scoreline, and I gotta say, that was looking like a great Misfits round in the beginning too, but Having Fun, rather than fighting for C-Site, they went for a very small crunch inside of Garage, and they dismantled the entry powers that Misfits normally would have had. But now, you're absolutely right. 10-3, a 7-round differential, a force buy from both sides here for Misfits. If they lose out on this force buy, they might be forced down to an even lesser buy afterwards if they can't convert this round. You might be looking at an eco for match point.
They're trying to pass by any moment right now. I'm liking the switch over to the Marshall. And of course, one headshot is over. For anybody that wants to peek an angle like this one, of course, the shots continuing to fire through with the reinforcement. Luna coming around, Having Fun. I mean, again, right, bringing into perspective that this team knows exactly what they need to do, what they need to suffice for
Last player standing.
flank to come down. But you've got 4 players versus 1. KDO's not going to have the time of their lives here with Hide on Smoke. Again, fighting and fighting.
It was like 3 rounds ago, we just had Julia get an ace. And now we have a 4K coming out from Bungie, 19-8. Good lord. Unbelievable fragging prowess coming out from having fun here. And Misfits, they just haven't found a response again. They're being stuck directly on A lobby. They haven't found that pushing power at all. And one thing that I would love to see, Gompers, is that having fun, they made so much use early on with Baby Sold Slurks. And it might be a little bit more difficult with a Killjoy, but that means you can just rotate and find a different avenue that Killjoy can't cover. So I'm hoping to see maybe this round a little bit more of a lurking presence rather than a 5-stack upwards. Look at Ultraviolet. Dashes through into sewers by themselves, no utility, no teammates to help them out. It's not an entry anymore, it's just a lurking jet.
Oh, actually waiting along the sidelines. Misfits. That's not good. I mean, at the points that we have seen so far, sprays are doing damage. And a lot more there from Artstar. To be able to hold this down, though, you have a 3v1 again. I'm not even sure how to describe my shock, having fun. I mean, they're looking tremendous today.
Yeah, I mean, having fun, their coordination is just above and beyond right now that I've seen in Sakura Cup. And again, every single time there's a fight, there's always 2 or 3 members of having fun there to help capitalize on that situation. And Grego here, match point for map 1. Might not even necessarily be for this map to see what adjustments can be made. We could very well be looking at maybe the coaching for map 2 going to Split. This is a much more traditional map compared to, say, Split and Pearl that are seen often, but not nearly as often as Haven, which is pretty much every series. And so right now, the fundamentals look 3-12. There needs to be a lot more to be done in between not only this coaching break, but the break between this game, but going into Split too. Misfits have a lot to work on here, and I'm really hoping they can just fix it all up, especially their team coordination before it's too late in the series.
Man, it's difficult because, you know, that bonus round really was it. Grego calling a timeout, trying to rework what Misfits have been doing wrong up to this point. So again, it's going to have to take a lot of hard work to even think about it. I mean, look at the win streak, right? Like,
yeah, it's
they
a
haven't
big one.
given them a chance. Yeah.
I think the big focus we need to look on into this round is Ultraviolet. If we see that dash through again into sewers, we need to see where the rest of Misfits are going to accompany and help enable Ultraviolet to get that opening pick. So right now, maybe instead of sewers, it could be A-long. Ultraviolet now by themselves scaling up into A, and the rest of Misfits are not there to help out. In fact, they're separated after the contact.
Yeah, that was a scary one. They're peeking pretty aggressively here, but they got early information. I mean, they know more than 2 sending around here from Misfits on the A site. Could fight this, seeming like they are, but the 2 players surrounding down and short are also unaware that there's 2 players sitting down towards long. You hear the drone. You think they're pushing. This is such a good decoy.
The drone must have seen at least one. Ultraviolet's aware, fakes the dash with the cloudburst. No! That timing! Oh, that is some Valorant timing if I've ever seen it. I'm furious right now if I'm Misfits.
Not keeping it up, though. All right, the fault line to come through. KDO moving back around because they knew exactly what was coming. I mean, there's so much firepower here from having fun. They have 5 players still left alive. The jet is gone, so there is no dash that could really connect themselves from the C site.
Oh,
the timing is actually perfect here. No, they listen in. And, of course, the stun to come through. I mean, again, the timing, the cohesion, everything is perfect. Now Slandy can't seem to fight against it. I mean, you got another very, very spectacular team coming out with the works here and having fun. I mean, that's a team you want to look out for.
I mean, we could break this down as an analyst desk. I mean, where to begin, right? I was really expecting to see a lot more. Again, I've been harping on this team coordination coming out from Misfits Black. We didn't really get to see that outside the first few rounds. Pretty much essentially when having fun got rifles, it was over. But I gotta say, the mid-rounding too was really disappointing from Misfits. I was really hoping to see more team-side coordination. Plenty of times that the team, even on the attack, fell for minor flanks and small lurks coming out from having fun, and they just looked so caught off guard pretty much every time besides entering onto a site. But I do sound very harsh at Misfits Black. I think having fun did a stellar job with their teamwork. I loved the way they played off each other super well. The comms were there. The utility coordination and the chat plays were on point. It looks like they were a team that did their homework. But again, a lot of teams, Gompers, love to play Haven. This could be an opportunity for Misfits to show that they're a more unconventional team. They like to play and dominate on unconventional maps. So I can only hope that maybe we do have a dominant split coming up from Misfits. We go to a map 3 for the semis.
I mean, yeah, the map 3 is definitely one of the possibilities that we could see. I don't know, but winning so many rounds in a row like that, it feels like maybe it wasn't a mistake, but at the same time, right, there's a new map coming into play. And I feel like with this, anything is possible. Not necessarily a new map, but split. Leading up towards
Hello.
that in itself is scary to me because we see split, we see the possibility there for Misfits. Of course, it is their map pick as well. And they're bringing out something completely new to kind of offset having fun. And I feel like that is really going to carry them far.
Absolutely. But we don't want to split anybody up just yet. We'll have to wait and see how it plays out for map number 2. So get up, go stretch, go do whatever you have to do. We'll be back in a few minutes with Split in the semifinals for Sakura Cup. We'll see you in a few minutes. This was a rough first map for Misfits Black, but you know what? There's always an opportunity to turn it around. My name is Kag, I'm joined by Gompers, and we're going to see if Having Fun, a free agent team, can maybe beat out another signed team and take away Misfits Black's position of having a chance to go to the grand finals all the way now into the semis.
Yeah, and they've already done such a good job already when you're looking at, obviously on the side of having fun. First of all, wow, 13-3. That's not the result that I thought we would get, but it is. Yeah, it is huge. And to see a gap like that, it really gets you a bit concerned.
Now, look, I'm not much of a mathologist myself, Gomp, but I can tell you one thing. Even though this could look better for Misfits, there is a bit of a caveat. Misfits themselves have a 33% win rate on this map since January. It's not the best in the world, but there is, again, another little bit of silver lining. The teeniest tiny sliver of it. Having Fun have never professionally played Split before. So either this is going to go really well for Misfits, and the uncomfortability of Having Fun really shines, or there's been a lot of scrimming from Having Fun, and we could see a repeat of the same exact scoreline as we had on Haven.
Oh, man. Yeah. Okay. I see. You have very, very valid points. And I do think, though, seeing Slandy play onto that Gecko, number 1, super excited to be able to see Wingman and everybody else. But number 2, I think this is such an interesting pick for a map like Split. I've also been seeing it a lot more on Split, which is surprising to me. But, to see Slandy pull it out really does make me feel like they've been cooking something up.
Yeah, I really like this choice. Split is not really a map that you need a lot of hard info on, so I think relying on the boom bot for maybe the hardest info you can get besides maybe Dizzy is a really good choice coming out from Misfits. And we've already seen from Haven, both these teams rely a lot on heavy contact-based play. Not a lot of hard info was given from Misfits off their Sova in the last map. I think this swap over, having Slandy be the Gecko, Carly to help out with the breach, I think this is a really good team comp for the attack.
No, honestly, I think so as well. I think this is going to be absolutely perfect in terms of what we're looking for here in creativity. And by the way, double controller. I don't know why I thought Breach was another controller. It's not a
control some of the map.
He does control some of the map. But you got that double controller. You have the Breach coming in as that initiator. And of course, honestly, Slandy as the initiator as well. So they're going for that double controller, double initiator type of composition. Then you got the Raze to come in for that damage. I think this is going to be very, very big rush comp, as much as it can be.
Actually, the defense has 3 smokes because Jen has cloud bursts.
That's true.
Sorry, I had to be an annoying Valorant player for a second. But no, overall, I mean, I think both these teams have a lot of great contact-based power. There's not a lot, again, hard info, very little Sentinel presence that we're conventionally used to. However, the lack of Sentinel presence is made up for having a Viper and an Astra. Viper's wall is so strong on this map. It's unbelievable. And there we go. It's typical VCT America's wall there. Really good to pressure out mid quite a bit. You can condition with that wall, possibly push up if you want to off of a thrifty round. There's a lot of different options you have for both attack and defense Viper util. And then you have Astra to accompany that as well. Use her util anywhere on the map that she wants. But the most Sentinel-like presence we're going to see coming from her is going to be either the use of the Nova Pulse or the Gravity Well. The issue with both these teams, though, is that you need to have really good timing both ways for both teams. It's a big glass cannon setup, but it works out well. Hiding in smoke already goes down.
Yeah, and again, with the execution, you want something abrupt, very, very detrimental to the composition that Misfits Black is pulling out. Because you see the double initiator composition to come through, helping Violet get onto the site. But again, not watching their back, Julia. And they know now that Julia's sitting up around and having to be able to get one, let alone possibly two, is really going to damage not only the economy, but Misfits Black alone.
There you go, Spike is down, separated out, having fun, down a body, or struggling to find this site. Artstar didn't clear every corner. Oh, she did.
Yeah, trying not to be prone to damage here. They're repositioning themselves in very, very different angles, but a right click is all you need. I was a bit afraid Artstar had me questioning my existence, but yeah, having fun. Again, I mean, listen, if this doesn't give you a say as to what's going on, but there's still a lot more. I feel like the execution was great, but there was a lot of stall in just getting the site alone.
Yeah, I mean, the stall was there, but I love just the checking corners, the big fundamental retake there from a 3v4 down to a 3v0 from having fun. Really clinical. Like, that's the best kind of retake you could hope for on a pistol round there. But Misfits Black, they got onto the site super early. The vision's there, utilizing Ultraviolet's rays to blast pack in, create so much space early. Now, what a lot of teams struggle with on Split 2 is that they'll take that space, either A ramp or even as far up as mid side, right? But they just don't know how to make that execute onto a site. And they usually get stalled up by various smoke util here. So I'm hoping Ultraviolet doesn't fall into that same exact sort of premise. As they ride along their team's wall, they're able to gain the orb, possibly for an early showstopper down the line. But in that process, though, having fun and been able to readjust and now place 3 right outside mid. They're pushing up 2 to meet contact in sewers.
And the contact is big already. KDO off of Misfits. You know, giving potential into this round. Trying to see if the save round is going to be big enough for them to clutch up down in mid. There's a fight commencing, but Luna, again, you got the Bulldogs, you got the Spectres. It makes it a lot harder to try to get away from this. The abilities now as well. I mean, really countering everything that Misfits is trying to play into. You see the flank to come down, and honestly, this might be the only forgiving aspect.
Oh, and look at this. The only avenue of escape there, leaving Katie defend for themselves and the Wolves to go away. And looking for Nina's position. This is the calm lurk that EG would rock out quite a bit, but Vernina's making it work. Good for 2. The mowdown was there to even up the tide game. 30 seconds left. That spike goes down.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, still, okay, Julia. Down to 1v1. This is scary, though, because if you don't have an understanding as to where the breach is, as you can see now, just sitting in a corner.
Waiting for heaven, too.
Yeah, not a lot of people like to clear this, though. So Carly is a very, very good spot to wait. No, and not clearing it, but Carly doesn't look either.
Oh, unfortunate. Damned if you do, damned if you don't for Carly there. You can't watch really all 3 different angles at once. So Carly played it safe, tried to check that tricky corner that very rarely people do check. Even though each time we observed it, it was checked. But even then, most of the time it isn't. Outside of A-main, though, in heaven, that's a different story. There's not really too many places to hide on A site for the post plant there. They're having fun. They're really good about smothering Misfits Black. They've been able to retake that space on a map too, where if an attacker's not there, you need to scale up and take the space back and hold an angle. And having fun have been exceptional on that, especially in mid side. I'm hoping here, now that rifles are in the hands of Misfits Black, you can go for the early blast pack and take ramp control.
Actually, luckily enough for them, the Viper's the only one here, but the util alone not doing much from the attacking side, actually just covering up some of their own pathway up towards heaven here. Artstar looking to peek this. It's a bit scary.
Aftershocks used. Carly's in trouble. This wall's the only thing saving us from complete carnage.
Starting to get difficult, though, because you see the sky still, again, having fun, running around towards B. But the big rotation leading along here for Nina, not going to get caught out. actually going to be able to get a big flank along. No rotation coming down yet. They don't even know that the A site's about to hit. With the smokes coming up, a slight rotation here, and now information with Arcstar getting the first. But the flank is going to cover that very, very nicely.
Spike down A.
You know, was able to take one off of the flank there, off the rotate. All that's left now is one. For the first time in a while, having fun. In that disadvantaged situation, a big one at that, a 1v3, full util for Luna Fox. Only missing a single flash. Top of heaven, though, it's already countered by the breach. 2 left on site as well. Luna Fox, plenty of info gathering, but not enough to clutch up, possibly for a spray transfer, but just a Guardian. Luckily, 2 out of 3 are so low in HP, a single shot should do them in.
We talk about a single shot, but is that enough here for Luna? Has hit every single headshot known available. The Misfits finally getting their first round. You know, the bonus round coming into them. Exactly what they needed to continue. And we also have the ultimate to come through, the Cosmic Divide from KDO2. So, you know, again, there is a lot more possibility leading into the next game or the next round.
Yeah, I'm wondering when that Cosmic Divide is going to be coming out here, because oftentimes we see that for like a B-side hit, and it could be for the end of round. And now that you mentioned it, Gumpers, I think maybe now having fun or realizing that Cosmic Divide could have a presence too. Look at that stack up over towards C. Directly on the entrance, the spike now making its way over too. Early mosh pits out to delay the early spawn peak. It won't be enough. The B-side might be the way to go off of that Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, I might have to think so as well. So much surrounding into this moment already, using everything that they have in their power from the Gecko for Misfits. The flash to come through, the flank around now coming from hide on smoke, but the defense not strong enough. Gonna have to back themselves off, actually pushing this as a group. But in a couple of seconds, everybody from having fun goes down. And it's now left up to the player. Left down around in mid, and they have an understanding of this. You see another flank coming along as well.
With Bungie, though, the last one alive. Full B having control, but at what cost? 61 HP with the Phantom already spotted out. Surrounded in every single way. What a great finale there. 2-2 now. No ultimates used, even for the B-side execute. I love the mid-control that Misfits had. Everyone having fun. Maybe played a little overzealous. Went for the widest swing known to humanity. It wasn't enough, though. Completely mowed down. And this is the part where we get to talk about the ult economy. I always love talking about it. So many ultimates now for both of these teams. And for a glass cannon-ish comp like we have for both of these teams too, these ultimates can all make or break how the rounds are executed. I mean, even the Seekers, a great info gathering tool if Misfits back off from where they initially are found, could be great to just sniff out their entire rotate. And this isn't Haven. You can't just go from A to B or, you know, if you're caught up by Seekers, A to C. No, you can't do that. You have a very linear direction about where you can rotate on this map. And while it's great for lurkers, those Seekers are used the wrong way. Someone like Vernita could be caught out immediately and ruin a whole round for the attack.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the dangers that you have to be careful of. But again, I feel like, you know, with this timeout, definitely a good one. Having fun. Actually noticing the strengths here in Misfits. And I will have to say, if having fun can once again use this op to their advantage for hide on smoke. I mean, we've seen it before leading down towards Haven. It was a very, very big detriment. It was super hard to even get by.
Oh, I don't like
so
this.
Misfits, yeah, they're going to have to try to find a way to get past this.
Bungie's on an island. Or hiding on smokes on an island. Yeah, and they back off immediately. I like that call. They had no support. They missed that initial shot. Viper's Pit's out in mid too. The Jet acting almost as if Sentinel's in play. As if they are a Sentinel with that op. They're forced to run away over the screens, reposition again, and hope for the A main funnel to happen. Oh. Cosmic Divide is out. Ultraviolet ready for the rotate. Full A-side control as far as we're concerned for Misfits. Oh! That's gonna be hurt. That's gonna hurt later. Won't be able to sit down anymore, but look at that. Trailblazers out. Info found for ramps and nobody's there. Ultraviolet's still hiding.
My gosh. I love this game sometimes. Genuinely. See, that's the best hiding spot. Right there.
Right below the rope.
Right below the rope.
It's like hiding. It's like a big game of hide and seek. This map always reminded me of hide and seek. I don't know why. I mean, I guess it makes sense. There's like so many stupid little ratty corners, but you know, it's a little hide and seek-esque. But I gotta say, I think the biggest loss this round for having fun is that hiding in smoke lost that operator. Because that was a big investment of what was already going to be a thrifty round. I'm sorry, last round was a thrifty round. So now not only having fun has to go for a thrifty yet again, I believe, well, besides 2 saves, their economy is going to be all over the place. And hide and smoke, they have 1 kill to their name so far. They have not been able to have, again, that stopping power against Misfits Black. But this is one of those sides of the game, of a map, that can be very attacker side if you know how to play it right. And it just comes down to that shoving and pushing potential, clearing that space where it can't be reclaimed. We're seeing a bit more of a presence on top of A main now, up the ramp. Having fun, too. They try to go aggressive outside of B. They found nothing. They reorient themselves over towards mid-side as the boombot goes off. They know this should be a mid-side take, but the big question is, Gompers, where will they go once they reach the top of that platform?
Actually using a lot of flashes here to get what they want right now. The Ultraviolet. I'm gonna lurk of their own, playing into the race. This is interesting. With Vernina. Vernina has been one of the major instances for Misfits Black in terms of what their lurks are looking like. But right now, another one to come down. Looking for a flank, but actually progressing backwards. Wanting to reconnect with the team, knowing this is not the time, and using the ultimates! Felt like I was watching a superhero film right there and then. Because, oh my gosh, that was, yeah, that was epic.
Okay. Well, that was an interesting trade there. Beautiful to see. Full B-side control now for Misfits Black. Numbers are dwindling, though. A Rolling Thunder could save the day. It requires perfect timing from the rest of the team. Julia with the Phantom does take down Ultraviolet's B, having control. Now would be the perfect time to go for that ult. Prepping up for the Rolling Thunder, it seems like. Bot lines out. Looking out for the backside. Julia making the first approach. It looks like the ult might be saved unless it goes down B main.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder. Yeah, not going to make it easy. Luna actually stepping down from heaven and leaving it. Word slanty here. Shots are immense. Another one needed. And still half. It is beautiful off of Luna. And the possibilities are wide. Luna's just chilling. I'm walking around like they own the place at this point.
Great timing off of that Rolling Thunder. The timing so well, too. Had Ultraviolet not died, they could have won that trade, and that whole round would have gone in Misfits' favor yet again. Beautiful replay there again with the anime battle. But I gotta say, Lunafox with this trade, giving so many 1v1s against Misfits there. That is exactly what you're hoping for when you play a retake on defense. And having fun outside of that, I wouldn't say it was a miracle retake. I think that was really well played. But it was definitely one that they desperately needed to tie up this game. Hopefully, again, they can hope for the reposition off of this very aggressive round on A from Misfits.
Yeah, with the smoke coming down, though, it's actually obscuring a lot of this vision. But we talk about the rush composition, and a big part of that rush has just been knocked down. You got Ultraviolet down. Not a lot to do in these moments. Baby Soap having to peek out, but again, the back off there. They're a bit too afraid to pick these fights. I mean, the defense getting very, very aggro. Baby Soap doesn't even know that Katia was up above.
That's A-site again for Misfits. They tried to play more aggressive. Shut down Ultraviolet and anybody else from pushing up, but only this Viper's pick could be what it takes to survive now and retake. Hold the site. Hide and smoke is quite literally hiding in smoke, and Vernina falls. The ult useless.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, again, having fun, slowly progressing towards their way to a lead here. It was all because of Luna in that last game. If they, I mean, in the last round, if they had lost that last round, they would have been in such a bad position with Misfits, probably being able to take 2 more. I mean, that was a huge clutch.
It was. It really was a huge clutch, and it was a big turnaround factor that having fun, again, desperately needed. And most of these retakes we've been seeing, in fact, every round we've seen from having fun being won has been off of a retake. But these retakes have never really been in the advantage of having fun. They've always been a situation where they've always been down at least one body in the process, and that last round, no different. It was a 1v2, a great lineup and a great clutch coming out. We'll have to wait and see again what happens this time around too. Misfits Black, this might be an opportunity to kind of dial it back and think about defaulting a little bit more. The lurks from Vernina have been stellar. I've been so impressed with them. Vernina hasn't really gone over towards B-side yet. They could be in for a big surprise with that Trailblazer.
Okay, well, hide on smoke. Definitely living up to the expectations of their name right now, though. Misfits. Again, waiting for their teammates. There's only 3 players left standing. Having fun again. They have such a perfect stance right now as to where they could lead themselves even further into the lead with Carly taking a shot. And now as Ultraviolet very, very low. It's going to be super difficult to even contest anything with Baby Soap. Jiggle peek through. They know they're still around down in mid. But they're giving it to somewhat of a rotation towards A. I guess not too sure if this is actually 100%.
Yeah, it's hard for Misfits right now. You can't really scale up space when 2/3 of your default died. The re-exec over to B has been read into, though. Viper Wall is already placed, but there's no Viper to activate it. Instead, it's just Luna, Fox, and Julia waiting towards the bases of B main. A funnel to set in. Plenty of util for Katie to work off of here, though, to disrupt those positions.
Player standing.
Early. I'm trying to keep this partnership going.
10 seconds.
Because Misfits right now gonna give away that 5-3 lead away to having fun. They're not even gonna chase it. I mean, they're letting it go. They don't care about the weapon. They don't care about Carly. Carly's sitting in the corner.
Whoa, that's so sad. We don't care about Carly. You can survive. Go tell the others what we've done on Split. Oh,
That's
man.
terrible.
And remember, too, this is a team that has not played Split in a professional setting before. Now, keep in mind, having fun is a hodgepodge of a variety of different game changers players in the past. They've played Split competitively. We haven't seen how 5 of them meld together and what they can bring out on this map could be. Misfits, on the other hand, sure, it's a 1/3 of the time they win this map, but they've had that professional experience. They have that coach to help them out here. It is a new composition, but it seems like, again, it's the same issues that have been encountered over on Haven. Just taking it slow, playing very fast in the beginning, taking that space, but as soon as they start getting countered and maybe flustered by not winning those opening picks off of that spacing, they start to play back a lot more, respect the util of having fun. That's where having fun strikes the most. They rely on that util presence to keep them at bay.
Yeah, and again, for having fun, you talked about it, right? That util presence there. And I really just feel like a lot of the time they're trying to actually counter Misfits Black. They know this composition is a risk composition. So you're looking at the way they're formatting themselves and putting themselves on the site. You see the Breach actually prepping up for a stun down towards A. And again, we're also looking at these aggressive plays for information, whether it be just slightly moving up, jiggle peeking, very, very risky angles. Like, they do everything here for having fun just to get what they need. And they know if they don't do it, like right here, I mean, they're not going to know where these players are. And that early information leads to knowing, okay, there's some players at least down towards mid.
And when you're in a position like this, you already spotted out not once, but now twice over, you would expect to have the other parts, the extremity control of your default to push up and, you know, be a distraction, take that space back, but that's not the case. Instead, though, 2 out of 3 of that clumped up outside of B main now rotate back over to mid. Viper Wall comes up. No, it doesn't. I'm sorry. I thought I heard the call. Hasn't come up just yet, but so much util's being dumped right outside of B main. With 50 seconds left, the Viper Orb is up. The only safe avenue looks like maybe a rotate over into ropes, top of A heaven. But it's already being watched. Anywhere you go, if you're MSF, there's always a presence left. Vernina's stuck on this lurk too, whether she knows it or not.
Oh yeah! You want to find it!
And this is the time. 30 seconds left of the clock. They have to fight. They have to push. That's such a perfect way to use your ultimate there from the get-go. Being able to throw Thrash around. Now, you can hear Wingman's little footsteps. The little guy is so cute.
Little pitter-patter.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
It's all reset right now. Bernina having A-side control. Julia separated out from their last teammates, Artstar. Great round again. For Misfits. I mean, I think the big thing to consider too is that I was expecting them to go in very, very fast on Beast main, and I think that may have been the plan initially. But the big thing to consider is that Lunafox with that guiding light found so much info early on. And again, as soon as that util came into contact with Misfits, they were forced to accept it and just play off of it and just wait for that initial peak up. But having fun themselves were a little slow to the draw and didn't play nearly as aggressive. That allowed free access for Misfits to crawl their way all the way up mid into ropes and take A site. And now we can see a lot more of a heavy presence in mid this round. I want to see what Hide and Smoke can do here. Bladestorm is now out. I can only expect maybe a little bit more aggression that could come underway, and we see that from Hide and Smoke's position. But the rest of Misfits Black, they're hiding right outside B. It's almost a repeat of last round. This time, Slandy's scaling up a tiny bit more than before to add that pressure to A site.
Trying not to get hurt. In the process, Misfits. And being able to win out the last round was definitely an attribute here. But what's going on? Why are they pushing up individually? I mean, especially with no util. No coordination at all. At that point, you lose one life. Now you're leaving another into the hands of Misfits. And the reinforcements start to come along. Able to see the breach to come down towards having fun, towards heaven.
Oh, that's a wealth of info. Be heaven. Flashing 3 people, taking down the lurking presence too. Vernina falls. All that's left now is Slandy to maybe help save the day with everyone flooded and stuck inside of the choke point of Be Heaven.
30 seconds left.
But wait! The call's been made to rotate over to A. Ultraviolet's laying down shots to make it seem like it's an execute to B. Oh, but this timing might be bad. Ultraviolet need to really sell that, but they're not aware that somebody's still hiding on A side's baby soap.
Even now, still, so much here for having fun. I'm surprised they've taken it back now. Coming around the back, baby soap misses out on a fight though. Artstar information not given away. 30 trying to be sneaky, but Carly there for reinforcement. I mean, at this point, they're finally playing together. They're finally utilizing their extensions here from Ultraviolet. In a 1v2 situation, honestly, eliminating Astra could come miles right now. Biggest worry is the location of the spike.
Oh, ring around the Rosie.
Here. Oh no, this is going to be an impossible fight, especially with the amount of players surrounding here, though. The Astra still waiting.
No time.
For the peak, the weapon in the way. KDO not seen by Julia.
That was such a stellar round from Misfits. I was so happy about Ultraviolet just playing down that sacrificial role, dumping util every which way. Here, we're Be Heaven, we're Be Heaven. Don't worry about it. We're Be Heaven, we're Be Heaven. But having fun never fully rotated either. That's the strength of having an Astra. You can have everything going on over on B site, and on the other side of the map, you can just sit there twiddling your fingers in case there is a rotate. There's no Sentinel. There's no stopping power to deny a rotate, so you have to have that presence there. Great round for Misfits again, though, for that distracting factor. But right now, to me, it feels like this game is more about punishing mistakes. And Slandy getting overzealous with these jump peaks may be the first one this round.
Oh no, Slandy. Okay, finally taking a different angle and approach. Having fun. Right now, they've pushed back, and that's the best thing they can do, because they've been very aggressive on the defense, which occasionally leads them to, again, being put down the gutter.
It makes me wonder, too, in the next few rounds, if we'll see having fun kind of dial it back again. It seems like they're only pushing up a lot on these thrifty rounds. That's why we had seen the Bladestorm wielding Hide on Smoke push up last round, but this time, even more members did so. I feel like this might just be a little bit of theory, I don't smoke, just saved for 2 rounds, right? And they're a Jet. I'm wondering if we'll see that op come back out again. "30 seconds left, though."
30 seconds left.
Tons of damage available, too. I mean, now at this point, they've utilized the paint shell to move themselves up. It's a big thing. A baby soap. Getting a spray down. You take KDO out, you take the smokes out as well. Second smoke still up, though. You got the Viper left alive for Misfits. Now, as the approach starts to come in, Baby Soap not checking the corner. It feels like they're not as hyper-aware as they should be. I mean, the Rolling Thunder to come down, they should have understood that this was a possibility. It's still in a 2v2 situation, trying to do what's best with their abilities. Vernina listening in, knowing who's coming along, but the shots from Vernina just don't stop. And they don't stop ever from Luna. The second clutch that we've been able to see come down from Luna Fox again to leave Having Fun in the lead.
Look, Having Fun's a great team, but I'm putting Luna Fox on my premier team. Holy, what a clutch goddess. Unbelievable. I love these plays. 6-5 now. Having been an even game through and through, it's always, well, okay, maybe not always, but spiritually it's felt like it's always been Luna Fox there as that anchor for the team. Really good clutch efforts there. 11-6 now. 1 kill away from having a 2.0 KD. Not that it really matters. That's like the least prioritization right now for Having Fun and their successes this game. Last round, though. 4 ults to work with. Misfits only with the Showstopper in play. Setting up outside A. I'm wondering, are we going to see the early Showstopper off of the blast packs? All line set up for it. The Viper's pick goes down mid. That shuts down a lot of those mid-side lurks that Misfits Black loves to rely on, especially for the lurks. Now they might be separated to just A main.
Right there.
Yeah, again, though. Trying to keep variety here. Being asked to. A lot going on. And where do they go? What do they do? Still trying to keep the push in.
Oh, this Viper wall is nasty. It's a no man's land right in the middle of the two.
Yeah, there's a lot of difficulties, though, looking at what's going on. Violet missing the ultimate, but it's okay. I mean, at this point, they managed to bring things back just quite a bit with the trade-offs. Hide on smoke, getting a 2K here, looking for the third. And aggressive. They have 2 smokes left available, and updraft to gather information overhead. Not going to use it, though. I mean, the patience here, it's not running thin.
This Hell Peak could be strong.
Last player standing.
Yeah, but again, right here, hide on smoke. Actually winning around! The shot was perfect off of Kato. I thought right there a spray transfer would have solidified it. But Misfits Black, I mean, you take things 6-6. We're switching sides, though, here, Keg. Misfits versus Having Fun. I don't know how I feel. I feel like this is extremely close.
This is really close. This is far and away far different from how both these teams played on Haven. I love how both these teams are just adjusting around each other and playing different styles almost every single round. Last game, it felt like a big game of just, you know, punishing the lack of adjustments coming out from Misfits, punishing their mistakes heavily. Right now, again, that being a close game, both these teams are making the same amount of just different calls and different mistakes and capitalizing off of one another. This is what I like to see in Valorant. It's 6-6 now. And without a raise for Having Fun, they won't be able to gather as much space as quickly, but they do have the tailwind off of Jet. Trailblazers up first to find early info. Doesn't spot out Brown Box, though. Ultraviolet's safe.
The paint shell's making very, very big difficulties here. Nice flash to come through. They're working together. This is what we needed to see. The transfers, the trades, and that's what we were missing out just quite a bit. But the attacking side here looking way more solidified. Already starting off in the pistol round. Again, rushing things down, going down on Vernina. And as Vernina goes down as well, now you leave 3 players left standing for Misfits Black, waiting for their moment to shine. Right now, it's up to Ultraviolet, the team here from Misfits, taking things into their own hands.
Let's let the Zard Star. Luckily, though, both of Misfits are separated. This could be a 1v1 for our Star to take both.
One enemy remaining.
And now it is down to a 1v1, but with 40 HP, an upgraded pickup away from the Classic, now the Ghost. Something, I guess. Look where the Spike is. Oh, no. Spike is like Rapunzel, but it can't let down their hair.
Wow.
I mean, where did I begin with that round? It was a really odd call that having fun, they took down, I believe that was maybe Carly inside of Vents, and they started to rotate. They faked the ropes being clicked on, and then they just automatically went back to A site. The call must have been, hey, you know what? We have B, we can go B. No, we can take A, it's fine. But that actually almost led to having fun's downfall. It promoted Artstar to be in that 1v2. So the calls were a little messy in the mid round there, but they still got that round, and that's all that really matters. But now the response from having fun isn't to play aggressive again with better weapons. They're all upping the default again and rely off of this util. The guiding light comes through, but it doesn't find any information. Same Sentinel Viper Wall from mid-sight. The having fun's respecting. But the lack of util on the other side and no information means that B in mid might be a very big Fort Knox to get around, especially with Julia counteracting the aggressive flank from A, excuse me.
Yeah, moving around though. 3 players on B. This is going to be such a hard take. It's not going to be easy to keep things going. But again, okay, you're able to see it's pick come down off Misfits, yeah. But they have the classics as well, so also keeping that in consideration.
Ooh, I don't know if that guiding light found information or not. It detonated, but I didn't hear whether or not it spotted out Viper on Hell. It may have, and that could have told all of having fun, hey, A side's clear, we know where everybody else is. And they'd be right. But this retake, it's already a 3v4. With lesser weapons too. They have to play consolidated together.
I'm liking the stun, I'm liking the util here. Actually pushing back. Misfits on the defense. Never seen them struggle so much as to what they are right now. A nice opening to start off from KDO. And the continuation to look around, but it's not easy. Hide on smoke, right? You see Vernina trying to get a pinch in, but actually reading into this well. The headshots not stopping there. And Carly right there trying and attempting to pick up the Spectre. That would have been it for them. And they could have taken things a step further. But again, having fun. I mean, just too strong.
Yeah, the separations for these retakes here, it makes me really nervous for a lot of these teams, but oftentimes with having fun Misfits Black, it does come down to those 1v1s. Every single round this half. Not only have been in having fun's favor, of course, they're flawless, but they've also won out in these 1v1s. Misfits Black, we're not seeing those post-plant angles, no double contacts, no trades. And it's hurting them a lot in the end for what is otherwise a really good round from their team. And so the reset comes out yet again. A lot more aggression outside B main this time, something we haven't seen just yet. Spike's not dedicated anywhere. Having fun, they're looking for that opening pick and judge off of that. But Misfits Black, they're not giving any sort of leniency at all to having fun. They do not want to play for their lives. They'll play for angles, sure. But they're playing together when they do that too. And with 1:12 left, there's a lot of opportunities for having fun to take space on A site. It's just a matter of having lesser and less bodies for Misfits to face up against in the post plant.
Yeah, looking for bodies now, though. Again, I like the slow approach coming out from Misfits, but I'm wondering if we're going to be able to see that very, very big execution to come through. Right now, as we continue to wait, but moving around up towards Heaven. Again, looking for more space from having fun. Misfits still waiting on the site. They're playing their life for the Gecko here. But, I mean, the Viper's still left alone, and that gets me worried.
It does. It's worrisome, especially when your safety net falls and all that's left is Vernina on site.
Vernina left alone still in the smoke. Being able to at least keep things at bay for the time being. Missing out on another shot. The headshot was needed right there and then, but 11 seconds left in the spike. Still not planted. They could, at this point, wait for the spike to be planted, shoot things down around, but luckily enough, Julia, I don't even know how they managed to accomplish it at that moment, but still having fun. They go down. Misfits, at that point, finally are able to take things back.
Yeah, we talked about how scary it was for Slandy and for Nina to be separated out on A site, but honestly, it worked well in their favor. I mean, yeah, okay, they weren't able to really get that many kills. That wasn't great for them individually, but it bought enough time for the rest of Misfits to rotate from B site to A to help out from A Heaven side, be that kind of like mow down fire style. Imagining like an old-timey war with like muskets and like little repeater rifles from the top of A Heaven shooting down at everyone down below. And that's what it felt like. Having fun, they put themselves in a gigantic funnel. They weren't able to get out. And for Misfits not playing super aggressive on their defense, that was one of the cleanest rounds we've seen for them this entire series. Let's see here. Viper Wall is much deeper than it was before. It'll be easier to get that guiding light to find more info. It looks like the answer is no. They're not going to be opting to go for that at all. Instead, full respect to mid in general, giving it to Misfits Black. Call's been made to rotate all the way over to A site. Baby Soap in that process hasn't really gained a lot of map pressure to allow it to be safe for the full rotate. So I'm curious to see what that call to be made.
I've got your
Oh, an A again. Yeah, and I'm actually really liking this as well. The smokes to come down now. Super big. The Seekers still holding back with the rotation. Keg, it's coming in quick.
High on Smoke is taking as much space as possible, knowing full well A site's now safe. An easy transfer back to screens if they so choose. Viper Pit's open. You can't see a dang thing if you're Misfits Black.
Yeah, right now, though, still going down for Nina. I mean, listen, they made the calls there, and it didn't work, unfortunately. But Misfits, yeah. I mean, at this point, all Carly can do is try to get a couple more shots or even just save the rifle that they have in their hands. And it seems like that might be it. To see if there's anybody left in heaven.
Yeah. Save's been called here. And Misfits themselves, they gamble stacked more or less on B site. Sure, there was a mid presence, right? But you didn't really have that much manpower, any power at all on A site at all. The only positions that were there were Slandy and Vernina, and they were hiding in screens and top ramp. There was a lot of time for that spacing to be called. We saw that. Julia brought down the Viper Wall for A Heaven. Plenty of Astra Util littering A site. And the retake just wasn't there for Misfits. And so once again, the calls were made for the timeout. At least it shouldn't be as dire as it was on Haven. It's not the 13-3 game that we had seen before. Probably a lot more to adjust with the coach's presence. Especially now having that Cosmic Divide and that Rolling Thunder. Those are two ultimates that are fantastic for those retakes.
Yeah, I think for having fun especially, they're able to get the site pretty easily. And I feel like that in itself is very, very important to keep in mind. Because now Misfits, the only thing they need to work on is keeping the site, right? What can they do to alter the effect or even the outcome of what having fun is doing, right? The post plant, super, super hard to come back from. It feels like there needs to be some sort of solidified defense there.
I mean, that's where the Sentinel comes in, right? And neither one of these teams really have one. So I would love to see, even if it doesn't connect or do damage or kill, throw out your snake bites more, Use your gravity wells. Just do something to stop having fun in their tracks. That's what Misfits Black suffered with. They respected, again, the utility way too much. Whenever there was a Viper Wall, it came up, everyone on Misfits Black's attack just stopped and just waited it out. Looking to see, is someone going to push out from there? Not really did that ever happen, but they still respected that util a lot. Having fun, they do that for the first 30 or so seconds, and then they choose to pounce onto a site. 3 now from Misfits, stocked up outside of mid. No snake bites, as far as I can tell, have gone into the ground just yet. But all of this firepower, that stopping potential once again, that's littered for B site.
But again, right now, trying to push themselves up. Once more.
Oh, that guiding light found nothing. Carly set up for the flash, too. Violet's hiding in that small little corner. They're playing off the double contact.
With the contact coming through, Ultraviolet starting to rush up just based off of what's going on right now. Ultraviolet. Again, seeking an opportunity once more.
30 seconds
to
left.
make things work for having fun. They got a 3v3 situation here. No longer. Yeah.
We talked about that stopping power, right? The Viper and the Astra. Guess who's not alive anymore for the retake?
I'm trying not to be too demanding here with their angles. Nice off Ultraviolet, though. Still, this is big, because Ultraviolet now, they keep the race here. Able to actually try to get their paint shell back with another kill off the board. Right now, the defuse to come through. Sandy's just waiting along. They don't know. They have to try to rush it. Ultraviolet getting it down towards half. And Misfits. Again, they had the chance if they had stuck it there. If the fight had been won originally off that Gecko, that would have been Misfits' round.
I mean, that should have been Misfits' round off of that Rolling Thunder. It looked like it captured almost everybody on having fun. And it was in mid too. Like, you don't ever expect to see a breach ult from there. What do you do to reposition? You're stuck. But even then, having fun persevered and they got out of that. And they went for a B plant for the very first time that we've seen this half too. And now with plenty of ults on their own side, you have to wonder what could possibly happen next. When are the calls from that timeout going to come underway for Misfits? They stacked up before, the Viper's Pit now out in mid. And this promotes a big scale up towards A lobby. Ultra? That's huge. If having fun wanted to end on A site, their post-plant wall that they've relied on all these rounds is now gone. Even the positioning now of Slandy upwards to the top of ramp can't be diffused by that wall anymore either. And they're the only one on A site too. Only source of info. Be careful with their Dizzy too. It's the only time they can use it. Make a lot of noise if it's used. Spend time to pick it up. All that to be considered here.
Again, keeping considerations pretty nice and fair. The smoke coming out already, but nobody's down towards the A site. So they're cleared out for now for having fun. And I'm liking this approach, actually. Instead of keeping the site, Misfits Black end up resorting to playing the retake here. Ultraviolet. I wasn't expecting a 2K, but there was a big rush to come down. That is huge. They've just completely torn apart having fun. Right now, Baby Soap doesn't know there's somebody just across the wall. A peek, a flash, getting prepped up. Baby Soap, unfortunately, might just turn to cold. And now it's up to Artstar, but the wall making things so much more difficult.
Really, really good diffuse coming up from Misfits. And it seems like they have the general idea of what their strats want to look like for the round. They wait out, dump you till the beginning of the round. Then they know more often than not having fun are going to end their executes on A site. They go for the retake, and bada bing, bada boom, they work it out. Ultraviolet again, great for the opening pick, beginning of the round. Good 2K off of that showstopper too. Having fun though. Now it's their turn in the seat to be like, well, okay, look, we've only lost 2 rounds this half, but we're getting a little predictable about where we end up on the site. Same default's been called yet again, but I wouldn't be too surprised if we see a mid-side take this round, Gompers.
Obscuring vision.
Nebulas are up, at least for one side. A one-way from Vernina.
Yeah, looking at it now. Again, with Vernina. Actually stalling some time here down towards mid. They fight for mid control again, having fun. I mean, desperate times leads to desperate measures, but I like what Baby Soap is doing.
Whoa, they were spotted?
Okay. I don't know why Ultraviolet was there, but I give them kudos.
What a great lurk. What a great read. having just double contact on A main, having that presence on top of A heaven. I mean, it goes to show how predictable having fun have played these last few rounds. They've always ended up playing mid, toying around with the idea of B, maybe a guiding light, maybe a little bit, maybe we'll go this way, teasing Misfits Black a little bit.
30 seconds left.
And only once have they actually gone B. Otherwise, it's been mostly, let's find the opening pick, let's lose the opening pick, and then let's push A. And more often than not, that's worked out well. But I think this triple save really speaks volumes about how having fun feel about this last round. Only 2 of their lurkers have died. Not even their main entry point potential had even gone down. But it's more so just talking with the IGL and the rest of the team and be like, okay, look, we are this close to going to the grand finals. We need to change something up drastically that isn't us ending on A site. What do we do? Let me tell you, I'm curious to see what the answer is going to be. Come on, young Wild Flago, give us the answers. What's it going to look like? I mean, and part of it too is that, Ultraviolet versus the Jet, right? Versus Bungie, we don't have that same firepower necessarily. But Ultraviolet can come through and get a double kill with just that showstopper. And, well, yeah, you can do that with the Blade Storms that Bungie has. That's far less of a guarantee. Well, at least in theory. But just being able to take that space, it's been a difficult time for having fun. No wild amounts of crazy space has been gained either. Ultraviolet was great at that. But having fun, they rely more on the util presence. And again, I've been harping on that so much, but it's true. They play off of that in unison as a team to take that space together and use those smokes to cluster out those spaces so Misfits cannot get the swing. And honestly speaking, that sounds like a really good way to take B-site. We've only seen that once.
Probably going to see it again. Oh, man. Again, I like the angles.
I don't know if I want to.
You don't know if you want to.
Because, if you get into the minds of, Misfits, right? It's like, well, okay. Surely they're going to go B off that timeout, right? We have never won B-site. But instead, having fun, they're going to play triple brain chess. They're going to go 5-stack into A. No more Mr. Default. No more lurks anymore. They're just going to go barrel on in.
Looking to produce some results here. Hide on smoke. Right now, being able to pick a fight off of heaven. And I'm actually liking the diversion they created with the smoke. Felt like there was nobody there, some security. No security there for Misfits. Black again, having to be more aware of their surroundings. But a 10-9, they've taken it back as close as they possibly can. This round is what counts the most.
Ultraviolet used that boom bot, aware now of Luna Fox. Very little utility on both sides except for the flashpoint.
One enemy remaining.
Oh.
Yeah, but even right now, yeah, it's 11-9 right now for having fun. How do you feel, Peg?
I mean, what a big difference of a round where having fun straight up catch Misfits Black off guard. You can see the surprise in Nina getting that opening pick, see that the entire team was in A main. And the spacing potential, we harped on that Hide on Smoke was struggling with that. But we had seen it with the accompaniment of Artstar. Flashes were out. Dash, Cloud burst in. Oh, that's essentially A-side control right there. And so it seems like having fun or finding that kind of, that aggression again, that eating the spinach Popeye style, getting those muscles to push in yet again. And in response, Misfits aren't really doing anything different. They're double contact outside of A, but these are 1v1s.
Oh, this flash is actually big. It gives away for Nita's location. KDO, though, knew right now in this moment, they either play for their life or they play for the trade. And again, picking the correct choice. They got a 3v3 now, which could have been even worse. The site isn't even given away yet. I mean, the spike's still left in a very, very open area. Luckily, having the Astra still intact, so the smokes can come down at any second.
Very carefully watching Heaven Artstar. Looking to go for the plan. Not quite on default, though. Call's been made for Slanty to rotate back over now. A 3v3 for the retake.
The satchel. There from Ultraviolet. No utility. You're just gonna have to run it down.
Somebody's there.
Oh, but this is big. Information away, baby. Soap trying to run it down, and luckily enough, having a smoke to reload it. Carly Curly isn't giving it up, but Baby Soap isn't either. A flash to come down. They can jiggle peek it. They know where Curly is, and they're going to keep trying. Although Ultraviolet there intact. Luckily enough, peeking in time, because if Baby Soap had reverted back into that corner, it would have been even harder to do anything else.
It would have been hard. With no utility left, too. There wasn't really a whole lot that Baby Soap could accomplish there. But still a really damn good attempt. 11-10 now. It's still a close game. And this is where we might see B main come out. Instead of a 5-stack towards A over and over, having fun have to keep adjusting every round. Mrs. Black, sure, might be playing a step behind for their reads on the retakes. But as long as having fun keeps changing it up every round, they should be good to take the series away. But if they keep doing the same A main take over and over, Mrs. Black, they're great to adjust. There it is. That's Thrash coming out. Fortunately, put down its tracks finds nothing except for a litany of gunshots. Now, having fun had to play fast and take the site.
At this point, hide on smoke. Okay, the smoke come down, but Ultraviolet actually sees it. Not enough time. Having fun. They have 1 minute and 17 seconds, sure. But in terms of how many players are left standing around towards the B site, I mean, this is not going to be an easy site to pick off right now. Having fun. Rolling Thunder to come through. I mean, this is their last chance, but it only hits the Astro. Nobody knows at this point. The confidence brewing within Julia, but KDO still manages to get another pick off. I mean, chances are right now that Misfits Black, they take it to an 11-11 lead.
Yeah, but at that point, we start toying with the idea of overtime for one of these two teams. And having fun, they're literally millimeters away from taking themselves the series away into grand finals. 30 seconds left, though. No spike in hand. I don't think this is going to be an attempt. Maybe? No, there's no time. Our star's just going to wait for exits. And again, I talked about it. I thought for sure this would be a having fun round win. Just because they would be doing something different. Misfits Black, adjusting on the fly, hasn't really been their strong suit this series. But this round proved me wrong. I really, really enjoyed how they were able to really crunch down on B site, especially that mid control that having fun loved to opt to go for. But instead, there was never really any semblance of B control for having fun. They lost the spike fairly early into the round. And from there, it was just a big game of pickup. All the pieces were shattered on the floor. Not looking great for having fun either. Look at some of the bodies that had gone down. We're looking at maybe a Thrifty to play to overtime. That makes me very nervous for having fun's confidence going to these final rounds.
Yeah, I definitely feel like that would make me nervous as well.
Two Vandals.
Especially, yeah, they're buying into this as much as they can. I mean, is this the best idea? We're going to have to see. Because it may not seem like it for us right now. But I think if they manage to get a couple here, especially with hide on smoke, playing into that Vandal, having something as strong as possible, and a lead off coming through Ultraviolet. Though this is big. Actually, no. Missing out. Just shooting it blindly.
Look where that spike is. This is not a dedication. Everyone in having fun are trying to run away. They cut noise. At least they have Baby Soap holding mid. Cosmic Divide goes down, but not Baby Soaps. Oh no, that is not babies. That's the prevent. That's a warning sign for having fun. Like, hey, better not go A side. You're gonna be in big trouble. Artstar, though, over in B main. If Sanity falls here, that could be a great prompt for a rotate. But instead, this might be a fake. Having fun, cut noise, and they're relying on these recalls to hope that everyone rotates the B site. But it didn't work.
30 seconds left.
Again, finding a workaround here. And having fun. They put everything they could into this round. If hide on smoke does not move. Okay, I got a bit afraid because if they had kept themselves there, and they would have known exactly where hide on smoke was. They would have checked that corner like they always do for Misfits. They're very hyper aware. At least in these moments. Right now, Slandy picking off a fight. Baby Soap should not have peeked. They should have waited until everybody started to contest here. And really trying their best in a 2v2 situation. Now the breach left alone. But they have the stun. They're waiting for the plant to come through. They actually got the both of them.
Both.
They see them towards the back of sight here. The flash, though, It's gonna be big. I actually think the smoke is gonna help Artstar because all they have to do is clear it. No, not even clearing the correct angle. Carly still defusing. They need a couple seconds more for Nina going to the extremities of the smoke and finds another.
Match point.
And I mean, starting that round with only 2 Vandals, there's only so much you could realistically do as having fun. I liked how they went and explored as much as they humanly could on this map to find any sort of advantage. Whether that be waiting out the early Cosmic Divide or having Artstar slowly prod up and take that fight against Slandy and B Garage, it wasn't enough. And now having fun, they've made their way all this way, starting off a 13-3 on Haven. They might be on the cusp of going to a map 3 there, being Pearl. Misfits, they've only won a third of their matches on Split professionally, and having fun, their first time showing it off. And now it's a struggle for their attack. It seems like they've exhausted their playbook, and now ending up possibly a 5-stack in mid could be their final assault on it as an attacker.
Misfits, they're really pushing everything here. They know everybody's in mid. So much util already extended out, though.
They're running to A.
This is probably best bet, too.
When in doubt, run A and out, I guess.
Okay.
That's the having fun slogan. But look at this. Katie's still hiding inside that nebula.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah, that might actually be perfect. But as the plant comes down, Baby Soap, I mean, keeping their time preoccupied here, down within the smoke. That having fun has laid together. And I think this was the only win condition they could have had. Because now you get into that smoke, your health goes down, you're pretty much temporarily damaged. You have to try to fight for something else. I don't even know how the shots didn't connect here.
What?
Ultraviolet, what is going on? It's up to KDO right now. Julia goes down as well. This might be game over. And I think it is. Having fun, they're gone. And Misfits Black, they take this game. We're going into that third map. But it was a very close game. And I gotta be honest with you, Kay. You know, looking at the results of this Misfits Black, they've been cooking up material for this. And the fact that they have been, and there might have been a bit of that disconnect here for the side of having fun, it still shows how strong of a team this is.
Yeah, absolutely. I was really impressed with Misfits in all of Split. And I was a little harsh on them when it came to Haven. But again, they lost 3-13 against having fun. But whatever, you know, they got out of their system on Haven, it seems like they've completely corrected themselves going into the second map. I mean, all the things I was harping on, the teamwork, the coordination, the utility usage, the adjustments, all of those were corrected going into Split. I was really impressed with both of these teams. But now we leave the big question. If having fun begin to struggle on their attack for Split, Pearl isn't fundamentally that much difference of an approach when it comes to attacks. Is having fun also going to struggle as they approach that side for themselves? That's what I'm going to be wondering as I go to the bathroom, as we go to a small break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes. I gotta say, this series is full of surprises. Who would have thought the team that went 3-13 at map number 1 but have brought it back in near overtime for Split? But here we are. Map number 3 for the semifinals of the Sakura April Cup. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by Gompers. We're gonna see if having fun stops having fun here, or maybe if Misfits can join Complexity in the grand finals.
Yeah, and that's the most exciting thing, too, is being able to see that grand final spot. Who is going to win the first Sakura Cup? I believe, actually, this is not the first Sakura Cup coming into this year.
I think the last one was December.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not
sure.
Go back to my Sakura Cupology real quick. Give me a second. I'm gonna go into the mainframe. It's okay, we got plenty of time. Someone's game crashed.
Okay.
Yo, the last one was December.
Yeah, it was. Wow.
We got some making up to do.
Oh, so this is the first
tell the entire lore.
champion.
Yeah, the very first Sakura Cup champions of the year. Oh man, you gotta start telling all the game changers lore. You're gonna have like a own little mini game changers Bible going from like this big maybe. I don't think that's big enough. Maybe like that. I had an earthquake. Hey, don't say I'm short. I know I'm short. Like 3'3", man.
Peg, are you raising your hand? Do you have a question?
I always have questions. So too many.
That's okay. I have questions too.
Like what?
Like What map are we going on?
That's a good question. From what I've heard, rumor on the street is that we're going to Pearl. But I also have another question too.
What's your question?
Are we ready for the game yet?
I know.
Are we? I've heard we are. Hey, there we go. Who would have thunk? But here we are, Pearl, the last map here. And I would say, now, personally speaking, this might be a caster bias moment. I don't like playing this map. But I do like watching this map. And I think this has been the most interesting map in all of Valorant to watch develop in real time for its meta. And what a better way of describing that from probably a mirror composition from what it looks like. There's a lot of things you can do on this map. I'm frankly pretty surprised we're not seeing either Viper and or Harbor coming out. Instead, it's kind of more defaulting on how Pearl looked, say, at the beginning of the year, like in January, where it's been mostly just a reliance on Astra and double initiators.
Yeah, it's definitely different than what we saw on Split, and I feel like that's what I love about this game. It's like the difference in maps, the difference in just overall obstructions, right? Like, it really does change up the pacing of the gameplay. I don't think we've even seen a KO yet, too. So, you know, I think that in itself is, you know, pretty exciting to see. Obviously, Pearl starting to pop up. We're seeing the Illinois Central come through.
I'm glad.
I don't know why I said the
there.
Illinois Central. I looked at it and it's like my brain just spit fire and was like, "Hey, we're Central Illinois. Like, let's go!"
Woohoo!
Woo!
I mean, there was that bug. What was it like last week where all of Illy just went down, and we're like, "What do we do? How do we play the game now? We need Illy." No, if like Illinois is gonna go down and be like what's gonna happen is that Riot is gonna like have enough capital, and I'm sure they already do, to make a city. And they're going to take that in central Illinois. Just take the whole state over. And just make it one giant Riot server.
Yeah. I like
You know
like
something
that.
we don't.
I like the server. Yeah.
The server.
Let's make a nice
paradise.
Illinois server, because for some reason that's so interesting to me that I had to.
I think I've been to Illinois once in my life. When I was moving to where I'm at now. I saw a really nasty car crash. But hey, you know what? Only the car crashes happen on map 1. This time, though, a reset for both these teams. Great hold from having fun right away. A little bit more mid-centric. But it's also leaving A main to be fairly opened up. Not even a single Astra Star placed down on A for the stopping power. More of a reliance probably on the 0 point that Artstar may or may not have at this point.
Yeah, and again, if there's something that we've noticed, you know, from previous games, this ultraviolet is always going to be there with that first contact onto the site, right? And I mean, it shows right now, taking a very, very first-hand look into what Misfits Black and having fun are going to give us down into Pearl. But again, the biggest worry here, I'm liking the flash, actually.
Where was that flash going?
I don't even know. I think it worked. I don't...
Player standing.
Huh. I'm confuzzled by that. I think it did work too. I'm just curious to see what it actually flashed with. But hey, you know what? It's okay. Misfits Black gained the first round. You know, I'm just thinking right now. Okay. I wish I had a telestrator. So I think the flash, what it would have done, you throw it, it covers secret. I think it would cover over the wall of secret on default plant and maybe backside? Question mark. I think that's what it would have covered. I've never seen that in my life before. I'm curious to know if that actually worked.
Yeah, I think, man, it's like crazy too, because I was actually looking when we had switched camera angles, like, did they get flash? Did Baby Soap get flash? Like, what was going on there? What was the thought process? But I think it might have worked. I think we're just we're noobs at the game. So
Yeah, you know, silver keg. But having fun now, they don't have any mid presence. That was a full 5-stack into A site last round. So having fun or opting to just pressure the sites instead. There was that scale up off of A. They don't know about mid just yet. Owl Drone and company are going to give away the plot though. Baby Soap could dance with the devil and go for a jump peek here, but already Ultraviolet has a rifle. Might be risky.
yeah, right now Ultraviolet though, again, we talk about that first contact touch, and it looks like they're going to give it in. And this is good. They cleared out the right-hand angle. They're able to execute off of that. And right now, honestly, the aim from Ultraviolet is looking different within this game. I don't know what's going on with Misfits, but feels like headshots are coming in left and right.
Yeah, really great round again from Misfits there. Just holding down the site in the post plan 2 has been one of the most risky situations for both these teams. I think Misfits, even with that overextensive buy from Ultraviolet getting that Vandal, worked out very beneficially. And if Ultraviolet loses the Vandal this round, I don't think it's that big of a deal, considering this is the buyout from Having Fun. They already solidified very handily the first 2 rounds, and honestly, if Ultra can just keep this going, might be worth just holding onto that Vandal into the 3rd and 4th rounds. We'll have to wait and see. Big adjustments from Having Fun, though, have been what they did on their default pistol round. They brought out the Sentinel util on both sides. Julia is set to be the floater between both places, but neither one of those suppressing knives found much info.
I'm not trying to get irritated here with the execution. We're already looking at it, Having Fun. They got 2 players still standing here. You want to fight this, and I don't know if it's the best decision right now, but Misfits actually, baby, so I don't know what they're drinking, I don't know what they're pulling, but it worked out for the best. Misfits leaving for Nina alone. That 1-2 scoreline might actually come into fruition here.
With Vernina going down now. I mean, it was one heck of a battle there, but man, Having Fun. Now, pressuring mid a lot more seems like their most best comfort zone. They did buy up those rifles, and they lost quite a few in the process. Not going to be great for them economically, but they're able to go for the half shield buy for the most part across the board. Outside of Artstar, who, unfortunately with those flashes, wasn't able to make that connection at the end. Has to relegate themselves to, oh no, a Guardian, whatever shall you do. But not the end of the world, though. I like these changes. But having now Misfits prefer A-Site from what it seems like to end these rounds, double stars are up there for the Nebula and the Gravwell off of contact. But it looks like instead contact made between the 2 jets. Ultraviolet again to take down Bungie. I mean, hide in smoke, if you will. And now, off of a 5v4, realistically speaking, Misfits can approach anywhere they want.
With the attempt to approach here. Again, makes it hard because once you have a smoke dropping down, you need as much util as you can for the execution to even feel safe and comfortable getting onto the site. So, you know, you see the molly coming down. Going to be able to see that nanoswarm right in action. And a nice clear if there was anybody there.
Sure, you got me there, but overall though, Having Fun are separating themselves out. Only one group of 2 there for the trades, all looking to play with each other. No ultimates for this retake.
Ooh, okay. Everybody's reaction time is just crazy as they all turn around once the flash comes down. It wasn't as valuable as you would think it was, but Slandy already investing into an operator. I mean, that in itself is interesting enough. For the retake looking big, they've managed to take out 3 players in a matter of seconds now. Just trying to get themselves executed up on it, and unfortunately enough for Baby Soap right now. Actually, not unfortunately. Managed to get the refrag through. You get a 2-2 from Having Fun and Misfits Black.
Yeah, it was a great pop. Cosmic Divide 2, dividing out the entire site. Usually we see it on one of the lanes of the site, just in case, you know, defenders or attackers try to scale up and reclaim that space. But just straight down the middle of A-Site's an odd move, but it worked out well. It just solidified away from the placements of what was already known of where Misfits would be in the post plant. There for the fuse. So now, 2-2. This might be the most, well, I would say this in the next round is the most interesting. Because if we see MSF win off of this eco buy, this will be gigantic for the team, especially shutting down that operator. The Baby Soap, almost already visible outside of A main, doesn't quite find the knife though against them. More worried about this op versus Marshall. Going in, peeking dry too, it seems like.
Yeah, even now. Transferring the op back over towards the side of Having Fun. Due to the drop-off you saw from Slandy, and the drop-off happening again in this entry point. So, you get another one coming through from Ultraviolet. Yeah, the shots are never, ever, ever not going to connect. Waiting for the perfect moment to strike through that. But the smoke wasn't enough.
That spike is lost. 2 left alive, too. It's still winnable in terms of fights. But getting that spike is going to be so hard. Everyone left for having fun. Just surround it. That Nebula is super strong, though. Allows a little bit of breathing room for having fun. Does allow the op presence to get that scope in. Doesn't find the shot, though. Almost a bait for what's left of Misfits Black to push into B site. It just enables more time for this flank. Oh, but the flank goes down! Oh, what's left is Ultraviolet. With the help of their teammate, too. I'm a smoke! It's a... Oh! Bungie there to shoot down Ultraviolet. It's a 1v1, but not enough time for the spike to go down. Hide on smokes there for 3, the tie. Oh no, excuse me, take the tie away. With a beautiful clutch. That being said, though, still some ultimates that are having fun have the work.
Yeah.
Julia does have that lockdown. I'm curious to see if the lockdown's going to be beneficial here, either pre-plant or even for the post-plant. Otherwise, though, Misfits, they have very rarely gone for A sites, but they should know maybe the operator wasn't shut down. Are they going to swing this dry again? As far as they know, Lunafox is not Lunafox, but instead just hide on smoke with the operator down B main. It's a very risky approach here.
Take flight.
This Owl Drone will confirm it.
Ooh. Hey, I'm liking the vision that we're seeing here. Ultraviolet again. Honestly, the aim has been impeccable so far for Misfits Black, so it's not too surprising that the first pick, first directing back over towards Misfits, and the history that we've seen so far. KDO now finding another, and I'm liking the aggression. But no retake just yet, waiting for the rotations to come down. Now, finally, so Baby Soap could get a nice run and gun down, but utilizing some of the utility here to get any sense of entry in.
Look at that flank yet again. Oh, this is going to be strong. Baby Soap and company forced to push up here. Sandwiched in.
Last player standing.
Oh, big enjoyment here. Especially as Baby Soap, again, gets another 16 health, though. Okay, Violet doesn't care. It doesn't matter what 16. Ultraviolet's got it.
Misfits have looked so comfortable taking these fights, much more than the other 2 maps. I mean, even the play off of Carly going for the Apple Drone, Ultraviolet immediately there for that pop. Destroying Lunafox's head like a little melon. That was unbelievable. But you have to wonder, too, with Ultraviolet going 12-4, now having fun, have to think about, okay, how do we just shut down? How do we shut down that aggressive potential that the Jet has? Because it's not even the spacing. It's just taking fights and winning them so effectively. The 0 point was a good start, and so was that recon bolt. But neither one of those spotted out Ultraviolet. All it does is slow them down. But it is a thrifty round. Majority of having fun now pushing as almost a death ball towards mid. Trying to reclaim that space and hold down for both A and B respectively for the retake.
Nice shots down. Moving in towards the smoke. Ultraviolet actually getting a nice updraft in to see higher.
Ooh, Luna!
The only thing that did was allow Luna an even brighter vision. Yeah, it's going to be difficult. Now that the Cosmic Divide has come up, you can see they're just waiting for the noise, waiting for the plant. Although each and every angle is inaccessible for them as well. It pretty much does them both 30.
Ooh, Null Command called out too by having fun. Just enabling Baby Soap to get this minor flank. Might be enough to pick up a Vandal and go for even more.
Hit shot. 30 seconds left.
Yeah, it's going to be super hard to come back from this, especially with the amount of players they've lost so far. Luckily for Misfits, they still have some smokes. I believe so. Bringing out the Null Command here. Right now, trying to find some of those suppressions to come through. Able to get some. The Resurrection coming on the line, and this is big. Because at this moment, they still have their 4 players left and having fun. Misfits, they take them down.
Wow. If I'm on having fun, I consider that round to be, frankly, pretty winnable. Like, not as a win, but like, that was a big dub. They were able to take away some of the guns off of Misfits Black. Not a lot, but they were able to take off of some. So ultimately, that will hurt their economy a little bit. But I think the bigger dub right there is that Misfits used their null command for some reason. I mean, it would make sense if the smokes were still alive, they don't want to play around the nebulas or maybe cloudbursts. But for the most part, in the positions that Having Fun were in, on a thrifty round no less too, they weren't really primed up to put those smokes in the ground. Whether that be Astra still alive or even Bungie just inside of halls. Not really too many opportunities to worry about not being able to see where your opponents are. Definitely a curious move coming out from Having Fun side, but that's okay. Or for both sides using their ults. But hey, no more null command that Having Fun have to worry about. And with this timeout coming out tier 2, a great chance for Having Fun to buy up their weapons this next round. Come in, go 4-4, tie things up yet again. And I think the goal of this next round, Gump, is pretty much to just destroy the economy of Misfits, rather than even going for a win.
Oh, man. We have a long way to go, too. Having Fun and Misfits Black, they've been playing for a long time. Like, let's not forget this as well. This has not been a short day. This has been probably one of the longest days they've had in a while, especially with the new roster, right? Having Fun. Misfits also doing some of that rework as well. So, you also got to bring that information into your own mind. Doing the best they can with so little time, so little information. Right now, Baby Soap gets taken down. They know the execution's coming down. Now you can see that rotation come in full force.
Yep, Ultraviolet. Knowing full well the A site should be clear. All the smokes go down at once. It scales up yet again. Oh my god, this is an expensive round from Having Fun.
Yeah, they really are spending everything into this round. The Hunter's Fury. Now the drone, actually. This is a better investment, but a bit too far. Pulled out the drone, didn't get a lot of information. Tons of players still sitting on the extremities waiting for the spike to be defused. Trying to shoot down whatever they can. Julia getting a nice shot off Ultraviolet, so they miss out on one. The second down as well.
Lockdown?
Yeah, but the lineups are actually going to be a bit too strong. Not going to pull out the lockdown, not even going to risk it at this point. Because they know there is the possibility they can win things out, but they're pushing up too far. Now the Killjoy has gone down, hide on smoke. Too strong for the taking. And the up in the hands of hide on smoke is not good at all.
Beautiful. I got so worried there, like, oh no, don't lose the up, but the defuse was called just in time. You made a really good call there, too, that the lockdown wasn't used. I wasn't sure if Misfits were going to go for it. Carly had already used Hunter's Fury. Maybe we could have seen it, but I think that was just in response to the lockdown being called out there, too. So, an ult for an ult, a soul for a soul. Who's to say, right? But it does leave it in a very interesting spot. Another chess move could be made, where Misfits could bring down their lockdown and Having Fun. Well, they've got another Hunter's Fury to use too to shut it down. So it does nullify quite a bit of the ults in this game thus far. It makes the spacing all the more important to get onto the site. Ultraviolet taking their time on this swing. Possibility of an ult being there, the jump peak there, almost blowing away Ultraviolet to a new map. But not just yet. Instead, though, Misfits Black, they have to take their space and play it much slower. They have almost zero information to work off of here. The recon bolt and the 0 points should be refilling soon. But everyone lurking around, hiding these little cubbies inside of mid and on site. It's difficult to find information with those utilities. Mid might be the way to go.
Not getting much here. They actually know now, though. At least somebody's not, surrounding mid. So for Misfits, that's gonna be worth 1,000 more than anything else in the world. But the lockdown to come down as well. This is gonna be big. Hunter's Fury to stop it down, and you can see Ultraviolet trying to seek out the Sova. They didn't trust it though. At this point, they're gonna be able to get this site completely for free.
Good double flashes, though. Not for the retake anymore. Ultraviolet, good to remove Artstar from contention. A 4v5 for the retake now.
Try not to be irresponsible here. Luna waiting for the team. So there is potential here for the refrag. I'm really liking the positioning Luna takes. They know they can shoot this down. They know this is a very predominant spot. And that leads them a bit further into this game. The turret to actually catch out if anybody's going to peek this. Nobody's peeking just yet. Turret not actually expanding outwards towards that information. The KO now peeking out. And Slandy trying to make sure that the spike is well intact. And it's a couple seconds left. Having fun. Baby Soap manages to clutch. But I just lied. It's Slandy that clutches. I meant to say Baby Soap is there to attempt the clutch. But, you know, again, right, the time is of the essence. And you got to keep that in mind.
I mean, who could really say who won when there's Baby Soap in your eyes, right? Head and shoulders. No tears allowed. At least this time there should be no crying. This is such a close game. But I gotta say, Slandy, though, with that stall at the very end, everybody we've been seeing on MSF had that potential for the clutch factor. And that's one of the most impressive things for me in that roster. That being said, though, you can't rely on a 1v1 clutch like that every single round. It came close. It was off of a 4v5 retake that nearly went the other way. And in response, having fun or deathballing their way through B main. But little do they know, their death ball might be losing some momentum. Misfits Black are on the other side of the map, pushing A in a crunch, expecting having fun to be there, but little do they know, off of this ultimate, A site in the entire right side of the map is completely empty.
Yeah, with a plant. Luckily enough, they're actually placing it in a completely different spot because what happened last time, it does not want to happen again. I mean, they've learned from the mistakes here. Artstar peeking the angle with their utility. I mean, that's probably one of the most riskiest things you could have done. And a flawless from Vernina. It's just left and right. Vernina taking him out. Yeah, Misfits. I mean, they're doing impeccable within Pearl.
Yeah, I've been so impressed with their takes so far. There hasn't really been an opportunity where they fumbled or miscommed anything, from what I can tell at least. And they have a game plan going into the round. And if it diverts away, they have a great and strong mid-round planned. Having fun, on the other hand, do seem like they're playing a little bit more loose. They're looking to be more reactionary to what Misfits Black are bringing out. And that reactive play can only bring you so far. Ooh, spotted out immediately. Having fun, tried to be more proactive this round, but it ended up blowing up in their faces with that recon bolt. Misfits Black off of that recon bolt scan, they can now push mid. Don't know about the presence of Killjoy, though, at the bottom of Link. It's up to Julia now. Hold down the fort, especially as those smokes go away, and so does the turret.
I'm standing around. Over towards B. KDO actually doing a good number on everybody else here. And as Julia goes down, right, you leave that Sentinel alone. Got no information, no utility. They're left standing on the B site, waiting for the rotation. Luna trying to fight that alone. I feel like, again, we need a lot more trades coming through. And at that moment, not waiting for your team, you leave them in a very, very awful situation, trying to play into this 3v4 when alone Misfits already have the lead. So, yeah.
This wouldn't be the first time either. Having fun have gone for that Astra flank too. Misfits are well aware of it now.
Last player standing.
You dead. Ooh. Yeah, with the op. Trying to get a nice attempt off that. So, yeah, Misfits, again, it's isolating those fights. And the thing is that they don't have to try. A lot of the time, these players are trying to peek out and get one and execute off that, but you know, you're left alone on a site, praying that you can be that stable force for the team when, you know, 2 is better than 1.
And I'm also going to be a biased caster for a moment and say that retaking either site on Pearl is, like, not easy, like, at all. Like, it's not, like, it's challenging. So I would imagine having fun or probably set up for their attacking side here. It's the final round of the half. Even going 4-8 wouldn't be awful for the team. But obviously, if you're on the Misfits camp, you want to get as many rounds as you possibly can. Proactivity, again, the name of the game here. I don't smoke. Looking to try to find that opening pick. But hey, you know what? They're not able to get that shot in. That's fine. Plenty of info knowing that some of Misfits are B-centric.
Oh, there's so many players pushing out. And this is scary. And Ultraviolet's still trying to find an op shot around down towards B when the whole team is about to get, like, completely ripped apart. Oh no, they moved back.
They all rotated B. And that spike has been hidden well away towards B main. And look at this fake. Vernina's throwing everything out to sell this. Nano swarms, the 0 points, the suppress. But here's the thing. Only one was spotted. And that's a little weird if you're pushing A site.
Trying to train themselves to make good out of a bad situation. Ultraviolet pushing themselves over towards lane here. Balls isn't looking too safe right now, especially as Ultraviolet again gets another. So repositioning themselves, which is going to be good. Baby Soap has no idea, and you can see the precaution and the fear taking place. Headshot off Vernina, damage going everywhere, left and right. And the biggest infraction.
0 point. Top of the lockdown, that's huge to see. So much spacing potential. All you have left is Julia. Doesn't even have time to use that lockdown. It's full fruition. 2 detained. Doesn't matter now. The half is over, and Misfits again, 4 and 8. Double the points now of having fun. Ultraviolet is 20 and 8. Oh my god. Remember when Edith used to play nothing but Chamber?
I remember the Chamber meta. I miss it.
Right? But I mean, like, even after the Chamber meta, I felt like Edith, now Ultraviolet, was like still the Chamber for a while in the Game Changer scene. And I gotta say, this evolution now into just rocking Duelist and playing the Space Demon has been exceptional.
Ooh. I do miss the Chamber. You know, you brought up such a good memory. I actually do. I think he's so bad now.
I mean, he was bad before, but for different reasons, you know?
No. I like
He was bad good.
He was good.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that one. I have the nightmares. I dream about Chamber. The tour de force. Like, please. Not anymore. Well, on the bright side, though, we don't have to worry about Chamber here. A full push from Art and a split push from A. It's just Gunfight City.
Spike down A.
Oh,
wow.
Hey.
What a mowdown. Remember when I said 20 and 8?
Yeah. I do remember when you said 20 and 8, actually. What the heck?
Wow, it was so long ago. And yet here we are. Somehow, through the magic of this world, Ultraviolet was lucky enough to get 3 more kills. I can't believe that. Count their lucky stars.
I don't know how this team's doing it. Yeah. Misfits. I think honestly, I did say in the beginning, Ultraviolet was looking completely different in this game. Like, it's
You're
like
right.
they switched up entirely, and this is their map.
0 point doesn't spot much from having fun, though. No information, but the lack of information says that nobody's in Art. There's no immediate response from anybody on Misfits. That spike hasn't even been picked up yet from having fun. Yet there's a slow crawl for maybe that pinch to re-accelerate again over towards A, but we saw what happened last round. That alarm bot's going to give away the entire plot if it's detected. Or Vernina's going to spot it.
Oh, no, Baby Soap. A classic. Just a classic. She's too young. She can't go now.
Oh, no!
They have a family. No longer now. And that's okay.
That's so
Misfits.
dark.
Yeah, I know. Oh, gosh. Okay. Now, Julia's actually pulling it back up. Pretty close, though.
Julia's got to be the fastest in the West. But Draw McGraw. But not even Billy the Kid could survive, Katie. That's okay. 10-4 now. Again, for series point. Final map of 3. To meet up with complexity for the grand finals here. And right now, only 3 rounds away. Misfits are looking good to maybe soon to call themselves Game Changers, Sakura Cup champions. Maybe even Game Changers champions down the line. We'll have to wait and see. Right now, what matters most is them facing up in these last potential 3 rounds. And we have to see having fun make some sort of adjustment here. They've been straggling a lot in the mid-side rounds. Losing out to these simple peaks coming out from Misfits. And a 4-stack down B could be good off of this Owl drone. Depends whether or not Ultraviolet can get that op shot in.
I'm not so sure, though. They don't even know where Ultraviolet is. But I don't know. That was the best decision. They could have fought there a bit heavier. Maybe had somebody come alongside and help them out, but
Oh, Katie!
the pull was too much. at that point. Honestly, everybody was just slipping around.
But here's the thing. It's a 2v2 with a minute left. You can just leave the site and go back mid. You can go back to B from mid. Or even go back to A. There's nothing stopping having fun from staying or leaving this site. They could easily go away. But I think what they're waiting for is for Misfits to rotate back over to A site. Get into their own heads a little bit. But that 0 point is going to say, hey, no, we're still B. Don't you worry. We're still here. No worries, Misfits. We didn't go anywhere.
I need an obscuring vision. 30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Yeah, they've got to try to find
Spike
something at this
down,
point.
B.
Baby soap. Oh, the smoke. Not even checking. And I'm surprised. You have to angle clear no matter what. It feels like they kind of let that go once, you know, things start to get tense.
Yeah, and that's been a consistent issue in these attacking rounds is that having fun, it's been a fundamental issue. They're not checking corners. They were doing a pretty good job at that when they were flanking over on defense. For right now, it just seems like they're looking for the wide swings to come to them rather than having to do the work of making the motions happen. And now 4 and 11, a force-up round here too. If this doesn't go well, we're probably going to see yet another force-up for 12. Series point, no less.
Ooh. Again, the op is proving to be such a big setback. Misfits, honestly, given a bit of a deja vu here for having fun.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to be real with you. All these rounds have kind of looked the same on the attack. We'll put that pressure down B. Okay, Owl Drone's out. We found something. Let's rotate the mid to A. And look, you can already see Katie and Carly are set up for that same exact play on site towards Secret. They're waiting for that stairs approach. But look at this. The Owl Drone goes down. They're faking A site. Having fun. They haven't given up yet. They have still plenty of more rabbits up their sleeve. They have a whole litter of them there. With the 0 point not connecting either, questions must be arising for Misfits. Where could this team be? If they're not mid, they're not B, they're not A.
Oh, but the flash! It didn't peek out. Ultraviolet left with her vision there.
30 seconds left.
Right now, actually keeping themselves relocated. Bernina all the way across. They're holding a nice crosshold here. And Ultraviolet is worth more. Watching just outside of the smoke, it's like you can't get away from Misfits. And you can't.
It was a flawless push-in from Misfits, just waiting for having fun to go in 1 by 1. Now, what can the buys look like here? Not everyone can full buy. Or they can full buy, but they can't use all their util. Having fun have chosen to go for their timeout here. 4 to 12. I'm going to be real with you, Gomp. I think it's a little too late to go for a timeout.
Hey. In the words of our savior, never say never.
I feel like every singer has sung that. But 4 and 12.
Oh,
I mean,
gosh.
yeah, you're right. It's not too late. It never is. It never is. But when you're already down this low, you have to multiply the amount of rounds you've won this map by 3. That's the most complex math I'm capable of. We have to multiply it by 3, and then you probably have to compete this round on either a very, very strange thrifty buy, or you have to go for Vandals and no shields. And we can kind of get a glimpse of that over from the Jet, possibly rocking the Vandal without shields. It still makes me incredibly nervous here, especially when all the approaches having fun have brought out, which has been varied, I should say, have been different, still have ended with the same conclusion of a mow down.
All right. I still believe. I think the timeout's going to change.
Of course I
it.
believe. I do too.
They just got to somehow take out Ultraviolet. And the homies are with Ultraviolet. So, again, it makes it harder. But again, possible.
They are playing for Ultraviolet to get traded out here. And A-Main might fall for it. A default from having fun. A-Main could determine this whole series. But Ultraviolet misses the shot. It's a reset. back over to Art in A. Surely they know about Ultraviolet and maybe one more's presence, right?
Okay.
And the Spike is by itself. And they're still pushing A.
Yeah, they're doing their best here. Hide on smoke. Literally hide on smoke. So right now, Hunter's Fury, though, going to be able to do some numbers here. No calculations. Instead, end up getting absolutely nothing, but the lockdown is going to stall for time. So, I mean, this in itself is big to get the spike down, but you got a 2v2, so the chances are possible here.
Well, Nanoswarm number 1 might do a little bit on the edge of that spike diffuse.
Take flight.
But it was set up for default. Owl drones out, and this could find some information for A main. Harley hasn't been able to find too much off of it, though. The last of having fun are split up too. Whoever swings first is facing a 1v2 no matter what.
One enemy remaining.
That's the best thing you can do right now is you can jiggle peek this as much as you can in Misfits. They finished it off. This was fast. But it's interesting how things work. It's having fun, getting 13-3 against Misfits. Then you got a very close game, and now you got a 13-4. It feels like the flavor is back. Like, we're getting some nice flavoring within Misfits right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was definitely a battle of endurance. I think in the beginning, maybe Misfits weren't quite acclimated to, their surroundings, how having fun would play. Could be a variety of different issues that us commentators, we would never know without specifically asking Misfits what happened that first map. But it definitely felt like for maps 2 and 3, it was a battle of endurance for having fun. All these players have been playing for a long time. They know how to deal with the struggles of long days. But even then, though, it was a big falling apart towards the very end for having fun. And I was expecting to have a little bit more variety and strategies and maybe at least a little bit more depth of the playbook. But it is what it is. And I think Misfits played those last 2 maps fantastically well. They revitalized themselves. They had that coordination. And I think they're all set and ready for the grand finals.
I think so too, and that is pretty much what we're waiting for, is the grand final spot. Who is going to be the victor of the first Sakura Cup within the year of 2023? Keg, I don't know. I think from the performance out of Misfits, there were some times here and there where, it was a bit concerning, but man, I think they got a pretty strong matchup though.
You know what I think?
What do you think?
I think I'll let you know after the break. Okay. We'll be going to a small break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the grand finals. We have not had one of these since December. Sakura Cup has returned, and now we're here for the grand finals. It's been a long time, but Misfits Black versus Complexity GX3 are the last 2 remaining here to see who could crown themselves the first champion of the year. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by Gompers. Gompers, before we went to the desk, we were debating about who we thought would take it. Well, who's going to take it?
I think, and listen, my only reasoning between this is the amount of times that I was able to see Complexity play. They had been so strong. And I guess more so in the sense of the synergy, right? The overall habit of playing with your teammates. And I feel like that carries you very far. So if we're looking at, Misfits and what they've, not Misfits, my apologies. Actually, yeah, right? Yeah, Misfits. If we're looking at Misfits and what they have done previously and, their tendencies, it was one of those things where they had consistently, had these big punishments where they were either taken out first because they just weren't positioning correctly with their teammates, or they were peeking out a bit too early, or they were feeling too confident in those moments. And that can really lose you a game. Even if it's 1 round, 2 rounds, your economy goes down. You have to think generally in the sense of, what will my teammates do? What do they have? And I feel like that's how Complexity thinks. And that's kind of where I'm leaning towards here.
Okay, I'm with it. I think Complexity, from what we've seen so far in Sakura Cup, have been bringing out the wackiest comps we've been able to see. I mean, even before Game Changers that happened a little while ago in April, they've been hyped up as one of the best teams in Game Changers, period. Like, especially in North America. So, I mean, they're just innovating more and more. And I think a lot of the teams in Sakura Cup historically, and also just, in a lot of the matchups we've seen in a variety of other tournaments, like to go for compositions that are a lot more safe. So I don't know. It depends on the compositions, how safe Complexity wants to be. They haven't been so far in this tournament. So let's see what the maps are going to be. Will they opportune safety? Or are we going to see some wacky comps come out once again? Haven, though, the first one to go away. Big thoughts on that. We saw a double Viper and Harbor comp coming out from Complexity only just a few hours ago. I was really excited to cover that if we got to see Complexity. It looks like we're not going to be seeing it for the grand finals, though.
No, but we are seeing Split, Lotus, and Pearl, and I actually am intrigued with this Lotus pick. Obviously, we got to see Split coming out for Misfits. This isn't too much of a surprise to me. I do think, though, Misfits, again, looking at their performance way back when we were able to see having fun against them, they still managed to hold their own. And I feel like with a team that might be a bit more competent on Split, things can go a completely different way.
Yeah, and historically, Complexity have never played Lotus in an official before. So it's like, we don't really know what to expect from Complexity, given that they've done some wacky things in the past and it's worked out well for them. I think it spells a little bit of terror that we should be expecting from their side, but it's also the fact that they willingly chose into Lotus as that second map, knowing full well that Misfits have never lost a game of Lotus that they've played before in an official. So we'll have to get to that to map 2. We're heading into map 1, though. That being Split. Gompers, you were right on the money about everything we've seen so far from Misfits' side, but for Complexity, there's still a few unknown question marks on our end, and I think the first things first that we get to find out is what the agents are going to be for their side.
Ooh. I mean, so far, Harbor. And this is actually something Complexity... my apologies, not Complexity. You know what? I retain my information. I thought it was Complexity picking that, and I had seen a lot of Harbor coming through from Complexity. I believe, I don't know if it was Lacey or somebody else, but and for those of you who don't know, because they love to troll us and make us feel very, very unsure of who we're talking about.
Yoru.
We have a Complexity ARAM player number 1, which I do believe is Lacey. And I forgot his number 2.
Let's see. We have Jazzy. We have Race. We have Claudia.
Claudia. No,
could be,
Kara.
It's not Race.
It's Kara. It's Kara.
Could be Kara. It could be Kara. We can assume that it's Kara. All good, though. Have you ever played ARAM before?
Have I ever played ARAM?
Yeah.
You like League of Legends?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy it?
Player 1 is Kara, and then player 2 is Lace. I did enjoy it. I actually really love ARAM. I like League of Legends. So.
Nice. Did you know, this is so off topic, did you know that Tenz's grandmother is one of the highest level people in North American ARAM?
Wait, what?
Yup.
Wait. Repeat that. What?
Tenz's grandmother, his grandma, is one of the highest leveled players in ARAM
No,
North
you're
America.
lying.
I'm not lying. She plays almost exclusively Misfortune. And last I checked, she's like level 500.
So, Tenz's family is just built diff.
They were built different.
They just have the genes.
Yeah. I mean, there's like a whole backstory to it, but that's for another time. Maybe when we inevitably cast Tenz at some point, I'm sure we'll be able to tell the story there. But for right now, Grand Finals, Complexity versus Misfits. I'm curious to see where it's going to go for this first round.
That is,
You're still blown away by the Tenz thing?
Yeah. I'm like trying to look it up. I'm like, what the heck? But it's like, how is that real? You know, I wish I was so good at a video game that it just runs in the family. You know?
I just wish I was good at anything, to be honest with you. But yeah,
you know, you're real.
Would be good too.
You're valid.
Yeah.
You're valid.
Based, but
it's getting late, you know, so the deep talks are coming out.
Oh no, it's that time of the night again. But here we go. Fast entry in Ultraviolet Falls. Complexity players must have been watching the previous split match that they had only played about an hour ago, because this is a great immediate shutdown from Complexity. Misfits, they've already lost 2. They've lost their entry makers and their controller, or 1 of 2. There's no way of pushing this.
Yeah, I don't even think there is, because the decay is going to prove to be such a big problem, especially with the, you know, the obstacle that we've managed to seek out here. Again, we talk a bit about Complexity playing together. They did have a nice crosshold there, but it seems like Misfits, again, keeping their group intact. Although Complexity still running away with majority.
And with 55 seconds left, there's a lot of options on the table for Misfits. They could cut noise and reset A. They could go all the way over to B and everything in between. They're faking Viper util right now to make it seem like it's still A site, assuming that at least one of Complexity in this 2v3 should still be there. But all of Complexity rotate over to B site. They're ready for this. The guiding light's only going to confirm their suspicions. And 30 seconds left, they stopped in their tracks. Bernina chooses to push forwards with that Dizzy.
Yeah, even now, okay. Kara. Nope, that's not Kara. That is Lace. Lace. This is going to get confusing. Lace just standing alongside Kara. Now with the teammates to come down, yeah, Complexity. I mean, they pretty much secured this one off the bat in the beginning. Once you have, you know, that player advantage in the pistol rounds, I do feel like it always ends up, you know, going in your favor. Ooh, let's play Just Dance. I mean, whatever this is.
I'm done. I'm so bad at Just Dance.
All right, let's go. I'm not seeing you move, though.
Oh, my bad. Okay, I'm King Julian now. I like to move it. I don't know if we can show my camera. I'm moving. This is how I dance at raves or at clubs. It's like, whoa! It's like, you ever watch the old school Scooby-Doo?
No, yeah, actually.
Yeah, when Shaggy dances around, the frame-by-frame cell animation of him just going, like, everywhere. Ah! That's me. And this is why I don't go to clubs with anybody. But luckily, though, there's a lot of friends on both these sides. A great read again from Complexity. They're just marking out where the primary entry is for every single one of these rounds so far. It's only been 2, though. But there's that stopping power again. Misfits unable to find that approach. It's Raze. Boombot detects quite a bit. She's playing for herself.
Oh, Ultraviolet. Getting up close and dirty. That's going to be able to take out the other Raze. So, you know, you got the Raze-to-Raze contact, winning it out. Definitely the biggest thing.
Look at this, though. Misfits, they have not pushed the spike at all just yet. They're faking over B site. This is still an opportunity, though, to make the majority of the forces go through vents over towards A Heaven. But look at this. The only A defenders, they're already top of Heaven. They're forced to respect the Dizzy.
30 seconds
They're
left.
still trying to protect the site here, no matter what. I'm really liking the confidence they have here. But the biggest worry of mine is Complexity. They've already lost one. Leading into the Raze. Double duelist composition. They're trying to take out my poor man, Wingman. Leave him alone. Set him free. And at this point, it's going to be hard to do anything other than get downed right here in this very moment. Vernina making a nice clutch shot, but 31 and despite the fuse. So, again, not much to it.
Yeah, great again collapse from Complexity. I love what Misfits were doing for their early to mid-round plays. They would scale up mid. They respected the Boombot utility that came out from Raze. Raze then, again, had to stay top B Heaven, but as that pressure kept mounting from Misfits, they made the call to rotate everybody over towards A ramp. I was skeptical of it at first. It worked out decently well for the team. Spike didn't make his way into the ground, but like still. But unfortunately, again, Complexity, they're just more, not competent, I would say. They're more confident, is the better word, in their shots, at least in these early rounds. But now the rifles are safely in the hands of both teams. And an operator too, that dynamic can easily change.
Okay, well, something normal that we love to see is an op. Coming down to the third round for some reason, that's pretty much the norm.
I mean, that is an aggressive play. That is like, I mean business. I'm going to take you out with this. And all it takes is what? 2 kills to reinvest that op?
Oh no. Yeah. I mean, right now, you got an op investment, but at the same time, this silence from Misfits, and you said that this was a slower team, and it's paying off quite a little bit. Claudia honestly got a few of that damage, so somebody could actually get something off of that.
And Bernina looking to be that A lurk once again. Almost found impact on Race.
30 seconds left.
By a lot of time. Good for Race to fall, and that's full permission to enter A site, minus the op, but they were distracted with Heaven. They're still distracted with Heaven. Jazzykins is all alone.
Yeah, trying to prepare things. But Jazzy's still watching. Off of Complexity. One peek and it's all over for you. I think this op might actually be a clutch condition here. There comes the first. Jazzy looking for the second. You got a couple players surrounding up towards heaven. You have to get the defusal. And that's going to be the hardest thing. Really, there isn't a flank coming along. Right now, I mean, all they can really try to do is get something. Could have gotten it half at this point. And that would have been beautiful. But they still have to fight. Going up towards heaven. You see at least the Astra. Which is going to be Kara moving up. Unfortunately, getting down now. So I don't think there's enough time.
No. Complexity. They stalled for too long. Unable to get there. Good try, though. Jazzy with 1 HP might be able to hold on. No. It had to have been a lucky trade there, but Slandy was sacrificed in the process. Was the up picked up? No, it wasn't. That was a heavy investment from Complexity, but again, at least now it won't go into the funds of Misfits Black. They won't be able to pick up that operator. To be honest, though, I don't even know if Misfits would go for the op. They might just leave it in spawn. No one on their team is really that like a big opper besides Ultraviolet, and on a raise, they don't really need that as much. They're more so just taking space rather than going for aim duels. But mid is a popular hotspot for Misfits to take early control. A big scale outside of B, though, for Complexity. Both the duos now waiting and respecting that smoke right outside of Garage. Not a whole lot has happened. But besides a guiding light, there's almost no control for Complexity on A site. They're putting all their eggs in the mid-side basket.
Yeah, but now that Complexity have been able to invest here, you see Jazzy pulling out the Blade Storm as well. Already getting something around. Jazzy going up from above, but the Pain Shield doing the damage back. Complexity making a huge mistake here. But they know how to handle themselves. I think right here in this very moment, they have a plan. Although moving in very slowly towards A and clearing things up. You can see a slow rotation here.
We saw the same exact play versus having fun. The full cross all the way around to A. Usually it was accompanied by a Cosmic Divide, but that's not ready yet. But there's so much time being spot. It's going to allow the scale up for Vernina in case someone tries to be sneaky and rotate over.
She's still gunning for you.
Oh, and Vernina, and always being the best flanker that they can be. Hyper aware of every single situation, of the timing, of where they need to be. And I think that's going to be able to carry Misfits far here in a game like Split. Got the ultimate prepped and ready. Protecting the spike in itself with Complexity. They're not going to care.
Complexity have been slow to the draw on these retakes too. The snake bite stalling Jazzykins. In the midst of the unknown on the other side of screens, it's hard for any one of these players to approach into the site.
Yeah, with the attempt to approach right now, it's making it harder and harder. Raze actually trying their best to get a defusal, but nobody knows exactly where the breach is except for now Carly. Trying to make an execution off of this one. Diffusing it, trusting in the teammates. Kara is there to make sure everybody is okay.
You said it perfectly, Gump. Trust in your teammates. That is exactly what Complexity rely on here for these clutches. I mean, that Viper's Pit was wide-ranging. It smothered everybody on the defense for the retake. And yet, through all of that, even through 1v1s, Complexity were able to group up in the middle, remove Vernina from contention, and take back that spike. And not only that, destroy the economy for Misfits for at least a single round. Nobody on their team could buy up. Even Light Shield seemed like a heavy investment, let alone the two heavy ones. Sheriffs are out now, B-side's looking more appetizing. Less of a prominence on B-side though. Complexity, they adjusted everyone now over to A-side. But Carly's already revealed herself. Only the smokes are hiding them to rotate back into split mid. And this is tough because Complexity should be reading into this almost every round. Without fail. Ultraviolet and the rest of Misfits, they've been pushing this so much.
Yeah, Misfits, though, again, resorting to the very quiet approach that they've had before. Oh, Claudia. Oh, no, I'm afraid. Because once this goes down, they're just out in the middle. A play like that has to be risky. Because you don't know what's on the other side. Once your wall goes down, you're completely bare.
Yeah. Look at that. Like 4 extra smokes are added in B main too to accompany it. Oh, ARAM player number 1. Now we can see why they're the better ARAM player.
seconds left. Last player standing.
Another one in the books from Complexity. And again, it's you know, the overall teamwork. I mean, we're seeing how the fights are being picked off. Nobody left alone. It's kind of like a holding hand system where, you know, if something happens, you just yell.
Yeah. I mean, those are, you know, the essence of really good comms. In Complexity, they never really stray too far away from each other. We do see Misfits be a little bit more lackadaisical with that, but that's just a typical default for when it comes to the attack. This time, though, a 4-1. Ooh. Okay, no, 4-1 split. Sorry, Ultraviolet looking to maybe take early A Heaven here off of that fault line. No, fault line comes down, Guiding Light in return. There's very little space created for A ramp. It's all a fake to sneak through mid and take early vents control.
Trying to gather as much faith as they can in their play. I love the boombot shot. Let's see where he's going. Traveling towards the outer edges into Heaven here. For Nina, still hiding behind the smoke. You got two players actually coming down.
Complexity are opting to scale up again. Jazzy's got that operator. At this point, it's what can you do? Vernina doesn't have a blast pack. She can't really... Sorry, there's no operator. But can't really escape that fast. It's dead! It's the reverse! Ultraviolet pulls out the ult. He doesn't run away! Charges head first into destruction and finds 2 kills! And it's still a big fake!
But now the wingman actually is looking... clearing things out as well for this team. Yeah, Misfits, they have this completely set up for success. Although the only worry of mine is you see the raise. Super, super low on Misfits. When you pick out that fight, there's a possibility. Is everybody saving here? I do believe they are.
I mean, they're 3 rounds ahead.
Yeah.
They have enough economy built up. They might as well save. Not too sure what the ult economy looks like for Complexity. Ooh, yeah, Claudio's close. Probably not worth fishing out for kills just to get 1 ult orb. I'm assuming probably the same too for Sky. But that's okay. I mean, they do keep a lot of rifles on the board for Misfits, so both teams' economies will be looking good. I have to say, though, that very large, little messy flank that we had seen from A main all the way into mid was really well played and such like a hair trigger response from Ultraviolet. That was just like a pure instincts round, I think. Not really strapbook material. I loved how Misfits played that. They threw Complexity way off guard, threw out the script, and they had no idea how to adjust or compile themselves against Misfits that round. So I'm curious to see if Misfits are going to go for a more fast and loose playstyle from here on out. There's still plenty of time to adjust things, but now Jazzy has that operator, and if they do want to go fast and loose, Gomp, this is going to be struggling for either the op or the op-E.
And it feels like it really is a competition of the op. Like always, especially with Jazzykins being in that position. Although being able to back off, this is huge. They can reposition themselves nice and easy. And Ultraviolet not able to do much. Jazzy getting a 2K, and that's enough. If they pick up the op here, though, for Misfits, honestly, if they know how to use the op in their own advantage, then they could bring themselves the win advantage. The win condition here. Yeah.
Cosmic VOD goes down. That's not going to be enough of an angle for an opper. Be too up close.
Actually taking things down. Claudio's looking pretty confident in their own gameplay right now. So running up towards Heaven. 1v2. Maybe confidence isn't what you need right now. They tried to gather as much space as they could down in the extremities. But now understanding. Okay, nobody peeked me. Why is that? Could be up in Heaven. Taking a hold of the situation. But a bit too extended out towards these angles. Slace finds an up shot over. But Slandy picks it off.
I love this adjustment now from Misfits. They've played against Jazzy so many different times. I'm sure on a variety of different teams. But Jazzy loves the op.
Yes.
That's like one consistent factor with her since like the dawn of time, since dinosaurs were roaming the earth. They were being taken down by Jazzy with an operator. But I gotta say though, Misfits can work with that, and they have been those last 2 rounds. Even if Jazzy only had a Phantom the round previous, sure. The same angles are being held. As long as you can smother the op angle and make sure they just cannot either escape or even be good for one, forcing them to play up close with such a long reload time of a weapon is the perfect strat here for Ultraviolet. And so far, 2 rounds out of 2, it's worked out pretty well. And Complexity, it almost seems like they're sticking to the script a little too much. They're being very reactive, especially in late round, about how Misfits want to go for an approach. And unless they're more proactive, it's going to be more difficult for them to take those opening fights and not fight a 5v4, or I'm sorry, a 4v5 against them.
Yeah, you got to start from somewhere. Oh, man. Yeah, Complexity, they were also taking a pretty big lead here, but the 2-win streak, not only leaving the economy completely in shambles here for Complexity, but also Misfits. They're doing a lot better than before. They could fare off pretty well even if they lose this round.
Absolutely. Here's to see if Misfits are able to tie this up, though. Jump peaks and plenty of noise has been heard. No Nebula just yet. It's more of a reactive Nebula. It seems like the majority of Complexity, again, they haven't maneuvered their spots too much. Everyone's staying in their usual spots, but look at that tempo again. They're playing for contact now on the lanes of the map. We're going to be more aggressive on B site, giving a little bit more control away for A, possibly for a retake. And Misfits aren't taking that bait at all, Gump. They're looking to go for mid again.
Yeah, what they're comfortable with for sure. Seeming like they're confident with the double controller opposition we got going on down in mid as well. So, yeah, right now Thrash coming along, trying to get a stun off. Actually, not capturing anything instead, but information up towards B.
Misfits once again. 30 seconds left on that clock. They reorient themselves towards A side. Now, keep in mind, too, this is an eco round, but there is the possibility of a showstopper that could come out in the post plant. A lot of ult-based utility could be used here. The Dizzy popped out. By now, Complexity, everyone's aware, except for one inside mid. That's Ultraviolet, the remove Jazzy Kids from contention.
Oh god, I'm afraid of Claudia with the judge just sitting in the corner. Sometimes all you gotta do is have those cheeky angles. Okay, Bernina actually reading into it. Claudia is pretty much sitting there like, how were you able to understand where I'm standing? Slow work up here from Raze. They do have the showstopper, so anything could really happen right now. I feel like Raze having to go towards the extremities with the showstopper might help probably win this out. And at most, they have to try to do what they can to get the defusal, but it's not possible anymore. Yeah, Complexity, they've given it up.
Yeah, great round from Misfits there. 4-4 yet again. And that's off of the timeout too. Keep in mind that was the eco buy, so this full rifle round is going to be hopefully the true extent of what Sloth had told the team to do, or how to fix things up. Even a mental reset would be good. Because up until now, this 3-round streak, it was Complexity that were 4-1. They gave up 1 round to save, and now they got punished by 3 more. And now we get to see some adjustments. I like this play. Race now playing top A ramp, probably looking specifically to shut down Ultraviolet.
Yeah, you were completely right when in the beginning you talked about Misfits being so incredibly slow.
Any day now.
You are divided.
Gonna have kids and retire by the time the entry, but there we go.
The kids didn't come, but the dub might here for Misfits.
Spike down A.
Already Ray's actually getting one with the showstopper, which is great and grand. But you're looking at who is lost. And it is going to be that Sky, which is a super, super big portion of how to get that re-entry down onto site.
Yeah, Cosmic Divide's being well respected by the rest of Complexity. Keep in mind, one Jazzy with the op. Hard to make that entry in, let alone in a 3v4.
Oh, Jazzy with the op. This is dangerous. But the thing is that a bit questionable as well, because they have to get the retake in. Now, Jazzy doesn't even know that Kiddio is there. Honestly, a nice spray transfer could happen right now. Seeing the other Jazzy getting lucky with it. They end up backing off regardless. The op, too expensive, too valuable.
It's another round given up by Complexity, though. They keep going for these saves, but it feels like it doesn't really amount to a whole lot. Sure, I mean, the last round before this was an eco. They do need to save.
Yeah.
But they have to buy up as much as they can here. They have to go toe-to-toe versus Misfits. For a slow team like this, Complexity need to take the opportunity to scale up and take that space if Misfits are unwilling to do so. Each round begins with this gigantic no man's land that divides out the entire middle of the map. No one's willing to push up at all. But it's a 4v5. It's not too late for either one of these teams. Mid, less prominence for Complexity this time. Maybe true to scale up B. That's gonna be a lot of pressure for Claudia. Surely ults here, right? Right?
Yeah, they do. No. I think keeping the ult
It's too late, the ult.
for a better opportunity would be it, but Jazzy just already gets the first one. Luckily enough, I mean, you got 2 controllers, right? So that is a bit more forgiving, but the Viper, being that second controller left alive, you know, you only have so much that you can do in a time like that.
Oh.
Chasing out Claudia, it's like a goose chase right now.
The great escape. I don't know what Claudia's heart rate is right now, but mine would be skyrocketing. That's full Venge control now for Misfits. Raze is still hiding with what I assume is a judge at the very tippity top of ramps. Oh, unfortunate.
I mean, first come, first serve, right?
Yeah, true.
True. Yeah. It's, again, difficult too, because the Seekers have now been popped out, so they already know that they're coming over towards A. When the Pain Shell doing such immense damage on Ultraviolet, leaving Slandy alone. With the spike, luckily enough, so not having to fight anything, just having to figure out a way to get in execution. That's a sight. Okay, I was wondering. I was like, that is a questionable play there with the judge. But ends up going down regardless, so it didn't matter. Yeah, Raze 5-5. So we got 2 more rounds left. We're pretty much left even.
You really couldn't invest for a better round for Complexity. After having such a, I guess the word would be like rickety, having such a temperamental buy structure for themselves. Being able, again, to scale up towards B, take down the Lurker, and find what just Seekers really only used to find where Misfits are going to be the mid-round, which has been the time where they mostly move around and stay hidden the most. Complexity was able to easily crunch Misfits on their A-side attack. And just the spacing denial that, again, we had seen from Complexity reigned true to exactly what we needed to see them fix off of that timeout. Misfits, though, they found a lot of success, again, playing fast and loose, but now that they're sticking more to their structured script style of always unending A-site, they're falling to the same traps they did against versus having fun, what, an hour ago? So I'm hoping, having warmed up for a while, having those gears turning in their brains, they may not simply start with split or A-site. We could see a B take here.
Yeah, all they need to do right now, again, is use everything they have. I think Slandy's going to be such a good offset for Jazzy on the op. It feels like we're not using... And even then, honestly, the smokes as well. Like, there's so much opportunity to block out this op. And right now, with information being said, okay, the Viper's standing around down in A. We only have, like, 5 seconds left. Now, tons of information being expended outwards. Yeah, this is a good ultimate here from Claudia.
I love this. Because now, Ultraviolet, if they want to go for the blast pack, they have to go through the entire ult to do that. And there's just too many variables. You can hide anywhere in there with any weapon, and most likely get the first opening pick. Trailblazer was used to confirm that no one pushed in and stuck through the smoke. That Viper Wall, too, in mid, when it's enabled, gives almost no opportunity for Misfits to push up and take that space. It's off of Jazzy's call, though. The flash is out. Forced to leave. Wall surely goes up.
They're trying to accomplish something here. Oh, it's so funny that, like, occasionally we just get to see Wingman kind of vibing. But
Hello.
he's like, yeah, in the middle of the battlefield. Oh, what about it?
How do you do today?
We talked about the Lurkers, right? Let's go back to Vernina. Whether either Viper knows it or not, it's a duel of death right now inside that pit. Claudia's on the other side. Realistically, not too far away. Vernina, one simple good spray could ruin all of this for Complexity.
Okay, big finding. A nice shot, Claudia. That's one right in the middle. Damn, the smoke being good. Vernina's always flanking or lurking. So I feel like that information alone, definitely Complexity reading into it just a bit, hence why the rotation didn't come in too early. Now Jazzy, still sticking it around, down with the 4 seconds left, and there isn't enough time. They back off. Misfits. I mean, regardless, nothing they can do.
Man, MVP of that round absolutely goes to Claudia. Viper spit down in A main. Essentially eliminated the round for Misfits. Like, well, what are Misfits without going A site split? We very rarely have seen a site for them to go to other than A. For a lot of maps, but especially, you know, with there only being 2 on split, they haven't gone B realistically at all, and we can see why. But just denying so much space, having that wall down in mid, all of that shutting down Misfits, it forced them to go into B site. A site that, to me, seems they're very uncomfortable with. Didn't find any impact at all. For this final round, it's a reset again, Gump. Double walls are up. A faster lane push with Thrash up towards A ramp. This is huge.
Yeah, as huge as it can get. They can actually farm some orbs here too. But Ultraviolet farm the dead. So now, not even expecting. And again, I talked about it in the beginning. They hold hands here for Complexity. You always have to be prepared for somebody else to be right around the corner.
Oh. This Viper util from Claudia just in time stops the entirety of Misfits from pushing. But they don't know. Well, it's Slandy inside of fence. Slow crawl upwards. Could be good to re-exec over towards A or even catch out the rotates. Oh, what Slandy's doing for this lurk is incredible. But they don't know about screens just yet, but soon they will. This round falls on Slandy.
Oh, okay. Slandy. Actually having a nice flank around too. So this is big, but Jazzy figures it out. Down over towards stairs. And again, it feels like they leave themselves exposed so often. The only chance and the only hope here, again, is going to have to be this Viper Spit. Starting to pop out.
Keep in mind too, Jazzy's got Blade Storm. And turn this Viper Spit into a lawnmower on top of the Cosmic Divide. No one can escape B-main anymore. Everyone's trapped in the pit.
Trying to look impressive here. Jazzy's just straight up inside. Looking for the Viper. Trying to figure out where they are. The moment that player one starts to peek out, they know where Vanita is right now. In this very moment, Car lays everybody down. And it's up to Jazzy to clutch. But again, the time of the essence here. The only thing left available. Jazzy knowing it's a 6-6 scoreline, so we're switching up the half. They try it. Doesn't come into fruition though.
I was so worried about Slandy after they had died. That was almost full control for Complexity. But Slandy lurked enough and caused just enough of distraction to allow the rest of Misfits to plant on site and get that hold. That was beautiful. A great round again for Misfits. I can't wait to see, maybe in the future, them playing on B-side more often. It's 6-6. For the first map of the Grand Finals here, directly dead even. Vernina, the MVP of their attacking round, going 14-7 off those lurks, now has to take on Claudia's role, who was so good about stuffing out power control inside mid. We'll have to see which one could do it better. As far as I know, I don't think Claudia is going to lurk nearly as much as Vernina did. That's going to change the attacking dynamic for Complexity so much.
Not looking to play around this time, though. Yeah, Misfits. They've pretty much set themselves up for success. You're looking at the Rays standing up in heaven, ready to throw a paint shell the moment any noise is heard.
Here.
A bit afraid for Jazzy. Yeah, paint shell popped out. Now we're going to be able to see the guiding light to take in some of that stress. They read into this nicely for Complexity.
I like this call. Guiding light. Push back Misfits and push up the ropes. They don't know about Slandy, though.
Trying not to be too polite here, Slandy. I'm going to back off. I mean, the pain shell going to do a lot of damage here to the team. Carly already marked down to 57, but 35 seconds until they're able to pull back that fault line. It's going to take a long time here.
It's stuck in mid. This could be all Ultraviolet's doing.
30 seconds left.
Oh, and an attempt right now. Push themselves up towards B. Complexity do an absolutely spectacular job of it. And again, split Misfits' map. So, confidence is there for the retake, but they don't have as much util as they did before. I mean, we talked about it before. 35 seconds until the fault line, probably loaded up right about now, but that's the only thing that they can play with.
Last player standing.
What a close round there from Misfits. A really good attempted retake, though. I love the positions being held for the retakers. But Complexity, again, they just had that, what you coin, you know, the hand-holding potential there. They played off each other so well. Always guaranteeing a trade. Beautiful work there. Big question is, though, what can Complexity do is change things up? Misfits, again, testing B first round's interesting. Because we didn't see a lot of B prominence from their attacking side, and they might just not be comfortable with B site as a whole on this map, regardless of the side they're on. But now, having that default lurk aiming towards B, Complexity are fully ready to see if Misfits on their eco push up here to try to take numbers.
What an interesting peek that there is right there. Yeah, Claudia. There's no way that you can get out of that one. Again, staying singular by yourself, playing as the Viper, has its own detriments in itself, especially since Vernina knows what a Viper's going to do if they're going to flank around. That's exactly what Vernina loves to do on a map like Split.
And look at Misfits now, 4v4 for the retake. The majority of the forces now top of B heaven. This is a huge elevated control. But Jazzy's on that flank. Meets up with Slandy, off screen, Jazzy takes them down, but gets off of the flank.
Last player standing.
Trying to grab as much as they can here for Complexity to take the win again. And it's good enough, right? Carly. The only thing Carly can fight for right now really are those picks to try to eliminate as much as they can.
Yeah, and it's all left now with the fault line. Even the one way's up. A mark of death essentially for Carly, just sacrificing themselves to the spike. And again, you know, if you're newer to Valorant, you know that you don't actually gain a death off of the spike. You just lose your weapons essentially. But I gotta say, Complexity, they've had a really good strat book plan so far. They take early B control, they plant the spike, and they hold it. Misfits have not even barely been able to get on the B site for these retakes. Despite having full heaven control too, they fell one by one. And a big props to Jazzy too, removing the flank off of Slandy. That flank could have been wild for both different ends had that fight not been won. But now Misfits are aware that Jazzy could very well flank at any moment. It's a big thing to consider on a team without a traditional Sentinel. You have to play for context here yet again. Complexity are going for that 4-1 split too, and there's only two on the other top. Oh, but it sounds like we're having a technical issue though. We're going back to the desk. Hello, everybody! We are back again. So, what have we learned so far from Complexity and GX3? I gotta say, Complexity have looked really solid so far for their attack.
Yeah, no, I have to say that as well. I think Complexity definitely looking a little bit better on the attack as well, just because there isn't a lot of discourse on the defense. Like, we talk about the slowness of Misfits, and I feel like that in itself really causes, not necessarily impatience, but the way they play with the double controller down in mid. I mean, that definitely has issues of its own where they have to consistently keep that control. So there has to be occasional peaks here and there, and it leads to first-hand touches. So, yeah, I think this is working out a lot better than what it was on the defense.
Which is good, which is incredibly good to see. But I'm wondering, now that there's this tech pause, you know, there's a little bit of time to kind of reconsider things and think. You know, Misfits, their approaches to the retakes have not been solid so far. They have struggled heavily to find any sort of presence on site. And again, the only retakes have been on B so far. They might be more apt to go for A. You have to wonder, you have so much utility in your back pocket. You have double controllers. How can you utilize that for what seems like the inevitable for these rounds? How can you use double controllers for a retake?
Man, double controller for the retake. I feel like there's a lot of potential with that. The only issue is that there has to be a lot of confidence with a play like that. If you're playing double controllers instead of that double initiator setup, there has to be more oomph to your gameplay. You have a race. That in itself allows so much clearing with your smokes. So that way you feel that insurance. and you are able to execute. And I feel like a lot of the time people tend to get lost in the sauce as to where, okay, the smokes are down, we're pretty much secure. We don't have to check that corner, but everything has to leave checked at the end of the day. I mean, this is a game of Valorant. Just because the smoke is there doesn't mean that it's a brick wall. So yes, I know. Very interesting factoid. This is a game called Valorant. But yeah, again, and like that's the only way you can play with a double controller. Your duelist has to be like angst. Like they have to be on as much like energy as they can, moving in on the smokes, moving in on your calls with the Astra there, even the gravitational pulls. If you're going to want to play off that. Like there has to be something, and use your util alongside the others. And if you're planning to play for retake, you have to plan because there isn't any initiator setup that you could use in those moments. And you have to save your util. You can't use it for those initial first fights, and you have to make sure you're being diligent with it.
It's true. All completely right. But here's the thing, though. Between these two teams, there's two different duelists. You have the Raze prominence versus the Jet prominence. And you're probably thinking, well, okay, they both fly, essentially. They can both get on site pretty quickly. But, I mean, you don't really opt that much with a Raze. And with Jet, there's a lot more escape factors with using that, enter ability or as an escape option. So it's like, would you rather have just a rifle that pushes you very quickly? Or do you think fighting a retake with an up, just like Jazzy's about to do, is going to be, a weaker side? Like, are you going to be able to retake easier with a Raze than a Jet?
I think you definitely retake easier with a Raze, for sure. I mean, that may just be me. A lot of people might disagree. I think they both have their own. It depends on your playstyle, really. Like with the Jet, you have the smokes, but again, if you're willing and able and still feeling confident in your shots, not only that, but also the possibility that somebody could use your smoke to their own advantage, that in itself is something that you have to take into account. But those are for the most confident players. You're playing into Raze. You have your nade for clears. You have your boombot for clears. You're able to jump onto the site and quite literally go from above, clear out an angle, and have an understanding as to what you should be shooting at. So I feel like that in itself also has its own, differences for those who want a little bit more insurance. Like Reyna blinds, right? If we're talking about duelists and what they can offer to those retakes. Reyna blinds for those who don't want to go in, feeling fair. So again, it's just using your util to your own advantage and playing with your team, because a retake by yourself really isn't a retake at all. It's just feeding yourself to the enemy team.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, a retake is important, as a win condition at times too, but I mean, it's just a tough situation, especially on a map like Split.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, if you're in a retake situation as a defender, how am I going to avoid those angles from the op? Where will the op be? And stuff like that. I feel like that's going to be the big focal point that you and I are going to be looking at as we go forwards with Jazzy acquiring the op for the defense. But I'm sorry, for the against the retakes on the attack. So I don't know what to expect. I don't know if it's going to be as just in depth of only duelist versus duelist, but that's the big fundamental change between these two teams.
Yeah, and fundamental changes. They do bring you to a very, very far distance. I think, oh man, it's hard because for complexity, I do think the only faulty here is that, again, they're playing on the defense with a double controller and Split. Like, it's impossible. I feel like, we give it a lot of love, and I do feel like there are some spots where you have to think to yourself, like, how much is this really giving us with the current composition we have? And it felt like a lot of the time the slow plays, really baiting out those Astra utils because they have an understanding that there's so many limited stars here, and there still is a cooldown for those smokes. So there isn't a lot that you can do in a situation like that. So they wait, they play it slow for Misfits, and they know exactly how to play against this double controller setup, and then they leave the Viper completely bare. Like, it's understanding, okay, we're not doing so well on the defense. We're going to do what we can to try to cover these smokes, to try to keep these smokes lasting as long as they can, to keep our Astra well fit. And then later on, when we go onto the attack, this is great for our execution. Let's have the Viper smoke set up in a way where we can create that distraction going over towards A. We'll be able to go towards B completely cleared. And again, it really is that communication.
Yeah, I mean, communication's very important. And I think in the previous series with Misfits and having fun, that was a big focal point for both those teams. I think in map 1, I think we had a lot of communication issues with Misfits. But again, it seems like over the last few hours, they've heavily cleaned that up. But I don't know, when they start to struggle a little bit, I'm wondering, is that the point in which they start they communicate less? And
Yeah.
if we start seeing that coming out from Misfits on this map, that could very well be the point where they start letting these rounds snowball away from themselves, just gain more for complexity, and the comms might just stop from there. Again, all speculation. I'm not in the servers with them right now. I can hear what they're saying mid-round. I wish we could sometimes, but that's my
Yeah.
best guess about what's been happening with Misfits.
Yeah, I think it's so hard to say too, because the thing that does worry me is like once we start to move towards a map that is more fit for complexity, then there's going to be a lot more to talk about. Like, what Misfits is doing wrong, but I feel like it really is just Misfits, giving into tons and tons of adaptations, learning how to keep those slow plays going. And I mean, but overall, we're going to be starting and able to put up the game again. I know you guys have been waiting. Thank you so much for your patience. It is getting a bit late, but well, who doesn't like late night Valorant? Be honest with yourself.
It's been pretty much every week, every day for me for the last few months. Just watching VODs. I don't want to watch TV anymore or movies. I just watch VODs. These are my serialized epics. Dexter, Mad Men, Game of Thrones. Nah, I gotta see how Complexity versus Misfits ends. Well, let's see. We only have a few more seconds before we get started. Looks like we're still under the tech pause right now. So, curious to see what that's about. Looks like we did have one player have to restart their router. It happens. But, it seems like we're going back to ourselves. Hello. We're just getting the game unpaused shortly. Some little tech stuff up behind the scenes. Let me tell you, esports tech is one of the most fascinating things possible. Who would have thought you could do what billions of dollars of technology in Hollywood and entertainment could do, all for free online?
What?
Who would have thought, right? But no, we're just waiting for a few more minutes before the game gets started. It's 8-6 right now. Map 1 Complexity do have the lead for the attack. But again, we talked about the duelists. I guess we could just go through all the head-to-heads one by one. How about Vernina versus Claudia, the double Vipers? Their playstyle we already know is going to be completely different when they swap sides. We saw Vernina play a huge lurking game. But again, I want to say Claudia will lurk, but I'm willing to bet she probably won't. And that means more often than not, we're going to see site-wide takes with more people on the actual site for the attack.
Oh, man. Yeah. But, forget about the game. Let's forget about the game for a second.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine by me. I'm on vacation.
Let's do trivia here.
All right, I'm ready.
For the Twitch chat.
I'm ready.
For the Twitch chat, I do want to see your.
Oh, hold on. I want to know the trivia.
Actually, okay, really quick. Who is ARAM player number 1? Let me know.
It's Lace, right?
It is.
And then Kara should be
Kara.
Oh, Kara. Well, that's okay. All good. Late in the evening, like you said. Anyways, top of split, though. It's going to be a very different story. Ultraviolet good for the opening pick. And again, we talked about that shutdown potential. Jazzy falls. Nebula goes up. And now playing a 4v4. Fake fundamentals are gone. Misfits are down a controller for their defense. They can't rely on that mid-side wall anymore. It's going to leave up a lot more possibilities, especially for Slandy top of ramps. May try to escape, but their fate might already be sealed for the round.
Yeah, so far execution has actually been completely flawless. You're looking at the breach and what they can offer here. I mean, already Misfits taken out 2 and the 3rd. Yeah, this is pretty much over for them. Kara having to back off because things getting a bit too difficult, a bit too hectic here with everybody rushing it down in the time that the timeout has taken. It seems like they've figured out their own pacing.
Yeah, and keep in mind too, there was a tech issue. I'm not sure which player it was that had to restart the modem, but that can make a big difference too. A good reset for both teams and better internet for one of them too, I'm guessing. So, a bit of a dynamic change there. But Ultraviolet shutting down Jazzy right off the rip there is a gigantic display of confidence coming out from Misfits. They lost their main entry potential. And so I'm wondering again, will that duel be a commonplace thing? And with Jazzy and Ultra not too far away from the entrances of mid, very well see it again this round. And that might mean it could be multiple rounds in a row where we see a 4v5 against Misfits.
They're trying to not give themselves away too much. Honestly, they're playing just like Misfits from before. The smoke's a bit interesting.
The Nebula?
Yeah.
I like it. It's good to spray through if you have a Phantom. Unfortunately, it does allow Jazzy to go all the way in the fence. Not only that, Kara gets the opening pick too.
I have the spike.
Oh no, look at top of fence. Oh, Jazzy goes down. So now, again, it's a 4v4. Your lack of duelist complexity. They had that spike so dedicated to B. And they're faking util and B main, and yet no one's falling for it. In fact, Vernita still takes down Claudia, who attempts to lurk. It's open and shut for complexity. They have nowhere to go without meeting opposition.
Trying very hard to not give themselves away here. 30 seconds left as well, so... Ooh, the crouching from Vernita. I thought they actually had it there. I honestly did, but I guess the angling was a bit too far off. Still trying to make their chances fit here. A beautiful shot from Slandy. Looking like the 3K is going to be able to clutch things up. Nice and perfect Misfits. They tie things up 8-8.
Really, really nice for Misfits here. No overextensions at all. And even when they do, I love the way that they just refuse to... I'm trying to think of the word. I guess just adhere to the rotate. And we saw so much fake util being dumped out by Lacey that nobody was falling for. Misfits, despite probably them wanting to very much and trying to trade out their friends, refused to move out of the power positions they were holding. Especially Claudia again, with that judge play. Just a back and forth with the two Vipers. But now it's 8-8. Showstopper very much in their possession for the defense, and so is Thrash. Both really good anti-entry util. Looks like Thrash will come out immediately there, shutting down all these duelists in their place.
And then it seems like the shutdown is working out perfectly. I don't know what happened, but Misfits, they're back better than ever. Eddie, having to back off. I mean, they've already got enough at this point, and I like how they're starting to have an understanding as to, you know, let's back off. Let's not continue to pick this fight. We can do what we can here.
Oh no. Claudia's at like 1 HP, separated away from the rest of her team. No Viper well open. Complexity have to make a move right now while they have A having control to allow safe passage for Claudia or to reroute the spike. They're leaving her behind. The wall's open. She's slowly crawling over to A ramp, but it might be too late. Katie's good for one for the trade. 2 left. And all that's left of Complexity Gump. And maybe a combined total of 20 HP.
Yeah, just... I feel like I already know what's gonna happen. It's always funny to see someone crouching. Like, you don't expect it.
One enemy remaining.
Then you get, like, abrupt reality check here coming out from Ultraviolet.
It's small things like that you can tell the comms are so good for Misfits. Because Ultraviolet went for one single pump of the shorty, got the kill, didn't reload. So someone that must have told Ultraviolet, like, hey, yo, Claudia's super lit, Viper's super lit. And they're like, okay. And they just knew. So that's good. It's always a little indicator like that that's good to know that, okay, spirits are still high, people are still communicating with each other, strats are still being made. Misfits have taken the lead back. Now it's 9-8. And they only need a few more rounds to take map number 1. A small little mini redemption against having fun. Defensive Viper wall goes in deep, and no one's playing off of it. Instead, 2 Astra Stars blocking off a majority of these defenders. Guiding Light in return should find some information, forcing Slandy to almost back off, but doesn't fully.
Slandy actually pushing something down, but Jazzy wide swing in that. And again, timing is such a big essence here of the game. That's exactly what you want. The confidence and the gut feeling there.
Recall's been made. Look at Jazzy's position so high up in vents. And yet there's been no rotates from Misfits. One died in vents, but they had very little heaven control. Nobody on Misfits knows about what's happening on B site. It's down to audio cues right now. And the utility from Complexity is going to give it away and the rotation start coming.
Seconds left.
Yeah, with the 30 seconds left, they're going to have to push for a site name. You just that, Misfits. There for the retake. They have 2 ultimates ready. You see a showstopper. That's going to open things up very, very nicely in the Cosmic Divide. This time, though, coming out from Complexity.
Oh, double Cosmic Divide.
Oh, they brought it out and the showstopper. Listen, I mean, all the ultimates needed to be able to make your execution work. They don't even know the defuse was coming through. Claudia's completely confused. Yeah, and now they've realized Misfits, they've taken things back.
What? I'm trying to break down in my mind those Cosmic Divides. Yeah, Soft is like, he's spamming the button right now. Like, please, we gotta go for a timeout here. I mean, where to begin with those Cosmic Divides? That felt like such a panic ult coming out to block out screens control. And even then, we did see the response of Misfits bringing out that showstopper. It was a smart play, but it was expensive too from Misfits. Though it did end in a round for them to win. They needed that round. But now, no ultimates left. 8-10. I have to wonder now what the play from Complexity will be. They've been a team that's looked so confident, almost flawless so far in Sakura Cup. And yet, right now, they're being challenged heavily by their basic rotates.
Yeah, with the timeout active, I think this is exactly what Complexity need. I'm not so sure how things happen the way they did, but 8-10. Misfits starting off in a very, very big advantage here. You know, originally Complexity had it all, and it's so confusing how things work out now. But you know, it is pretty hard when you're kind of playing that attack, and I think they're just playing very, very slowly. Like, I haven't seen like a very fast, upbeat execution. It's been pretty much the waiting game to lure out some of that util, and I feel like there's so much util here for Misfits. It's almost impossible.
And that's a shock, right? Because Complexity have 2 duelists. They should have no problem getting on site, just like Jazzy tailwinds in.
Oh, making it work here. The flash coming out a bit too late. Yeah, Misfits, I mean, they're looking spectacular. You ready to get the first 2 coming out, and now Lace trying their best here, popping out the Seekers, knowing at least 2 are surrounding up inside of Heaven. Complexity left in a 3v2 situation. They turn things back around.
Yeah, and look what to do for Misfits. Viper's Pit is used. Even if it's a 3v2, it's desperately needed. An Aftershock to return is huge. So much util being dumped out by Misfits. They're slowly crawling the way around Pillar.
Yeah.
Really good round from Complexity.
It was, yeah. I think they clutched it up definitely in the last seconds, which, you know, I feel like they need to give themselves an advantage early on, which is something we haven't seen yet.
I mean, we did see that last round, and I liked how Jazzy just immediately took split mid control. And we've been harping on this for 2 splits now about how much teams kind of just waddle around and wait after respecting util towards B Heaven, because it's a funnel. It's so easy to hide behind a smoke on B Heaven and be guaranteed for 1 once it drops. And that's the big fear for a lot of these attacking teams. Oh, okay. Ultraviolet decides to assassinate Kara, sure. Well, you've lost 1 controller now. Complexity might be struggling to come up with a solution. They've already dedicated the Viper Wall down to A.
At least here, Race knows where these players are. So, yeah, I mean, giving away the location already. KDO. And towards the back of sight, actually, nobody knows. They've kept themselves unchecked. and uncleared.
I have the spike.
Still, though, keeping the spike to themselves. The 2v3 definitely possible, but I'm a bit more afraid of the breach here.
Jazzy's in a good spot for scaling up, though.
Toxins going up. Fire in the hole.
Last player.
And already with Raze peeking around the corner. Nice tap on, having the boom bot. Are they going to expend that? Slandy, though, a nice shot. Crosshair placement there. Reaction time better. Misfits again. They just don't want to let it go.
Oh, these retakes are looking exceptional. And with complexity now, they get that spike it down into the ground. They're playing for ones. There's no tradability whatsoever. And one big strong suit that Misfits have been having is every time they've gone for a retake, they've always been playing together. Every single time. And so whether or not you place a 1v1, in theory, Jazzykins found herself in a 1v2 at times. Luckily, though, when she did scale up, though, it was just the Gecko util that was served as the 2. Really good plays from Slandy once again. And so again, I'm hoping complexity. We get to see more aggression.
As he's still sitting around, getting one through the smoke. That's big. Slandy goes down, so they lose out on that initiator. And also one person left on the site, the Viper. Having to watch their back every single angle known to man, but right now, already getting stunned out. Information there. He might just as well take it out. Rolling Thunder coming in a bit too late, and Ray's already ready for that first-hand contact. Claudia with the refrag. Exactly how you want to play.
This round has been a mess for Misfits. They're pulling all the rabbits out of the hat. But they're coming out too fast at once. They're colliding into each other. And with only 2 left alive, Ultraviolet might be the savior that they need. Good for 2. Ties up the game. Brings it to a 2v2. And it's a desperate run-in with the spike over to B site. Running through their enemy spawn to get that spike into the ground. It's a mad dash to get to the B. The 2 ARAMs. Playing a whole different game right now, getting that spike into the ground. They expect 1 heaven, but I don't know if they expect B main.
Actually, not expecting anything here. KDO. Oh, Ultraviolet. No, they're not lining up. I thought for a second that they would have been there for the lineup. But, of course, Lace definitely knowing to crouch, knowing what to do. A moment like this, KDO actually baiting it out here. The smoke comes out. Trying to isolate some of these fights, and the isolation is perfect in a second. 1 more second, and KDO would have been able to get that spray transfer. But of course, it's up to Kara to clutch things up. And again, yeah, 10-11. Things are getting very, very close.
Gotta give props to complexity, too. Majority of these rounds still, even having won by Misfits, have gone down to 1v1s. Or very close to that number, like a 1v2 maybe. They're close rounds. Misfits are not running away with this win. They have a 1-round lead, and they have to fight for overtime right now, possibly. Or fight for match point, I should say. This might be down to the fight for overtime. Viper Wall already dedicated towards A site. Kara this time playing much farther back than a few rounds ago when they were whisked away immediately. But what I don't like, Gomp, is that complexity, they're playing slow again. Those high-octane rounds are the ones they win the most. And they're already starting off so slow.
Yeah, with the double duelist too, you would expect something faster. Like, there isn't enough stall here. You're using all of your Astra util, but what else are you going to use from here on out? There really is nothing else.
Tailwind dissipates. The guiding light is up. And there's just no movement. There's no pressure being gained by Race or Jazzy. There's 2 sitting top of heaven, waiting for pixels of these 2 duels to show up. And all the while at Spike, they've investigated A, I assume, and they said, no, I don't think A is the way to go. Let's follow Kara, scaling up B site.
The star's still left available.
Not anymore!
Yeah, didn't use it. That's okay. Kara. I mean, missing out on all of the fun happening on the site. 12 seconds left, though. Pushing up to Claudia. Taking up the Phantom, but it doesn't matter. It's not enough. Misfits 12 to 10 against Complexity. It just harder and harder. It gets harder and harder every single time.
And it's down to that very, like, single thing that we've been talking about. I was going to say simple. But I don't even know if it's that simple. Complexity are just struggling to disrespect the utility every single round in the beginning. And it just allows someone like Ultraviolet and Vernita to scale up, be having so much to just wait for a simple swing. So I'm hoping here now, fighting for OT, Complexity can just push in fast. It's a 1v4 right now. Slandy's the only one. They're grabbing Orb. They're making no promises of hiding their presence. And yet through all that, with even guiding lights, with every util possible, nobody pushes.
Yeah, try not to be panicked, though. Because I feel like right here, we're going to see a completely different side of Complexity. Yeah, I mean, a big aggression coming through, trying to clear the back of sight, but the Gecko coming up close. Landy gets completely unseen with the 3K, and Bernina closes it out. What happened? It feels like, I mean, they just entered the abyss, and whatever happened, happened. But at the same time, it's Misfits taking that first game, taking that first map, and I mean, pulling out all the stops here.
Yeah, absolutely. They had a script. They loosely followed it on the attack, but once they swapped over to the defense, it was fairly easy for them. They never really had to change too much up. Complexity, they struggled to find any sort of impact in the early rounds, and by the time they were approaching the site, almost every single round we saw, it was the same exact conclusion each time for the retakes off of Misfits there. But that was a round that Misfits had just recently played. They had enough time to adjust themselves after a much I guess an equally close game against Having Fun. But we go into future maps though, Gomp, and I'm really not sure if Misfits will be able to keep up or if Complexity can maybe gain the first map. Maybe we go to 3?
Oh, man. Maybe. Listen, I don't want to jinx anything because I feel like I always jinx things. So I'm going to keep my mouth shut here.
Fair enough.
For this instance. But I do think that based off that first map, that there is a big possibility that we could see something completely different.
Yeah, I would love to see something different. I mean, again, throughout the whole Sakura Cup, we've been talking about how Complexity GX3 have been bringing out some of the wackiest agent comms that we've been seeing in quite a while. So I'm hoping that carries over into the next few maps, but I guess we'll have to wait a little bit to see. We're going to get things set up for map number 2 in the back end. We'll see you guys in a few minutes. Everyone's been a little mischievous in the first map here. Misfits themselves, they took the first map away. They corrected their mistakes and looked even better from when we had last seen them just a few hours ago. Of course, now Complexity, it's the ball's in their court. Whether or not Lotus can be for them or if we're going to a map 3. My name is Kagan, I'm joined by Gompers. We're going to see now if Misfits can make this a 2-0 or if we're in for a very long night.
Yeah. I think we're in for, you know what? I'm not going to say anything. I said I'm not going to jinx it, and I'm not going to jinx it. I'm going to keep my mouth shut, and we're just going to enjoy the game.
You know what? I'll say it. I hope we're in for a long night.
Awesome. I love that. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Hey, we're going to match select.
Are we in for a long night, though?
I don't know. It's going to come down to, first and foremost, the agent picks there. Jazzy immediately locking in for the Jet. Oh, she's ready. She is ready to use Jet on this map. We're going to see so much op potential here. I'm curious to see if Kara's going to go for... No, not going to go for the Gecko pick. Instead, looking like maybe just a Sky. I'll take that.
No.
What's up?
If it's going to be a long night.
Yeah.
Then what should I eat? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Anyways.
I am eating soft shell tortillas.
That sounds very, very yummy.
Just the tortilla.
Just. Oh.
I'm taking the tortilla, I'm folding it up, and I'm sticking it in my mouth.
I'm really sorry.
It's all good. That's the caster's diet.
No, it's not.
What? Yeah, it is.
Who told you that?
Oh, I got the caster's manual.
What? Where is this caster's manual? And why is this
You didn't get one?
caster's diet? No, I
Oh,
didn't.
jeez.
I need one. Yeah, that's probably why I'm
Uh-oh.
not eating tortillas right now.
Oh boy. It's a real grind set move set here.
Yeah.
But hey, a lot of big differences coming out from all the different agent selects. We do have the Sova for Carly, and of course, the big difference here is going to be that Kara, ARAM player 1, is going to be rocking the Sky. Now, there are 2 Skies, but only 1 Initiator for the Complexity. So I'm curious to see how that dynamic's going to change. Both sides starting up on the both sides starting off on the defense. Complexity starting off on the defense does lean more into their agent pool. There's a lot of stopping power here off of Kara's flashes. You have Claudia setting up shop on A site with Sentinel util. And again, Raze can really be a good semi-Sentinel as well with just Viper.
Now they're gonna have to keep a good relationship with each other, each and every player of this team, if they want to play on, you know, Lotus. And the thing is that this was a Complexity map pick, but that doesn't mean that, you know, Misfits weren't cooking something up while they were scrimming it out. Because we're already starting off. Majority of these players already hitting down towards the C side. And you're looking at like some pretty heavy aggressions leaning towards the defense here for Complexity.
Completely different game from Complexity, but they weren't looking towards their backs as Katie for the opening pick and Jazzy falls. Look at this. A complete recall now from Complexity. They're not fighting for entries anymore. They're giving up B site almost entirely. Viper wall goes up too. It seems like Misfits now, they're fully dedicated to pushing the C. Double controllers though, they can back out if they need to. But no, they're selling this fake so well. The wall goes down. On top of the gravity well, guiding light and trailblazers. They're really selling this fake all the way to A site. But Claudia never moved.
And trying to keep this continuation going. A nice turret coming out from Vernina. Actually, to see who's peeking outwards. Yeah, but with Misfits already getting that first-hand pick on Complexity.
30 seconds left.
And there's something big going along here. Actually taking another one here. Slandy playing very, very up the par. Yeah, but now, it's up to Lace to try to get a right click down.
Cover going out.
Positioning here, though, a bit sneaky. Because once you get information as to where these players are, yeah, you're going to see a big spray through from the last two. Already trying to get a right click. Jump in, Raze!
Wow. What a great opening to the second map. A great clutch. I hope we have a replay of that. Keep in mind, too, for Complexity, this is a map they have never played in an official before. And they're already looking stellar to start off this pistol round. For Misfits, though, rounds keep going like that. This might be the first time ever in an official capacity. Thank you, Replay Op, man. This might be the first time in any official capacity that they lose Lotus 2. Stakes are high for Complexity. A dominant first round, ending with a beautiful double kill from Race. Guiding Light, though, is going to sell away that at least there's a presence on C, but how many are unknown?
Man, I mean, Lisa really pulled out with the stops there. If I'm being completely honest with you, that should not have been round one.
Slandy taking down Jazzy again. 2 rounds in a row now. She's been shut down in her prime before the minute mark has passed. And off of Jazzy's death last round, we saw everyone in Complexity dial back so much, but this time, a lot more of a presence on C-site. Ready to fight this to gain that second round, but they're already down a body. Slow descent back onto C. Kara holding the back lines over towards water site. Misfits, they don't want to make themselves too apparent. They don't want to go for the same exact rotate 2 rounds in a row. There is that scale up inside of B from the sky. That might be helpful. But Ultraviolet, no real opportunities to push up here.
Now you get information here, which is great. The Guiding Light, actually 2 now. Second one loading up, which is perfect. But for Nina, of course, suspecting this. I mean, you see a Sky, you got to know what you're getting
10
into.
seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, Misfits know exactly what they're getting into. The 10 seconds, the counter's starting to go down. Trying to get a big refresh as they start to reposition themselves.
In theory, Complexity should have the better weapons here, but they're down a body. Race so incredibly low.
Last player standing.
Already shot down Violet.
One enemy remaining.
Being able to get the guiding light through. Yeah, but 24 seconds. I mean, 24 health and absolutely nothing else they can do then. Stick it. Yeah, Vernita comes around the corner with a stinger. 100% expecting that one.
Man, so much patience came out of Misfits that last round. Cutting noise, faking the re-exec. Nobody again on Complexity rotates around, but it adds a lot of seeds of doubts to the minds. We did see, again, on a no duelist comp, we did get to see Ultraviolet try to push up into B. Didn't quite work out well. But now C-Site's been fully pried open. Misfits have plenty of ideas now, but the wall going towards A is a very big adjustment. We haven't seen a direct A-side attack just yet. And Claudia might be the only one on A to stop it.
Scanning ahead.
Response, though. A 4-stack inside of B-side for Complexity, hoping to play with their pistols and just for numbers. Instead, though, they're breaking up and re-rotating themselves around A, playing close to the site. I don't think the weaponry for anybody on Complexity is enough for them to really take a long-range fight. Outside maybe a Sheriff.
Difficult though. There's so many players surrounding A. I mean, at this point, if they continue to move on to A with this amount of information, right? I mean, you're gonna have to try to put your 2 and 2 together. But Misfits already trying to pick out a fight towards mid. Jazzy decides to move out of the way.
Yeah, Jazzy is playing for this reroute, expecting maybe the cut noise and go back to C site. That guiding light B might try to sell this weird pseudo lurk flank.
Deploying drone.
The Owl Drone's gonna find a lot of information, including the turret from Claudia, including Claudia herself.
30 seconds left.
On the move towards B though. They know how many players are surrounding A, and this is good, but you know, a short rotation could come along. Ultraviolet. Nice shot coming down on the jet here. Jazzy cannot help the team anymore.
Great guiding light doesn't find anything.
Last player standing.
Even then, the Bulldog a bit too strong here. As you can see, Lace trying to do what they did before with the classic spray transfer, but it's not enough. The pistol being taken out of the hands of Complexity and Misfits. I mean, Vernina stepping it up this game.
Yeah, really impressive Vernina thus far. A lot of role swaps, minor ones coming out from Misfits. I mean, we have Ultraviolet no longer on a duelist, now the Sky, which has been the only other agent that Ultraviolet's been playing since the rebrand Edith outside of a duelist role. It's a really good backup. It's a really good for a map where map control is important, but we're seeing a lot of big benefits out of just utility presence that Misfits are bringing. The wall goes up, and guiding light for a guiding light. Barely anybody spotted, but Jazzy has it up now. Not for much longer. It was only good for one. I hope it was worth it, because I don't think you can get that back if you're Complexity. That op is long gone between 2 Viper walls.
Not even thinking right now they want it back. Again, trying to take a look at the situation here. 1 minute and 13 seconds left. So we do have 30 seconds to figure out a plan. And then 30 more seconds to try to execute on it. Right now, Vernina just looking for a first-hand pick. Coming along here.
Here.
Yeah, look how spread out Claudia's utility is. Nano swarms right outside the entryway of C2. No matter where you go, there's going to be some sort of utility-based opposition from Complexity's end. Guiding light for the fake once again. Doesn't spot much. No one's on that bare entryway to B. Claudia herself is there right behind the alarm bots. And like you said, 30 seconds to come up with a plan and 30 seconds more for the execute. Vernita picks up the operator. and eliminates one more. A call's been made now to rotate back over to A site. Take this fight into 4v3. No? Where's the spike going? All this utility dumped. Both different ways. And it's a slow crawl to see with 18 seconds left. They don't know about that nano swarm. They think they have all the time in the world, but I don't think they do. Misfits!
They're trying their absolute best right now. Yeah, they don't have enough time. They stalled out for way too long. And they could have honestly won that. The Viper's pit, though, down. So there is at least some impact here.
Just confusion all around. I mean, look, on the bright side, it was a big save. The operator was also saved from Vernina's end. It was the end of the world. Plus, that also means it's 2-2. It's a tied game. We're so early on in this map. Misfits can afford a round like that. Not too many rounds like that, but they can afford at least one. There's a lot of question marks for a lot of the players in Complexity here. We talked about their trade ability so much in the last map in previous series, but Jazzy, going what seemed like solo, has a band of people behind them. But the guiding light, good for one. Make that two. This is the adjustment I wanted to see back on Split. Playing so aggressive and shoving away Misfits in their tracks.
Cover going out.
Moving out, yeah. Please. Joe's still stuck in a very, very bad position as everybody starts to move forward. And like they're surrounding towards beat dog. The perfect timing to see that, but Bernina with the op, again, is going to be incredibly dangerous, but a 2v2 situation. You got one, Claudia looking to peek out here. Left down to lure out and bait.
This is so good. Just waiting to flush out anybody on A site, but the issue is, it's almost benefiting Complexity. Look at the reposition off of that lockdown for Race. They drop down.
Last player standing.
What?
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
Suddenly, it's a 1v1. Carly has all the spacing in the world, waiting for Claudia to push up. And there it is. Great reaction time from Claudia. A single bullet of anything will take her down. But they miss from Carly. The show. Oh, okay, the shock dart's there. Shuts down Claudia. Barely a saved round from Misfits off of what was a very complex and confusing 2v2. Wow. Not only did that lockdown no one push off of it, but it allowed Raze to reposition and nearly take the 1v1s away. How did Claudia win that duel? If you're an operator player, that's the easiest duel in the universe. But you know, it's okay. I would have lost that too. I mean, one heck of a comeback from Complexity, or almost one there. Guiding Light is out, and look at this push-up again from Mound. Oh, Chazzy shut down immediately. That was the Blade Storms used. Ultimate now nullified.
Actually getting a dog to come out. Ultraviolet. Over towards mid. Not capturing anything out, but if you're looking at the results from that, they're still standing around towards C. So is it much happening in their heads other than, you know, waiting for the perfect moment to strike that 30-second mark, but a rotation looking like it's going to commence here.
There's no info found B main. This has been a common dance that both these teams have done. Jazzy falls, reset from Misfits and from Complexity. 2 out of 3 times now. It looks like Misfits are going to be going back to C site. Well prepared now. Complexity have been waiting for this moment. 3 stacked up near C site. The call's been made to Delegate. Go for the door over to B, right into the grasp of Claudia. Wait, they're faking it again. All the utility dumped, everyone rotating off C just as the entry happens.
I mean, again, the slow workaround works for Misfits. And if it works for them, it works for anyone really. Right now, a nice TP from KDO. Trying to toss the spike back over so they can stop the stall for time.
No!
But as it seems right now, they've missed out on the opportunity. The Seeker's not available just yet, so they still have to try to figure out a way to get themselves onto the site here. The retake there. Lace doing a good number. Complexity may have just won this out, and Vernina having to walk it back.
I feel so bad for Katie there. Grabs the spike, after being divided out by that snake bite just to get domed in the head immediately after. Unlucky, really. 3v3 again, though. A great thrifty win coming out from Complexity. Banking on the fact that Misfits would not immediately entry after getting the opening pick and just holding down sight. Playing reactively off that util that Misfits brought out. And I like this call that Sloth is bringing out. Still, after winning that round, it was a shaky one, going for a reset. And I think it's something that Complexity needs because they're falling into the same exact traps round after round. Jazzy pushes out, does have some support from the teammates, overextends, it seems like a little bit, gets hit by utility, dies, and then everyone else backs away. Luckily, that's been working for Complexity. But I think Sloth might be anticipating a big adjustment coming up from Misfits, and I think he'd be right. This would be a great call to do something completely unique and different just to throw Misfits off. But I could also be wrong.
No, uniqueness and difference definitely does carry you far. It's again, do want to point out too, like, you know, these players have had some resolve going through these games. I do believe they played at least 3 series today, this being the 3rd. So, like, that is a lot. When you're looking at, you know, the amount of games they played now leading into this one, the possibility that we take it to the 3rd map. You know, you start to get a bit wary, worn out. Maybe not, though. Jazzy pulling out the op again, so it doesn't feel like there have been any differences here.
Aha. And look at that difference maker. Big util dump from A again. These are the best Complexity round starts. But Mrs. Black don't change anything up. They start pressuring C again and find nothing. Viper Wall dedicated for B too. Spells this could be a great big transition or even the spike dedication to the site. But it's Lotus, you can go anywhere.
You know, Jazzy has such perfect first contact.
Strong will
Not
give it
blowing
away.
out the tailwind. Oh, the drone is perfect. Actually seeking that out. No, I felt Jazzy could have hidden.
I felt like she was hidden. Guiding Light again. The fake, the Trailblazer. No one's falling for it anymore. Just the extra added pressure for A. That crawl again over to B. Complexity look like they're ready.
Trying to salvage whatever is left right now.
30 seconds left.
Everybody here in Complexity trying to throw everything that they can on the defense straight onto the site. Put KDO running around inside of the smoke. The Hunter's Fury, though, trying to offset any players thinking about getting any sort of defusal. There's a lot of difficulties that lie here.
Very blind for the stall. Snake bites are down. Molly's unable to have Complexity go for the defuse just yet.
Last player standing.
Time is ticking away. Beautiful work from Complexity again. Great call from Sloth to change things up. Not chasing down at the beginning of the round, using it up on A, but there's a little bit more of a safety net. Great read. Then Misfits would try something new and end up on B site, and an immediate retake was there. That was a perfect coach timeout read call from Complexity. You cannot ask for anything better.
Yeah, especially in terms of, you know, what we're viewing here. Jazzy making some numbers with Yop. I think the defense is going to be one of the hardest things. Because that's where I feel like this team of Complexity really do thrive. On a map like Lotus, their playstyle and whatnot of playing very aggressively and pushing. Get early information. Already Jazzy having an understanding. Hey, they might not be A. You know, that Killjoy util definitely going to preoccupy B.
Everything's stopped, though. It's a thrifty round from Misfits Black. They have to try to make the approach here, but if Carly makes that entry point, they have to spike. No dedication just yet. Not going to sacrifice themselves as the opening pick with the spike down, too. Look at Jazzy's position outside A. You can't even go that way anymore. So it's all just poking and prodding for Misfits. Any crumb of mistakes that Complexity can make right now to give them some sort of advantage to push a site. Timer's ticking down, though. It stops for no one. Great Trailblazer, though, spotting out at least 2 on site. And nobody in Complexity moves.
Not moving around. Yeah, okay. Lace just sits down.
Toxin screen down.
Trying the angle here.
30
The smoke
seconds
actually
left.
going down pretty soon. Raze pops one. The perfect walkout, too, because there was a bit of that damage coming along as they walked out the smoke. The dart to give away some of that coverage. Raze is heard.
Oh.
One enemy remaining.
1 by 1. Complexity's there to save the day. 5-3 now. A huge buildup of the economy. Misfits, they've been trying the same exact plays over and over, and now it's being read into. Perfect time now to go for a timeout. A fundamental change needs to be made for Misfits on a macro level. They have to change not just how they play individually, but the entire team needs to reorient how they control a round. So far, they've done 2 different things. Play slow, wait for the opening pick, and then push later. Only a few times have we actually seen Misfits directly push a site right off the rip of a round. And they ended in round wins. They could still do it, but they haven't yet. Can I take a guess what they're going to do next?
Yeah, take your guess.
Okay. I'm ready. I'm ready. I think Misfits Black. Okay. Rubbing every little crevice of my brain. All 2 of my cells bumping into each other. I think Misfits Black. They full rush A main.
Okay. I think they wait. A main. I think they go slow again.
I'm watching it very intently right now.
Let's see.
My
who's right.
integrity depends on this, Misfits.
I mean, you could very much be right. I mean, we're already seeing flashes come out. Drones come out as well. There is a possibility. It seems like they are moving up, though. So you may have been slightly right.
I'll take that. I'll take slightly right. It's a war right now. The dividing line, that line in the sand keeps moving up and up. Those are Viper Walls. They can't move anymore. Misfits, they've already gotten that opening pick. It's a 4v4, the slow crawl, not quite the rush, but they're certainly pushing B. They've lost out on their lurker.
And doing a full 360 there, Carly. Opens up the door to the A site, but information from KDO coming around the back. Not able to give out too much, though. As we see Sova Uto starting to get limited here, so they're going to have to use their own body. Shock Dart to clear out some spaces and isolate some fights, but it's up to Clara. Sit around the back and left alone. They are, but a headshot once more. Misfits Black. 2 more players left alive, and Vernina clears it.
I would consider that a rush.
Well, we'll let the audience.
All right, sure. Please, let them decide. They know what the right choice is. But for Complexity, they weren't used to that level of aggression, I guess you could say. Because for the most part, it hasn't been Utildum versus Utildum. It's been a very one-sided affair. And Complexity are going to try to remake history again. Not once, not twice, but thrice over. 3 different members looking to push aggressive towards B. VOD may soon join too after breaking brick. That's right, they're trying to get that opening pick as soon as humanly possible.
Oh, they actually missed out on the blind. Vernita's still left uncovered.
Spike down.
Now able to get a second here, but Jazzy a bit too strong. Complexity on the defense. I said this was going to be one of the biggest things that you have to try to maneuver around. Playing against the operator here. Slowly working the way up. KDO wants to peek that, but unfortunately, nothing happens here. A 2v3. Definitely possible, but the op's going to be a problem.
Certainly a problem, but you can't even rotate anymore. Seaside completely locked down. There's an alarm bot B. Everywhere you go is pure destruction. Honestly, I think the call here from Misfits is the save. They don't know about that Viper Spit. In fact, it even went away. 50 seconds left. A shaky economy. going to the final rounds of the half. Maybe they will make the attempt.
Now or never as well for Misfits. I mean, the Viper's still left all the way over towards C. You got 2 players waiting for any sort of A
30
control.
seconds left.
Continue to try to fight for it. 20 seconds left. Thinking they need to fight this. Yeah, Misfits Black. It's now or never.
18 seconds left. They're trying to make that attempt to push forwards. Maybe trying to remove the op off of Jazzy. Solidify and play close angles everywhere they can. I love this play. They're attempting to get that spike down into the ground. And a retake this close to the op might not be easy.
Here.
There's one angle to work at, and Jazzy has it.
They're actually sitting down in tree here. Which definitely help. We're just going to have to take down anybody who comes over towards drop. Claudia getting ready for it. Jazzy having the shorty just in case those close angles need to be arranged.
Time is ticking away.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Be a 1v1. Oh,
Wow.
no.
That
They should have
round
waited.
was infinitely closer than it should have been. Really good from Complexity. Big props to their patience. Most teams would overheat. It's a 3v2. They would scale up and try to find those picks. But they allowed full permission to A-side to go for the retake. And yes, Jazzy lost their life, but the op wasn't lost. They played around the op's one angle, allowed Jazzy to play much more dialed back than others. That was such a great round in terms of team chemistry for Complexity. Now they're good for the half.
Yeah, they're honestly keeping themselves well intact here for Complexity. Again, really pushing the advantage there for Jazzy. The op goes down. If Slandy wants to pick that up, honestly could let go of the Sheriff. Playing with the operator is definitely a better feeling than most.
Yeah, but keep in mind, too, Jazzy's been playing with a lot of team members on A main. She surely isn't playing by herself, is she? But she was. So that op is there for free, and you're completely right, Gompers. Slandy was fully expecting the trade to come out at some point, right? But it never did. In fact, the closest thing to a trade was that little doggy.
As we see a Complexity actually taking a very, very far back approach instead of the aggressiveness that we've seen before. Maybe it is because the Jet is gone as well. But exactly what we want to see here. The Viper spit coming over towards B site, clearing things up. And I'm assuming this is more of a bait into a rotation switch over towards A. Yep, it's perfect for Nina, clearing things up.
Now the rotates, besides going all the way in the spawn, are completely worthless. You have to cross through the Viper's pit, and Claudia's dancing with that idea, but has to join up with their teammate. Charlie gets that spike into the ground. The lockdown safe to ensure that won't be challenged anytime soon, especially with the skull of our Lacey going away. That's left with Claudia. Looking for exits. Misfits, the way they played this round, a thrifty no less. Unbelievable. Unbelievable again how they're able to take so much space without a duelist here. Conditioning Complexity so much, especially in the early rounds. And honestly, right now, Gomp, I'm looking at Jazzy. Jazzy has been the opening pick for the majority of the rounds in this game, losing the op in the process. I would say Jazzy's the only one victim, or the only perpetrator, though. Not the only evildoer. Good for Claudia, almost getting 3, though. But Jazzy's also swinging out without any teammates to help her out sometimes. Just like the free op that was gained last round by Vernina. No challenging, even if the op being lost at all. To me, that's a dangerous mistake.
They're going to keep playing with the op. It's interesting to see that this is, such a popular, reoccurring theme that we get to see out of Lotus. But, I mean, new map, new you, right? So, ride it while you can. The A site, though, going to be very aggressive in terms of what's going on with the flashes. So far, Jazzy finding a very particular location.
Oh, beautiful work. Jazzy trading out that opening pick. Exactly what I mean. Great adjustment for Complexity again. They often only do it on A site. That strange Viper wall is down yet again from the attacking side. Cuts through both ways. Both those lanes intersecting, I learned that in geometry class, are both perfect no man's land areas for that spike to go down on default. But it's a distraction again. It's a mini default now for Misfits. They're looking to approach into C, possibly again. With that door, it's a 50-50 gamble if Misfits even want to go for C or just take the door to B site.
Yeah, they have enough time. 45 seconds. Gonna move around. I think they're actually head towards A. Haven't gotten any information down towards B, but in the A site, they have the Killjoy here waiting with the Op Vernina. Hasn't seen anything just yet. And again, that leads to somewhat of a false sense of security, which Complexity are good at.
All that utility by Slandy just being activated. Stomping around the house with muddy boots on. I see how it is. But look at this. The reset over to A. Jazzy has that op scope ready. But they can't get the spike planter.
Spike planted.
Trying to...
They saw something.
Good. Yeah, they knew. I think Ray's definitely knows that Slandy's sitting around in here. The lockdown doesn't make it any easier. Quite honestly, because it feels like the pressure's starting to come in and combine here, but the Hunter's Fury to stop anybody from getting a plant down for defusal right now in this very moment. They need to damage through the box. But Misfits, despite the 4K from Slandy, it's still a 7-5 half that we're ending off.
Despite it being a 3v1 and Complexity still getting that defuse, the majority of all the round wins have been defuses. 7-5 Misfits. They looked great in the beginning, but Complexity was there for their fast adjustments. You can only hope now that Misfits have to win these first 2 pistol rounds in order to tie up the game 7-7. We'll have to see how this starts off. Complexity then have to do a lot for their defense. They let Misfits do the majority of the work. Early Viper Wall already goes down A site. Going to cut off a lot of long-range angles for any one of these defenders to play. Free access into tree. We'll have to wait and see if Complexity want to play off of that, though. A 3-stack, though. Misfits in B site. Great for floating potential whenever they hear any sort of contact noise. I like this call. Guiding Light finds nothing, but the dark cover goes up immediately after hearing the bird. A slow crawl. A split one. Heading to B and C, respectively. Full Vernina util all over side C. That's going to be the tougher of the battles. Where you have to fight a 1v3.
Actually had a big attempt at it. KO getting a nice couple of shots down in the beginning half. And, you know, the importance of this is they lose their Omen, they lose their Sky. So you're seeing the unsure look that Jazzykins has moving up already. Trying to shoot a couple things down here. Complexity feeling a bit unsure as to what they want to do next. Vernina. Making themselves look good.
Great work isolating the 1v1s.
Spike down. C.
Oh, without turning around. It's okay. Viewing in colors we can barely understand. It's ultraviolet. Roy G. Biv is their entire middle name. 7-6 now. The Complexity are going to use this opportunity to bank up their money. A full entire save. Can we assume they'll Deathball B? Surely they do, right?
Deathball B.
Mm-hmm.
I think so. The way they're prepping up, although they dropped the spike, didn't they? No,
They
no,
picked it
they
up.
didn't. They picked it up now. Yeah. Yeah, I think they are. That seems like it. No, but there's 3 players. This is such a good read. They're already flashing around the back. Jazzykins has not come to play. I think right now they know the Spectres are there. Complexity, they're already giving in to
Player standing.
majority of the deaths here. Yeah, it's just to rush it down.
It was a full save. Look at Kara not even buying util this round, except for one guiding light that comes with default. Just a mad dash over to C, farming orbs. God, the way Kara's playing this round is so smart. Look, this round's not winnable. You have a classic, you have 0 util. you might as well just farm orbs here for early seekers. And that'll be so helpful for the mid round. And probably in like next 2 or 3 rounds. The reset's back over to B site. Ready and waiting. Ooh, good headshot, Dink. Almost 2.
Oh, flashing themselves.
30
No.
seconds left.
Keep in mind, too, you get a lot more money if everyone on your team dies, so there's no reason for Carr to stay alive. This is purely an economic play just to get that spike into the ground safely. Purely to get the spike down for more money and farming orbs. Oh, but 12 seconds left. Say goodbye to the spike plan. Say goodbye to that round. Katie's good for 3. 7-7. What a smart macro level round for Complexity. They're setting themselves up to be much more successful. In theory, at least. Much later in this half.
They're trying to keep themselves sure of a possible win condition here. But Misfits, I mean, listen, you take things tie to tie. That's all you can really ask for. They won the last game. So if they can manage to find any sort of shot at a lead, they can run away with this one again. But there's so much util that typically is expended out towards 8. Looking like it's not going to happen this time for Misfits.
Guiding Light finds nothing. The 2 Viper Walls combining together, making no man's land yet again, full of KJ, util everywhere. Little teeny tiny pockets of lava in the ground. I do like how Misfits are scaling up a lot more towards B. A lot safer, not overheating. Except when Complexity played on their defense, they did so. Almost, Complexity has an opposite issue. It's like a fear pushing up and overextending beyond the utility. There's so much lurking presence from their team. They're fighting a 3v5. But now they're banding back together.
Lock in sight.
The call's been made again. Fake the util. Rotate possibly into B. Trailblazer coming out a little too early. Of course, it's not going to find anything, but off of that now, we can see a full rotate to C. It's one against the world. It's not the Ultraviolet. If there's anyone to take a 1v5 here, it's her.
30 seconds
And
left.
it's all about the approach here. What is the timing on that? The flash to see what's going on. Now, actually, a big rotation is coming along. You can see a flank still trying to be made here. Fight down in mid, gonna be able to be caught out, but as it starts and seems right now, it's a bit too late. The attack's starting to lose out on this.
10 seconds
10
left.
seconds left to plant the spike here. The rotation not even fully committed yet.
Player standing.
Killjoy still needs to try to find their way back onto the site.
Oh, barely enough time to plant the spike. Viper's Pit's open too. Bernina's a monster. And it's time to unleash the claws.
Slow walk up. Everybody's watching the corner here. Angled up. Yeah. Raze says goodnight and calls it a day.
To 7 now. Ultraviolet with the operator. I wasn't sure if anyone on Misfits would play an op on their defense, but looks like no matter what agent it is, Ultraviolet's feeling very comfortable. Got a lot of leadway too with the guiding light here, if you use it. Same Viper Wall goes down yet again. Complexity off of the Viper's Pit were able to secure a round, but they can't guarantee themselves that every round. In fact, they don't have any ultimates this round to work with.
They're trying to make a come up here. Jazzy getting some shots fired through the smokes. But everybody's actually just waiting around for Misfits, waiting for the door to open up towards Tree. They're going to get a hint of something other than nature. Right now, it's a face full of bullets. And still, Vernita, surprisingly, actually still manages to get the one. Jazzy feeling a bit unfortunate here. Actually getting information.
Good call onto the side. Nanoswarms are being deployed. Ultraviolet in a very precarious spot.
Spike planted.
Looking to see if there's any stragglers.
Not ready yet. Shadows.
And right now, the smoke coming out. Nice dark cover to close things out. You can see everybody on the site, right? And there is a slow move, and Ultraviolet taking in the extremities. Slowly working it around there. One shot from the smoke. I mean, the crosshair's there. Do they know where Raze is right now? Misfits. They might just be able to take things 8-8. I mean, they're fighting back to Complexity. The box is there, having to destroy it. They listen in, they know where it is, and trying their very best. They actually stop it. Claudia has win
1v1.
condition potential here. This is perfect, but it's almost done. And they got it within the last couple of seconds with an elimination to continue on with it.
Really good attempt from Claudia. Now 1v3 turned to a 1v1. Great hold of the sights too from both Killjoys. Even Complexity opting to push directly into Vernita's utility says one thing that we haven't said about any other team today. They're willing to bypass and disrespect the defender util. Most of these teams are struggling to pass any sort of sentinel util that we've seen today. Even Vernita way back as Cypher. Beginning of the day today, same exact occurrence would happen. But now it's KJ versus KJ again. Vernita looking to push the site now, or at least hold for the flank. Claudia falls. That's huge.
When they hear this, you can see right now Carly actually trying to throw some shot darts down where Jazzy was. Oh, and now the chase commences. Yeah, backing off. This is good. Some self-control still, wanted here in the execution. No tree. KDO can't do anything about it. Just kidding. Spray transfer after spray transfer. Misfits. Already getting more than what was wanted.
Tough situation to be in right now for these attackers. Jazzy, spike into the ground. Recon Bolka, spot the last two. Even destroying gives info.
Last player standing.
Oh, it's such a difficult time right now. Yeah, Solani did amazing with the judge. Again, playing Viper Judge, I feel like is it always goes well.
Well, if you're the one using the Viper Judge, yes. If you're on the other side of that, it's nothing but a world of pain. Absolute mayhem everywhere. And now Misfits, they return again with the lead. 2 defuses in a row. Complexity, they've been able to keep their money afloat. They've been gaining these spike plants and extra cheese in their pockets. But their good luck might be running out. So many full shields and full rifles at their disposal. Very little money left. Op reinvested by Ultraviolet, though. 3 ults to work with. 2 KJ lockdowns. 1 for each side. This is looking C-centered. A lot more coverage for those ultimates can be made for both sides. And, yeah, it's silence. Misfits aren't pushing up at all. They're playing much more reactive this time to Complexity.
Actually looking for the killjoy here. I think that's exactly what they're aiming for. Claudia as well. Listening in, they know the killjoy's here. They have tons and tons of information and utility. Move up towards the site here for Complexity, a lockdown as well. I mean, I'm just more so curious to see how they use it within this round. You can already see the dog trying to get a stun out. More sprays.
Call was made. It was too overwhelming. Misfits, they back off completely. Play for the retake. Allow that spike to go into the ground for the timer.
Gonna make a plan here for Nina. Sets down the lockdown. This is exactly what they needed. They needed some pushback here for Misfits to be able to even win out a 5v5 retake. And now, people having to do some of the retakes here is going to be Complexity. Ultraviolet coming along the back. Some of the flashes trying to make way.
Only 1 player detained. Everyone else destroyed, it seems. The lockdowns, it's carnage, it's mayhem.
Oh, not even a spray transfer can help.
Oh.
The defender still end up winning it with the defusal.
Wow.
And at that point, a little bit of mic headset turning up. No, I'm kidding.
But again, that is 3 defuses in a row right now from Complexity. I feel like a call for a timeout needs to be made again before things go 8-11. Complexity this time, they may have to play for picks. But because of how Misfits are dialing themselves back and playing almost for retakes, it's hard for Complexity to start their attacks on that advantage. It's a full barrel again down to A site, a 4v4 each way.
Actually, paranoying. Jazzy Kid. Super unfortunate. Wall comes up, dividing everything. And they push past the mark.
And they go back in. They're backing
okay.
out. Sacrifice. One of the sacrifices of all time. Brings Vernita back over to C site. Trailblazer finds nothing B, and the alarm bot hasn't been tripped on B, A site or B. Misfits already know what they're dealing with. They've seen this before. This is the Misfit attack strat against themselves.
Actually doing a spectacular job here, but the Molly closing out. We only got 46 seconds left. So Jazzy makes the say to updraft over, try to find some of these extremities. Keep the control going. Here's some shock darts. Looking for the perfect moment to strike. Carly goes down in replacement, and the refrag, nice. The Complexity still having the numbers advantage.
Oh, Ultraviolet's good for a quick spray array. Keep in mind, this started in a 5v4 against Misfits.
They're still waiting around. KDO! Nice peek out. Actually, it's like the little crevice of the smoke that works out so well. You're already seeing Claudia make a lot of these shots come into fruition, but Misfits, they need to win this out! A nice shot to come down. Still waiting for the perfect moment. They need one headshot here to make it work! And it's Lace that won't allow it.
Still close again. Each one of these rounds ending in 1v1s. And again, that was all of Complexity finding that opening pick. They finally got the advantage they needed to get that round win with the spike actually in the ground. But I have bad news. They've only won 2 rounds this attack. It hasn't been consistent. And with the reset now from Misfits, they're putting much more utility over in A site. The bodies of Misfits heated up towards C, a complete inverse of what we had seen last round now. Their expectations are C yet again, and they'd be right.
Yeah, it's going to become almost irreversible if Misfits allow Complexity to take this to the 3rd map, because they're in such a good stride right now. You know, keep that momentum going. See what you can do with it. Now, KDO already trying to get some of the shots here with the Spectre Misfits. Leaving the back off.
Still smoking at that same time over towards B site. The rotate's been called. Their expectations are again a re-exec over in B site, but no, they've been fooled yet again. Orc Dark covers go down, and KDO's left on the island.
39 bullets in the weapon of Jassy, choosing to reload it before they peek this angle. Ultraviolet hiding in the corner here. But we're seeing the retake come into action. Misfits taking these 1v1 individual fights. Carly thinking they can handle it here. And that's one of the biggest issues, right? We talk about the 1v1s that Misfits tend to give to each other and the other people as well. And then it leaves them in a situation like this. Ultraviolet could have stuck with the Sova, could have flashed them in, could have used any sort of utility to help each other out. You know, leaving themselves in a very, very bad taste in their mouth. But they could have ended up with a 2-win streak.
Absolutely. And surely here the timeout's called, and was certainly. Misfits now 10-10. Keep in mind again, this team 3 rounds away from claiming themselves the first Sakura Cup champions of the year. Just need 3 more rounds to bring this back. Against the team that has never played this map officially before. There's no research, there's no info that you have to work off of. The Counter-Strike Complexity, it's all in the server right now. Grego's got to pull out all the stops yet again. 2 ults for each side to work off of here. The Sova ult, though, the Hunter's Fury looking fantastic. Possibly to deny a plant. Those Seekers, we saw farmed by Complexity so early into that round. Could be such a big info finding tool. There's a lot of options for both these teams right now.
Yeah.
These fakes and rehits for Complexity have been fantastic thus far, only if they have the body advantage. Misfits have to read into that. They don't have a duelist to take those initial fights. Jazzy, I wouldn't call her disposable, or her whole job is to make sure that 5v5 turns into a 5v4 or below.
Yeah.
Here.
Misfits can't afford losing a fight in the beginning of this round.
And your biggest role as a duelist is get those frags. I think Jazzy has been doing a spectacular job. Everything up until this moment. Right now, still looking to do a spectacular job here. They continue to look for the perpetrators.
Cover going out.
I've got your trail.
Ooh, great flashes in
Air
sight.
Paranoia.
A lot of pressure on A site.
Yeah, the paranoia was beautiful. Jazzy, though, actually, with the Hunter's Fury, trying to get set back just a bit, but they don't have any information as to where these players are. Misfits within the last second. Slandy taking the 2v1. And right now, Complexity left at a negative disadvantage. Here's the 2v4. As it seems, still having the Nanoswarm. So, one Nanoswarm down in that corner. Listen, it would be pretty wild. Not gonna lie.
Nobody on Misfits is watching A main. They could just sneak into B and get that plant down. At least it's money, right? But no. They're not planting on B or even going C. They're pushing defender spawn, listening to the rotates of Fernina.
30 seconds left.
They're out in the open. They're sandwiched. They're exposed. And they fall a Carly. What was the plan?
Again, it's the buddy system that leaves Misfits continuously getting more than what they asked for. Now they're using it. They're taking it away from Complexity. They're doing even better with it. We're seeing a Sova Odin. I don't even know how I feel about this, but listen, Carly, if you're going to pull that out, I want to see something good.
It would have made sense. Had we seen Complexity plant on B, at least then they'd be fighting on their own terrain. But they had so much time to work with. But now Misfits are down to 2 more rounds to crown themselves champions in Complexity. 3 more for a new map. The one way's been set already from B site. Need to see. We need to dial back so far to not allow anything, such as a KJ lockdown, to affect her. Just a matter of time to see if that lockdown goes to fruition or not. Race is being that big distracting factor over on A site.
Still actually smoking off. No, but Fernina still notices that Jazzy's up on site. Have a teleportation. They're coming from the Omen, the Shrouded Step, but I don't even think that's going to do anything. One more smoke left available until 26 seconds left. Still sticking around down onto the site. To hold back any players wanting to aim for something, but actually being a decoy, quite possibly.
In the way on C. A contingency plan of B. This approach doesn't work out at all. It's closer, more condensed, but they have B control. And what does that do for KDO? It promotes a full gigantic lurk. Oh, I'm sorry, KDO's on the defense. I apologize. The enemy Omen, the attacking Omen, can now go for a deep lurk from C all the way over to spawn. That's, of course, Lace. How could I forget about Lace? I'm so sorry. But they fake plant B because they have full C control. They have a free passageway over from Waterfall into C site. And now even then they can scale up past that dark cover to get full control of spawn.
10 seconds.
No way.
Ooh, they know now. And they must be angry too. Misfits, they were played here. Taking every single step of precaution. They think some of the players are still hiding out in the extremities. They're going to get a very harsh reality check as they start to see the Killjoy util here. Ultraviolet. They need to bring in the flashes for the team, not for themselves. The flash already used. Another one not loading up until 20 seconds. Not a lot of value picking off of that one in Complexity. Might just be able to win this out. As it seems Slandy, though, with a right click, that's all they need. They're ending up leaving this down to KDO. KDO knows the dire situation of this. Knows to pop around. KDO behind you. Oh my god.
What was Kara aiming at? But regardless, 11-11 now. Down to the wire. A Viper's Pit from Complexity could be a good way to shield the post plant. That's what it's coming down into. This is a battle now for our championship or our third map. This round will determine whether or not we go to overtime or not. This is the most important round of the entire tournament. It's a 4-stack again outside of A. This is good. Good Shrouded Step early on. The Guiding Light is out. A push-up from Misfits.
Ooh. Ultraviolet.
Oh, no.
I don't know if this is the right decision. They were pushed up all by themselves. See, it's moments like these, like, that can't happen. If Misfits want to run away with it, and then they ask themselves what's going on. It's this. It's exactly this. Yes, the Sova Carly was all the way back in set. But what were they watching with you? You have a completely different angle, able to see everyone else. They pick you off like it's nothing.
Rotate's been called, though. Bernina's ready outside of C. Misfits right now are playing for overtime. They're thrifty round, nothing but sheriffs. I think they just want this round to end. Bring us the OT. Give me weapons again.
Now, Slaney's actually still trying to fight. Which is completely okay. I mean, I understand the struggle here. Although it gets taken out, so there's not a lot of struggle left. Everybody's just kind of peeking around. A nice shot off Carly. Carly's killing it right now. But not enough. We're hitting the match point if Misfits want this. I'm going to be honest with you, Keg. Like, we need to see some sort of cohesion and stop the aggressive pushing unless they have a game plan.
I mean, it feels like they do have a game plan. It's just in those post-plant gunfights, they struggle a lot of maintaining themselves, their positions during util. And that's a lot of buzzwords I just said, but the breakdown is that oftentimes when Misfits are trying to push into the site after the spike is planted, there'll just be flashes, there'll be smokes, there'll be gunfire everywhere you go. No place is safe for those returns. So Misfits, they catch themselves off guard, out of position, and they just get mowed down one by one. Even if there is a trade, there's that hesitancy off of util to go for that swing. And you're right, it is hurting Misfits so much. But Sloth is there for that timeout. The bringing complexity to map 3. It's a long night ahead of us. We're going to see if it's going to be possible. It's one round for complexity. See whether or not we go forwards.
Oh, man. This is the last chance for Misfits, too.
Yeah.
No any hope that they have to lead into this game. They have Seekers. Let's not forget, right? We're looking at a Viper spit here for complexity. If they get a sight, they could very much well just take complete control.
So what do you do here for complexity? What's going to be the icing on the cake for this final round in a 13-11 game? In theory. Everyone's so separate
Man.
out from Misfits.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. It's so hard to think
Ooh.
about what they need to do.
This Viper's pit's good. It's a great conditioning factor to keep complexity over towards B and A site. C has been hard for Misfits to retake consistently. The KJ util's locked down on B site, so that's good for early contact. And there's 3 on A to make physical contact too.
I'm trying not to lower the quality of their work here. The Seekers to come out. They know somebody's there. KDO. Now, this is what I was worried about. With the Viper spit coming along, you see that B site. It looks very, very tempting. And it is. KDO not careful enough. They might actually get taken out, but luckily enough for KDO, you come just along the side. Jazzykins gets taken out. But the spike hasn't been planted. This might have been a waste of an ult.
They might be waiting. They pop the door, but I don't know if anyone's going to go through the other side of those hinges. It's all a big fake. Surely they're aware about the Viper's pit still being open on C, though. No one's going to fall for that. Seeker's immediately destroyed by Lacey, though. No place to Shroud and step out, but it seems like she's safe.
Yeah, they're still coming B2. They've broken every single door, every bone, whatnot. They hear the plant coming along.
He's just chilling. Yeah, I got your dead friend right here. Just waiting.
The big question is, what are they waiting for? I mean, you gotta push this quick. Right, yeah, Misfits have the majority here. They do a Viper's pit to a Viper's pit. They take it out majority. We might actually be able to take things back to OT. And Kara, the last one alive!
Oh?
No! Absolutely impeccable. Kara in the last seconds was almost there. Almost ended it off. Almost took it to that third map. But in OT, Misfits finally getting a redemption arc here.
This whole tournament has just been sky clutches. Come on, script writers. Do something a little bit more original. And I gotta say again, really good close clutch there. We swap sides once again. Misfits back to the attack. All right. How much do you think we're gonna see Jazzy overheating, dies, oh, we have attack pause. Never mind. I guess I can look at all of you and ask this riddle, metaphor, a simile. theoretical, whatever. How much do you want to bet that we're going to see Jazzy overheat in this round, get killed, then everybody on Misfits dials back into 5v4, fakes a rotate, fakes an execute, and then executes to a real site and wins?
Well, it is too late
I feel that.
for my brain to be working in that way right now.
This is why I
Whatever
drink a
you
pot of
just
coffee a day.
Yeah, whatever you just said, just like went in ear, went out the other.
I tend to do that.
No. But I do think, oh man, it's so hard. Hey, listen, after the last tech pause though, there was a moment. There was a moment. And at Misfits, they looked better than ever. I think it was the break that they had. You know, they got to give a little stretch. So it could end there. But with the mistakes that we're seeing so consistently from Misfits,
We're back?
it's also scary. Like it could be complexity that takes it again, and then we go to that third game, and it could completely fall out of the hands of Misfit.
All right, everybody. Take a deep breath. What will possibly happen here? Other than a util dump. Guiding lights come out. Early teleport above. Lacey spotted. Early takedown there. 4v4. No shot. They're actually resetting. Except for KDO.
Yeah, this is... I mean, they got a 1-to-1. They got a 1-to-1.
They did. And it wasn't Jazzy that fell either.
Yes.
It wasn't overheat, though, for one of the players. It was a good overheat, though. I love that shrouded step. It's a great hidden angle. But when you do it so many times, it gets kind of read into. Look at this. A little bit of a pounce outside of B. We rotate back over to A site. Nobody, again, on Complexity has rotated at all. They're still waiting. Fully expecting A site. Our cover goes down back at B just in case. There is that lurk from Vernita. A 3 possible versus 2 here on A site.
30 seconds left.
Well, lucky enough that KDO was standing around there. They actually flashed out earlier, so that's why they didn't rotate. They got information that somebody was still there. Gonna be able to shoot the dog down, so got a 3v2 right now. Standing. They have to push now. It's now or never. Especially because there's a big rotation coming along. They're gonna try to stop this as fast as possible. Right now, already giving out the flash to come through. Slandy trying to make some shots come down, and
Enemy remaining.
Misfits making another mistake yet again. Oh, man. Should have kept themselves hidden in those moments, because it really was that guiding light. They were about to rotate. They were thinking about it. The guiding light to solidify if there were any players there. Maybe the Jet would have been able to leave. The Jazzykins would have gone over towards B to create assistance there because there was some noise being made by Vernina. Then they rotate back, and again, it leaves a very bad taste in your mouth.
No, I completely agree. Even Claudia was fake. I'm sorry. It was Vernina even faking the door, and almost began to have someone like Jazzy rotate over to C-side. We saw the footsteps start to be made. Like you said, that Trailblazer was huge to find information. Guiding Light 2, so good. Complexity are going to do the same exact motions. Push down A. Find any sort of opening contact, any mistakes that a player could make, and no one was there. 3 stack outside of A, though. The floating presence. Vernina's good. She re-execs back towards B. Both these teams had the same exact way of playing the attack. It trips me up, man.
What a new I don't think have we seen this one. It's so interesting. I like
Shadows traveling.
creativity that we get to see here. One way to a one way. Complexity now rotating over towards B, and the only person left standing here is going to be the Killjoy. Vernina not wanting to peek this just yet, and a nice paranoia actually set things in stone.
Let's see what could possibly happen here now. Full exec back over to C site. Complexity having the player lean in a 5v4 for the retake. This could very well mean map 3.
Thinking might. Right here, you lose one. The only thing Misfits can do is, again, try to get some damage here. But there's so much going on all the while. KDO creating a bit of an opening here. Audio here with a refrag. This is becoming a bit nerve-wracking. There isn't any flank to come along right now. So many players leaving out to the extremities, and I do believe we might actually go to the third map with the way things are going. A flash to come out and succeeding, but Jazzy being there for the trade-off. You need to work together, but it's over. It's complexity right now in this very moment, taking a 14-12. Man, how are you, Tag?
Oops. My bad. What can I say? I called it would go to 3 maps. I mean, my bad, everybody. I mean, overall, really, really good games from Complexity. It definitely felt like a lot of the attacking sides for both teams felt like the same thing over and over and over again. But I really liked on the defense what both teams would do for their micro adjustments. They found a lot of impact. They did a lot of different small micro level things, and they always kept themselves on their toes for their reactive play. But the problem is, though, there wasn't a whole lot of proactive play. It was mostly sidestepping, seeing who would make mistakes first, who would make that first mistake, take them down, and yada, yada, yada. But guess what? We still got one more map. Welcome back to 2023 Sakura Cup, everybody. We'll be back in a few minutes, but when we get things set up for the third map. Look, I'm going to keep it real with you guys. It's midnight. It's map 3 of the grand finals. We're vibing right now. We are perfectly good. It's bedtime. We're all snuggled up and cozy. If I had gotten the memo that you had gotten word something, I would have too. But that's okay. I get how it is, Gompers. I see.
Oh, hold on. Let me get in my element really quick.
In your element? By God, it's Gompers Prime.
I'm here. I feel like a little baby right now.
I'm always a little baby. I know who I am.
I just want to snuggle up in the blankets.
Well, if you had told me, I would
not
have
as much
gotten
as
mine.
I want to see some Valorant. Okay, well, do you want to get your hoodie?
Yes.
Get yours?
All right, I'll be right back, chat.
Let's get the hoodie. Anyways, welcome. I know you guys don't want to talk to me at all. I know you guys don't want to talk to me at all, but let's have a slumber party. If you have your pajamas, go grab your pajamas. Okay. It's a Sakura Cup night, and it's for the 21-plussers. I'm not even 21.
What? Well, I didn't know it was like that kind of term. Okay. Sure. I guess, but all right. Anyways, last map, Grand Finals, Complexity, Misfits. They had the same sort of attacking structure as they did, well, pretty much all map as each other. But I gotta say, First map was pretty interesting. We're heading over to Pearl now as the final map. Now, this was a map that I was very, very excited to cover earlier in Sakura Cup. We never had the opportunity to see Complexity, at least for us, up until now. The cool thing was that for the majority of this tournament, Complexity's been going for not really as safe agents as most other teams have. And by that, I mean Haven. We saw the Haba Viper combo come out, which I very much liked. So I'm hoping to whatever deities in the sky right now that maybe, just maybe, we could see a different kind of team composition coming out here. Another wacky pick for the grand finals. We're getting Agent Select. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Nope. Yeah. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. Anyways, let me get to Pearl. This is what happens late at night to me if I stay up past my bedtime. I speak and I don't shut up. But that's a good thing, isn't it? Because that's my job. So, speaking of my job, obviously, we're looking at the KO picks.
Yes.
Through. Which I genuinely do like, just because it will counter that Killjoy. Pretty nice and easy. And just deny any source of, that double controller composition. The only thing that I feel like is a bit hard, with everything going on here, how well is that KO going to fare out with this double controller composition? Because Raze can be anywhere and still pop the smokes. And the same thing with the Astra.
It's a tough call to make. I think it's coming down to safety picks once again. I like the double controller more than the double initiator here. Slandy and Carly have a lot of hard info they can work off of, and that might promote a lot more aggression when that team swaps over to the defense. But right now, Misfits are going to be starting off on the attack. I think being able to just suppress literally and in game, just being able to take down so much space will work out effectively, more so than double controllers for the defense. I think both these teams are playing for their attack. By the way, I'm also wearing my little outfit too. I'm not sure when we'll be able to come back to us, but I just want to let you all know that we're both comfy and cozy.
Oh, yeah. I'm very comfortable right now, if you guys didn't know.
Are you?
Oh, yeah, yeah. I actually
Are you always uncomfortable when you cast?
No, never. Actually, there was one day. But that was because, I was just, I genuinely don't know.
That was a great story. Thank you. My life changed.
Thank you guys so much. We're probably going to get fired after this. And
That was my peak of humanity. That was the highest moment of my life.
The highest moment of my... I'm not going to say it. Anyways, continuing on.
Okay.
We are moving forward with Complexity GX3 versus Misfits Black. And the thing I like about this game is that it is a game. And it's the third game. So, when we're looking at this, who is going to be the first victors of Sakura Cup is my question.
That's a great question. I wish I could tell you, but we'll probably find out in about an hour or so. But right away, yeah, maybe. Depends on how fast this game is. For the majority of Misfits, though, stacked up outside of A for the round to begin, there's a lot of utility placed down on A site. Claudia is ready, set to rumble there, and even that recombo is going to give a good tell in the beginning. Possibly that Misfits want to approach the A site. But Ultraviolet's got different plans.
Honestly, this could be like a completely different game too. Like Misfits could just blow it out of the water. And it's so weird because we've seen such close games from both of these teams that it feels, very, very different. Ultraviolet. Left alone though.
Yeah. Left alone, no real contact just yet. A lot of safe play coming out from Misfits. Even the Sage Ball went up in art. They're locking out Misfits every possible route. Harley's got that shock bolt, though. It's not going to detect where that Viper's presence is just yet, though. That hideaway, and Jazzy's ready for art. For when the wall inevitably gets broken for this A-side attack.
Oh, actually finding some good positioning here. Jazzy. Shock dart to come through. A lot of damage off of Jazzy. And this is actually huge, because now not only are you able to get the site here, be occupied as well. You're actually able to get some of that damage now to Carly. You're going to be a very, very good asset to the team of Misfits here.
Last player standing.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, now it's up to Lace. Try to find something here for Complexity. Slowly working around the 4 bullets. Not enough. You just got to be stronger.
That was a scary round for Misfits. They allowed so much time for Complexity GX3 to maneuver themselves and reposition, set up utility, set up trap plays, even on the side of A for a pistol round. And yet through all of that, Misfits were able to still crunch A side very effectively. They had Verdina on that one prong and everybody else towards art. And that somehow flooded the site despite having all of that, all of Verdina's utility. So I'm curious to see what Misfits Black can do here. They've given them a great sense of confidence, able to remove all of KJU to the way on site. The response here for Complexity is to push up very aggressively at A main and grab Orb.
Yeah, looking like Orb was the only objective. Oh, they said, nah, I want the smoke. Moving back around. Trying to actually see who's there. Verdina's knocking on the door. Who's going to answer it, though? Jazzy and ARAM player number 2.
Ah, yes, my favorite. Oh, but even though the right-click headshot was there from Jazzy, Verdina was there with the better weapon. A very, very, very slow round. A minute left. And all that's left now is just one. It's up to Raze. No, I'm sorry, Raze and Ballin. It's up to Kara. Or as I like to call her, ARAM player number 1.
ARAM player number 1. Yeah.
Honestly,
They used to be Little Wubba or something. Like, what was it?
Oh, Wubba Jr.
Yeah.
I still don't know what that is.
Let me look it up. What is a Wubba?
I'm going to say this fact again because I think more people have come into the cast.
It's a tug and toss toy.
Hooray! I love tug and toss toy. But overall, though, big thing is, Tenz's grandma is one of the top-rated ARAM players in the world. Or in North America, one or the other. Not like skill level wise, like in rank, like elo, but like in time played. Like I'm talking like 5 or 6 matches a day.
Okay.
Flashbang.
That's pretty good. Oh. Okay. Slandy stared for a second. Like, I know Slandy knew what to do there. Where Raze was a bit too quick with it. I mean, in comparison, they kind of got lost in each other's eyes as it seems. But Ultraviolet right now, getting a ton of damage. Yeah, you're looking, and that's okay, Keg. Listen, if you are interested in Keg, Lene.
Oh, you would be making a great mistake if you were.
No.
But hey,
You're a
you know
great guy,
what?
Keg.
Oh, thank you, I appreciate that. Lack of mistakes, though, coming out from Complexity. At least thus far, they've given up B-side control, waiting to see, as everyone approaches into the back end of B, how will they retake as a group? But there's that flank to worry about, though. Unaware about Vernina's presence. Only the alarm bot is stopping them.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be hard to stop it as well. Already a 2-0 coming out from Misfits, and they're so close to clutching it. All they have to do is make sure to save some time here, but... Actually, no buts. No excuses. Nothing left to do. It's wall bangable, but Bernina just won't let it happen. Although, bye-bye.
It was a for a worthy cause, securing the round win, ensuring things like that. Bernina in the afterlife was granted with another big gift. That being a Vandal again. But now, A-side and B-side have been left to bleed. The only mid-side hasn't really been contested too much from Misfits, but we know they can effectively take a site, especially from the mid to late round. They stall for a long time as they crawl around, looking to find the prime entry point. When they do, they haven't been stopped just yet. Great recon bolt going down, doesn't spot down anybody. But now the large presence of Complexity is outside of mid. It's a 4-stack, ready to tumble up anybody outside.
Ooh, actually, nice shots from KDO. Starting off initially, Misfits. What is going on? Listen, I said at the beginning of the game, there could be a complete change in the way Misfits plays here. And it seems like there is. They really want this victory. They want this win. They want to show that they're worth more.
I think they're worth a lot. But
Me as well.
yeah. But for the last two of Complexity, there's not really a lot of options they have. They could approach B, 2v5. But their economy is so early in the works right now, it'd be better to maybe save. Or even look for exits. It looks like there may be an attempt here. They only have sheriffs. I was wrong. They did not have better weapons. Economy's still not in a great place. Looking for exits wouldn't be a bad option if they're looking to get traded on top. That way they get the lost death bonus. And they remove some of the economy from Misfits. It looks like they're not going to get that pleasure.
Yeah.
Oh, the timing!
Ooh.
Valorant timing at its finest.
Yeah, it's going to be super difficult to get away from that. And we're running into the middle of the black hole, so we can at least have some money within the next round there for Complexity. Yeah, economy going to be a big one here, because it seems like right now, with that 4-win streak, it's getting hard to dismiss what's going on.
Absolutely. Claudia and Jazzy are the back lines, the anchors of their sites, and yet neither one of them have a single kill yet. It's been mostly these mid-round frags that have been occurring. And sure, sometimes the opposed plan, but a lot of them are just straight-up gunfights that have little to no impact on either team other than just whittling down their numbers. So we'll have to keep a careful eye on Claudia and Jazzy this round. Jazzy now equipped with an operator. By themselves on B. No escape options as a Sage necessarily. Choose the back away and play a safer angle. But the majority of the action's happening outside of A. Another scale up once again. Both of the A-rated players playing a whole different game. They're bottom laning A site. Trying to feed. It looks like right now they just into the way back to spawn. That's literally all I know about League.
Yeah, they actually heard some of the shots come through down in mid, so you could see somewhat of, a switch up in where we're actually seeing ARAM player number 2, which is Lace, stand around, watching down in R. You got 3 players surrounding a site just because of the noise that's being made down in mid. So much utility already standing out in B, so the Killjoy is going to be able to put a lot into this.
Rotate's been called here. Still some more pressuring. Counter lure control that Raze has taken care of. But the crunch the A site's been read into by Complexity, they're fully ready and waiting.
30 seconds left.
I'm readily ready. Ready to win right now. Carly
Placing swamp grenade.
on the move up. They've already lost 2 players, so you know this is the time, if not now, more than ever.
Down.
Cora making a good shot.
My ultimate is ready. Turret out.
Yeah, extremely difficult to see what's going on here.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, again, these are just wide swing cities all over.
Player standing.
Possible use of the lockdown in 1v4, I highly doubt it. Raze isn't gonna let that happen. Nor let Raze end this game flawless or anyone flawless. Without a round here. A full defuse, 1-4 now. First round on the board. This could be the beginning of a comeback. Look at that. Hunter's Fury, Cosmic Divide, Viper's Pit already in tow for the upcoming rounds for a retake, or even just Plant Denial. All of which could be very versatile. So the big question is, what are Misfits going to do? Because they've been neglecting pushing down B main quite a bit. For the most part, it's been A main for that early pressure, some rotating into mid. But B main's only been lurked up a teeny tiny bit and only executed once at the very end of a round. Otherwise, same placements for everybody else in Complexity, same exact round. It's like watching the Truman Show, but in Valorant form. The location's been revealed. I like Ultraviolet's adjustment here of getting the op, playing around this smoke, knowing full well someone should be on the other side playing off of it for the scale up. Oh, but they don't realize. They don't know Raze pushed up that far.
They tried the shot. Raze is so lucky to be able to pick that up. So you got an op watching you in a KO.
Deploying drone.
Making the transition. Right now, a lot of action coming around down in mid. Raze now looking for a second.
Yeah, and A's locked out. Alarm bot and KJ Util's been where the bulk of Misfits have been executing off of for A site. Not wielding Ultraviolet though. And an op duel, a little unconventional one with having a Sage. We've seen it before. Look at this reposition though. Oh my god. Bernina somehow skates away, now realizing how
Seconds left.
unlucky she is.
Ultraviolet right now, I mean, doing some good work in numbers here. Managing to updraft. They know that they're surrounding up inside of Heaven. So at this point, Complexity now trying to find a way to figure out how they're going to be able to carry this. Misfits getting downed in seconds. Making a mistake right now of leaving Ultraviolet alone. So though, the spike is planted. That's the main objective. Keeping that intact here is the most important thing.
Right there.
These defenders are looking for the crunch. What's Ultraviolet watching? The flank? Who's playing off Katie's trade? They don't need to. Now Ultraviolet can. Blaze-Sword fully equipped. Down for the right click, but it misses. Jazzy's the last one alive. There's too little time to go for the defuse. The operator needs to be saved, but once again, that duel reaches its climax and Ultraviolet's taken down. But even then, at what cost? You've still down 4 rounds.
Once more into battle. I'm not tired. Are you?
It's getting more and more difficult by the second. For Complexity. Man, I'm surprised they clutched it up. It was feeling like it was getting very, very tight in there.
Yeah,
Turret out.
absolutely. Ooh, this is good.
Yeah.
Tactical timeout's been called. Complexity, again, they haven't really been in the worst positions, I don't think. They've definitely been in worser calls. I would say Lotus had a lot of those moments where they just kind of looked, not lost, but almost lost. Like they were struggling to find those adjustments. And that's when we'd see Sloth come in and save the day with those timeouts. And oftentimes that would bolster up Complexity quite a bit. But right now, Complexity is fairly well off. They're going into these retakes fairly high leveled. We had 4v2 last round, but they just lost out on those trades. This is an opportunity now, maybe, to find impact in just keeping those numbers and playing for trades.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, everything you said is pretty accurate. I think for complexity, man, it really does feel like the comfort just lies with Misfits here on this map. Like, seeing the way they played before, like, it is completely different. And it's not more so in the essence of, like, you know, their playstyle has changed because it really hasn't. It's like the confidence, and it just really shines. You're going to be able to see a little bit of confidence. They'll come out of Jazzy this time around now, playing with the op and the information already given away.
Big question is, what's Claudia up to? Very top of the map. Just waiting. Just barely in range of all of their util. And you know why? Null Command, Hunter's Fury, Lockdown, all ready to be equipped to purposely counter that KJ. Dialing back's the best thing to do. Play purely off the calls of your util being destructed. The turret's there for the alarm bot. Sorry, the nano swarm on A site. Contact can be made right after that too from the Sova. Everything has a contingency plan right now for complexity. And it's for this reason we had the null command being brought out. Early nano swarms and gravity wells pop far too early, giving up full site control. And now just maybe waiting off for that KJ lockdown, see if it comes to fruition here too.
Cannot use that.
Actually, being able to get the spike down is one of the hardest things, so they've gotten that out of the way. Ultraviolet, though, a bit too far deep into the enemy territory here. Now, as the information comes through, the move-in does as well. Waiting to at least bait out some of this util alongside the lockdown, which is good, because they actually haven't utilized the gravitational pull yet. Still waiting on that one. Now, finally, might just be able to use it. Yeah, take and raise off the defusal. If they peek this, you're going to be able to see Lace watching along. The Hunter's Fury. There's so many ultimates just to consider themselves lucky. And the 6-1 from Misfits.
Misfits having that 5-round lead pop 3 ults to secure that round. The null command, the Hunter's Fury, the lockdown. Good lord. It's like sending a nuclear bomb to an anthill. I think you got the job done. And for complexity right now, you have to wonder, what will the next adjustment be? Now they must sheriffs at a single stinger right now. It's coming down to these post plans. Only one defuse has worked in complexity's favor. Everything else has been great site holds for Misfits. This could be a good chance, though.
Yeah.
Ultraviolet swinging. Same op duel again. But no, Jazzy, remember, does not have an op. They've come empty-handed. They forgot it was talent show. Or show and tell, I should say.
Oh, they're trying their best to preoccupy themselves right now. Complexity. Just watching every single angle possible.
The rest of their complexity right now, they're dialing it back. Even almost allowing B-side to be taken over. They had that Viper Wall for the post plant to work with. Finally, though, a crumb of evidence that Misfits are in the server right now. It's the alarm bot to go off. Sorry, the turret to go off. It's going to promote the rest of Misfits now to move back over to mid. Jazzy's surrounded completely. That Viper Wall can only do so much as the op looms forward towards B-main.
A nice pick off for Nina, actually taking out the Viper's pick. Because if we're looking at where the smokes actually were, it was retake smokes. So no, they have absolutely nothing to work with here. They can't get a defusal with any sort of coverage unless they want to try to use some of those extra smokes. Just as I say that, complexity getting dealt left and right. And they pretty much have to say goodbye to any possibilities here. A flawless, a nice one coming out from Misfits.
And remember, too, we already seen complexity use their timeout. So it probably won't be available again for the rest of this half. Only a few more rounds left, and again, complexity. Barely any signs of life. Jazzy once again emerges with an operator. Could be a good change. But so many different times now have we seen it. Misfits just take the site, and it's just complexity falling apart in the retakes. One gleam of hope, though, is that there is going to be that lockdown from the Killjoy. Claudia might be able to find some success with that, especially if it's fairly early on. She's been the one giving the primary intel about where Misfits have been approaching site, so it could be used in response to that. But Jazzy's also ready and waiting, finds the opening pick, and I honestly think that might be the first one Complexity's gotten this series.
Spike dropped.
Now, though, the op is down. If they want it, I think they actually did pick it up. Here, from the Kea. Misfits. I mean, looking for the perfect opportunity to move up.
So far, so good, though. 0 point goes down, affecting Jazzy and only Jazzy. Unknown about the Sova's presence thus far, Cosmic Divide goes down. It's going to turn B-side into a no man's land again. Vernina attempting the lurk is stopped out by Claudia. KJ versus KJ, and Claudia gets their first kill this game.
Spike down A.
Already. This is good. The spike. Already having that Misfits. Now finally giving over a chance to Complexity here to take things back. At least get a second round leading into the next half.
Yeah, so little time. No chance to pick up that spike. Complexity need every single round they can right now. If they can end this somehow, possibly around like 3 or 4 rounds in to their name, that would be good. That would be good for Pearl. But they have to do it, man. That's the hardest part. Only 2 rounds thus far. They can double it up. They have 4 rounds to do it. I would say it's the bare minimum for them to take away this championship. There we go. A timeout now from Grego. This is smart. Misfits have had a lot of really good momentum in their favor. Such a large lead. You might as well use your timeout at some point. And with 4 rounds left, this could be Grego's opportunity to say to the team, hey, you know, let's take those other 4 rounds to ourselves. And that'll be so dominant to bring this to what, 210?
Yeah.
Or am I not mathing right?
It's 210.
Okay.
Yeah. I think. I'm not mathing right, maybe.
Oh, well.
I mean, it would be 9-3, and then, yes, 210.
Oh, what are they watching at the Coliseum? What are you up to?
Can we sit next to them, observers?
Do you like the show?
I want to watch what they're watching.
I think they like the show. Oh.
Oh my gosh.
What are they watching? Oh,
it's
us.
We're sitting next to them.
Hello.
Awesome.
Can you pass
This
the
is
popcorn,
a great
please?
show. So, wonderful weather we're having.
That penguin doesn't look very friendly. He's like, don't talk to me.
He does not look very friendly.
I worked 3 weeks straight. It's my 1 day off. Full site control for Complexity, though. Look at that KJ util. It's spread out completely. They've been giving up B-side way too much. Misfits' opportunity here might be able to take advantage of that. Whether it be a big brain move from Grego or just to say, hey, let's just push down A. There's only 2 there. A single grounding well is dividing out MSF from taking A site.
You can just hear the util. So left over. Nobody's actually close, though. Jazzy's the only one who could, I mean, possibly relatively hear something, but still waiting around with the op.
Yeah, Misfits are playing so slow. Complexity are playing so close to the chest themselves. We had seen this back when Misfits played on Split against versus Having Fun. They just took the entire round to approach anything. They just waited for a mistake or for the enemy team to get antsy. Op doesn't fire yet, though. Great execute through the smoke. Ultraviolet gets taken down by Jazzy.
Yeah, even now again. Right, Misfits, even though they lost out on the 2, we've seen stuff like this happen before. They managed to take it back, though. It does seem like here Lace might just be able to get some of the shots through down towards the wall.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, it's going to be super difficult to come back from something like this. Already a possibility to see that 3-7 come through. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how many jiggle peeks you got to do to be able to get to the spike like that, but it doesn't seem like it's going to work out.
3-7, though. The numbers are slowly crawling back up now for Complexity. Playing so passive has worked out well for them. Their retakes are getting much more clean, much more guaranteed. And Jazzy shutting down the entry opportunities too on A was also gigantic to help prevent Misfits from going in for a clean take at the site. So Ultraviolet needs to stay alive here. It's a stack up towards A yet again. Trying to trick up Misfits at least a little bit. They don't want to reposition. They don't want to play reactionary micro adjustments. Instead, having full confidence that the last setup worked out well and they can do it again.
But again, keeping the attempt there. A-side's getting pretty preoccupied here, and the rotation's starting to come in. So you got 3 players surrounding down towards A. 2 players moving themselves over towards B. But, you know, the 2 players that are the most important, the Astra and the Killjoy. The scariest ones.
And these retake ults, too, that Complexity have are also incredibly smart. But look at this, it's a gigantic fake. They could use those ults if they really wanted to. But everybody else, that spike, a slow but fast crawl at the same time over to B. But Claudia has all that utility down in halls especially. Through detecting presence.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I mean, a nice one coming through from Kara. Now the spike in their hands, too. What are they going to do right now? Set their bed up. They're going to take a nice nap. Wait in front. Maybe even eat some milk and cookies.
Ooh, not milk.
Why? Do you not like milk?
No,
I
it's
remember
gross.
saying I was drinking milk, and you were like, ugh.
Yeah, it's gross.
What?
It's okay. Lactose intolerance is way in right now. But Ultraviolet just barely misses out on Viper. It's up to Raze now to make that crawl forwards. It's a double contact push-up. And just as the approach happens, Carly's now left on an island by themselves. No chance of redemption. It's Kara there instead. And this from Complexity has been the makings of a great comeback. If they can bring this back 5-7, they have a really good opportunity to become champions still. What, kitty?
Are they going to Berlin?
They could go to Berlin. Sakura Cup would be a good start for that.
Sakura Cup Berlin.
Ooh, can we make it happen? It'd be nice. I want to go to Germany.
I want to go to... Oh, I didn't even know where Berlin was. I'm not going to lie. It's also like...
Jeez.
I also thought that EMEA was a continent, so...
Oh. Well, I mean, it kind of is. Just a little bit more than one.
Anyway. Sticking around to, you know, my no-brain cells. Thank you so much for bearing with me. There's 2 players here from Complexity actually watching the sentry, so it's best that they back off for Misfits.
At least Misfits this time, they're taking quite a bit of mid-control. There's very little presence in setup art. Instead of relying on the big scale up over towards A, the wall goes up and shuts down one prong of this gigantic attack that Misfits default to rely on. Could get broken though, and it looks like it has been. But look at this adjustment though, instead of pushing A like Complexity expect, Misfits are crawling back over, looking for that opening pick and execing on B. Viewing issue once again, it's Claudia. A wealth of info and utilities here to stop them in their tracks, starting with the lockdown.
Ooh. Ultraviolet really gave it to him right now. Misfits, though. I mean, this is pretty much the last round. If the 7-5 comes through, Complexity, all they need is a pistol round, and they pretty much left themselves in a very, very good spot. Yeah, getting a knockdown. The second from Claudia. And it's perfect. A bit too slow here from Vernina, and Jazzy shuts it down.
5-7. What became a pretty big stomp for Misfits turned into a great opportunity for Complexity.
Switching sides.
Remember, your weapon is
The big question
only
is now,
tool.
the double controllers, are you able to convert as many rounds as Misfits? I don't feel like Misfits plays have relied too much on hard info. I mean, obviously it's been helpful, especially for A-side takes. But there hasn't been too many opportunities where a hard piece of info dictated how Misfits wanted to conduct their attacking rounds. Double controllers, though, are a little bit more permanent, especially with Viper's walls. So this could be a good way to have conditioning whilst through mid, keeping someone in Misfits always in that area, right around where Slandy is. Or we could see a lot more reactionary plays coming out from Complexity to help secure at least these first 2 rounds and keep Misfits on their toes.
Right here.
You're looking for some reasoning here as to why they should hit the B site. The Killjoy's been here for Nina each and every single time. So again,
Scanning ahead.
never mind. I lied. We switched halves. My brain isn't working.
Mine
But there
never
has
does.
been a Killjoy for
Yes.
Complexity on the defense every single time, but we're switching around. Seems like it is a reoccurring trend, though, with Jazzy putting the spike down. Now the wall up, which is good because it creates, again, very, very nice centerpiece there as to where you need to now peek that. No affirmation as to what's across.
Bernina shooting out the util there. No more nanoswarms to work off of. This big suppression on Pillar. Luckily, though, Viper's far enough away, allows plenty of opportunities to push up. And my god, our Misfits pushing up. Great work from Ultraviolet, catching one out from behind, but no, ran out of bullets. Still somehow makes it work. The sweaty palms are sweating no longer. 2v2 turns it into a 2v0. It's Kara there to save the day.
All they're trying to do right now is just to win one here for Misfits. They always let it go. And it's like they go on a roll and they're doing amazing. And then all of a sudden it starts to break down. And I genuinely wonder, like, what... I guess more so if you have your thoughts to it.
Turret out.
I don't know what to think for this round. It's different from what Complexity have done before. A little bit of a mini default. Very similar to how they play Split. And yet they're taking the Misfits approach of giving a lot of space away for themselves. It's going to make their journey harder. Look at the push-ups in A-Main and Art. Especially Slandy. One false move, even with a classic, could be spelled doom. Luckily, though, it's a 1v4. Plenty of info gained. Everyone now in Misfits for a wide rotate all the way over past spawn to A-site.
Flying drone. Enemy tag.
Already tagging things out. They'll push themselves the extra mile here. Misfits, though, on the come up. They've lost their KO, so the suppressions are definitely not going to work in this moment right now. But they have a lot more, and that is going to be a party.
Hello, why wasn't I invited? Nobody knows. That's okay. Well, on the bright side, realizing that retaking the site doesn't seem to be a possibility, gonna be going down to the spike. Big lost death bonus.
Yeah.
And for Complexity, they don't have to reinvest either. That could be bad for them too. Keeping those thrifty weapons, they may have to, if otherwise they would have died, they could have reinvested into a Vandal, but not so much anymore. All go down to the spike. 7-7 now, a tied game for the grand finals, 3-3. Albers, what time is it for you right now?
12:38 in the morning.
Woohoo! That's wild to me.
That I'm like in the future.
Yeah, but it's also like how close and how far gone this series has gone up to in terms of length, in terms of how close it's been.
Yeah. It has been a while, like, with these games, and it has been very interesting too. 'Cause
Taking that back.
I feel like, again, every single second that we spend watching these teams play competitively, you also get to learn a bit more about them and their individual play styles. So, never attesting to it.
Same default play again, though. This time a reposition Ultraviolet now top of stairs. Doesn't you go peek immediately? Jazzy thus far has not been able to convert too many kills against Ultraviolets, more so the other way around. This alarm bot's pivotal, though. This could lead into mayhem and destruction off of Slandy's play. Or Slandy dies. Claudia's left on an island. Sure has util way on the open. Somehow connects the shots and gets traded out. That's full B-side control again for Misfits. They're down a body. A 3v4. They have the bare essentials. They have their smokes. They have info. They have the duelist prowess. They're all separated out.
Seven to 7. You're getting tagged out right now. Nice shots from Jazzy. Misfits, again, really trying to look for any signs that they can come through with this. 3 players already watching on the extremities. The defusal coming through. Actually, not just yet. Trying to create a distraction here. I think you're in a spray transfer situation. Does not work out for Carly.
No, by no means. And I love the way Complexity are taking full scaling of mid-site. They're checking every possible route. They're dismantling the majority of Claudia's utility. And they're making it so Misfits are forced to go for those singular contact plays. Trading is so important in this game. And we've been harping on this the entire series about how some teams, like Misfits, have been struggling on finding consistent trades and trade values. And a lot of that, especially for the defense, means that you're not playing with your teammates. And we're seeing that happen in mid. Slandy was all alone. And after peeking up and dying in a 1v4, they left Claudia all alone in a 1v4. And it's been a domino effect of just kill after kill without trades. And now as soon as Complexity gains that lead back, Rego goes for the timeout. Both these teams need and want this win. They want to show off that they've been able to stay at this long for a reason.
That's the big thing here. Keeping things alive, Misfits. Oh, man. And it's so sad because there have been so many times where the victory just slipped away. Right in the grasp of their fingertips.
So what's the adjustment going to be for Misfits? Are they going to play much more aggressive than we've been seeing already? Maybe. But to me, it looks like there haven't been really any changes to their agent placement at all. If anything, they're losing utility on B. Instead, they're scaling up B main proper. It's been a 50-50 whether or not Complexity have even touched B main these rounds. This might be the wrong round to scale up.
Still with the turret. Actually watching down in mid. Misfits, they haven't necessarily pushed out aggressively on the defense. So I feel like this is going to be good for Complexity to understand, okay, you know, this is a tendency. Doesn't seem like they're very aggressive players. They like to keep themselves well situated here. The only aggression I'm starting to see is over towards B. 2 players already pushed up.
These fights have to not only be traded out, be effective for Misfits in order for it to work. Again, great call off the turret. And there it is. Trades. 1 for the sake of 2. Not great, but for an eco round, you have to take whatever you can. But Complexity have full control of B site, and they're not willing to let it go yet.
Not trying to do anything right now other than win. Let me get a couple frags along the way. Complexity, though, they know they need this. In this very moment, 20 seconds left. They have to fight for the site. And they work together with a flash to come down. Yeah, Complexity. Again, they just know how to make things work. It feels like right here in this very moment, they're making it work.
Yeah. The same can't be said for Misfits. Carly falls to the hands of Lacey. 9 to 7 now. It's been a tug of war for who can gain this tie and lead back. For Complexity, they've won, what, the last 8 rounds in a row. They started off slow. And after that tactical timeout from Sloth, everything changed. It's been flawless ever since. And the call's been made again to change things up. Mostly a push through A. Complexity up until now, they've been defaulting and ending up on B side, contesting and straight up destroying at times Vernina. But now Vernina's forced to spread out. The scale up again from the Astra and the Sova. Kadio and Carly looking for some impact, but they're forced to back away off of the footsteps immediately. They bought their rifles, but again, the round before this was just an eco. Their economy's in a very bad spot. If they lose this round and everyone dies, we're looking at 10-7, eco round 11-7.
Take flight.
not. They don't want to make any friends here. For Complexity, instead they're looking for war. Bloodbath already starting off the back of sight. Stun to come through. I mean, it's getting pretty difficult here, right? With Vernina already peeking out through the wall. Not a lot going on right now. They've only lost one, so the chances are very, very slim that they're going to lose this. KDO, though, peeking through the wall. And that's exactly what you want to see. You want to be able to see some of that confidence again shine and reign over everyone else. Hunter Suri coming out, but it's missing everybody completely and entirely. So now, with Lace finding out where the remaining victims of Misfits are, they go down.
That Misfits, they were good for the crunch this time around. They had the early read about where Complexity would be. And that seems to be the struggle for Misfits. They lose sight about where Complexity are going to be for their attack in the mid-round. Once players start entering into mid, they could be pretty much anywhere in the center of the map, and Misfits are just not confident in the swings to take one down and not willing to take the trade. But a great crunch onto the site was good to effectively just remove the guns from Complexity there. First round in 8 that we've seen Misfits win. The early 0 point doesn't find a lot though either. Outside B main, nobody's there, releasing the mines of the info found by Misfits. A big stack up for Vernina's utility on B side too. And this might be a lucky guess. Alarm bot's already placed, and the spike dedicated more so towards B. But the adjustment call has been made that the Sobu and Astra need to be contested again. Carly hears the footsteps, backs away, checks towards A main with the help of Katie. The Owl Drone's gonna give away a lot here. It's the double-pronged push-up that we had seen Misfits pull off so many different times for their attack.
You're wanting to see what they can do here. Complexity again. Right, the execution's always looking pretty solid. Oh, and the wall. You have the Sage pushing the wall up, so it gives you at least some sense of security here.
Take flight.
Okay. Good Owl Drone. Not going to spot anything just yet. The Arian players able to play off of this Nebula just a little bit more, but look at all this visual denial on sight. No one can see a dang thing. Ultraviolet's got the best angle here, and that's anyone strafing towards Art. And that's the majority of Complexity.
You're looking for some of the presence here. Slandy slowly working up, and I actually liked it. For a second there, I thought Slandy might be able to run away with it, but Complexity a bit too strong. And Ultraviolet left running away, but the spike, yep, gonna catch up. The op goes down. So now, again, a very big investment just dropping to the floor.
Even without the Viper walls, Complexity had made A site virtually impossible to be on. The floor was quite literally lava anywhere you could go. And through all of that, Complexity just held past the Nebula with their Phantoms and just spray default plant and hope for the best. I love that play. Plus, the op was seemingly, no, it was invested and lost, and now it's respawned again. Ultraviolet needs to make this work. Look at how rickety the buys are. If Ultraviolet loses this operator here, they do have knives. If they don't crack them this round, that could be a saving grace if we do see 10-8 or 11-8. That's a risky maneuver to bring it up in so late.
And overall, everything is looking pretty risky here with the 10-8. Complexity retaking the lead. And let's not forget, like, Misfits had such a big lead coming in the beginning start.
Oh, but look at Vernina's util. The pings go down about where those smokes need to go. Certainly pointing towards the exec. But what they don't know is that Katie, far back of A side, could very well use that Cosmic Divide at any moment to shut down the entry. He chooses not to. In fact, KDO's the first to go down. Viper's Pit in return. That's full A-site control again. The floor is lava.
Still attempting to make a perfect moment out of a scary run. Complexity now leaving the Viper Spit down. Slandy trying to shoot through it to find where the Viper is. Vernina now finding an opportunity to actually lure these players out. I mean, at some point, they're going to either decide whether or not to take out the lockdown, just get themselves out of the circle, or even just keep themselves down inside of the Viper Spit as well. Yeah, the one player detained now. Raze goes down. They knew exactly what they had to do here. But the 1v2 is inevitable. You have so many players left standing here. The gravitational pull that could come out to avoid any sense of discomfort. And Kara takes another down in the books.
I love the Viper entry there. That's we saw that recently with I think Sentinels versus Leviathan, or I'm sorry, Leviathan, where instead of having a duelist traditionally entry on B site, you have the smokes go down and you worm your way up the default using Viper's ultimate, the Viper's Pit, and it just connects directly to the default, and you have full control of the site. Only difference is though, is that you can connect that Viper's Pit from either both stairs or even from A main, and it guarantees you a plant no matter what. But for Complexity, they need 2 more rounds to call themselves champions of the Sakura Cup. Can't rely on the Viper's Pit every round. Instead, though, no changes at all for Misfits. They're hoping to catch everybody out in that B-side KJ util again. And the scale up in return. No macro level changes at all for Misfits defense. Just different placements of where people are instead.
Trying to make up for some lost time here. Especially with the drone. We got 1 minute and 5 seconds, so 30 seconds here. Till we'll 100% see a push come around down towards A, because there is no shot for a rotation to come through, especially with the time that we've seen right now.
Oh, but that suppress is so gigantic. It spots not only some of the most critical info you can hope for if you're Misfits, but it delays the entry and delays the util drop.
Oh, the flash perfect to come through from Slandy. The preparations here that Misfits are taking. And the resurrection to keep things together for Complexity. You're still in a 5v3. Again, not a lot to work with the time ticking down. They can't play for the saves anymore. They know what they need to do. And they know they need to do it now. They're still, again, trying to fight.
Look how separated out Complexity are. They can't really group up any more than that. No trades available for this 50 round. Ultraviolet. Blade Storm in hand, a 1v4. Excuse me, 1v5.
Ultraviolet. Every shot. Missed out right there. But it's okay. I think Misfits, man, they play very, very well under the pressure. I think it is a bit risky to play into that op just because, you know, looking at previous times, there hasn't been a lot of impact. But again, trusting in the team here.
Plus the fact that the buys weren't great for Misfits either that last round. They were forced to push into the smoke. But hey, before we possibly get to the final round of the championship, we do have a tech pause. So guess what? You get to see my snuggly little outfit now too. Look at this. Hello.
Hey, okay, welcome. Welcome to the snuggly crew. I'm gonna grab my pillow. And I'm gonna go to bed.
I don't sleep with pillows.
What?
I don't sleep with pillows.
What do you sleep with?
On the mattress.
No pillows?
Yeah, no, it hurts my neck.
So
Ooh.
you sleep like a vampire?
I guess so. I mean,
Like you're just like...
my mattress is a little bit coffin shaped, I guess. There's a steak and some silver next to my bed too, and garlic. I don't know who left them there, but they tried something.
I mean, it sounds like they were cooking it up for you.
Ooh, I'm hungry.
What can you even make with garlic?
With garlic? Have you heard of anything?
Garlic bread?
I put garlic in everything. Oatmeal,
Soup?
cereal, soup,
Oatmeal?
meat. I don't know. Soup again. That's okay. Enough about our garlic talk. We're back to the matchup with possibly the very final round of the Sakura Cup. Or so I was told.
I'm still in disbelief you just said oatmeal.
I told you garlic can go in anything.
I gotta try that now.
You could do like stuffed peppers with stuffed garlic, or you could hollow out
sounds
some
good.
garlic and then put in more garlic and cook it. What could very well be the final round now. Brought down to the same conditioning Viper wall again. A fast rush into B, something we haven't seen from Complexity too many times. With the default knife, the suppress, from Misfits do catch out the majority of the team. It's all hands on deck for the fast rotate over, but guess what? Not everything is as it seems. There's a fast, well, actually not so fast, a bit of a snail's pace rotate all the way back over at A main. Both Astras divided out by non-existent KJ util. Vernina hides, waiting to get at least one for the lurk towards mid. Misfits knew better. They knew Complexity wouldn't fully push into B main. They haven't done so before, but instead they catch out Vernina. And now it's a 4v5 for possibly the final round.
It's going to be hard to come back from this one. We do have the Hunter's Fury, though, along with the Cosmic Divide. So I'm keeping my hopes high for what Misfits can do in these moments. Yes, the tensions are there, but right now, actually, Complexity finding Ultraviolet as they slowly move up towards B.
30 seconds left.
And guess what? They re-exit over towards B. They're like, okay, well, A didn't quite work. We have the enemy Viper wall to our Viper wall to work off of, but enemy Cosmic Divide squishes them all in like a giant sandwich. And through all that, Jazzy's still good for one. No more anti-flank. But guess what? There's one final trick up the sleeves of Complexity to possibly be the final nail in the coffin. It's the slow flank from Astro once again. KDO and company none the wiser as the attacking Killjoy lockdown comes underway, forcing them back into the hands. Oh no. Into the hands of Kara.
Oh, man. Tensions are running very, very high here. Got two players just alive. Complexity actually coming around the back through the smoke. And you finally have your victors.
Woo-wee. Woo! What had been a wonderful, long night turns out to be a victory for Complexity. And I gotta say, very impressed with them. They looked great. They looked nimble. They knew exactly what they wanted to accomplish for the majority of the rounds. And only were there a few times where it seemed like they were a little vexed by things that were occurring to them, especially against Misfits earlier. But for the most part, I really enjoyed the wacky plays or agents that they were bringing out, trying new things, using strats from higher level Valorant, all the things you're looking for a team in Sakura Cup and Game Changers. And I think that might be the end of the night for us, Gomp. I think Gomp is ready.
Well, technically, it was the end of the night when it hit 12 in the morning, because now it's the morning.
It's 10 p.m. for
Good
me.
morning.
You're very much in the future. Well, and a good morning to you too, Gompers. I think everyone needs to good morning themselves for the rest of the night. So with that being said, we hope to see you next Sakura Cup. Congratulations again to Complexity GX3 for another amazing event. They've been on a tear this year, and I can't wait to see them in more future Sakura Cup tournaments and probably Game Changers too. And with that being said, please, please, please follow us on Twitter. I'm at KegShouts. That's Gompers X. We'll see you all next event.
Enemy remaining. Spike down. One enemy remaining.
Grounded. My ult's ready.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Headshot.
Last player standing. Clutch.
Trick shot.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
That's done. You should run.
One enemy remaining. 50.
Ultimate is ready. Blocking sight.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Spike down. C.
Placing swamp grenade. Swamp grenade out. Nature girl down.
One enemy
One
remaining.
down. Placing swamp grenade. Swamp grenade out.
Spike down. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One. 30 seconds left.